Chapter 51. God knows. When Xiaoyu took the soft, glutinous and fragrant sweet potato porridge, she almost swallowed her tongue. After the first mouthful of porridge, there was still the sweetness of rice grains in her mouth. It was like opening a strange combination lock. Just looking at those dishes made me feel very hungry. There were a lot of dishes on the table. Xiaoyu wanted to eat every dish, but she was embarrassed to pick them up. As a result, the old professors were not polite and picked up their chopsticks to taste every dish. Xiaoyu was secretly happy. Now she was evenly matched, and it was not abrupt to taste every dish. With each bite, her face brightened. In the end, her stomach was so full that she couldn't even stand up from the chair. But she felt like she was flying. She had never eaten such delicious food in her life. Nor had she ever felt so full that she couldn't stop eating. Xiaoyu's previous dream was to study, make money, and buy nutrient solution. Or to read good books, make a lot of money, and buy delicious nutrient solution. Today, her dream has changed dramatically. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After eating the food of Shenong Star, she probably couldn't stand the unpalatable nutrient solution anymore. In the future, her dream is to study, make money, and eat the food of Shenong Star. But, can she afford it? Xiaoyu is not sure. Lord, are these foods expensive? She asked cautiously. When she asked this question, many people slowed down their eating speed, as if they were listening attentively. Obviously, she was not the only one who was concerned about this issue. It's a little expensive. Yunwan thought about the identities of several people. They were all hard-working workers, most of whom came from ordinary families. It would be a considerable expense for them to buy natural delicacies. After entering the live broadcast room and seeing the price of Shenong Star vegetables, several people were a little disappointed. They knew that such delicious food would not be cheap. Xiaoyu stared at the scattered leftovers on the table, and thought that she would not be able to eat such luxurious food in the future. She had to eat a few more bites now to remember the taste and savor it often in the future. She wanted to raise her hand to clean the plate, but someone was faster than her, and quickly poured the juice on the plate into the bowl and divided it up cleanly. The guests at the table ate until the plate was clean, and even the soup was not spared. As a little dragon who has been influenced by Chinese civilization for a long time, Yunwan felt that she, as the host, did not prepare enough food, which was a bit rude. Logically speaking, these dishes and porridge should be enough for several people to eat. But seeing that most of the guests were licking their lips with satisfaction, she still asked politely, "Are you full? If not, you can cook some more." "We are full. We are full." The three construction teams and professors were a little embarrassed. They didn't control themselves for the free meal of the Lord and ate and drank as much as they wanted. The Lord was too kind. He didn't blame them for being greedy. He was worried that they were not full. They didn't lie. They were full. But they were just greedy and wanted to have a bottomless stomach to eat more food. Looking at the smooth dishes on the table, they realized it belatedly. Would the Lord be frightened by their abnormal appetite? "We'll go wash the dishes first." The professors tried to cover up their mistakes, but it only made things worse. As long as they moved quickly enough, the Lord wouldn't be able to see the smooth bottom of the dishes. The royal construction team still had to draw the design. So they said goodbye to Yunwan, holding their waists and walking towards the tent contentedly, while slowly digesting the food. He said happily, "Oh my God! It's so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food in the capital star in my life." Did the eldest prince say that the Lord will provide us with food and accommodation in the future? If I remember correctly, yes. Are you dreaming? Have you ever seen a lord spend a huge amount of money to arrange natural delicacies for the staff meals? TSK. Even if there is no staff meal, the Lord has to open 2 small shops. What a great opportunity to make money. Please, Lord, make money from me. I really have too much money to spend. Lord, don't you want to build a restaurant? We will definitely have more delicious food in the future. Xiaozhou, why don't you draw the restaurant design first? The Lord won't mind us bringing in private goods and building the restaurant first. That's a good idea. The remaining 2 construction teams still have 7 people, helping Yunwan to clean up the tables and chairs. 7 people were busy around 2 small tables and a dozen chairs, not giving Yunwan any chance to intervene. More people means faster work. In a few minutes, all the tables and chairs were folded and neatly arranged. The two construction teams did not leave after finishing their work, but stood there waiting for Yunwan to continue arranging work. Yunwan felt that they seemed to be under a lot of pressure to have a simple meal. I don't have anything to do here. Everyone take a good rest. After that, Yunwan was also ready to go back to the Lord's mansion to make dinner for the little beast men. Lord, please wait a moment. A pleasant female voice called Yunwan. My name is Xiaoyu, and I want to ask you a question. Xiaoyu is not a person who likes to blush, but what she is about to say still makes her feel thick-skinned and embarrassed. Getting Yunwan's affirmation, she continued, I see that you are the only one busy. Our construction task is about to be completed. I wonder if I can continue to stay on Shinong Star and help you work in exchange for some food. Xiaoyu's proposal made the other 6 people pay attention to Yunwan's answer, and also opened the door to a new world for Yunwan. Yunwan was worried that she couldn't find anyone online, and now someone offered to help. Yunwan was overjoyed. Her employees? Aren't they here? Of course. After Yunwan finished speaking, the eyes of the 7 people instantly lit up, and they were no longer reserved, and directly surrounded Yunwan, waiting for her next words. However, you have to be prepared. There are not many jobs on Shinong Star, and the price is not high. The 7 people nodded. Yunwan offered them 200 star coins per day, which could be exchanged for any vegetables at market prices. Their job was to explore Shinong Star, collect resources when passing by resource points, or bring back a sample and remember the location of some useful plants. After passing Yunwan's inspection, they would receive commissions of varying amounts according to their quality. These tasks were not difficult, but they required running back and forth. Yunwan had done it herself before. She didn't have that much time. She collected the resources from the resource points and left. She had never explored whether there were any edible species of native plants on Shinong Star. Now that we have enough manpower, we can do all these things at once. The 7 people had no objection. For them, the price offered by Shinong Star was not low. Their demands were also simple. As long as they could make some money and satisfy their own appetite. As long as they didn't spend their original capital, it would be fine. The next morning, the 2 construction teams continued the construction task, and the hotel and laboratory were completed at noon. After drinking some nutrient solution at noon, they immediately began to explore Shinong Star according to Yunwan's requirements. Yunwan asked the system to send the Shinong Star map to several people. The map cannot be downloaded. It can only be opened, and it will automatically expire after a few days. Several people can directly mark information on the map, and the system can also directly recycle the mineral resources found by several people through the map. But the plants are not within the system's recycling range and must be brought back for slow identification. Yunwan sat in the Lord's mansion, but the system's prompt sound continued to come. Blue crystal or +10. Greening value +20. Ice crystal or +1. Greening value +10,000. Greening value +100. Opening the system panel, Yunwan happily looked at the constantly jumping greening value, clicked in them all, and bought a lot of spiritual soil and spiritual fields. She could see the positions of the 7 people on the map. At this time, the 7 people's exploration progress was not even 1/10 complete, but they had already gained so much. When the resource points of Shinong Star were completely collected, she estimated that the inner city would no longer have room for the planting area, and the outer city planting area would also be put into use. The 7 people in front were accumulating capital for Yunwan, and Yunwan in the back was not idle either, and began to clean up the wasteland. After buying the wasteland opening robots, several robots have been opening up wasteland day and night, and now there is a large piece of flat wasteland. However, as the progress of land reclamation increased, more and more wood materials were collected, and some trees were even uprooted and piled up into a small hill on the flat ground. These things that took up space became the problem that Yunwan had to solve. System, do you want these trees? Trees have no other use in the interstellar space except for greening. They cannot be sold at a high price, and no one is willing to buy these useless things. Even if greening is needed, some more advanced green plants will be sought, and there are more or less trees on every planet. If you can't afford advanced green plants, you can use local materials. These trees became a problem for Yunwan on her road to land reclamation. Throw it away. It's a pity. Don't throw it away. It takes up space and is not beautiful. The system can provide free processing services to help the host solve the problem. Yunwan was originally having a headache, and when she heard the system say that it would provide free processing services, She felt that it was not simple. She is not stupid. All along, the system and her have been mainly trading. With give and take. The last time it provided a free protective cover was last time. Yunwan subconsciously felt that the system would not do a loss-making business. Since it can handle it. These things must be useful to it. Just not very useful. But they are useful. You can't take her trees for free. Tong. We are old friends. I gave you so many trees. But you didn't give me anything. It's not true. Host. This is a friendly help provided by the system. Really? Forget it. It won't be a problem to put this tree here. What if it is useful one day? Host. Trees are not very useful in the interstellar. If they are scorched by rain and thunder, they will cause fires. It's okay. I just happen to be short of carbon in winter. System. Who uses carbon when they don't have a heating robot? Host. These trees are worthless. You need to learn to let go of them, so that you can grow better. It's more cost-effective to open a store on this land than to leave a bunch of trees. Oh. It's okay. I have a lot of money. The system can open the exchange authority. All the useless plants produced by the host's land reclamation can be handed over to the system for processing and exchanged for an ancient seed. Ah? You only give me one seed for so many trees? What kind of seed is that? Yunwan is not so easy to fool. Although she also likes the system. She is a business person. She will definitely not suffer a loss. Unknown seeds. Look. Maybe this is a wheat seed. Give me 2 more. It's useless for you to keep it anyway. System. How can it be useless if you keep it? 5. No more. Okay. Yunwan agreed happily. She originally thought that the system would agree if it added 1 more. A bunch of useless trees in exchange for 2 ancient seeds. Even if they are ancient weeds. They are not ordinary weeds. Unexpectedly, the system asked for 5 at the first word. Yunwan was so happy that she counted the round little seeds in her palm. As long as she grows good things, she will make a fortune. Tong. You are so nice. She couldn't help but give the system a nice guy card. Chapter 52. Yunwan didn't know what the system was doing with these plants and animals. And she didn't know why it wanted to recycle interstellar energy. But all the traces told her that the system might not be a simple and rigid string of code. Its thinking pattern was like a person. Like a young and cunning boy. Who was not experienced in the world but learned to be thrifty like an adult. But in fact, he was taken advantage of by others without knowing it. She just thought about it casually. Whether the system was a person or a machine did not change her life at all. It's good as it is now. And you can bargain with her. 7 people worked from noon to late at night. Yunwan looked at the greening value and found that it had exceeded 5 million. It seems that her employees worked very hard today. And some employees even created 2 million greening values. With such dedicated and hard-working employees, Yunwan could wake up with a smile even in her sleep. She looked at the name. Xiaoyu. The girl who offered to help her work in exchange for food at the beginning. I really want to give the diligent Xiaoyu the Best Employee Award. It seems that her strategy of paying people by the day is too unfair to those who work more. And it is easy to wipe out the enthusiasm of employees to work. After the 7 people returned to the Lord's mansion to settle the bill, Yunwan proposed a new payment method. Today, someone's workload exceeded 2 million. Far exceeding the average workload. For the sake of fairness, I want to add a rule. As long as the daily workload exceeds 1 million, a commission of 100 star coins will be added for every additional 1 million. Do you have any objections to this change? The 7 people certainly had no objection. For those whose workload did not reach 1 million, there was no change in salary. For those whose workload exceeded 1 million, their salary was more than before. The Lord's changes were made for their benefit. Their interests were not harmed. And a platform was provided for capable people to display their abilities. After the energy collection was settled, the 7 people lined up to take out the important plants collected today. Some people only found 1 plant. And some brought back more than a dozen plants. With the help of the system, Yunwan picked up the plants and identified them one by one. Of course, the help of the system was not given for nothing. This time the system learned to be smart, knowing that its role was not insignificant, and asked for half of the plants. Yunwan would not be led by the system. She bargained, half is fine. But it must be a strengthened plant. Okay. System, something feels wrong. Yunwan smiled secretly. All are so cute. This is the exchange formula for exchanging desert roses before. But now she not only has a more powerful strengthened plant, but also can use the system's recognition function for free for a long time. Most of the plants are useless weeds. There are only 5 useful varieties, namely shallot, wheat, grape, chestnut, and milk fruit, except for wheat, which is a plant that has become food in the interstellar world. The other 4 are new edible species. Scallions are an indispensable condiment. It can be said that soup or hot and sour noodles will have no soul without scallions. With more scallions, hot and sour noodles will be more delicious. Although wheat is a crop that has been discovered in the interstellar world for a long time, Yunwan has never had a place to grow more varieties of crops. Now with the help of employees, the greening value is rising. The land scale can be further expanded. And the wheat has arrived in time and can be planted. Grapes are another fruit that Yunwan loves deeply. They are sour and sweet. And the unique aroma of grapes makes Yunwan's mouth water. She wants to taste them now. However, she will not eat these wild plants. The interstellar soil is barren. And the plants that grow naturally are bitter and astringent. This is why there are so many edible varieties. But why no one has discovered them yet? After all, no one who tastes a grape that is so bitter that it makes them want to cry will think that this thing is edible. Chestnuts can be considered fruits, but they are delicious only after being processed. She likes to eat sugar-fried chestnuts the most. She can try to make it when the time comes. Shinong Star has added another delicacy. Yunwan also saw milk fruit for the first time. If there was no system reminder, she would even think that this thing is inedible. The fruit is the size of a watermelon. The outside is black and uneven, as if it is wrapped in a layer of wood fiber. But there is a liquid like milk inside, and it tastes like milk, except for the bitter taste. It is exactly the same as the milk in Yunwan's memory. God is so good to her. Knowing that she has no cows, He directly sent her milk fruit. Now that we have milk, can tea be far behind? Can milk tea be far behind? Oh my God! If we can drink ice-cold milk tea in the interstellar era, what a wonderful thing it would be! She dared not think how happy she would be at that time. The harvest was rich, and Yunwan was in a good mood. With a wave of her hand, she added 100 star coins to each variety, and gave out a huge sum of 500 star coins directly. Xiaoyu was the most hardworking of the 7 people, and found more useful plants. When she checked out, she got 500 star coins. The least among the 7 people was 200 star coins. With the extra money today, 7 ordinary people can also be extravagant and treat their greedy stomachs well. A few hundred star coins may seem like a lot, but in fact, they are not enough for luxury consumer goods such as natural food. For example, sweet potatoes and cabbage, as well as the new cherry tomatoes mentioned by the Lord. They dare not even dream of them. At most they buy a few grains of rice to taste. However, they don't have bad emotions. After entering the natural food market, they realize that Shinong Star vegetables are the most cost-effective in the natural food circle. A few hundred star coins can only buy some rotten vegetable leaves in other stores. Their eyes swept over the huge sweet potatoes, the juicy cabbages, the red tomatoes, the white and plump rice, and many others they didn't recognize. The 7 people's eyes were burning, and they all wanted to have them. But the reality was cruel, and they couldn't have too much. Many people chose to save money for sweet potatoes and cabbages, and wait a day or 2 to exchange them for vegetables. Xiaoyu, a big star coin holder, certainly didn't have to do this. She was a woman who made 500 star coins a day, and she immediately waved her hand and bought a dozen small tomatoes that she had never eaten before to taste. The 500 star coins were not even entered into Xiaoyu's account, and the owner mercilessly threw them out to exchange for tomatoes. Then he didn't even look at the money he spent, and happily held the tomatoes in his palms and left happily. Good, yeah. Give me one to try. Tomorrow I will exchange for sweet potatoes and give them to you to eat. Good, yeah. The beautiful and kind, yeah. Tomorrow I will exchange for cabbage, and the 3 of us will exchange for different things to eat. The 2 teammates circled around the rich woman Xiaoyu with their eyes wide open. Those who didn't know thought that they were her 2 fanatical pursuers who were pestering her. Who would have thought that they were just for a bite of food? Okay. It's settled. Let's exchange. Xiaoyu agreed generously. The atmosphere in their construction team was very good. They helped each other when they had difficulties. They were all good people, and no one would take advantage of anyone else. 2 people also chose to exchange. They bought rice. The soft and sticky fragrance was still fresh in their memory. 1 grain of rice could cook a bowl of rice. They could eat rice first to satisfy their cravings and save money to buy other vegetables later. After the vegetables were exchanged, the construction team and Yunwon went home satisfied. After the greening value increased to 5 million, the system unlocked high-level spiritual soil and high-level spiritual fields. This time, no new seeds were unlocked. It must be necessary to break through the greening value of 10 million before a new round of seeds can be released. Yunwon is not short of seeds at present, and she is not in a hurry. She is more concerned about the high-level spiritual soil and high-level spiritual fields, which are 10 times more expensive than the intermediate spiritual soil and spiritual fields. This new land actually has an introduction. There is no text introduction for general seeds and land. The last time a text introduction appeared was the peach tree. Obviously, these items with introductions are all of great origin. Yunwon clicked on the icon and read its introduction carefully. High-level spiritual soil, 1000 greening value / block. High-level spiritual field, 1000 greening value / block. High-level spiritual soil and high-level spiritual field can cause plants to mutate, with a good tendency to mutate, and the type of mutation is unknown. From the meaning of the system, high-level spiritual soil and spiritual field seem to be no different from intermediate spiritual soil and spiritual soil except for the characteristics of promoting plant mutation. For Yunwon, the cost-effectiveness of intermediate spiritual soil and spiritual field is obviously higher. The plants she planted needed to be sold, and their appearance and quality needed to be stable. There was no need for random mutations. However, the mutation function of high-level spiritual soil and spiritual fields was not useless. She could set up a test field to conduct plant mutation tests, and then collect the mutated seeds for large-scale planting, and all problems would be solved. After calculating the quantity, Yunwon bought a total of 500 high-level spiritual soils and spiritual fields, spent 500,000 greening points, and spent another 500,000 to buy various seeds. The remaining greening points were all used to buy intermediate spiritual fields and intermediate spiritual soils, and the land scale was expanded by 40,000 square meters. Of course, it is impossible to do it herself in such a large vegetable field. Moreover, since she got the planting robot, she rarely went to the field. At most, she watered the vegetable field and checked the growth of the vegetable field. The vegetable field will continue to expand in the future, and the demand for planting robots will continue to increase. So, she directly purchased 100 planting robots and dozens of combat robots online. Now, Yunwon finally feels like a farmer. Before, she was a small farmer who planted a small field and sold some vegetables. Now she has officially entered large-scale planting, leaving the manual labor of planting and entering the era of automation, completely freeing her hands. Under the cover of night, Yunwon quietly divided the spiritual soil and spiritual fields into small squares of 20 by 20. She planned to plant a crop in each square, and when the crops were harvested, they would be very happy when everything was neatly arranged. However, the ordinary spiritual soil she bought at the beginning was a bit unpleasant to the eyes when placed in front of the Lord's mansion. It was like a rectangle that had strayed into a square, with a corner sticking out diagonally, which was uncomfortable no matter how she looked at it. Yunwon had the urge to delete these unplanned plots of land with one click. As if the system heard her thoughts, it suddenly suggested, "Host, the system provides land upgrade services and land rearrangement services. You only need to consume one greening value to upgrade or move a piece of land." Yunwon is now a greening value rich woman, and she doesn't mind spending a small greening value to replan the vegetable field. As she moved her fingers and clicked on the land planning map that popped up in the system, she thought to herself, the system is getting more and more cunning. It never misses any opportunity to make money. Could it be that it realized that she had cheated it of 5 ancient seeds before? Chapter 53. In the next few days, the royal construction team started with the restaurant and began the infrastructure plan in full swing. The other 2 construction teams completed the construction tasks, and there were still some finishing works left. After spending 1 or 2 hours every day to clean up the construction, they continued their part-time work on Shinong Star with great interest. The part-time work on Shinong Star wasted more and more time, because the resource points were getting farther and farther away from them. Even if they had a flying car, it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. In addition, they were not familiar with the terrain here, and there was no established navigation track. So finding the way became the most time-consuming task. Along the way, they also had to pay attention to the characteristics of various plants and determine which plants were useful plants mentioned by the Lord. They could not fly too fast, which slowed down their collection progress. However, after working for several days, their income was also very considerable. Two people even regarded this as a part-time job and did not plan to exchange vegetables with the Lord, preparing to save the money. In the face of the desire for food, they did not choose to indulge, but chose family and relatives. The money to buy a vegetable was enough for their family to eat for 3 days. Whether choosing to save the fruits of labor or exchange them for vegetables, there is no right or wrong. Everyone considers different directions and plays different roles in the family. For them, this is extra money earned outside the plan. Whether to spend it for enjoyment or keep it for household expenses, it is a good choice and can bring happiness to themselves. After the farm expanded, Yun-won asked the construction team to help build a spacious pig pen and chicken pen. Now the poultry no longer have to stay in a closed and small space, and have their own small home. The pig pen and chicken pen are at the edge of the vegetable field, surrounded by the vegetable field on 3 sides and facing the laboratory on 1 side. This makes it convenient for professors to observe animals and take care of pigs. The pigs and chickens were moved to a new place, and they walked around curiously, and soon they pooped all over the ground. To be honest, since they settled down on Shinong Star, Yun-won has never taken care of their cleanliness. The pigs are fine, with the professors taking good care of them. They are clean and pink. The chicks are not taken care of, and they are dirty. These days they have been eating pig feed every day, and have expanded a circle, growing into young chicks, and their genders can be roughly distinguished. Yun-won wanted to eat eggs and hatch more chicks, so she placed the chicks in 2 spaces. The first chicken coop only had hens, which were her egg-laying hens, and provided her with a steady supply of eggs. The second chicken coop had roosters and hens together, so that fertilized eggs could be obtained and new chicks could be hatched. The ancient seeds exchanged by the system were planted by Yun-won in 5 flower pots and placed next to the peach tree. 6 small flower pots have been lined up by the window, occupying the best light in the entire space, and it has become the place where the 5 little ones in the family often move around. When they get up in the morning, the 5 little ones will go to see if the peach tree has borne fruit and the seeds have sprouted. After eating or playing for a while, they will go to water the 6 small flower pots. At present, each of the 4 little orcs is responsible for the seeds in a small flower pot, and Yun-gu, as their team leader, has more experience and greater responsibilities. He is responsible for watering 2 flower pots and taking care of a peach tree and a seed. The peach tree has entered its flowering period, and the faint fragrance of peach blossoms fills the entire safe house. Some flowers on the branches bloomed early and have begun to wither. The pink and white petals fall around the flower pots, revealing the thumb-sized green fruits on the branches. So Yun-gu has one more task than others. He also has to clean the petals around the peach tree. Yunj, why don't we lay a blanket on the ground to collect the petals? After Yun-gu collected the petals, he didn't know how to deal with these byproducts. When he ran to Yun-won for help, she suggested this. I had never noticed these petals before. Yun-gu collected a small bag and showed it to her. Then she found that these petals were rich in spiritual energy. The spiritual energy attached to the plants themselves is much more than what they emit. However, the petals themselves are not big, and no matter how rich the spiritual energy they contain, it is not much more. Yun-won thought, no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. These petals are not very useful to her. They are not as fast as she can absorb spiritual energy in 1 minute of practice. But they are rare good things for the children and guests who cannot practice. Although the spiritual energy entering their bodies cannot be internalized into spiritual power, the physical fitness of the body, after being cleansed by the spiritual energy, will increase. Long-term exposure to the spiritual energy can also prolong life and soothe the spirit. Yun-won guessed that the Shinong essence discovered by Professor Luo should be the spiritual energy. There are not many petals of a peach tree. They can be dried and made into scented tea and preserved. They can be soaked in water for the children to drink every day. In the future, more peach trees can be planted and the petals can be packaged into some small gifts and gifts. Yun-gu took on the new task. He had 3 tasks to do, but he didn't feel tired at all. He just felt that his sister had entrusted him with an important task. His sister said, let's make them drink water with these petals in the future. The petals smelled fragrant, and the colors were beautiful. They must be delicious when soaked in water. Knowing that they could enjoy the fruits of their labor, the little ones worked more vigorously, busy every day. And their days were more busy than Yunwan's. The busy days passed quickly. And the Sheningsing restaurant was built in a few days. The construction team also paved the road between the buildings and decorated the green belts. The desert flowers collected by Yunwan also came in handy. The fiery red desert flowers are like a colorful ribbon interspersed among the high-tech buildings, making the cold and hard city more gentle. Yunwan is very satisfied with the changes in Shenong Star. It just so happens that the crops planted by the robot can be harvested. So she just opened a live broadcast to let fans see the changes in Shenong Star and warm up for the Shenong Star restaurant that is about to open. I hope this time it can attract some tourists to come and turn Shenong Star into a lively planet. After Shenong Star clarified the live broadcast, except for the live broadcast of Yunji's foster sister that was mistakenly opened, Yunwan has not broadcast live. And fans are anxious like cat's claws. Not only was there no live broadcast, but there was no restocking or new products on the shopping interface. The hot and sour noodles that were supposed to go with the meal were not available at all. The anchor disappeared completely. Could it be that he was heartbroken by the internet and decided to quit the internet? Or was he forcibly acquired by capitalists? Or did he retire due to illness? The fans were getting more and more worried every day. They had to open the Sheningsing live broadcast room and shopping interface every day to check. Every time. There were only 4 big words on the interface. Stay tuned. They were looking forward to it. The show started. Host. On this day, fans opened Sheningsing's live broadcast room as usual. And what came into view was a vibrant vegetable field. That woman. She's back. Oh my god. I finally waited for the host to return. It feels like 10 years have passed. Are you ready for the hot and sour rice noodles? I'm ready. Knock on the bowl, another large vegetable field. I cried. I thought the host would not be in the mood to farm. But she didn't forget to farm even though she was so busy. Love it. At Yunwan's command, the planting robots rushed into the vegetable fields in all directions. Their steel claws kept busy. Fans could clearly see the counter on the back of the robot jumping from the screen. And their smiles widened with each increase. This time, the hot and sour noodles and side dishes were not updated as scheduled. But 2 crops they didn't recognize. Soybeans and porcini mushrooms. The price of soybeans is the same as rice. And the price of porcini mushrooms is the same as cabbage. Although I haven't eaten it. It's right to buy it. Compared to the other links that everyone is used to grabbing. There is much less competition for this new product. However, what makes fans even happier this time is that the quantity of each plant is very considerable. Several times more than in the past. And each person is limited to 5 copies. So their chances of grabbing it are greatly increased. Yunwan changed the inventory before the plants were put into storage. When the last number changed, the fans waiting in front of the screen held their breath and raised their hands, with their index fingers on the plus sign, waiting for the shopping interface to change from gray to color. Just like hearing the referee's signal gun during a race. Everyone took out the posture of a 100-meter race and clicked every second. A few seconds later, the purchase interface turned gray and the inventory was cleared instantly. Some were happy and some were sad. At this moment, regardless of whether they got the food or not, fans had only one thought in their minds. The army of people rushing to buy food has increased. It used to take several minutes to buy everything. But now that the inventory has increased, it can be bought in a few seconds. Xiangzi's grandfather sat in front of the smart computer with a radiant look, shouting with full energy, "Good, good, good." Xiangzi was curious about why his grandfather, who liked to take a walk and stayed at home in a depressed mood the past 2 days, was so energetic today. He passed by from behind and glanced at the intelligent brain. It was a vegetable field, and many robots were harvesting plants. Xiangzi's eyes were attracted, and he lay on the sofa next to his grandfather and watched the live broadcast with relish. "That's cabbage. Is it the one we ate before?" Xiangzi suddenly asked. Grandpa suddenly noticed the presence of his grandson and replied, "Yes. It's that one. Wow. It's delicious." Xiangzi licked the corner of his mouth. Drooling, Grandpa chatted with his grandson about the topic of plants. At first, he spoke carefully, trying to make his grandson feel that the topic was interesting. He was old, and the generation gap between him and the young people was quite deep. He didn't understand the functions of the current star network, nor the buzzwords of the young people. Not to mention the grandson, who was a generation apart. The gap between the grandparents and grandchildren was huge. Usually, The grandson lived with his parents, and only had time to visit him during holidays. But they couldn't say a few words. Grandpa Qiangzi always felt that his relationship with his relatives was fading. But today, the grandparents and grandchildren got along better and better, and finally participated in the exciting food-grabbing session together, looking at the purchase information that kept popping up on the screen. The grandfather and grandson smiled. "My dear grandson, you are so lucky. You are young and quick. Grandpa only grabbed one cabbage last time. You grabbed so many." Qiangzi was flattered by the praise, but he did not deny his grandfather's contribution and praised, "Grandpa is still amazing. If it weren't for Grandpa, we wouldn't have discovered such delicious dishes." Qiangzi's parents came back and found that the grandfather and grandson were particularly harmonious today, and his father talked more. "Dad, what are you so happy about?" Qiangzi's grandfather hadn't answered yet, but Qiangzi answered first. "Grandpa bought vegetables. We bought a lot of vegetables. It's the one we ate last time." "The cabbage from last time?" Qiangzi's father asked. Getting the old man's affirmative answer, the couple's eyes lit up. "How about we stay at Dad's place for 2 more days?" Qiangzi's father was eager to try, and his proposal was recognized by Qiangzi's mother, but was sneered at by Qiangzi's grandfather. "Now you know to stay for 2 more days? It's okay. You guys go back to work. I can finish it by myself," Grandpa Qiangzi said in a strange voice. The couple blushed, a little embarrassed. They are indeed busy with work all year round, and they only see the old man a few times a year. They can't stay for long when they meet, so they want to go home and lie down, relax and continue working. This time, they don't want to go back early to relax. "Dad, I was wrong. I will come back to see you often in the future. Don't rush back." Chapter 54. Yunwan only sold a small portion of sweet potatoes and radishes, and kept the rest as raw materials for fine processing. Boletus is a fungus, and cannot be preserved for too long. Currently, there is a shortage of tools, and it will take some time to make spicy mushroom pellets. So Yunwan sold them all. She was reluctant to sell all the other vegetables, leaving enough for her own food. After the harvest, the green on the land quickly shrank, and the remaining area was a vast dark brown, waiting for the next round of sowing. Yunwan took out the exchanged seeds and distributed them to the planting robots. Every 2 robots planted a square of soil. The high-level spiritual soil and spiritual fields were behind the Lord's mansion, and were managed by 3 robots. After the exciting food-grabbing incident, fans have not yet calmed down from the violent fluctuations of joy or wailing, and they saw the changes of Shenong Star Farm on the screen. Looking around, the land is arranged into neat squares, like a huge piece of chocolate, which is extremely in line with the aesthetics of arrangement and very pleasing to the eye, especially for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Shenong Star Farm is really a blessing for them, especially pleasing to the eyes. They even directly took screenshots as smart brain screensavers, and looked at them every day to feel refreshed. The red planting robot dug the soil, sowed seeds, and shuttled back and forth between the land according to the established instructions. The lively and busy scene made fans look forward to the next harvest. Yunwan put a small live broadcast window next to the vegetable field as usual. As the farm became larger, the vegetable field and poultry could no longer be in the same frame. She had to open another small live broadcast window next to the chicken coop and pig pen, following Yunwan's pace. Fans also roughly knew the size of Shenong Star's vegetable field. Their eyes followed Yunwan all the time, and they walked for a full 20 minutes before they reached the poultry pen at the other end of the vegetable field. The anchor secretly expands the vegetable field every time. Unconsciously, our vegetable field has become so big. Although I still didn't grab the vegetables, the vegetable field has expanded dozens of times. Now it can be upgraded to a farm. Who would have thought that a month or 2 ago, the anchor only had a palm-sized vegetable field, and the crops were not enough for her own consumption? It's normal. Don't make a fuss. The Lord is a woman who wants to dominate the galaxy, and it's normal to have a farm. I'm just worried that the Lord is too busy. My brother has a lot of orders here, and he hasn't told the Lord yet, and the vegetables have been sold out. I'm regretting and hitting my head. Wow! The person above is actually ahead of everyone else. Cooperating with the anchor can also make things easier for yourself. There are more roads that you have never imagined. In fact, my family runs a supermarket. I wonder if I have the honor to cooperate with the anchor. The person above. You should give up. Otherwise, You will consume all the goods you buy. Where can you make money? You are too naive. They don't want to make money. They just want to buy a lot of the Anchor's dishes for themselves. Too bad. Anchor. Anchor. My family also runs a supermarket. I sincerely help you sell vegetables. Everyone, please sit down. No one is more sincere than me. Host. I will order 1 million worth of goods first. Looking at the barrage of comments asking for cooperation. I don't know if it's true or not. The number is so dazzling that Yunwan can't see clearly. She doesn't want to discuss cooperation with so many people. It's a waste of time. Besides, she has a ready-made partner and doesn't need to discuss cooperation herself. Yunwan put Ji Lian's work contact information in the introduction of the live broadcast room and directly outsourced the work. Luckily, I made preparations in advance. Otherwise, I would have to face a lot of contracts alone. And I would have to work 24 hours a day. Dealing with too many people would be physically and mentally tiring. With Ji Lian's help, she could give him many market-related matters. As for how to negotiate cooperation, she didn't care. As for the price, she didn't worry about Ji Lian selling at a high price. It's not that she believes in Ji Lian's character, but things are precious because they are rare. The quantity of Shenong Star vegetables has increased, and with her stable price, Ji Lian's pricing will also tend to be a suitable price. This can be attributed to the macro control of the market. Just after re-editing the introduction, the pigs in the pig pen suddenly screamed, and the harsh sound made the neighbors' chickens flutter and panic in the pen, making a lot of noise. What happened? What happened? The piglet suddenly screamed. Could it be that she was about to give birth? Yunwan also thought of this, and hurried to call the professors, who had moved to the laboratory. She is indeed about to give birth. Professor Luo stood outside the circle and observed, while other professors were inside the circle to comfort the restless sow. I don't know if someone stroked her too hard or if the piglets in the sow's belly were making a fuss. But the sow, which had calmed down and hummed weakly, suddenly became agitated again. You guys are too rough. I will personally deliver the baby for little Pink later. Professor Luo had a serious face, and his mustache was so solemn that it could not be blown away by the wind. The professors were already busy, and Professor Luo was sweating profusely when he spoke. The days on Shenong Star were very leisurely, as if they had started their retirement life in advance, and they could receive food from the Lord from time to time. There was only one bad thing. There were too many good things here, not to mention that they could not study them all. It was as if they had returned to the years when they were students. They did not understand this. They did not know that, and were scolded by the teacher every day. This was okay. The key was that the teacher was old, and still wanted to do everything himself. Let an old man in his 60s or 70s deliver a pig. What if he gets kicked by an emotionally unstable pig or slips in the pen? This kind of is it okay? If not, I'll do it scenario has happened frequently since they temporarily lived on Shenong Star. Teacher, you should stand outside. This pig is very healthy and very strong. I can't hold it down. At the critical moment, Professor Luo did not insist, which caused trouble for other professors. He was too nervous just now, and said it casually. His purpose was to make them be more cautious, and he didn't really want to do it himself. He was still clear about his own body. If he personally delivered the piglet, he might end up killing the piglet. He couldn't bear it. The birth was going on in the pigpen. As an accompanying family member, Yunwan was also infected by the professors. Her breathing was a little rapid. She was anxiously waiting for news outside the delivery room. The fans who were watching the live broadcast also stopped what they were doing nothing, and quietly waiting for the results. Come on, Piglet. You will have a baby soon. Come on, Piglet. For the piglets, for the meat, for the bright future of the galaxy. Soon. Good news came from the delivery room. It's born. The piglets are healthy. Yo! They're kicking me, a female professor said, gently placing the piglets on the mat prepared in advance. Another one is out. Oh my god. There's another one. Quick! Keep delivering the babies. The delivery room was in chaos, with countless exclamations, and finally the professors took a deep breath. Oh my god! Lord! Come and see! 10 piglets have been born. Hearing the professor's exclamation, Yunwan had a similar scene in her mind. CEO? His wife gave birth. 10 babies. She was the CEO. And she had 10 golden piglets, which was very good. Yunwan was escorted into the pigpen to check the piglets. They hadn't opened their eyes yet, and their skin was wrinkled, but they looked very healthy, leaning against the sow's arms and sucking milk. Thank you for your hard work, Professor. Yunwan first thanked the professors, who took care of the pigs for her without asking for anything in return. Without them, the piglets would not have been born so smoothly. Shenong Star's pig farming business still depends on these powerful professors. And Yunwan can't always take advantage of other people's labor for free. Although Yunwan would often prepare some food for the professors as a thank you. Long-term cooperation cannot be so unclear. Professor Luo, I think we can continue to cooperate. Yunwan walked out of the pig pen and left space for other professors, who still had to continue postpartum care for the sows. I'd like to hear more details. Professor Luo nodded. It was obvious that he had been thinking about further cooperation with Shenong Star. With the increase of pigs, it would be a bit of an advantage to let you be responsible for pig feed. How about this? I will buy the feed you developed, and leave the pig and chicken breeding affairs to you. I will buy a few robots to help with the chores. In exchange, you can take a piglet back every time a pig is born. Professor Luo was very satisfied with the cooperation method proposed by Yunwan. He knew that the Lord of Shenong Star was not a person who would hide things. But he was still surprised that the other party generously contributed piglets again. To be honest, the work they did on pigs was not difficult. As long as the Lord was willing to spend time, he could figure it out. But she was willing to give them a chance. The fact that their laboratory had special experimental pigs was all thanks to the Lord's selfless dedication. Even if they made major discoveries on pigs in the future, the Lord played an indispensable role and was a well-deserved founder, just like he discovered Shenongsu. In the paper, he wrote 2 pages of thanks to Yunwan. If it weren't for the limited space, he could have written another 10 or 8 pages, which made him more excited than writing the paper itself. The two reached a friendly cooperation. And Professor Luo also had his own problems. Our laboratory is not well staffed. Can we let some outstanding students come here for internship? Of course. I feel relieved to have you here. Thank you, Lord. This is also Professor Luo's little selfishness. He has a hunch that Shenong Star will be very popular in the near future. Not only for ordinary people and nobles in the interstellar, but also for their group of researchers. He seized the opportunity and took the lead in fighting for opportunities for the Imperial Military Academy. At that time, those old friends will be so envious and jealous. Hee hee. Juju is safe in production. Yunwan saw that the professors had arranged everything in an orderly manner without leaving any obstacles, and continued to take the fans in the live broadcast room to visit the changes on Shenong Star. Today's protagonist has not yet appeared. Walking slowly, like taking a walk. This speed is just right for fans to experience the changes on Shenong Star immersively. Wow! There are more green belts. Such beautiful flowers. The Lord actually found such beautiful flowers. It looks like a ruby. So charming. And pleasing to the eyes. Who designed the green belt? So beautiful. It doesn't feel desolate at all. I think it might be very comfortable to live on Shenong Star. The Lord's current direction seems to have started infrastructure construction. And immigration may be open soon. Unfortunately, working on the capital star, I may consider a holiday home on Shenong Star in the future. Chapter 55. Yunwan continued to move forward with her fans, passing by the hotel and the royal construction team who were resting. And the comments were in an uproar. They didn't know about the cooperation between Shenong Star and the royal team yet, and were very curious about how she invited the royal construction team. Blindly guess that the anchor has an incredible background. Impossible. If there is a background, how can we not find the mastermind behind the rumors? The comments were full of different opinions. And Yunwan smiled and explained, don't guess randomly. We just have a cooperation. After walking a few steps to the Shenong Star restaurant, she answered the fans' curiosity. This restaurant was built by our cooperation. As the camera moves, fans can see the full picture of the building in front of them. The building is silver white with a metallic texture, and the top is a beautiful arc with 5 large characters on the sign. Shenong Star Restaurant. Shenong Star Restaurant has 3 floors, providing different dining environments. The first floor is the lobby, which may be noisy and crowded, and provides set meals. The second floor has a better dining environment and a quiet environment, and provides ordering services. The third floor is a private room, which provides ordering services. Yunwan introduced them one by one. The spicy dried radish and hot and sour noodles mentioned to you before will be sold in Shenxing Restaurant. Everyone is welcome to come and patronize. Ah? Does the anchor mean that they are not sold to the public and can only be eaten in Sheningsing restaurant? No. The children are tens of thousands of miles away and have to go to work every day. They can't eat them at all. Anchor. Anchor. Look at this. I really want to eat it. Sell it in the live broadcast room? I beg the anchor to sell food in the live broadcast room. Don't worry. The spicy dried radish and hot and sour noodles will be divided into two parts. One part will be used as ingredients in the restaurant, and the other part will be made into simple packaging and sold in the live broadcast room. Everyone will have the opportunity to eat Sheningsing food. The fans were aroused, knowing that they could still eat the new products of Shenong Star. They were no longer anxious and began to care about Yunwan's restaurant. In this case, why did the anchor open a restaurant? Isn't it complicated? Don't you believe in the purchasing power of the live broadcast room? Yes. Yes. Don't put it in the restaurant as ingredients. I can buy all the new products by myself. I feel that I understand what the anchor means. Don't forget that the anchor is a lord and has to pass the planet assessment. Opening a restaurant can attract a wave of traffic to Shenong Star. The above person gave the right answer. Shenong Star should be extremely short of people now. Although the latest planet assessment standards have not been released, there have been requirements for the number of people in previous years. I see. The host is going to start working hard. I knew I could trust the host. Come on. Host. Don't let Shenong Star be recycled. This is my lifeblood. Seeing the discussion in the barrage, Yunwan touched her nose. She is an incompetent lord who has not even started preparing for the planet assessment. Although the requirements for the planet assessment are updated every year, the contents are similar every year, except for the number of standards. The planetary assessment requirements are formulated based on the rating and grading of the previous year. For a barren planet like Shenong that has no rating, the assessment standards are very low. She plans to wait until the planetary assessment standards are released before making preparations. The updated planetary assessment standards will be sent to each lord 3 months in advance every year, and 3 months of preparation time is very sufficient for her. Moreover, her development direction coincides with the planetary assessment requirements, and they are also carried out simultaneously. However, the fans are right about one thing. Shenong is indeed extremely short of people now. After she solved her personal food and clothing problem, the vegetable field gradually expanded, and she discovered this problem. With the accumulation of capital, the development of Shenong Star has also entered a new stage and faced new challenges. At present, making money is no longer a problem for her. She has a powerful and irreplaceable money-making machine, the Shenong Star vegetable field. After solving the problem of food and clothing, she must consider the more comprehensive food, clothing, housing and transportation problems. That is, infrastructure is her current main task. But it is not just a task of infrastructure. In addition to better developing Shenong Star as a lord, she also wants to improve her happiness index living on Shenong Star, which requires more facilities, such as being able to eat delicious food when going out, and being able to visit supermarkets and parks in her spare time, etc. These are not the happiness that can be replaced by convenient interstellar express delivery. But Yunwan can't open a supermarket and cook delicious food by herself, and she might be exhausted to death. This also puts forward a new requirement for Shenong Star. That is, more human resources. The best way to attract people is the specialty of Shenong Star: food. Therefore, Shenong Star Restaurant is particularly important to Yunwan and Shenong Star. Shenong Star Farm can attract customers to spend money, while Shenong Star Restaurant can attract tourists to spend money. The former can stay at home, while the latter must go to Shenong Star. Now that they are here, are you still afraid that they will not spend more money? As more people come, business will gradually develop, and the economy of Shenong Star will be revitalized. Supermarkets and entertainment facilities will be invested in without Yunwan worrying about it. She just needs to wait and enjoy. It can be said that Yunwan has high hopes for Shenong Star Restaurant. This restaurant is the starting point of everything. Most importantly, it is the starting point of her wonderful interstellar life. She wants to unlock new recipes, unlock new delicacies, bring all the chickens, piglets and various delicious vegetables from the farm to the table, live a life of wealth and leisure with clothes and food provided, and become a winner in life that everyone envies. The corners of my mouth can't help but curl up when I think about it. Well, everyone is so concerned about spicy dried radish and hot and sour noodles. and Shannon Star Restaurant is about to open. So I won't hide it. Today, 50 lucky fans will be randomly selected from the live broadcast room audience and fans who follow Shenixing. And a portion of spicy dried radish or hot and sour rice noodle will be randomly distributed for free tasting. On the day when Shenixing Restaurant opens, the 2 delicacies will be officially on sale. And the whole process will be live broadcast. Welcome everyone to come and support us. The live broadcast lottery is very simple. Just click the lottery at the bottom of the live broadcast room. Set the lottery rules, and a small turntable will pop up in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. And the lottery will be automatically drawn. After a while, 50 lucky fans were freshly baked. And the barrage cheered. Oh my god! Family members. Who knows? I have never won a dish. But I won a prize to try it. I won it! It is more exciting than winning a dish. My hands are shaking. I made a mistake. I just entered the live broadcast room after receiving the message. And the prize draw is over. Although I may not win. I want to slap myself twice. The person above reminded me. I will immediately pay special attention to the Shenixing live broadcast room. Lu Huai has been a frequent visitor to the Shenixing live broadcast room these days. He watches it before eating, before going to bed, and after waking up. In 2 days, he watched all the replays of the Shenixing live broadcast. Feng Feng thought his general could finally do something else. But he did. He watched it twice. Third. Fourth. Feng Feng was so tired. The other 2 teammates were quite happy, and even joined the boss to watch. Feng Feng held his forehead and beat his chest. The opponent was too strong. I don't know what crooked tricks the boss used, but he couldn't forget her even when he hadn't met her. And now the 2 teammates, who were not smart to begin with, were also trapped. After counting, he was the only one who remained sober, and was not fooled by the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. The more terrible thing is coming. Today, this woman is on live broadcast. It is obvious to the naked eye that the 3 people watching the live broadcast suddenly seem to be on stimulants, grabbing food and winning prizes with great pleasure. Luckily, they are in a special ward, in a remote part of the sanatorium, without neighbors, and will not disturb other patients. Otherwise, other patients may think that there are 2 crazy people in the next ward. Why 2? The calm and self-controlled boss certainly won't get excited and crazy. But his eyes are always on the live broadcast. And he also participates in the shopping activity that he used to disdain. It is obvious that he is also addicted. The boss didn't say anything. As a patient, it's reasonable for his personality to change suddenly. He became like this. He likes to look at beautiful women. Just think of it as awakening the true nature of men. It's better than having a stern face and being lifeless every day. Now he watches the live broadcast every day. And his mood is good. Maybe his condition will get better. But why are the 2 teammates here to join in the fun? Feng Feng really wants to pinch their shoulders and shake them hard. And release super loud waves in their faces. Look carefully. It's all Lu Rant's honey trap. Wake up. You are not sick. However, Feng Feng did not do it, and was dragged into the food-grabbing team by the 2. He wanted to refuse reflexively, but the boss's eyes suddenly fell on him, facing Lu Huai's dark and deep pupils. Although the other party had no expression and no extra movements, Feng Feng understood what he meant. The boss also hoped that he could participate. Feng Feng sighed. Who made the other party his boss? Participate if you want. Then, he didn't grab it, but everyone else did. Boss is the best. He won the lottery. Hot and sour noodles and spicy dried radish sound delicious. Xian Zhuang looks fierce, but his tone is innocent. He is like a bear that exudes danger, but has a good personality. He is drooling at the honey hanging on the tree. I'll give it to you when I get it, Lu Huai said. His dark pupils were filled with a soft light because of winning the lottery. Thank you. Boss. Boss. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Lu Li took advantage of the opportunity. Yeah. You get one too. Brother Feng. Why are you standing there? It's okay. Even if you didn't get anything, we'll give you some. Lu Li noticed that Feng Feng, who was in a bad mood, was a little distant from them, and comforted him. It's okay. I don't want to eat either. He was in a bad mood. He didn't want to participate. But if he participated and didn't get anything, that was another matter. Feng Feng was angry. This Lord of Shannon Star was full of tricks. And he was using all these fancy tricks to exclude him. Right. There must be a calculation. It was definitely targeted at him. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the boss and they all got everything but he didn't? He lives in this live broadcast room. I don't believe he can't get it. While several people were still immersed in their own emotions, Lu Huai stared at the Shinong Star restaurant on the screen and suddenly said, "Contact the construction team." "Is the sanatorium repaired?" "Ah? Oh. Okay." Lu Li agreed and contacted the Royal Construction Team directly. After receiving the call from the superior, the Royal Construction Team was a little confused. When they learned that the other party was here to inquire about the progress of the sanatorium construction, they felt a little guilty. What progress can be made when the construction has just started? It will be repaired soon. Maybe in a few days. Lu Li heard the contradictory answer from the other side. What do you mean it will be repaired soon? And in a few days? It shouldn't take a few days to repair the house. Right? As the messenger, Lu Li didn't quite understand what Lu Huai wanted to ask. Nor did he quite understand what the Royal Construction Team was answering. It seemed that the information matched. But it didn't seem to match. Anyway, he conveyed the answer to Lu Huai truthfully. After listening, he didn't say much. Just said, "Put the sanatorium first." Lu Li raised his eyebrows and continued to pass on the message. He and the Royal Construction Team understood the reason why Lu Huai suddenly asked. He felt that the construction of the sanatorium was too slow. After hanging up the phone, Lu Li was silent. Originally, he thought Feng Feng's worries were purely unfounded. But now he agreed with him a little. Regardless of whether this was Lu Rant's conspiracy, the boss's attention to Shinong Star was really too much. Chapter 56. Yun Wan took her fans on a tour of Shinong Star, letting them get a general idea of the current situation on Shinong Star before going offline. Only the small windows of the vegetable field and poultry pen were left open. Before the Shinong Star restaurant opened, she still had a lot of preparations to do. Don't worry about the ingredients. The menu will be discussed when Chef Wang comes to Shinong Star. But the kitchenware and restaurant decorations must be purchased in advance. Before buying supplies, Yun Wan first made an account and recorded the current income. The current balance in the smart brain is all the income she earned from selling vegetables and buying land. Excluding some daily miscellaneous expenses, there are still nearly 25 million star coins left. After not having to save money to buy a planetary shield, this sum of money was very rich for Yun Wan. She simply cleared the planetary debt first and paid off the 9 million yuan loan before, so as to avoid the uneconomical interest. Up to now, the interest has reached 30,000 star coins. This interest rate was so high that Yun Wan was shocked, and she was determined to repay the loan. 9 million yuan was transferred out of the account, and the balance instantly shrank to 16 million star coins, and her shopping action officially began. First, the items related to Shinong Star Restaurant. Yun Wan bought a set of kitchenware according to Chef Wang's request. He would also bring a set of ancestral kitchenware. 2 sets were enough for the new restaurant. Then she bought some cute metal flower pots, some long-necked small porcelain bottles, some cute fiber dolls, a few strings of custom wind chimes, a few mecha cartoon curtains to block the kitchen, and dozens of tables and chairs with a very cyberpunk style. The metal flower pots are used to plant desert roses, as the star flower of Shinong. It is of course the plant with the highest appearance rate on Shinong Star. The long-necked small porcelain bottles are used for flower arrangement and placed in the center of the dining table as decoration. You can cut some roses, peach blossoms, or beautiful branches and put them in to decorate and increase the interest of diners. Dolls and wind chimes are purely decorations, just for Yun Wan's selfish desire. She thinks this will make Xinxing restaurant more cozy. Dolls can be customized, so she simply customized 5 sets of different shapes according to the appearance of the 5 little ones, for sets to decorate the restaurant, and 1 set to the 5 little ones as a souvenir. Yun Wan sent the request to the customer service of the doll house, and the other party asked immediately, "Excuse me, customer, the Q version dolls you mentioned are fine, but what are the cats, dogs, chickens, and snakes behind them? Are you sure you don't want a mecha doll? We have a lot of hot items." Yun Wan slapped her forehead. I forgot that interstellar animals are very rare. She used her smart brain to scan the images of the 4 little ones, and soon generated an anime template image. In addition to the brighter lines, it completely retained the spirit of the original. After thinking about it, she added a little dragon. Dragons and snakes look similar. Just add 2 horns on the head, and then change the color to black, and a beautiful little black dragon will appear. Satisfied, she sent it to the customer service and lazily lay on the sofa waiting for a response. So cute. Customer. You need their different forms. Right? But I don't know much about the habits of these animals, so I can only rely on my imagination. I may not be able to make it perfect. Can you review it when the picture is ready? Okay. Just try to make it cute. After finishing the restaurant preparations, the next step is the infrastructure task of Shenong Star. After the royal construction team completes the construction tasks within the cooperation, she will have to prepare the building materials herself. In order not to slow down the pace of construction, she planned to buy a batch of building materials now. She found the merchant recommended by the construction team and directly bought 5 million building materials, which shocked the owner of the building materials. Are you sure? 5 million building materials delivered to Shenong Star? I have never heard of Shenong Star. Are you the lord of the planet? It's quite impressive. This merchant is a chatterbox. Yunwan placed the order without asking. He immediately sent a message to confirm and talked to himself. Yes. Can it be delivered to Shenong Star? Okay. Okay. Keep building. I'll come and play when it's done. Yunwan personally tested that this boss must be an E person, with an E attribute of 99.9999%. So enthusiastic. No wonder several construction teams recommend his building materials. I guess this boss can be friends with anyone. Although she knows that he may not really come to Shenong Star, she is still very happy to hear others' encouragement. Welcome to play. And you will be given exclusive souvenirs from Shenong Star. Wow. Great. Exclusive souvenirs sound very high-end. If I bring friends here, can I give them one? Yunwan felt that this boss was very good at dealing with people. It sounded like he was really coming. If he hadn't just said that he had never heard of Shenong Star, she would have almost thought that she had met a fan. Of course. The boss's support made Yunwan feel even better. She had already spent the money she needed to spend on Shenong Star. And now it was her turn. From Capital Star to Shenong Star, she was still wearing her old clothes and shoes. It was only after she met the Qin family that she got a new skirt. It could be said that it was the first skirt that belonged to her in her life. After all, wearing a skirt on a waste planet with unstable law and order was equivalent to suicide. After she set up her own business, Yunwan was busy farming and didn't wear her skirt. Who would wear haute couture while doing farm work? Now she had the opportunity to buy herself 2 sets of work clothes and casual clothes for going out. She didn't pursue famous brands, as long as the clothes were simple, generous, and a little fashionable. After browsing the Star Network, she picked out a few shirts and jeans, and bought a few long skirts and short boots for future outings or leisure time. It is very convenient to buy clothes on the Star Network. You can directly scan your body data, and then enter the virtual fitting room to try on clothes. You don't have to worry about buying clothes that don't fit or look good but don't look good when worn. While browsing the clothing area, she also saw some nice accessories in her peripheral vision, and added them all to the shopping cart. After a while, the empty shopping cart had more than 50 items. Yunwan certainly couldn't just think about herself. The 5 kids also had to buy some daily necessities. She called the 5 kids who were bottling dried peach petals and gave them 10,000 star coins of pocket money to buy what they wanted. Of course, they couldn't buy whatever they wanted. They had to get her approval. Sister, I don't want anything. Save the money to buy food, or save it for later use, Yungu said without thinking. This child is always so sensible. He started the conversation. And the little animals, who were originally happy to hear that they could buy things, instantly became like mature adults. And they agreed obediently. We don't want it either. We don't need anything. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She is now the richest person on Shenong Star. The richest person on Shenong Star. A rich woman. Okay. A few poor kids are so considerate to save money for her. They are so obedient. It makes me feel so motherly. If you do this, sister will be sad. Yunwan pretended to pout, frowned, and looked like she was about to cry. The 5 little ones didn't know what happened. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They stood there at a loss, although they didn't know what they had done to make their sister sad. It must be their fault. I'm sorry, sister. Yungu apologized. The other 4 little ones also apologized in a scattered manner, with big doubts in their little eyes. They seemed to be racking their brains to recall what had just happened. The 5 little ones were so serious that Yunwan felt a little distressed and couldn't continue to act. However, The play was already halfway through, so she had no choice but to finish it. Don't blame you. It's all my fault. I just spent my money. If you didn't spend it. Yunwon raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. I'm the only one who spent it. Wouldn't I be very selfish? No. No. We don't want it. You don't want it. But I want it. So I'm selfish. No. No. Then, we want it too. We spend it too. Yun-gu was so anxious that he almost cried. Yunwon was just pretending to be angry. He was really going to drop a little pearl. I didn't expect my sister to be so sensitive. Fortunately, after he finished speaking, Yunwon looked better and asked uncertainly, Really? Really? Of course it's true. Then let's choose something together. Yunwon couldn't help but clap her hands excitedly and smiled. After laughing, she felt that her mood changed too quickly. And when the little ones didn't notice, she quietly narrowed the arc of her mouth and revealed a faint smile. Seeing her mood improve, Yun-gu breathed a sigh of relief. And the tears in his eyes were suppressed. His sister is more like a child than him. She is afraid of the bitterness of taking medicine. And she will cry when she spends more money. When she encounters something, she likes to be alone and not tell him. What will happen to this family without him? Yunwon suggested that the 5 little ones buy some daily necessities first, such as a small nest, a blanket, a face towel, etc. Yun-gu has a separate room, so he doesn't need to buy a nest. But his toothbrush and towel need to be replaced. And the other 4 little ones need to buy all of them. Yunwon directly adds to the shopping cart when she sees a color and style she likes. Next, Yunwon wanted to buy a hair-cutting robot and some combing tools for the little ones. Shishi is a hairless animal, but she strongly requested a small comb for herself. And Yunwon agreed. Finally, she bought some clothes for the little ones. Except for Yun-gu. The clothes for the 4 little ones were a bit troublesome and could only be customized. But after all, orcs are also considered human beings, even if they are in animal form now. Yunwon can't let them run naked while they are still young. They have to start cultivating this kind of moral and ethical awareness. Otherwise it will be difficult for them to integrate into human life if they get used to it. After buying the necessities, the 5 little ones arranged the remaining money by themselves. Yun-gu used the remaining money to buy basic books and some materials that she didn't know what they were. The other 4 little ones looked at each other, as if they were having a secret conversation. And it was unknown what they were thinking. Looking at the shopping cart, Yunwon found that they had bought 3 sets of daily necessities that they had bought before, and also bought a female hairpin and a long skirt. The 4 little ones were mysterious, as if they wanted to hide it from Yunwon. She thought happily, I don't know what the 3 sets of daily necessities are used for, but the 2 things at the end are not gifts for her. The fools didn't know that she could see the shopping cart and already knew their plan. Forget it. She just pretended not to know. Yunwon hummed a tune to pay, and the 5 little ones continued to pick up the remaining petals. They still remembered that Yunwon said to keep their hands clean when touching the petals, and teamed up to get water to wash their hands. Yunwon was even more moved. Where can you find such a sensible and reliable kid? She has 5 of them by herself. Yunwon has robots and good kids to help. But Ji Lian is not so free. After a busy day and a day of discussing cooperation, he didn't even have time to drink water. His throat was almost smoking. After finally sitting down, he immediately sent a message to Yunwon to cry. Lord, stop advertising for me. I feel like everyone in the galaxy is looking for me to cooperate. I'm running out of people. Chapter 57. You've worked hard. Then I'll remove the notice? No. 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 Why did the Lord take it seriously? I'm not suffering. I'm tired and happy. Ji Lian just wanted to show off in front of Yunwon, and he couldn't wait to be happy about the good business. Of course, he still felt a little resentful when he saw Yunwon so leisurely in the live broadcast. Scanning the half-arm high orders, he took a picture and sent it to Yunwon. Lord, great news. Currently, the orders are basically scheduled until after the new year. It may take 3 or 4 years to clear all the cooperation according to your current output. Work overtime to cultivate the land. Lord. Enlarging the picture, Yunwon saw the amount of the top few orders, all of which started at tens of thousands of star coins, and the selling price was more than 3 to 5 times higher than the live broadcast room. This money is really easy to make. You can also say that there are so many rich people in the Interstellar. She even wants to raise the price. But it's just a thought. She still wants more people to eat delicious food. There are many ordinary people like Xiaoyu who can't afford natural food. If she had to drink the unpalatable nutrient solution since she was born, she would feel her soul would be broken. Kind monsters. Less thunder tribulations. Kind monsters. No inner demons. Today is also a beautiful and kind dragon. However, you can earn less money. And forget about overtime. The robots are working overtime. Tell them not to be impatient. This is called good things take time. And you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I have conveyed that they asked in the group when the hot tofu will be available. Ha ha ha. Yunwan clam is stuck. How come the interstellar people are like possessed? Thinking of eating everything? They have only eaten Shenong Star vegetables a few times. And have never even smelled the taste of hot and sour noodles. If they really eat them, won't they be so happy that they will explode on the spot? Let's not talk about the power of food for now. After Yunwan decorated the Shenong Star restaurant, she received a visit request from Chef Wang, who had already arrived at Shenong Star. She stretched her body and relaxed her muscles. And then she had to do a lot of work. Many recipes emerged in her mind, which would definitely bring the happiness index of every tourist who came to Shenong Star to the top. Wang Lu and Chef Wang landed from the spacecraft with large and small bags. The port had not yet started work, and the surroundings were desolate, with no trace of human life. Wang Lu's face was hard not to look ugly. He was carrying 2 large bags and dragging 4 boxes. He was exhausted and thought that he could sit down and rest when he arrived. He drank some nutrient solution and rested for a while. But he never expected it. Before coming here, he had high expectations for this nameless planet. But he couldn't be so shameless and have no requirements at all. This is really a barren planet with 100% barren. It couldn't be more barren. It was so barren that he had only seen it in books. I can't imagine living here in the future. Where to live? On a tree? What to eat? Wild grass. Now he is also very panicked. This planet is quite unique. Chef Wang did not expect Shenong Star to be so desolate. Wang Lu, Dad. If it's really not possible, let's not praise it. I don't know what kind of drug my dad was fed. Seeing is believing. But he is still deceiving himself. A desolate planet can also be seen as unique. He is really hungry. He can eat anything. He can't persuade his father. So he could only quietly open the intelligent brain and tell his uncle about this matter. He was so tearful that he couldn't let his father turn back. And the two of them would soon become interstellar refugees. Send me your location. I'll come tomorrow. Stop whatever he wants to do. Wait till I come. Wang Lu felt relieved after seeing the message from his uncle. The two stood there waiting for Yunwan to pick them up. Soon, a girl emerged from the green forest. She was dressed simply, like the residents of the slums that Wang Lu saw when he was a volunteer at school. But her skin was much more beautiful than those people. So she didn't seem to be living a bad life, but rather exuded a simple beauty. Chef Wang, you came at the right time. The hotel has just been renovated. I'll take you to settle down first, and then take a look around. We'll find time to finalize the menu. Yunwan walked and talked, and the two followed her, curiously looking at the unique scenery along the way. Soon, they arrived at Shenxing restaurant. Not bad. Not bad. Chef Wang walked back and forth in front of the restaurant with satisfaction. Both the side and the front were very well designed. Even more impressive than his previous small shop. The Lord really didn't disappoint him. Wang Lu was also amazed at this moment. This Shenxing is not good looking. But the restaurant is good and can't be faulted. He looked at his father. It's over. He's in deeper trouble. He doesn't know if he can pull it out later. He must not reveal his capital to others all at once. The first floor of Shenxing restaurant has a kitchen and staff dormitory. As the head chef of the restaurant, Chef Wang is naturally treated well. Considering his family, Yunwan specially arranged a 3-bedroom and 1 living room for him, which is very good in terms of lighting and layout. Along the way, Wang Lu was not idle. He thought that if this young lord was fooling his father, it would be impossible for him to be all-inclusive. The interior of this restaurant must be messy and unbearable. When he walked into the restaurant, Wang Lu had prepared his lines, but he just held them back from his throat. The restaurant was spacious and bright, with neatly arranged tables and chairs, all of which were the latest popular styles, clean and simple, with all kinds of cute little decorations. It was more warm and tender. Wang Lu's favorite was the string of cute Zerg dolls. It couldn't be called Zerg. Those animals looked cute. especially the long monster with a tongue sticking out and a curled tail, which looked like a glutton, making people think that the food in the restaurant should be very good. This lord is really thoughtful. It doesn't seem like a liar. No. No. They can design these things if they put in some effort. What a great business. Oh. It was a close call. I almost got cheated. After Chef Wang put down his luggage and entered the restaurant, he was surprised everywhere. The tiredness and running along the way disappeared, replaced by a constant flow of freshness and abundant energy. He visited the future workplace, the kitchen, saw the kitchenware purchased by the Lord, and listened to the Lord's arrangement for the restaurant structure. Everything was much better than he imagined. After the visit, the three sat down in the restaurant, each with a glass of water in front of them and a plate of cherry tomatoes in the middle. Chef Wang, although I said before that I would not interfere in the restaurant's affairs, I still need to discuss some exclusive recipes with you. Yun-Wan took out the recipe plan she had written, which was a recipe she determined based on the types of ingredients available on Shinong Star. Chef Wang picked up the recipe and flipped through it without saying a word, except for the 2 dishes of hot and sour noodles and spicy dried radish, which he was familiar with. He knew the meaning of each word separately, but it was a bit difficult to understand them together. This mapo tofu, pan-fried pork belly, spicy chicken, tomato and egg soup, mushroom chicken soup. Wonderful! Wonderful! How can there be so many delicacies? Chef Wang's face was flushed, and he couldn't put down the simple recipes made by Yun-Wan. Wang Lu had never seen his father look so ignorant, and he glanced at the recipe curiously. What about a little cumin and a moderate amount of chili? He had never heard of these things, not to mention how good these ingredients are. Just these fabricated condiments. If the Lord is bragging, he can only fool an old man like his father. Wang Lu was sighing at his own intelligence, while rewarding himself with a tomato on the table. I don't know where this Lord got the berries from. They are bright red, and taste sweet and sour, which makes people unable to stop eating. I have to say that this Lord really spent a lot of money, and it's not shameful to be deceived by her. However, he had seen through her tricks a long time ago. Wang Lu threw a fruit into his mouth, swallowed it quickly, and was still unsatisfied. I say, Lord, you are a bit outrageous to deceive people like this. His words made the 2 people opposite look at him in surprise. Wang Lu was a little complacent. The Lord must have thought that he had hidden it well, and he was so surprised when he was exposed. He pulled the recipe over, pointed at the words and said, "These things don't exist at all. You made them up. You can't find them on the Star Internet. Lord, next time you lie, you should base your lies on facts, not on fanciful ideas." Wang Lu shook his head as he spoke, as if he was saying, "Your skills are not good enough. Do you think I'm lying?" Yun-Wan laughed. "Why? What do you think I want to lie about? Money? What else?" Wang Lu asked as a matter of course. Yun-Wan laughed even louder. "What nonsense are you talking about? You bastard." Chef Wang's face was full of black lines, and he couldn't stand his stupid son's behavior. How could I talk nonsense? Look at these cumin, chili and so on. Do such substances exist in the interstellar space? Can she produce the real thing? How could my father believe such an obvious flaw just by listening to others talk? Well, let me show you the real thing first. Yun-Wan was not angry either. She took out 7 kinds of exclusive seasonings, took a small pinch of each, and put them in a small box for the 2 employees to taste. After smelling and tasting them one by one, Chef Wang was overjoyed and even blurted out the ratio of ingredients for the hot and sour noodles. As expected of Chef Wang, she was lucky enough that the chef she picked up was very talented in this field. To her surprise, Chef Wang's son, who doubted her, was also very talented and could keenly distinguish the characteristics and shortcomings of each condiment. "Do you still think the Lord is a liar?" Chef Wang lectured with a stern face. Wang Lu's face was red from neck to ears, and he stammered for a long time. He dared to apologize only after confirming that Yun-Wan was not angry. "I misunderstood, Lord, but no one has ever seen these things. Everyone would doubt it. And my father also said that he was doing a big business. Doing a big business on a deserted planet. Do you think I can believe it? Ah, what I mean is, I didn't believe it before, but now I think it is a big business. A big business that will shock the entire galaxy. Stinky boy. You are so stubborn, and you are digging up your father's secrets." Chef Wang felt a little embarrassed when his son revealed what he said in private. So Chef Wang trusts me so much. I hope I haven't let you down. Yunwan smiled as she watched the father and son play around. She was in a good mood as the new employee was full of energy. No boss doesn't want his employees to be ambitious. Anyway, this great cause that will shock the galaxy will be handed over to the two of them in the end. So she won't be tired. Hee hee. Lord, the resources you provide are much higher than the return I can give you. I won't say more. I will work diligently in the future. If you have anything you want to eat, just let me make it. Chef Wang patted his chest and promised. And then asked expectantly, when will we open? If possible. He hopes to open tomorrow. That day will definitely drive diners crazy. And it will also be the highlight of his life. And even make his name written into history. Chapter 58. The chef is not familiar with the recipes yet. So of course, he can't open the restaurant right away. In Yunwan's plan, Chef Wang needs 5 to 10 days to familiarize himself with the recipes. And only when the quality of each dish is stable can Shenxing restaurant be officially opened. Chef Wang knows the importance of the matter. And estimated, Lord, give me 6 days should be enough to master the recipes. And we can open the restaurant soon. Yunwan also cooks. And it is not easy for a chef to completely master a new recipe in 6 days. Chef Wang should plan to practice seamlessly all day. And she admires his professionalism. Don't worry. Take a break. Chef Wang nodded. And then he started practicing the dishes, with Wang Lu helping him. When Uncle Wang arrived at Shenong Star, the two were still busy in the kitchen. Luckily, Wang Lu sent him the location in advance, so he could find a way to the Shenong Star restaurant from the wasteland. You stinky boy. You said so miserably yesterday, but today you ignored my messages and phone calls. Are you too embarrassed to see people because you've been cheated? Uncle Wang's figure hadn't arrived yet, but the loud voice had arrived first, striding into the empty restaurant and finding his brother and his son in the kitchen. The temperature in the kitchen was not low, and the two of them were wearing aprons, one flipping the pot, the other cutting vegetables, busy and sweating, and an intense and unusual fragrance spread in the closed kitchen. Achoo! What smells so good? Uncle Wang walked around the father and son curiously. Chef Wang's hands kept moving. Why are you here? It's your son who said. Ahem. Uncle, stay here for 2 days. I'll give you good food later. Wang Lu interrupted with a guilty conscience. Although Uncle Wang didn't finish his words, Chef Wang had already deduced his son's behavior from his attitude yesterday. Don't listen to this brat's nonsense. He glared at Wang Lu. Yes, I was just talking nonsense. Wang Lu smiled. Uncle Wang had a question mark on his face. Yesterday, his nephew was crying. Why did he suddenly change his mind today? Could it be that they were all fooled by the Lord? He had also seen the Lord of Shenong Star. She was just an ordinary girl, not very old, and didn't seem to have any brains. How could she make 2 people willingly believe her? I think both of you have been fooled. Or else, can you explain why you left Pig Star and your own shop to work for others on a deserted planet? You'll know in a moment. Chef Wang pretended to be mysterious. Okay. Serve. Today he practiced 3 dishes, mapo tofu, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and chicken with hot peppers. As soon as the dishes were served, Uncle Wang immediately picked up his chopsticks to taste them. He had long been curious about how the aroma he smelled would taste. Each dish has its own characteristics. The focus of mapo tofu is the spicy taste. The tofu is fresh and tender, and the light fragrance absorbs the sauce and slowly melts in the mouth. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes are sour and sweet, with a strong egg aroma. It is very delicious when mixed with rice, and it just combines the spicy stimulation. The last dish is even more fragrant. The spicy taste is matched with chicken, and the aroma of meat and vegetables is perfectly combined. He never liked meat, but the only meat dish on the table became the dish he patronized the most, and the one that was sold out the fastest. Reluctantly putting down his chopsticks, Uncle Wang leaned on the chair with his belly bulging and murmured, "It's really good to work here. Is the restaurant still short of people?" he asked in a low voice. Chef Wang's alarm bells were ringing. He just wanted to show off his skills to reassure his brother, not to create more competitors for himself. Good brother. I will come to see you in person when you have something to do. And you have to share the good things when you have them. My happiness for the rest of my life depends on you. Chef Wang was surprised. Brother, don't you dislike cooking? If Uncle Wang wanted to be a chef, It would not be his turn to inherit the Wang family shop. Who said I don't like it? From today on, I love cooking. No one can stop me from cooking. Chef Wang was amused by his brother's tone. Okay, I'll ask for you. Everything depends on the Lord's intention. I can't guarantee it. Good brother. You are the best brother in the world. Uncle Wang praised him so much that Chef Wang blushed. His brother was still as outspoken as when he was little. Nothing had changed. Hey, didn't you go to ask? Why are you in the kitchen again? Uncle Wang said anxiously. Cooking for the Lord, who has been busy all morning and hasn't eaten yet. Oh, then you hurry up. Or should I do it? Uncle Wang said uncertainly. Get out of the way. Will you know the unique recipe? The construction team went out to collect resources every day. And Yunwan also had to expand the vegetable field every day. And then transplant the seeds and seedlings they collected. Unlike seeds, she couldn't leave the work to robots, fearing that the robots' steel bodies would hurt the fragile seedlings. Yunwan had to do this part of the work herself. Just after finishing the work in the vegetable field, she was about to make some lunch, when Chef Wang sent her a message with a rich lunch. Yunwan opened the mountain gate formation to let a few people in, and the rich lunch made her feel very comfortable. Chef Wang was very talented in cooking. The recipes she provided were just some ordinary words. But the finished dishes he cooked were unique in both presentation and taste. And he could be said to be a pair of skilled hands that turned decay into magic. Thank you, Chef Wang. The chef was right. Not only will she be able to help the restaurant make money in the future, but she will also get a lot of conveniences personally, such as not having to work and having enough food and clothing. Lord, you're welcome. Chef Wang put the dishes and rice on the table, and then introduced them to Yunwan. This is my brother. He can cook. I don't know. Sure. We still have a lot of delicious food to show. Yunwan agreed immediately before he finished speaking. In addition to the restaurant, there are many snacks that Yunwan also wants to bring back to the Interstellar. For example, breakfast, buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, supper, barbecue, grilled sausage, etc. She was worried that Chef Wang would not be able to handle it all by himself before they even started. Now there is a chef who comes to her door. So why not use him? After a while, Yunwan and Uncle Wang signed the contract and handed over the snack task to each other. The two returned to the restaurant happily, looking so excited that they almost lived in the kitchen and practiced various dishes day and night. Their Wang family is destined to rise. Uncle Wang was busy and happy on Shenong Star. But his wife and daughter at home were wondering, we agreed to bring my brother, uncle, back within a day. Why is there no news? After the construction of the sanatorium was completed, the royal construction team remembered that someone had asked about the progress before, and reported it immediately. That afternoon, the doctor and the patient arrived at Shenong Star at the same time, and the construction team members, who went to the landing point to pick them up, were still a little confused. There is no need to be so anxious. Aren't sanatoriums in other places better than this newly built one? Even the medical equipment was not delivered until noon, and it was not even warm yet. After taking the group to the sanatorium, the royal construction team continued the construction task. Lu Huai was taken to the ward to settle down. After Dr. Lin checked and confirmed that his condition was stable, he let him go. Where are you going, boss? Xian Zhuang followed Feng Feng to protect Lu Huai's safety without knowing why. Although he thought he would not be assassinated on the deserted planet, he could not resist Feng Feng's insistence. Humph! He must be going to find someone. Xian Zhuang was confused. They had just arrived at the deserted planet. Did they know anyone here? The two followed Lu Huai and walked a few steps before they saw a vibrant vegetable field. Wow! It's more beautiful in person than on the internet, Xian Zhuang exclaimed. A breeze blew by, and the fresh air blowing in his face made him breathe greedily. He didn't do anything, but he felt refreshed. He hadn't seen enough when he suddenly heard Feng Feng exclaim, "Where's the boss? Where's the boss when I'm so old?" Xian Zhuang quickly looked around. Lu Huai, who was just walking in front of them, disappeared without a trace. The surroundings were empty, and only the crisp sound of birds chirping came from afar. Yes, where is such a big boss? The two hurriedly contacted Yunwan and said bluntly that Shengxing ate their boss. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He must have accidentally entered the mountain gate formation. What mountain gate formation? Tell me the truth. Do you know magic? Tell me, where did you take our boss? Feng Feng didn't believe Yunwan's words at all. Yunwan was confused by the inexplicable accusation. How did it involve witchcraft? The new patient was indeed very ill. She made a hand gesture. Opened the mountain gate formation. And replied, "What now? Has your boss come out?" Feng Feng saw Lu Huai suddenly appear. And he was more certain of his guess. Someone had discovered before that the Lord of Shenong Star seemed to be a descendant of Blue Star. This Blue Star had long disappeared in the long river of history. But its fairy tales were still circulating in the interstellar space. But most people thought it was fake and meaningless. Feng Feng didn't believe it before. But this is the only reason that can explain why the boss treats Shenong Star differently. This lord knows witchcraft and specializes in bewitching people. "Boss, are you okay?" Feng Feng stepped forward to support the shaky Lu Huai. Lu Huai's eyes were red. And fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He was not as calm as usual. Nothing. He stood up straight, looking not far away. And his body relaxed from tension. Feng Feng was surprised. And looked forward along his gaze. A girl with a good temperament walked over, looking even more unique and beautiful in the vitality. He looked at the girl approaching with vigilance. Like a dedicated bodyguard, who always pays attention to any abnormalities around his employer. "Are you doctors or patients?" Yunwan originally thought that the patients were accidentally trapped by the mountain gate formation. But she heard that the patients were some retired soldiers. And the men in front of them were still young and strong. And did not look like they needed to be retired. "Lu Huai, patient. I'm sorry to bother you." "It's okay. It's like this for the first time." Lu Huai is good looking. And his attitude is better than the two people who contacted her before. In addition, he is a patient. So Yunwan is very tolerant of him. "Thank you, Lord. You can call me Lu Huai." His voice was magnetic. And his speech was a little strange. All in short sentences. As if he was a foreign language learner, who was not familiar with the language. He lowered his eyes and glanced. And suddenly stretched out his hand to Yunwan. Yunwan hadn't greeted a stranger so formally for a long time. She raised her hand in a panic. And lightly shook her fingertips with the man. While introducing herself, "My name is Yunwan. And I am the Lord of Shenong Star." "Yes." Lu Huai made a short syllable in his throat. He held Yunwan's hand tightly. His eyes locked on the place where their fingertips intertwined. As if observing something. He was so serious that Yunwan was embarrassed to disturb him. His strength was neither light nor heavy. As if he was doing a profound research. Making Yunwan curious about what was wrong with her hand. What's wrong? It was obviously inappropriate for a strange man and woman who met for the first time to hold hands. The man didn't say anything. Yunwan struggled slightly. And the man's strength tightened reflexively. Feng Feng couldn't bear to watch it anymore. So he raised his hand to block the distance between the two. But before he encountered the obstacle, Lu Huai, who reacted, had already let go. "It's just a handshake. There's no need to take so long. Right?" Feng Feng looked at Yunwan, with a suspicious look on his face. Yunwan was speechless. But heard Lu Huai blame himself. "Sorry." A deep voice sounded. "My problem? Do you want to wipe it?" He took out a clean handkerchief from his pocket, and handed it to Yunwan. "Ah? Thank you." In fact, it was just a handshake. His hands were dry and rough. Very clean. And did not need to be wiped. But Yunwan had already taken the handkerchief. Holding the handkerchief in her hand, she heard the other party continue to explain. Chapter 59. "You have good hands. And the vegetables you grow are delicious." He said every word seriously. Like a devout believer. Yunwan was surprised. "Have you eaten the vegetables I grow?" Lu Huai nodded. And Qian Zhuang on the side answered, "Lord, the boss is your fan. I especially like watching your live broadcast." He also grabbed some dried radish. "It's very delicious. We finished it in one meal." After saying that, he smacked his lips with aftertaste. Lu Huai glanced at him expressionlessly, as if blaming him for talking too much. Qian Zhuang put his index finger and thumb together and put them to his mouth, making a zipper-pulling motion. Feng Feng was dissatisfied with Qian Zhuang's flattery of Yunwan, and muttered, "How can it be so exaggerated?" He knew that the actual situation was much more exaggerated than Qian Zhuang said. Yunwan felt warm in her heart when she met a handsome fan. It feels good to be liked by others. Just like waking up in the morning. The warm and gentle sunshine falls on your face. And the dry temperature bakes you warm all day. Thank you for your love. Unfortunately, his cold expression and flat tone made it impossible for her to imagine what his special love looked like. Like a fake fan. Can I see the field? Yunwon almost didn't react to his request. Field? Oh, the vegetable field. Now he looks like a real fan again. Sure. Yunwon really loves her fans. It was not easy to meet a fan on Shinong Star. She was happy to meet the other party's harmless little request. Yunwon took 3 grown men to visit the vegetable field. Lu Huai was beside her, and the other 2 were 6 or 7 steps away and fell behind. When they got close, she realized that the man was much taller than her, and the shadow cast by the sun completely enveloped her. Not bad. No need to use a parasol. Yunwon shrank back into the shadow without making a sound. Lu Huai was surprised by the girl's actions, and his eyes moved away from the vegetable field and fell on her. What's wrong? Yunwon smiled embarrassedly. He had been staring at the vegetable field, and she thought he didn't notice her existence. Is it hot? Lu Huai found that Yunwon was sweating profusely, and her little face became red under the long-term direct sunlight. Sorry. He pursed his lips apologetically. It's okay. It's not too hot. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon now, and the sun is shining brightly. I've already promised my fans, so I can't go back on my word suddenly. Yeah. Lu Huai reached into his trouser pocket, took out a small key ring, pressed it lightly, and a mechanical umbrella popped out. The umbrella handle is made of silver metal, very slender, and the umbrella cover is an irregular metal block spliced with red and black, which is cyberpunk style. These metal properties have changed, and they do not absorb heat or conduct heat. Instead, they isolate the heat source outside, and the 2 people under the umbrella are very cool. Wow, there is such an umbrella. She had never seen it on StarNet. Where did you buy it? It's cool and practical to carry with you. The black color of the umbrella is the purest black gold she has ever seen. Exactly the same as the color of her dragon body. This is my mecha, Lu Huai said. There is only this one. Feng Feng heard the conversation between the 2 people from behind and complained in his heart. He didn't know that the boss's mecha had this use. The first generation of mecha is called the versatile mecha. Due to the special material and structure, it can change into a variety of mecha forms and cause unexpected attacks on the enemy. Normally, they wanted to take a look at the boss mecha, but were not allowed to see it. How lucky was the Lord of Shinong Star to have the first generation of mecha umbrellas to shade her from the sun. Oh! Yunwon was a little disappointed. Her mental power was not high, and her genes collapsed. So she was hovering on the edge of Class B, and she had no way of driving a mecha. After washing the vegetables produced by the system and practicing continuously for so many days, I wonder if her mental power has changed. You have to reach Class A to drive a mecha. There are cherry tomatoes in front, and these cherry tomatoes are especially delicious. Let's go! Yunwon didn't hesitate for long. She was more curious about the mecha, not obsessed. Next to the little tomato was the chicken pen and the pig pen. Seeing someone coming, the chickens chirped curiously and looked out. Lu Huai walked straight towards the animals. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch the chicken's feathers. The feathers were soft and smooth, very comfortable. The chicken was not afraid of people, and stood there obediently to be touched. Feng Feng and Qian Zhuang also stepped forward quickly, and surrounded the chicken and pig, which was very strange. Oh my god! It's pecking my finger. Like it's tickling. Qian Zhuang smiled innocently. Some brave chickens even jumped into his palm. The 3 had never felt the enthusiasm of animals before, and they were so friendly. If they were Zerg, they would have cut off their fingers with saw teeth. These animals have a peaceful power, a harmony that has never experienced killing. Fans who have been paying attention to the vegetable garden and poultry pen windows spotted 3 strangers. Unlock new characters. Why did the Lord bring 3 handsome guys? The anchor is losing his ambition because of playing with things. What happened to the restaurant opening? The family got a bite of the hot and sour noodles each. And I have been so greedy that I can't sleep well for a few days. Hurry up and update the new ones. Anchor. I can't get it online. I'm ready to queue up offline. No one will compete with me. Right? Question: is the anchor in a relationship? A. I advise the anchor not to fall in love. Men will only affect your pace of progress. What are these 3? Anchor. Look at me. An 18-year-old tall man, with abdominal muscles that can be used as a washboard. Driving a mecha to take you shopping every day. Choose me. What do you mean by choose you? Get out of here. Stinky man. Host. Here is a versatile girl. She can be a queen or a cute girl. Please stick with me. Luckily Yunwan didn't read the comments. Otherwise she might be scared by the bunch of comments that gradually went off track. Wife choose me. Husband choose me. Sister choose me. Suddenly, there are many strange social identities on the Star Network. You are awesome. Lu Huai suddenly praised. Yunwan was flattered. No. No. You soldiers are awesome. You have been working hard for interstellar peace. Great. No. Lord. You are better than anyone else. He said it very seriously, staring into Yunwan's eyes. And she felt a mysterious power in them. Even if they were fans, they wouldn't flatter her like this. She was a little flattered. Even if the scope was limited to Shenong Star, she wouldn't dare to say that she was the best. There were still Professor Luo and the others. Thank you, Lord. Yunwan was speechless. Why thank you, Lord? Lu Huai smiled lightly, like a bright ice flower blooming in the ice. Crystal clear, icy but not cold. Finally, a clear expression appeared on his face. Yunwan was shaken by that smile. She was dazed when she heard him continue. All patients with genetic defects should thank you. The barrage was also curious to see what Lu Huai was talking about. Fans who saw the latest research results could no longer suppress their pride. Shenongsu gene repair agent. Although the repair effect is not obvious, it is very effective in maintaining the patient's mental stability. This is interstellar. First time gene repair potion appears. I declare that I am a die-hard fan of Shenong Star. No one can make me stop being a fan. Shenong Star needs protection. The Empire should act quickly. Don't let those nobles take advantage of it. Jishur still refuses to admit that it is related to the Shenong Star incident. I suggest a thorough investigation. Check taxes and cash flow. How dare you touch the national treasure of the entire empire? The stock has already fallen. Previously, those celebrities have clearly hinted that they are taking the blame for Jishur. Unfortunately, the quantity of the potion is scarce, and it is impossible to buy it. I hope it can be mass-produced. My brother really needs this thing. Can the anchor see it? Let's send a private message. For StarCraft, potions are really important. Yunwan's private messages directly exceeded 10,000, and StarNet forced the flow to be limited. After verification, fans can continue to send private messages. Yunwan knew nothing about this. She only knew that Lu Huai retired because of a genetic defect. No wonder he retired so young. Speaking of which, except for the pain of genetic collapse, it seems not bad to retire at a young age. You gave them hope of life. Lu Huai said. Only those who have truly experienced watching their mental power degrade bit by bit, as if the god of death had already announced the death date, but still wanted to torture the dead bit by bit until the heart also failed, can understand this kind of despair. Yunwan's heart tightened. With the help of the system, she almost forgot the severity of genetic collapse, which is a disease that will be cured to the point of being left with nothing. I suddenly felt guilty for my previous thoughts. No one is willing to retire for this reason. As a gifted monster, she clearly felt the death in Lu Huai. No wonder she felt so strange from the first sight. I also have a genetic defect, Yunwan suddenly said. Work together. Things will get better. Her fans. She didn't want them to lose their desire to live. Nothing is more important than being alive. Lu Huai smiled but didn't say anything. Yunwan felt that his color was a little dim, and he obviously didn't take her words to heart. He seemed to know that he was going to die soon, and was ready to leave this world at any time. As a cultivator, she asked herself if she could face life and death so calmly. If she didn't have the system, she would be desperate at this moment. Believe me, things will really get better. Yunwan was glad that she had the system and happened to come to this broken world. She was lucky. And so were they. Yeah. This time Lu Huai responded. His eyes were indifferent. And I didn't know if he heard it. Do you also have a genetic defect? Yunwan felt that his voice was not very stable. Lu Huai looked at her, waiting for her answer. He wanted to prove that he had heard wrong. But Yunwan told him that what he heard was true. You don't look like a patient. Why should you look like a patient? Yunwan's question made Lu Huai stunned for a moment. And then he smiled with relief. Yes. Why should a patient look like a patient? Do you want to have a health check? Lu Huai said. Huh? Is the hospital open for business? Yunwan asked. Lu Huai shook his head. Not yet. But you can go through the green channel. Dr. Lin should welcome you. Do you want to go? He looked at Yunwan seriously, and felt an urgency to accept the request on her behalf. Okay. Can my people also go for a checkup? Yunwan did not forget Yungu and the 4 little orcs. Before, their living conditions were very poor. I don't know if they were infected with parasites, or if their bodies were too exhausted to affect the function of their organs. Let's go together. Lu Huai was 1 step faster than Yunwan and led the way. Chapter 60. Yunwan called the 5 little ones, who were studying. They had already put on beautiful clothes, and today they were wearing yellow clothes. Yungu wore a yellow jacket and very light sports shoes, and his arms and legs were very neat and tidy. A perfect little boy. The 4 little ones were also washed clean, with fluffy hair, and they were very cute in custom-made skirts or small clothes. The 5 little ones walked together, like a kindergarten group outing, full of vigor and vitality. Is this your subject? Lu Huai stared. He had hardly seen many orcs in Yunwan's live broadcast, except for the cute orange cat. Qian Zhuang fell in love with the little orange cat at first sight, and tried to flirt with it. Are you tired from walking, cat? Do you want to rest in my hand? He circled around the cat attentively, and from time to time, he spread out his hands to let the little orange cat walk up. Miami glanced at the unusually tall man, proudly flicked her tail, walked forward gracefully, and ignored him. Later, she couldn't stand the man's entanglement, so she pressed the man's hand with her paw pad and said, "No need." Qian Zhuang froze. Can they talk? After being shocked, he was delighted. What a lovely voice. He declared cats to be the cutest animals in the world. Lu Huai couldn't bear to see his guards being worthless. Are they young? Lu Huai asked. Yes, they are the natives of Shenong Star. Even Lu Huai had never seen an orc who became a subject. Have you seen an orc too? Yunwan asked, seeing that Lu Huai was not very surprised by the orc's appearance. It seemed that he had seen an orc too. There is very little information about orcs on the Star Network. No one knows where they live or how they appeared. Yes, they are experimental subjects. Experimental subjects? Yunwan took a breath. They are not natural products. Why? Yunwan was puzzled. Not sure. Lu Huai looked solemn. The royal family once rescued a group of orcs. They should be failures. They died soon due to various reasons. He looked at the worried Yunwan. Your subjects look different. They should be fine. Yunwan was worried. When she arrived at the sanatorium, she first had the little orcs undergo a physical examination. It was not until the test report came out that she felt relieved. They are very healthy. Dr. Lin pushed the frame of his glasses. These 4 orcs should be successful experimental subjects. He paused, glanced at Lu Huai, and after getting permission, he continued, Lord, it is best not to expose these orcs to the camera. If they are really successful experimental subjects, the Black Ram organization is likely to come to you. Black Ram? A black goat head icon flashed through Yunwan's mind. There was a pattern like this in a hidden corner behind the neck of the robot that the Zhou family compensated her. Is there any connection between the two? Black Ram is an illegal organization that likes to lurk on uninhabited planets to conduct illegal experiments and repeatedly escape the pursuit of interstellar police. This organization is very dangerous and cruel, and has been conducting human experiments. Lu Huai explained. There should be a laboratory of theirs on Shenong planet. Why is there no news about the Black Ram organization on the Star Network? Yunwan showed the search results to the 2. Dr. Lin sighed. Lord, no one knows the details of the Black Ram organization. Even the interstellar police, who have been fighting wits and courage with the Black Ram organization for many years, do not know who the leader of the Black Ram organization is. They know nothing about this organization lurking in the dark. No one knows what their intentions are in doing these experiments. They do a good job of cleaning up the mess and never leave any useful information. Yunwan's throat tightened. The seemingly peaceful interstellar world is actually fraught with danger. Under the calm lake surface lies a ferocious sea monster that is waiting for one's turn. No one knows when it will burst out of the water and start killing people. Is there no way? Yunwan asked. Dr. Lin and Lu Huai fell silent. The answer was self-evident. I understand. I will be careful with the camera next time, Yunwan said seriously. Then my citizen's registration. It won't affect anything. No one except the Lord can view the citizen's information at will, Lu Huai said. Yunwan breathed a sigh of relief. She had already registered the 4 little ones. And luckily there was no problem. Lord, don't worry too much. The Black Ram organization has not been active for several years, and will not return to the previous experimental site. Dr. Lin comforted. Yunwan felt a little relieved. and her eyes followed the 5 little ones playing around. I hope they can continue to live a carefree life like this, Lord. Next is the physical examination of you and your brother, Dr. Lin reminded. Following Dr. Lin's instructions, Yunwan and Yunge completed the complex physical examination items. Dr. Lin looked at the medical report and didn't speak for a long time. Patients are most afraid of doctors being silent and frowning. And Yunwan's heart was lifted again. Is there something wrong with Yunji's body? She asked. Dr. Lin shook his head, glanced at her, and hesitated to speak. Lu Huai pursed his lips. His voice was particularly cold and hard. But the content contained concern. Is it the Lord's body? Is her condition more serious than mine? Lu Huai was puzzled. His condition should be the most serious among patients with genetic defects. But the Lord is basically the same as a normal person. Dr. Lin excitedly raised his head from the test report. What did you say? It's a genetic defect. I was wondering why it was so strange. But how did you do it? Dr. Lin fell into endless confusion. As a doctor who has been focusing on difficult and complicated diseases such as genetic defects for 30 years, he has never seen such a strange disease in his career. Obviously, her mental power fluctuated abnormally. Her brain was severely exhausted, and her organs were also affected by genetic collapse. But her overall physical condition was improving, and the deficit in her body seemed to be made up by a mysterious force. Balance of profit and loss. For her, gene collapse will bring some pain, but it has no effect at all. What's even more strange is that Yunwan's blood test report shows that she has stable Shinangsu in her body. Dr. Lin has a bold guess in his heart. It is Shinangsu that makes Yunwan's body return to a balanced state after gene collapse. They have long known that free Shinangsu can alleviate gene collapse. But Shinangsu cannot exist in the human body for a long time and will be consumed with metabolism. This also means that patients need to continue to inject Shinangsu to maintain body functions after collapse. In theory, this can cure gene collapse. But in reality, the effect of Shinangsu injection is slow, and there is no large amount of Shinangsu for patients to use. Yunwan's condition seems to have become surreal, beyond the scope of human understanding. Dr. Lin's heart is burning, and he can't help himself. He has a hunch that Yunwan will be the key to solving the problem of genetic defects that has plagued the interstellar for thousands of years. Lord! Dr. Lin was so excited that he trembled a little. His throat was dry. He had a lot to say, but he didn't know where to start. After spending 10 minutes to sort out his thoughts, Dr. Lin spoke to Lu Huai and Yunwan in confusion. General, the genetic defect can be cured. Without waiting for the two to respond, he continued to speak. The leader has stable Shinong essence in his body, which has better controlled the disease. His mental strength has not continued to decline and has a trend of recovery. This shows that patients with genetic defects can return to their pre-illness state, or even better than before. Yunwan was thoughtful after hearing this. Lu Huai thought of something else and frowned. You want to use her for experiments? Admiral, this is something that will benefit the interstellar. I believe the Lord will not disagree. Right? Dr. Lin looked at Yunwan expectantly. She probably understood why there was a stable Shinong element in her body. In fact, it was the spiritual energy that was transformed into spiritual power after cultivation. Yunwan was happy to help. But not like this. It seemed that if she didn't help, she would commit a heinous crime. She didn't say anything, but Lu Huai decisively helped her refuse. No, he said coldly. You don't know if the experiment will break the balance of your body. Not everyone is obliged to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the galaxy. The Lord has already paid enough. Admiral, you? Dr. Lin was puzzled. They should have stood on a united front to persuade Yunwan. So why was he still speaking for others? No need to say more. Block the news, and don't let it out. These are tens of millions of lives. Dr. Lin looked at Yunwan expectantly, hoping that she would take the initiative to agree to participate in the experiment. Dr. Lin. Lu Huai stepped to the left and quietly blocked Dr. Lin's sight. Alas! Dr. Lin left disappointed. Lu Huai stared at his back for a while, then turned to Yunwan and said, Don't pay attention to him. And don't feel guilty. Actually, it's okay to agree to the experiment. Yunwan said. Isn't it worth it to exchange one life for many lives? Her tone was very light, as if it was a bewitching chant. Do you think so? Lu Huai asked, frowning even more deeply. Lord, it's worth it for others, but it's really not worth it for you, he said. If you are old or have no will to live, I will advise you to accept the experiment. But your life still has infinite possibilities. The experiment may not succeed, but you can grow more vegetables while you are alive. Isn't this also a benefit to the galaxy? Lu Huai spoke a long paragraph in one breath. Yun Wan knew that he was speaking for himself sincerely. He is a good person and very rational. In fact, he is the biggest beneficiary of the experiment. But he can analyze the pros and cons from her perspective without being affected. Yun Wan confirmed that he was a real fan. Or maybe he would make the same decision no matter who it was. This was his innate upbringing. The atmosphere was too heavy. Yun Wan couldn't help but joke, "You're not just for a bite of food. Are you?" Feeling her teasing, Lu Huai gradually relaxed. "I guess so." He was quite straightforward. "Lu Huai," called Dr. Lin back. Yun Wan's words made Lu Huai purse his lips. Noticing his tension, and knowing that he misunderstood her meaning, Yun Wan explained, "It's not an experiment. I know a way to keep Shenangsu stable in the body." At the same time, she battled with the system in her mind. 10,000. 1,000. Why don't you go and rob? The system has never seen a price cut by 10 times. Not even a fraction of the original price. 3,000. That's enough. This mental method is not 100% effective. There is also the risk of going astray. And the effect of practicing alone is not good. 5,000. The system tried to raise the price. Okay. Everyone has to pay 5,000 blue crystal or to learn the mental method. It can't be changed. The trick to bargaining is to first propose a price that the other party cannot accept. And then propose your own price in the end. Yun Wan agreed too quickly, making the system feel that it suffered a great loss. "Host, you didn't cheat me. Did you? Don't worry. I won't make a profit from the price difference. All 5,000 ores are given to you." Yun Wan achieved her goal and appeased the system. "You are so nice, host." Chapter 61. Dr. Lin returned to the examination room and said in surprise, "Lord, do you agree to participate in the experiment?" Yun Wan asked him to be patient. "No need for the experiment. I know a way to keep the Shenong element in the body stable." Dr. Lin asked in shock, "What method?" Yun Wan took out the dual cultivation method. Dr. Lin took the book with the eye-catching leather cover and opened it doubtfully. When he looked up again, he saw stars and began to doubt the world. "Lord, these ghostly drawings. Oh no! Are these messy words?" If Yun Wan hadn't put a real-life example in front of him, it would have been hard for him not to suspect that Yun Wan had just drawn a symbol to fool him. Yes, this is a mental method. After practicing it, you can stabilize Shenangsu in your body. Practice? Dr. Lin has been getting more and more confused about this world. You mean Shenangsu is a substance similar to mental power that can be internalized into the body's energy? You can say that. Dr. Lin's worldview was greatly impacted. In his lifetime, he thought about developing a drug to treat genetic defects and wanted to be famous for generations. But he never thought that there was a substance that could rival mental power. In this way, Shenangsu can be used as a substitute or supplement for mental power. No wonder the patient can remain fine. But cultivation should not be easy. Right? Dr. Lin returned the mental method to Yun Wan and said the key point. Yun Wan nodded and analyzed the pros and cons to the two. The cultivation of mental method is not 100% successful nor 100% safe. The road to cultivation depends on talent. Some people cannot draw qi into the body throughout their lives. And some people have an unstable foundation after drawing qi into the body. And it is easy to go astray, going against the will of heaven. The road ahead is not smooth. But these risks are not so terrible for patients with genetic defects. Dr. Lin almost shook Yun Wan's hand in excitement, but was stopped by Lu Huai's eyes. "Sorry. I lost my composure." Dr. Lin rubbed his hands embarrassedly. "These risks are nothing. It is much better than being helpless. But in this case, it seems that I can't help with the treatment of genetic defects." Dr. Lin was very ashamed that he had no say in the professional field. Thinking of the moral kidnapping of Yun Wan before, his conscience hurts even more. "I'm sorry, Lord. I was just being careless before." He has no right to ask one person to sacrifice for another person or others. He is really obsessed. And he actually made such an outrageous request before. Fortunately, the Admiral stopped his behavior in time. Otherwise, he dared not imagine the consequences of offending Yun Wan. Wouldn't she tell the matter of the mind method in that case? He almost became a sinner of the interstellar. "I'm sorry, Lord. Thank you for repaying evil with kindness." Dr. Lin bowed 90 degrees to apologize. His attitude was sincere. Yunwan sighed. Dr. Lin, I am indeed angry. But you are not doing it for your own selfish desires. We are all trying to save people. It's not too much. Seeing that Yunwan was soft-hearted and couldn't say harsh words, Lu Huai supported her. Of course. Dr. Lin smiled flatteringly. From now on, the Lord and his relatives will all get free medical treatment from me. Yunwan smiled. No need. It's not easy for you doctors either. Dr. Lin, gene therapy still needs your help. It's better to focus on it, she emphasized. Can you still use me? Dr. Lin was overjoyed. Just now I said that the practice of the mind method is not 100% successful. There may be some problems, which requires you to observe and record the patient's condition. And we also need to summarize some practice techniques and problem-solving methods. No problem. I will definitely do my best. If you don't understand the side effects of the mind method, you can't popularize the mind method on a large scale immediately. Do you have any suggestions? Yunwan asked. Found that Lu Huai's eyes seemed to be fixed on her. She raised her chin and signaled him to speak out his opinion. Lu Huai's eyes flashed with panic when he was caught. But he had a very high psychological quality, and it was not obvious. After thinking for a moment, he said, we can form a 10-person patient team for a pilot. Yunwan nodded in agreement. Dr. Lin was also very sensible. The Lord is usually busy and has limited time. Why don't we teach the method to one of them first, and then come to you for advice when we encounter problems that we can't solve? Yunwan's dark eyes lit up. This proposal touched her heart. Okay. You can teach me. I learned very quickly, Lu Huai said. Dr. Lin looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. Lu Huai, the child of other people's families since childhood, the academic master, the king of the battlefield, is now introducing himself to a girl. I wonder if those professors who once rushed to teach him would be angry or jealous if they knew about it. His admirers would probably be shocked if they knew about it. Okay. Yunwan happily agreed. She had a good impression of Lu Huai. He had a good personality and was a fan of Shenong Star. Now that he took the initiative to take on some of the affairs, it seemed that he had more nostalgia for this world. It was good no matter how you looked at it. While finding a tool, she could also save a life. But Yunwan suddenly changed the subject, almost freezing the smiles of the two. Realizing that she had scared them, she quickly said, those who practice the mind method need to pay 5,000 blue crystal or each. No bargaining. Dr. Lin, Lord, please stop panting when you speak. I was almost scared to death. The two did not ask Yunwan what the crystals were for, and they were relieved that nothing had changed. I'll go form a patient team. Dr. Lin was full of fighting spirit. They must volunteer. The nature of the patient team is similar to that of the experimental subjects. And Yunwan does not want anyone to be kidnapped by morality. Dr. Lin touched his nose. I understand. Shall we start practicing? After a closer look, Lu Huai's eyes also had some more dazzling light. Okay. Lu Huai followed behind Yunwan, staring at her ponytail that swayed up and down with her steps, and felt like a naughty elf dancing, making it hard to look away. Each strand of her hair was full of vitality, and he was close to her, and was inevitably immersed in it. This feeling was surprisingly good. White Night Star. This is the largest medical star in the galaxy, gathering the best medical resources in the entire galaxy, and is Dr. Lin's primary goal. Dr. Lin was eager to redeem himself, and came to the famous medical resource star early. But he didn't expect that the plan would hit a wall before it even started. He told all the major hospitals about the establishment of the experimental group, but only a few people signed up. He felt a sense of loneliness, as if he had a treasure, but no one knew about it. Dr. Lin, the patients who can come to Bay Star for treatment are either rich or noble. How could they possibly participate in the experiment? You might as well just sell gene repair drugs, a doctor from Bay Star First Sanatorium said. Dr. Lin had received favors from Bay Star First Sanatorium. Otherwise, he would not have thought of this hospital when there was something good. But they didn't trust him, so it was fine. Dr. Lin returned empty-handed and was about to think of other ways, when suddenly someone called him. Can I participate in the experiment? A teenager listened to the whole conversation of Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin turned around and saw the teenager smiling shyly at him. Of course. Dr. Lin quickly agreed, fearing that the only person would run away. I want to ask, is there a subsidy for participating in the experiment? The boy's name is Xiao Gan. who happened to stroll here and heard the news of the experimental group. The family spent a lot of money on his treatment, and now his condition has not improved. And the money has been spent like water. And the family lives in a very tight situation. He didn't want to burden his family. There was no hope for further treatment. But his family was unwilling to transfer him to another ward. Even though he had spent all the family savings, they were unwilling to give up on him. Zhao Gan thought that if he could participate in the experiment, he could give himself and his family an explanation. Just treat this as his last chance. If the experiment failed and he died, it would just reduce the burden on his family. You need to pay 5,000 blue crystal ore, Dr. Lin said kindly. Zhao Gan was puzzled. You still need to pay money? 5,000 blue crystals are not worth much. And they are common energy that can be bought for at most 1,000 star coins. But shouldn't the experimenters be subsidized for general experiments? Why are you paying to participate in the experiment? Yes, our experiment has entered the final stage. And there is a great hope for a cure, Dr. Lin vowed. Zhao Gan didn't quite believe it. If there was really a great hope for a cure, why would the fee be so cheap? Forget it. That's not important. I'll participate, Zhao Gan said decisively. Looking at Dr. Lin, who was happily clapping his legs, he said, Dr. Lin, I'm afraid it's hard to recruit people for your experiment here. I know a place where they might be willing. Do you want to go and see? Dr. Lin did not expect to have an unexpected surprise. He followed Zhao Gan to the place where he said he could recruit people. It turned out to be the intensive care unit. The intensive care unit is for patients who are on the verge of death. Both the hospital and their families are ready to give up on them and let them fend for themselves. There are many patients in the intensive care unit, all of whom have numb faces. When they see Dr. Lin come in, their eyes hardly move, and they don't react when he talks about experiments. Pay 5,000 blue crystal or to participate in the experiment. I have already participated. Zhao Gan strongly recommended it. His words were like a stone dropped into the water, stirring up a small ripple in the ward. What kind of experiment requires payment? A woman mocked. Don't waste your time. We are all dying. No one can save us. If you want to cheat people, go find another place to cheat. No one took the experiment seriously, and no one believed that any experiment could cure genetic defects. Zhao Gan was extremely discouraged. If he hadn't heard the conversation between Dr. Lin and the hospital doctor with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it. You're going to die anyway. Why not give it another try? Zhao Gan encouraged. But his passionate performance was met with silence. Zhao Gan sighed and looked at Dr. Lin embarrassedly. He also said that he could recruit people here, but he didn't expect that no one was willing. Dr. Lin didn't think it was a big deal, and they also had their own concerns. It's okay. I'll go to other hospitals. No one has been able to solve the genetic defect for thousands of years. And it's understandable that people are suspicious when they suddenly say there is hope for a cure. If there was no real example in front of him, he would not have believed it. Dr. Lin and the other two were about to turn around and leave when a strong male voice called them. It was a man in his 30s, with a stubble on his face, tangled hair, and unkempt appearance. I'll sign up. After saying that, he opened the smart brain and asked, How do I pay? Dr. Lin immediately stepped forward and enthusiastically helped him buy 5,000 blue crystal ore and sent it to Shenong Star. Shenong Star? Is it the Shenong Star that cooperated with the royal family to open a sanatorium? A gentle girl asked. That's right. This matter was not widely publicized. The fact that she was able to get the news showed that the girl's family was well off. At least she was a noble. I'll sign up too. Chapter 62. People signed up one after another, and many of them showed signs of excitement. Soon, 10 people were gathered. Dr. Lin pulled the 10 people into a small group and arranged for them to go to Shenong Star to settle down in 10 days. 10 days should be enough for you to make arrangements and go to Shenong Star without any worries. Okay. No problem. Some people still looked confused. They paid money so easily to sell themselves? Regret suddenly surged in my heart. But the matter was a foregone conclusion, and they didn't have many days to live. So I just let it go. Yun Wan was about to start her teaching task. She took Lu Huai back to the safe house, told the 4 children not to go to the small window of the live broadcast room in the vegetable garden, and began to teach Lu Huai how to draw qi into his body. The spiritual energy next to the vegetable garden was more concentrated. So Yun Wan took a mat and sat cross-legged with Lu Huai to practice next to the vegetable garden. While practicing, she told Lu Huai the tricks. Most people can draw qi into their bodies in 2 or 3 days. And those who can draw qi for more than a week are considered stupid. Yunwan was mentally prepared. However, her first student was obviously very talented and successfully drew qi into his body in less than 2 minutes. You have great talent. Yunwan was a little jealous. She relied on her experience as a demon cultivator to quickly draw qi into her body. As a native interstellar person, she had never been exposed to cultivation before. She was able to touch the threshold of drawing qi into her body in a very short time and successfully draw qi into her body. She was already a child of destiny. If he lived in the world of immortal cultivation, he would definitely be a disciple that all major sects would compete for. Hearing Yunwan's praise, Lu Hui said modestly, "Master, you teach well." The breeze blew past, blowing up his messy hair, adding a touch of unruliness. "Well, it seems that I am quite suitable to be a teacher." Yunwan stretched lazily. She felt very accomplished for the first time to teach her apprentice so successfully. Yunwan put on the teacher's airs. "You continue to practice. Try to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. And when you reach the critical point and can no longer absorb spiritual energy, we will proceed to the next step." "Okay." Lu Hui agreed obediently and continued to practice. After waiting for a while, he opened his eyes again. Yunwan was meditating with her eyes closed. He stared at her long eyelashes for a while, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. The sun was shining brightly, and everywhere I looked was full of saturated and intense colors. The girl in front of me seemed to be glowing even in the shadows. "Why don't you continue?" Yunwan asked. Lu Hui closed his eyes in panic, and after a long time, his disordered breathing gradually became normal. Feng Feng squatted by the vegetable field in boredom, unable to understand what his general was doing. Mysterious and strange. Who can tell me what happened? After leaving the sanatorium, the two went straight to the vegetable field and sat in the shade with their eyes closed to rest. "What are you doing?" "Brother Feng, you think too much. The boss doesn't need us to worry about him now. Just treat it as a trip. Don't make such a fuss." Xian Zhuang followed the cat and advised Feng Feng. "Why do you only think about playing?" Xian Zhuang pouted. "Anyway, I don't want to continue to stand guard. Isn't this just a light bulb?" "What light bulb? Is the boss the kind of person who likes women?" Xian Zhuang was speechless. "What else? He likes men? Like you or me?" Frightened by the imagined scene, Xian Zhuang rubbed his face. "Brother Feng, why are you so concerned about the boss's private affairs? That's none of our business." "No, the Lord of Shenong Star is not worthy of the boss." Xian Zhuang glanced at Feng Feng. "In your eyes, there is probably no one in the entire galaxy who is worthy of the boss." He wanted to persuade Feng Feng not to think too much. The Lord obviously had no other intentions. But the boss, shaking hands, holding an umbrella, and approaching him little by little, had ulterior motives. I don't know if the boss really likes the vegetable garden, or if he has other intentions. Xian Zhuang has good eyesight, and clearly saw Lu Hui just smiled. The killer god who dominated the Zerg battlefield seemed to have some worldly desires. His opinion was different from Feng Feng's. He felt that the boss was not worthy of the lovely lord. After all, the boss's body. The 1.8-meter tall strongman couldn't help crying when he thought that the boss fell in love with the lord but couldn't be together. The boss life is so miserable. It's not easy to meet the right person, but the ending is destined to be unhappy. He wiped his eyes, sighed, and was about to find a cat to play with to soothe his wounded heart. In a blink of an eye, he found that all the little beastmen had disappeared. Why didn't anyone play with him? He is more pitiful than the eldest. Okay. The 4 little ones suddenly disappeared and prepared to go back to the abandoned laboratory. Yungu was taking a nap. Yunwan was busy. And the 4 little ones found an opportunity to pack supplies and return to their second home. "Snake, do you still want to bring a doll?" Ah Huang had a small cloth bag tied to his body, and his little paws stepped on the ground with a heavy head. Shesh's tail was wrapped with a small fat snake that looked 70% like her, with its head tilted and its eyes blinking. Ever since Yunwan handed out the dolls, she had been very fond of them and would even sleep with them. This time when she went back, she couldn't help but want to take them with her. "It will get dirty," Miami reminded. "I'll wash it clean." Shesh's tail was still wrapped around the doll. Miamia didn't say much, and after a moment's hesitation, she also took the cute cat doll with her. Ah Huang was small, so she gave her doll to Wang Wan to carry together. The 4 little ones were ready to go and returned to the abandoned laboratory from the cave. "Ga, you're back. Ga." The crow circled in the air for 3 times to welcome him. The little monster raised his eyes from the darkness. The 4 friends came back with big and small bags, and it seemed that they brought back a lot of good things. "Are there any delicious sweet potatoes?" he thought expectantly. "Did Grandma find it?" Meow Meow put down the package and asked. "No, Ga. I didn't go out." Meow Meow knew what Crow meant and felt a strange feeling. They had been away for so long, and the grandmother was so smart. How could she not know? Shaking his ears, Meow Meow first distributed the gifts he brought to his friends to them. In addition to 2 sets of daily necessities, there were also varying amounts of sweet potatoes, small tomatoes, spicy dried radishes, etc. Yaya saw a small tomato rolling out, and he opened his big mouth without any care and swallowed the tomato into his mouth. "Yaya, spit it out. That's bad. Silly bird. Eat everything." Ah Huang jumped up and slapped his wings hard on his big mouth. Yaya swallowed it in 2 mouthfuls, tilted his black head, blinked his eyes, and his yellow pupils showed wisdom. "Delicious. Gaw. Alas, I can't do anything to you. Eat this. This is sweeter." Ah Huang took out a well-preserved tomato and stuffed it into Yaya's mouth. "Where's the little monster? Come out," Snake called tenderly. The octopus boy walked out of the darkness again. The light was dim, but his eyes were still not used to the light stimulation and shrank unconsciously. "Come. Eat." He doesn't often communicate with people, so his reaction is a bit slow. Before he moved, a bag of delicious food was stuffed into his arms. There were many foods he had never seen before, which smelled delicious and looked beautiful. The little monster's eyes sparkled, revealing his excitement. In addition to food, there are also useful things. Ah Huang took out a toothbrush like a little teacher and taught the 2 how to use it. This is called a toothbrush. These bristles are used to clean teeth. We should do this first, then this, and then this, and then our teeth will be clean. Gaw. Clean. Gaw. Yaya pecked a small tomato, and then raised his head to listen to Ah Huang's tireless talk about the new things. After eating and drinking, the 6 children, who had not seen each other for a long time, huddled together, leaning against the wall, and imagined the future with satisfaction. It would be great if Yaya and the little monster could also become female subjects. Snake sighed. "Gaw. Subjects. Gaw. What are subjects?" A voice that had never been heard before suddenly sounded. The 5 little ones looked around, and Ah Huang stood up. Who is talking?" Finally, several people's eyes focused on the little monster. "Little monster, are you talking?" Shishi asked softly, and the whole space was filled with her echo. "Yeah." Being stared at by so many people, the little monster hid himself in the darkness and spoke again. "What is a vassal?" "A vassal can legally live on Shenong Star," Ah Huang explained. "Shenong Star? The name of this planet is Shenong Star," Meow Meow continued. "What a nice name." Separated by a wall, the grandmother burst into tears. She heard everything the little orcs were saying. She had already noticed the moment the little orcs left. For some reason, she didn't stop them. Perhaps she was tired of the days of never seeing the sun. Fortunately, the Lord seemed to be a good person. The grandmother clenched her fists, and at that moment, she made a decision against her will. Rather than living in peace for a lifetime, it is better to give it a try. The little orcs still have a bright future. Living in a dark corner for a lifetime is too painful. Shenong Star, don't let her down. After a while, Meow Meow brought her gift. A long skirt and hairpin spread out on the bed. Very beautiful in moonlight white. I haven't worn new clothes for a long time. Grandmother didn't say much, accepted Meow Meow's kindness, put on a long skirt, put on a hairpin, and walked out of the room. Her face was youthful, and with a long skirt, she looked like a graceful girl, and the little beastmen stared at her. Does it look good? Grandmother turned around, her skirt flying, and her figure graceful. Beautiful, the little beastmen said in unison. After appreciating the skirt, the grandmother sighed, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. You go back. Don't let the Lord worry. The grandmother's words made the little beastmen stunned in place, and the smiles on their faces froze. Ah Huang was the first to react, tears bursting, crying loudly, Grandma, don't chase us away. We will never disobey again. Woo woo. As she cried, the lights flickered, the power was disconnected, and for a moment, the entire basement fell into darkness. The crying continued, infecting the other little orcs, who also sobbed. A group of children surrounded her and cried. Fortunately, her grandmother had a lot of experience in dealing with such scenes. She squatted down calmly, kindly gathered the orcs into her arms, and gently patted their backs. Don't cry. Grandma won't drive you away. You will always be Grandma's children. Grandma was wrong before. Since the Lord accepted you, I should also visit you. Ah Huang was so shocked that he forgot to cry. Grandma, are you going to move in with the Lord too? It depends on the Lord's arrangement. In the darkness, the little orcs made rustling sounds, and the grandmother could feel their happiness and excitement, which had never appeared in her previous dull life. No matter the result, they at least had the opportunity to participate in this colorful world. The grandmother once again confirmed the idea deep in her heart. Chapter 63. After the power was restored, the little beast men were excited to share their daily life in the Lord's mansion with their grandmother. The grandmother sat in a rocking chair with the 6 little ones around her knees. We can study with the female brother. There are many beautiful mechas on it. We have learned a lot of new words. Meow Meow said while licking her paw. Ah Huang was not to be outdone. There are many delicious foods. The female planted such a large vegetable garden. As she spoke, she spread her wings to gesture, spreading her wings to the maximum, using the wing tips to exert force, and even the toes kept on tiptoeing. But it was still not enough to describe the vastness of the vegetable garden. There are also dolls. She curled up her tail and tilted her head to kill the little green snake doll and handed it to her grandmother. It's very soft and feels very comfortable. Woof woof. Wong Wong was the atmosphere group, wagging his tail wildly and actively echoing his friends. I also have a doll and small clothes. This is my little chicken. Wong Wong also actively took out the Q version of the tongue-flicking flying ear puppy doll, bit it in his mouth, and put it on his grandmother's lap. Give mine to Grandma too. Ah Huang struggled to arch up the chicken doll that was the same size as himself. Ya and the little monster stood side by side. They had heard these descriptions once, and they still enjoyed it again. They looked at the beautiful clothes and dolls of their friends with envy. The dolls were in different shapes, like a smaller version of themselves. They wanted them too. They are all good children. The grandmother smiled lovingly, looked at each doll carefully, and returned them to each little orc. These dolls were well made, and it was obvious that they were made with great care. The little orcs loved them, and she would not steal their love. This is the Lord's gift. If you give it to someone else, the Lord will be sad. Keep it well. The little beastmen put it away obediently. When we have money, we will make a lot for Grandma. Gaw! Make a lot. Go back. Don't let the Lord worry. Grandma patted the little beastmen and pushed them towards the cave entrance. The 4 little ones were reluctant to leave. Grandma, when will you come? Meow Meow asked what everyone was thinking. I'll come when Grandma is done packing. The 4 little ones walked towards the cave entrance, looking back every few steps. Crow and the little monster looked at their friends, who were about to return to the happy nest with Indy, and they also wanted to follow. You two can go together. The grandmother saw their thoughts, and did not intend to shackle them in this dark basement. Crow and the little monster shook their heads. Gaw! Wait for Grandma. Gaw! The grandmother laughed. No need to wait. You go first. In the end, Crow and the little monster could not resist their inner desire and yearning for a new world, and walked out of the abandoned laboratory with the 4 little friends. Lord, Lord. A pleasant male voice sounded in her ears. Yunwan regained consciousness and opened her eyes. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was getting darker. A day had passed just like that. She stared at the handsome face in front of her with her almond eyes, and was absent-minded for a moment. After a while, she realized that he was her new disciple. How is your practice going? Yunwan asked seriously. Didn't Lu Huai notice that she fell asleep during the practice? I absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. In 2 days, I should be able to reach the critical point, Lu Huai said truthfully, then hesitated. What's wrong? Yunwan saw that he seemed to have some questions. Lu Huai held back, but still told all his questions. Is that a side effect of cultivation? He frowned slightly, a little worried. What? Yunwan's brain was working very fast, and it took her a long time to figure out what that meant. In fact, She just fell asleep. Yunwan didn't look at Lu Huai's eyes, and her attitude was unclear, trying to muddle through. Yeah. The voice was as quiet as a mosquito, but Lu Huai still heard it clearly. Sorry. I will find it earlier next time. He said it very seriously, and his face was full of self-blame. Yunwan felt uncomfortable. Sure enough, she was not suitable for lying. Lu Huai believed her, and she felt her whole conscience hurt between continuing to lie and telling the truth. Yunwan chose the latter. Actually, I just fell asleep. She spoke very quickly, and if you didn't listen carefully, you would have no idea what she said. Huh? Lu Huai tilted his head. I didn't hear it clearly, so forget it. The confidence to tell the truth is gone. Yunwan can't help but act like an ostrich. It's good that you're okay. Lu Huai's eyes were burning. Yunwan felt embarrassed to be stared at. Yeah. After making a big fool of herself in front of Lu Huai, Yunwan felt that her career as a teacher had started off badly. She was dry-mouthed and quickly changed the subject. It's time for dinner. Right? Do you want to eat together? Is it okay? Lu Huai also followed Yunwan's lead to start a new topic, and didn't hold on to it. The incident of falling asleep during training was successfully turned over. Yunwan's confidence returned. Of course, after tasting the food of Shenong Star, I guarantee you will want to borrow another 500 years from heaven. Talking about her favorite things, the girl's face seemed to glow. Thank you, Lord, Lu Huai said. It's my first time as a guest. I didn't prepare any gifts. What are you being polite about? Yunwan was startled by a shadow on the way back to the Lord's mansion with Lu Huai. Boss, it's me. Don't kick. It hurts. Feng Feng exclaimed, got up in a panic, and walked in a mess. Be careful of the vegetable garden. Yunwan was protected by Lu Huai behind her. Before she could figure out what was going on, she heard the man's cold voice. Feng Feng didn't dare to disobey the order. He jumped left and right like a monkey, and finally avoided every precious vegetable. When he stood firm, he was sweating profusely. The boss's aura just now. It is possible that he would be killed if he touched a leaf of vegetable. Scared to death, Feng Feng was still in shock when he saw Lu Huai following Yunwan into the Lord's mansion. He immediately followed. Boss, we should go back. You go back first, Lu Huai said without turning his head. With a bit of boasting. The Lord invited me to dinner. Yunwan wanted to invite them to eat together, but Lu Huai had made arrangements, so she didn't say much. Feng Feng was left alone in the wind. He felt that the development of things was completely out of his control. There was no way to stop the boss from getting too excited. On the way, Feng Feng met Qian Zhuang, who was drooping, and grabbed him. What should I do? The boss is having dinner with the Lord of Shenong Star. Eat? Where? Qian Zhuang was shocked. Feng Feng pointed in the direction of the Lord's mansion, and Qian Zhuang immediately ran over. Hey! What are you doing? I asked you to work with me to find a solution. Why are you running? Qian Zhuang was too big, and Feng Feng couldn't stop him at all. He saw Lu Li, who had not been seen for a day, on the road again, and quickly stopped him and told him about the boss's meal. Great! I'm going too. Teammate after teammate left him one after another, and Feng Feng was determined. Go! I'll go. Then he will go too. If you can't beat him, just join him first. Whether the Lord is bad or not is still unclear, but the spicy dried radish is indeed delicious. Bringing Lu Huai back, Chef Wang has already set up the dinner and left, and the 5 little ones are sitting at the table waiting for the meal. Sit anywhere. Don't be polite. Yunwan warmly entertained. Lu Huai chose a seat closest to Yunwan. The dazzling array of dishes on the table made him raise his mouth involuntarily. Boss! Qian Zhuang rushed into the living room in a swift and decisive manner. When Lu Huai looked at him, his movements became gentler, and he said aggrievedly, Boss, why don't you take me with you to dinner? Lu Huai had a headache. He glanced at the table reluctantly and said gently, Lord, I have to take my subordinates to dinner, so I won't bother you anymore. Let's go together. Yunwan tried to persuade Qian Zhuang to stay. Lord, you are so nice. Before Lu Huai could say anything, Qian Zhuang sat down next to Lu Huai. Yunwan stood up and prepared to add another bowl. Lu Huai said coldly, Go get your own bowl, and wait for the Lord to hand it to you. Understood. Qian Zhuang stood up and went into the kitchen. No need to wait for him. Lord, Please enjoy. Lu Huai was polite. Oh, okay. Yunwan scooped a spoonful of tomato scrambled eggs and rice. Seeing her start eating, Lu Huai and the little beastmen couldn't wait to start eating. Lu Huai had just picked up a piece of cabbage and hadn't put it in his mouth when the two behind him came in late. Boss, we came just in time. Lu Huai, you really know how to pick the time. There are seats. Yunwan saw that they knew Lu Huai, and one of them had just been accidentally injured on the road. She felt embarrassed and simply invited them to have a meal together. Lord, they have big appetites. One is fine, but 2 or 3 will be a burden to the Lord. Lu Huai is not going to keep them for dinner. Boss, why are you like this? The Lord has let us eat. Lu Li wailed. The bowls are here. You guys are here too? Xian Zhuang came out of the kitchen and joined the battle. Why should Zhuang stay for dinner? Lu Huai's forehead was bulging with veins, and his head hurt from the noise. Yunwan quietly pulled Lu Huai's sleeve. Come together. There are a lot of dishes. Lu Huai glanced at the guards, who looked back at him affectionately, and compromised helplessly. Listen to the Lord. No noise, he demanded. The guards immediately displayed their professional qualities as warriors, and all actions were carried out quietly and quickly. Soon they sat down at the table in an orderly manner. They did not dare to be too presumptuous, and they picked up the dishes and ate in a reserved manner, although they had restrained themselves and slowed down. The frequency was more than twice that of the little orcs. The little orcs looked at the 3 extra people curiously. They eat so fast, Ah Huang said coquettishly. I envy their big stomachs. The childish words made the grown men blush, looking at the sharply reduced amount of food on the table. They were a little afraid to pick up their chopsticks. Don't talk nonsense. Just eat. Miao Miao and Ah Huang whispered in each other's ears. Hearing this, Lu Huai glanced at the guards, and the 3 of them put down their chopsticks at the same time. Then, he looked at Yunwan, who was sipping soup with concern. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Lord. No. No. After finishing the last mouthful of soup, Yunwan put down her chopsticks. Enjoy your meal. Have you finished eating? Lord? Xian Zhuang was pleasantly surprised. Like a big dog waiting for food. Then these dishes. There were still many leftovers on the table, and Xian Zhuang couldn't help but set his sights on the leftovers. Wash the dishes when you're done. Lu Huai's words startled Yunwan, and she thought he was talking to her. But when she saw Lu Huai looking the other way, she realized he was talking to his personal guards. What should we do with these dishes? Lu Li was still a little unsatisfied. I didn't dare to eat too much just now. I wasn't even half full. Do you guys still want to eat? Yunwan asked. It seemed that they didn't eat much because of Lu Huai's pressure. Can I? Several people said in unison. Yes, yes. 3 pairs of wolf-like eyes made Yunwan embarrassed. Then, the 3 of them turned into table-cleaning masters, and all the remaining dishes went into their stomachs. Lu Huai couldn't bear to watch the guards wolfing down their food. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them wiped their mouths in satisfaction. Wash the dishes, he ordered. Yes, sir. The 3 of them moved in unison, quickly collecting the dishes and entering the kitchen. Hey! No. No! Lord, take some rest. They are eating for free. Let them exercise. Yunwan, since the meal started, she has been taken care of frequently. For a moment, she couldn't tell who was the host and who was the guest. Chapter 64. After the meal, before Lu Huai said goodbye, Chef Wang and the construction team arrived one after another. Lord, please go ahead. Chef Wang motioned him to wait a moment. His business was about the restaurant, which should take some time. Yunwan simply settled today's wages for the construction team, and was told that they might not be able to continue collecting resources for Shenong Star tomorrow. Are you going back? Yunwan asked. Yes. Several people nodded, not expecting that they had been here for 2 or 3 weeks. Yunwan suggested, do you want to bring some local specialties back? Can you? Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised. She felt bad eating alone. She had wanted to buy something to bring back. The construction team members helped Yunwan a lot. With their efforts, the resource collection task on Shenong Star was almost completed. There were still 10,000 points left, and it would be finished soon. Accordingly, Yunwan's plant species were greatly enriched. On Shenong Star, various vegetables, fruits, and even watermelons were discovered that had not yet appeared in the interstellar space. They were about to leave, but Yunwan was reluctant to let them go. Of course, Yunwan gave the construction team special privileges. In addition to unlimited purchase of vegetables, they were also allowed to buy hot and sour noodles and spicy dried radish. And each person was given 2 sweet potatoes to make figurines. The construction team was beaming. Thank you, Lord. Even the stingy man who only earned money but didn't spend at the beginning of his part-time job spent thousands of star coins to buy gifts. Many things can't be bought outside. They were lucky to have the opportunity to buy them. Compared with the reluctance and indifference when they left, the construction team felt very lucky when they left, to be able to accept the commission of Shenong Star among so many commissions. Although this planet is not prosperous, and even a little hard, it is so unique, and it has painted a brilliant stroke on their barren hearts, making them understand that this world is better than they imagined. Or no matter what the world is like, this little star far away in the border will always be as beautiful as a pearl. How much they want to stay in this paradise. But life goes on, and they can only say goodbye to this place. They were parting, but not sad, because they knew that one day they would come back here. Bon voyage. Yunwan smiled and waved to them. In addition to the reluctance to leave, the sharp reduction in staff made Yunwan also worried about the opening of Shiningsing restaurant. Chef Wan also came for this. Lord, I have almost mastered the recipes. We can prepare the dishes and open the restaurant. Yunwan nodded. With the continuous efforts of the construction team, the vegetable field has expanded 2 or 3 times. At present, the outer city planting area has been put into use, and the vegetables planted a few days ago can be harvested. We'll start preparing the food tomorrow and open the business the day after tomorrow. So we should have plenty of time. Great. Chef Wang wanted to start harvesting the food tonight, but the Lord was busy, so he didn't dare to make such an inhumane request. It's a new business, so there shouldn't be many customers, but we still need someone to pick them up at the landing point. Chef Wang, do you have anyone to recommend? Chef Wang was thinking about the candidate, and Lu Huai, who had not left, seized the opportunity. Lord, we can help. Hey, you haven't left yet? Yunwan just found that Lu Huai and 4 other muscular men were squeezed in a corner of the safe house. Will it be too much trouble for you? Yunwan asked. He has to practice and help at the same time. The workload is a bit high. Can he do it? It's okay. The 3 of them can help. Lu Huai is very reliable. The heavy work can be handed over to them. The 3 guards nodded immediately, without objection. Feng Feng didn't want to get involved with Yunwan, but he had no choice but to work after eating a free meal. With the construction team gone, Yunwan was so happy that she had 4 young men to help. It was like someone gave her a pillow when she was sleepy. She was lucky. Shenong Star had never been short of manpower for such a long time. Thank you for your hard work. As for the salary, no salary, Lu Huai blurted out. After reacting, he explained, just provide food. As soon as he said this, Lu Huai couldn't help but feel shy. Wouldn't it give the Lord the impression that he was greedy? Okay, then provide 2 employee meals a day. The price of 2 meals of natural food is about the same as the salary they deserve. And in some ways, it is better than paying them directly with star coins. After arranging the staff, the next day, the work of harvesting vegetables was in full swing. Lu Huai and the other 4 came to the vegetable field early in the morning to wait for Yunwan, as if they were going to start work today. Harvesting vegetables should not be easy. We came to see if there is anything we can help with. Lu Huai explained the purpose of his visit. Yunwan welcomed them in, and there was indeed work that needed their help, such as moving vegetables from the vegetable field to the restaurant. And the cooperation with Ji Lian also had to be packed and shipped according to the order. Now she was completely out of her leisure time watching Ji Lian's jokes. She was so busy that she was exhausted. After packing for a long time, she found that the height of the order had hardly changed. It was over. At this rate, she would not be able to ship out all the goods next year. How brightly she smiled at the beginning. How miserable she is now. Fortunately, there were a few more people to help. Lu Huai and his friends were in good physical condition and had strong hands-on skills. They were a little unskilled at the beginning, but after getting started, they packed more than twice as fast as Yunwan. 1/10 of the vegetable field was left unharvested to ensure that fresh vegetables could be provided to the restaurant every day. The harvested vegetables were divided into 3 parts. 1 part was sent to the restaurant. 1 part was shipped according to Ji Lian's order, and the other part was sold on Star Online to give back to fans. All these tasks were handed over to the skilled Lu Huai and others. And she had more important tasks to do. After harvesting the vegetable field, the most important thing was to seamlessly connect to a new round of planting. Yunwan bought a large number of plants in the system, and then set the robot to sow. Many plants brought back by the construction team before have also been bred. Plants like wheat and potatoes need to be replanted. She collected the fruit seeds and put them aside, and made arrangements after she was done. Yunwan continued to be busy in the vegetable field. Would you like some water? Lu Huai had walked up to her at some point and handed her an unopened bottle of purified water. Yunwan was in urgent need of water, so she took the bottle and drank it without any pretense. Lu Huai did not leave, but continued, Lord, the restaurant is open, and the flow of people on Shenong Star will increase. But there don't seem to be many combat robots. Ah, it seems so. Yunwan slapped her head. I was so busy that I forgot the most important security work. What do you suggest? Yunwan looked at him. Since he asked this question, he must have some ideas to tell her. I have some robots. They are good and useful. Can I recharge a VIP card for the restaurant? Lu Huai said word by word. VIP? Yunwan felt that she was too incompetent as a boss, actually letting customers find ways to spend money on their own. To be honest, VIP has not yet been included in the restaurant's business plan. She wanted to wait until the restaurant was on the right track and take it slowly. But why did she suddenly feel like she was being pushed around? But it feels good to have someone offering money. Sure. That night, Yunwan saw some robots that Lu Huai mentioned, filling up 3-star ships. Those who knew were sending robots. But those who didn't thought there was going to be a star war and Shenong Star would be blown up. At Lu Huai's command, the robots landed on Shenong Star in an orderly manner from the star ships, and were at Yunwan's disposal. This is the master controller. Yunwan hesitated as she took the master controller. She stared at the endless robots for a long time. These were all military robots, and they looked much more advanced than the ones she bought on the Star Network. Compared to that, the ones bought on StarNet looked like second-hand goods. She confirmed with Lu Huai, are all these equivalent to restaurant VIP cards? Yes. There are also 3 starships. This person is planning to eat and drink at Shenong Star Restaurant for the rest of his life. Even if a family of 3 spends all their lives, they can't spend so much money. Yunwan couldn't help but persuade, why don't I pay for half? What if you get tired of it, and you can't finish it in a lifetime? No. You can finish it. Lu Huai was concise. Really not? After confirming again and again, Yunwan understood that she had met the best brother in her life. The big brother spent money on her, and Shenong Star took care of all her meals for the rest of her life. This must be a die-hard fan. She used to think that Lu Huai was cold, but now she finally knew what his special love was like. She loved such fans so much that she could get a dozen more. Even these robots and starships together were worth more than $1 billion. She was very curious about how Lu Huai would spend so much money in his lifetime. If you think about it carefully, it's really a waste to spend so much money on a meal. You can't get a refund if you regret it. Yunwan emphasized again. Yeah. The cute look in Yunwan's eyes when she dropped money made Lu Huai's mouth twitch slightly. After a whole day of hard work, the restaurant preparations were finally completed, and the opening news was posted in the live broadcast room. At dawn the next day, Shenong Star officially welcomed a group of new guests. After leaving one shop, Chen Hu immediately paid attention to the Shenong Star live broadcast room, only to find that this was actually a deserted planet. When the dishes were new, they had to start from building the restaurant. This was Chen Hu's longest wait. He was eager to see the progress of the restaurant. He bought some food and participated in the lottery. He was lucky. He won a portion of hot and sour noodles from millions of people. He ate it in 2 bites. Not only did it not appease the glutton in his stomach, but it was even more unsatisfying, making him more and more impatient for the day when Sheningsing restaurant opened. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw the opening information posted in Sheningsing's live broadcast room one night. Without stopping for a moment, Chen Hu immediately packed his luggage, submitted an application, bought a boat ticket, and headed to Shenong Star. It was late at night when he set off, and he arrived at 4 in the morning. The landing point of the spacecraft was empty, and several robots were patrolling back and forth. Although it looked desolate, there were some robots guarding every few dozen meters along the way, which was very safe. With the shadows of these robots, Chen Hu found the way to the restaurant. A huge signboard flashed on the top of the restaurant. He walked into the restaurant. The wind chimes made a crisp sound, and the yellow light fell. The decoration inside the store was very beautiful, with some cute dolls, and the flowers on the table were actually real flowers, exuding bursts of fragrance. Very elegant. Are there guests? Chef Wang was still picking cabbages in the kitchen when he heard the noise in the hall. He looked up and found Chen Hu. He looked familiar. Probably a regular customer of Wang's shop. You're here really early? Chef Wang sighed. A guest arrived so early, and Chef Wang felt that their estimate that there would not be many guests today might be greatly different from the actual situation. Chapter 65. Can we order now? Chen Hu looked around for the menu, and when he looked up, he found the electronic screen above the kitchen window, which played the restaurant's special dishes in a loop. You can go to the table to scan the code, Uncle Wang greeted. Sheningsing Restaurant is a trial industry in the Sheningsing food circle, and the opening day is of great significance. His function is not in this area, and the snack section he is responsible for has not yet started business. So he also took the time to help. Chen Hu nodded, chose a table by the window, and after sitting down, he felt that the cushion was very comfortable. The transparent windows are filled with the dark night, reflecting the indoor scene. Any angle looks like a scene in a movie. Very textured layout and design. Open the smart brain to scan the code, and more than a dozen dishes pop up. Just looking at the pictures, you can tell that they taste good. There are not many types of menus on Shenong Star. He has heard of hot and sour noodles and spicy dried radish, and other dishes are almost in his blind spot. As an old glutton, there are dishes he has never seen before. Chen Hu's heart is hooked and can't stop. His eyes followed the pictures, and he guessed the taste of each dish after each name he passed. Eggs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Egg and mushroom soup. Steamed eggs. Chicken, stewed chicken with mushrooms. Chicken with hot peppers. Chicken with pickled peppers. Vegetarian dishes, mapo tofu. Cabbage with vinegar. Baked sweet potatoes. Spicy bean cakes. Egg lasagna. Chen Hu had plenty of money, so he ordered everything. He was the only customer at the moment, so the dishes were served very quickly, and soon all were on the table. He first ate a bowl of hot and sour noodles to soothe his hungry stomach. Then, he stretched out his chopsticks to the tomato scrambled eggs, spicy dried radish, egg and mushroom soup, which he had never tasted before. He ate all the dishes on the table, and ate 5 bowls of white rice. His favorite was the fragrant and juicy mushrooms, which tasted even better than meat. When he was so full that he couldn't eat anymore, the restaurant gradually had more and more customers. He held his stomach with satisfaction, took a photo of the mess on the table, and sent it to the Tao Thai group. It was comfortable. I haven't eaten so well in a long time. Where is this? Have you never seen the dishes before? Oh my god. I am at the scene. There are not too many people. The restaurant is not full. I am waiting for the dishes. I will report the situation later. An hour later, the group was full of messages urging for the live broadcast and at Chen Hu. But Chen Hu was nowhere to be found, and the person reporting the live broadcast finally came late. Sorry. It is too delicious. I can't spare the time to send a message. And more people are coming. Come if you want to come. The restaurant has started to limit the purchase of each dish per person to only order once. 2 hours later, the group reported the situation again. There is only one hotel here, and it is fully booked. Crazy. 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 How come these people think the same as I do? Stay in the hotel here, and continue eating tomorrow. The old gourmets in the group can't sit still. Curiously bought tickets, and formed a team to go to Shenong Star for dinner. After sitting on the spaceship for 5 hours, the group is now completely quiet. No one is talking. I don't know what's going on. When they arrived at Shenong Star, they thought at first glance, isn't it just an ordinary deserted planet? When they arrived at the Shenong Star restaurant with a long queue, they thought, is it so delicious? When it was their turn to order food, they sat down and ate the rice without even looking up. No time. Really no time to show off in the group. A gust of wind swept the fallen leaves, and they burped. It smells so good. Then they all opened their smart brains to book a hotel, ready to fight again tomorrow. But the result was jaw-dropping. It was only noon, and the hotel was already full. There was only one hotel on Shenong Star. Yun Wan didn't expect the restaurant business to be so good. Many people came from far away, and even took their annual leave, just to come to Shenong Star for dinner. Although there are currently few entertainment activities on Shenong Star, many people choose to stay, and would rather queue outside the restaurant than leave. As expected, the charm of food is infinite. She was too unwise. Fortunately, Lu Huai helped. Several rough men acted as temporary waiters, and kept going back and forth between the kitchen and the dining table. Lien Yunwan personally went to the battle, and barely served the dishes in time. This is when the second and third floors are not open. If the third floor is fully open, the manpower must be extremely tight. The development of a planet is indeed not that simple. If you catch one end, you will ignore the other end. If you catch the other end, you will have no time to take care of this end. Wow! That waiter is so handsome. Look! Look! He's coming! Wow! The apron is so cute. He's the best husband. Yunwan had just served the dishes when she saw Lu Huai surrounded by a group of young girls, who asked for his contact information one after another. Some even boldly expressed their love. Come back to the capital with me, and I'll support you. The girl looked to be in her 20s. She wore expensive interstellar brands, and came from a wealthy family. However, her words and actions were not presentable. Like a little gangster, Lu Huai stood there at a loss with the dishes in his hands. He pursed his lips, not liking to be stopped, glanced at Yunwan, and said softly, "Sorry, I want to serve the dishes." Yunwan felt wrong from his eyes. Like a domesticated wolf, not adapting to the socialization of the crowd, asking the owner for help. Ah! Strange feeling. Those girls were unreasonable, and kept stopping Lu Huai. He refused to let him pass without giving his contact information. The customers waiting for the dishes at another table were already getting anxious. Not to mention that these girls are interfering with the normal work of employees. This behavior of forcibly asking for contact information is already harassment. Yunwan couldn't stand it anymore and walked over to help. "Madam, we have a rule that we cannot disclose employees' personal information. Most people should realize that their behavior is inappropriate at this time. But this girl is obviously overly spoiled by her family, and doesn't think there is anything wrong with what she did. It's just a contact number. Is it necessary?" The little follower beside her also echoed, "That's right. Why are you pretending? Isn't it better to follow our sister Yuan than to serve dishes in this godforsaken place?" Several girls spoke rudely, and seemed to be going to make trouble to the end. Today was the opening day. Yunwan wanted a good omen, and didn't want to escalate the conflict. She said patiently, "He has the right to refuse." "Ma'am, you have already disturbed other customers." The leading girl didn't appreciate it at all. Blocked Lu Huai and opened her smart brain to continue. "Give one. This lady." The smile on Yunwan's face almost couldn't be held back, only to hear the other party interrupt her and sneer. "Hey! Who is this airport? Why are you arguing here? I'm so annoyed." Looking down at her chest, and then at the other party's ups and downs. Yunwan's defense was broken. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. "Ah! Are you his girlfriend? Why are you meddling in other people's business?" Qin Yuan mocked. "So what?" Yunwan put her hands on her hips. "How is it possible? Will he like you?" Take a deep breath. Yunwan went all out, protecting Lu Huai behind her. "Sorry. He is not only my boyfriend, but also my employee. What about you?" Not only did she hook up with my man, she also affected the normal operation of the restaurant. "Lu Huai, just put her on the blacklist. Shenong Star does not accept such guests." "Okay." Lu Huai responded obediently. If you look closely, you can see that his face is flushed. "Employee? You are the boss?" Qin Yuan said sharply. Yunwan raised a smug but polite smile at the corner of her mouth. Qin Yuan was obviously a little lacking in confidence. "So what if you are the boss? I spent 10,000 star coins here. And you? Give them the money back. And get out. You're disturbing other guests." Yunwan didn't even listen to her and directly ordered Lu Huai to see them off. Lu Huai gave him a look, and Qian Zhuang stood next to Yunwan, cracking his knuckles. He threatened, "Do you want to leave by yourself? Or do you want me to help you?" His tall body was like a small mountain, scaring the girls so much that their faces turned pale. "I'll leave by myself. You'll regret doing this to me." Qin Yuan left the restaurant in disgrace after saying such harsh words. After the troublemakers left, warm applause broke out in the restaurant. "The Lord is so nice. The Lord is better looking than in the live broadcast. The Lord did a good job. I have been fed up with them for a long time. They have been blocking the way. I haven't even had a hot bite yet. Thank you for your support. As an apology, each table will be given a small tomato fruit plate. I hope everyone enjoys their meal. When the guests in the entire restaurant heard about the benefits, their eyes lit up. It's okay. It's okay. Lord, we don't mind. We don't mind at all. Lord is so nice. The food is delicious, and he is a nice person. After the problem was solved, everyone looked at Yunwan with fiery eyes. She was arrogant and greeted the guests as usual. But she was actually very embarrassed. While everyone was enjoying the food and no one was paying attention, she slipped out. Let the serving of the dishes be left to the grown men. Lu Hui followed him out without knowing when. Thinking of how she had just agreed to be his girlfriend, Yunwan felt a little embarrassed. Don't mind me. I just said it casually. Yeah. I know. Lu Hui lowered his head, looking quite pitiful. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. This is my first time as a waiter. You did a good job. I can't blame you this time. You are good and they are bad. Yunwan is still angry now. Really? Yes. Do you want to rest for an afternoon? This incident seemed to have left a trauma in Lu Hui's heart. I want to continue working. Lu Hui said seriously. Come on. I'll give you a chicken drumstick when the time comes. Looking at Yunwan's back as she left, Lu Hui's eyes flashed with a smile. He seemed to have mastered the trick of getting along with her. She was so soft-hearted. Mai Shijia lost a lot of fans due to the Shenxing vegetable incident. Finally, it publicly apologized on the entire network and blamed the cosmetics. Only then did the remaining fans reluctantly buy in. Now that the vegetable storm has passed, looking at the hot Shenxing, she has come up with a crooked idea again. This time she is not going to go against Shenxing. But seeing that the popularity of Shenxing restaurant is rising steadily, it has become the top of the food circle. As a natural food blogger, she is not willing to lag behind. Before the big anchor starts live broadcasting, she will start live broadcasting first, which will definitely attract a lot of attention. In order to gain back the lost fans, she immediately bought a ticket to Shenong Star and started live broadcasting to record the whole process. Her live broadcast room was named, Take You to Explore the Restaurant of Shenong Star. As soon as the live broadcast room was opened, the number of viewers increased sharply, which was much more popular than her usual eating broadcast. Mai Shijia knew that her decision was right this time. When she arrived at Shenong Star, she pouted in a place where the camera could not see. I didn't expect that one day she would need to take advantage of the popularity of a barren planet. How delicious can the vegetables grown on such a barren planet be? These netizens are not normal. Shenong Star vegetables are definitely not innocent. Even if there is no poison added, there are contraband. It's not like she hasn't eaten vegetables before. So how can she not know what they taste like? But for the sake of popularity, no matter whether they are poisonous or not, she can only take risks. When she arrived at Shenong Star, she had to queue up at the door under the scorching sun. Mai Shijia put on exquisite makeup. Just now, there were fans praising her. But now her eyeshadow is almost smudged. Sweating profusely, the smile on her face was about to break, and she had to pretend to be looking forward to chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room. After waiting for several hours, she finally entered the Shenong Star restaurant, and was told that the purchase limit was a bit unexpected. This restaurant is quite arrogant. She was sarcastic. She had long been fed up with it, and now she was using all her strength to find fault. Chapter 66. She looked at the interior decoration of the restaurant critically, but she didn't find any problems. She scanned the restaurant twice in disbelief, and finally sat down unwillingly. Her eyes fell on the bouquet on the table, and she finally found a breakthrough. She pulled out the bouquet casually, and the excessive force caused the vase to shake. Mai Shijia didn't care at all, and directly held the flowers to her nose and smelled them. The smell was quite fragrant, better than the big-name perfume. While waiting for the meal, she took the flowers and posed in front of the table. Shenxing restaurant is particularly good for taking pictures. The lighting and atmosphere are very good. Plus the flower props are very beautiful. And Mai Shijia is also good at composing. The pictures were immediately praised by netizens in the live broadcast room. My sister is so beautiful. Love it. I really want to take photos at Shenxing restaurant. This new restaurant looks great. The host should be gentler. It feels like the flowers are about to break. What does the person upstairs know? This is called art. After waiting for a long time, the diners who sat down after Maishijia had their meals. But no waiter came to greet her. Maishijia frowned and looked very ugly. She raised her hand to find a waiter. She wanted to find a particularly handsome one, so that he would definitely help her attract fans if he was photogenic. Unexpectedly, the one who came over was a short man who looked neither good nor bad. Things didn't go as she thought, and Maishijia became even more unhappy and spoke with thorns. Waiter, what's going on here? Customers have been sitting in the store for so long, and no one has come to order food? Her tone was very heavy. Every move was under the live camera, and every conflict was a highlight. She glanced at the number of viewers, and it was indeed increasing. If there were more, it would become popular. Maishijia performed more and more. Sorry, customer. You can scan the code on the table to order food. There are operation steps on the projection screen for your reference. Feng Feng thought it was a normal customer, and was explaining diligently. After seeing the other party scan the code correctly, he was ready to leave. But before he had taken a few steps, the other party started yelling again. Do you have anything else to do? Feng Feng tried his best to be polite. You can't order food after scanning this code? Maishijia slammed the table hard. How do you do things? I came to check out the store after seeing the good reviews online, but I didn't expect the service to be so bad. Sister, don't be angry. There are so many people. They are probably hired as babysitters. Jia Jia. Stop frowning. You are not pretty anymore. Let's not eat here. Eating a meal and being bullied. The fans are increasing. Meisher Jia certainly cannot leave. She glared at Feng Feng and waited for him to explain to her. Feng Feng was also very surprised to see that her smart brain interface was gray and she could not select dishes. He moved closer and saw clearly that there was a line of small words at the top of the interface. You have entered the merchant blacklist and cannot buy its products. Feng Feng kindly reached out to point out the line of small words to the customer, but he did not expect that the other party would dislike it. Don't touch my eye with your dirty hands. Okay? Maishijia raised the rose in her hand and hit Feng Feng's hand. His hand was not injured, but the rose petals were scattered all over the table. Feng Feng couldn't stand it. He never thought that being a waiter for a day would be so tiring. Today he encountered more weirdos than in the past year. He would rather live on the Zerg battlefield than be a waiter again in his life. Guest, the desert rose is a decoration in the store and cannot be destroyed at will. Feng Feng's good temper in this life is almost exhausted. Also, you can't buy things because you have been blocked by the merchant. Maishijia raised her eyebrows. Block me? Why block me? Does your restaurant bully me because I'm a girl? Seeing that Feng Feng couldn't solve the problem, Lu Hui came over to clean up the mess. You should reflect on what you did. The Lord wants to block you. Maishijia felt uneasy when she thought of the vegetable incident, but she was sure that the Lord of Shenong Star would not refuse the money she got. So she was more confident. What did I do? I'm just a customer. It is said that customers are God. Is this how you treat customers? Maishijia made a lot of noise in the restaurant, and many diners could hardly ignore it. Isn't this the Maishijia blogger? A female diner in yellow clothes recognized her. Maishijia thought the girl who was talking was her fan, nodded modestly, and continued to ask Lu Hui for an explanation. No way. No way. Shenxing's black fans dared to eat at Shenxing? The girl in yellow clothes said to the people around her, with her hands covering her mouth exaggeratedly. When she heard people mention the black history, Maishijia's face turned red and white. That was all a misunderstanding in the past. I have already apologized. Okay. Don't keep nagging me. You are still live streaming? What kind of fans are supporting you? Just now you were the one who made trouble. You falsely accused Shenxing before, and now you are the one causing trouble in the restaurant. Are you trying to take advantage of Shenxing? Many diners are fans of Shenxing, and they are not tolerant of Maishijia at this moment. Are you sick? I just came here to eat. It's obviously this restaurant's attitude that is bad. Are you blind? Maishijia was angry. We have good eyesight. We saw that it was you who was making a fuss, taking photos, and damaging the precious natural bouquets, and even making things difficult for the waiter. Maybe you are blind. Can't you see that the Lord has blocked her? TSK. It seems that some people don't know that all those who framed Shenong Star have been blacklisted by Shenong Star, and have permanently lost the right to buy. Maishijia, who knew the whole story, stammered for a long time. She was aggressive just now, but now she can't say a word. Madam, It seems that you are not our customer. Lu Huai made a gesture to invite someone to leave. Mai Shijie glanced around angrily, grabbed her bag and stood up. Wait. You destroyed the bouquet. You need to pay 10,000 star coins. Feng Feng found a chance to take revenge. Isn't it just a flower? Why don't you go grab the 10,000 star coins? Mai Shijie was hysterical. She was wrong first. And everyone in the restaurant was laughing at her. Although she was indignant, she still paid the money with curses. Just treat it as feeding the dog. After leaving the restaurant, she wanted to play the victim with her fans to make up for some of the financial losses. The boat ticket plus the compensation of 10,000 star coins made her feel very painful. Unexpectedly, when I looked at the situation in the live broadcast room again, the number of viewers dropped sharply. And the comments were extremely unfriendly, saying that she deserved it. Mai Shijie was completely broken. That was not what I said just now. Are her fans all guided by their appearance? It's terrible. I hate people who act recklessly and recklessly in public the most. Hua is so beautiful. What did Hua do wrong? I just stopped being a fan and have stepped back. Please be informed. There is no need to rely on Shenxing to gain popularity and find faults and say bad things. This is really unpleasant. Bad to the core. The number of followers kept declining. Except for the zombie fans. All the active fans ran away within an hour. Mai Shijie couldn't stand the result of planning for so long and still nothing happened. Things didn't get better, but got worse. She sat down on the newly repaired street of Shenxing, like a bereaved mother, crying without caring about her image. Compared with Mai Shijie's weird operation, Li Xinxin's live broadcast room is refreshing and the air is much cleaner. She has a simple and elegant appearance, a typical Oriental classical beauty, and is now reviewing the various delicacies of Shenxing restaurant for fans. The hot and sour noodles that everyone is most curious about. I'll try it for you. Tomato scrambled eggs. Sour and sweet. I like the color. Everyone must try tomatoes. It's completely different when cooked and eaten as fruit. Both are delicious. Mapo tofu? So tender. It melts in your mouth. Oh my god. What is this? It looks like meat. It wasn't there this morning. It's a new product. I recommend everyone to try this spicy pepper chicken. The taste is more delicate than the pig and beast. Very tasty. Each different way of cooking makes the chicken taste different. If you can't eat spicy food, I recommend this chicken stewed with mushrooms. Siha. Li Xinxin abandoned her husband, who was working today, and came to Shenong Star to enjoy it alone. Before eating, she didn't forget to take a photo and send it to her husband to make him jealous. After eating, she held her heavy stomach and couldn't help complaining to her husband. I'm going to gain 5 pounds today. Don't be afraid. My husband won't dislike it. Do you dislike it? Wife, do you still remember your husband staying alone in the empty room? Looking forward to the starry eyes JPG. What's wrong? I forgot to say that I won't reply tomorrow. Ah? Are you going to abandon me? Is food important or am I important? Sorry. I choose food this time. Woo woo woo. Pack me one too. Li Xinxin showed her chat with her husband to her fans, and got a lot of ha ha ha. I also choose food. My husband can be anyone. But there is only Shenxing for food. I apply to marry Shenxing. And we will grow old together. Let go of that planet, and let me come. Am I the only one who envy the waiters for being able to get close to the Lord? They are so strong. They must have eaten a lot of delicious Shenong Star meals. Is it too late to apply for Shenong Star now? Most people were just talking nonsense in the live broadcast room. A few people tried to search for the recruitment needs of Shenong Star. And they actually found the recruitment notice. The salary is 5,000, which is average. And food and accommodation are included. It's really good. The news spread from 1 person to 10. And many people enthusiastically submitted their resumes, preparing to go to Shenong Star to live a retirement life in advance. What's the big deal about low wages? The Lord provides meals. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Shenong Star restaurant no longer receives guests and closes forcibly. The few people who have been busy all day can take a break. Yunwan can see today's turnover from the backstage. The revenue from morning to night is as high as 50 million. This is the profit from Yunwan's limited purchase. If there is no purchase limit, the restaurant's income may double. Now diners are more curious about Shenong Star restaurant. They may not be so crazy after getting used to it. But even if it is conservatively estimated that it will stabilize at 50 million in the future, it is a remarkable turnover no matter which planet it is placed on. The income from selling the land was only 20 million in total. She made a net profit of 50 million today. Suddenly, she felt the substantial benefits of being a lord. The restaurant makes money faster than selling vegetables. Yun-Wan is finally a rich woman who is not short of money. In addition to the hot and sour noodles and spicy dried radish sold in the live broadcast in the morning, and the settlement amount of the orders that Ji Lian has already shipped, she has earned 70 million in the past 2 days. The business is so good, but the supply of vegetable fields is a little insufficient. The new batch of vegetables is still growing. 1/10 of the original reserve for the restaurant is not sure whether it can last for 3 days. Making too much money is also worrying. Looking at the money she made, and then comparing it with the wages paid to Chef Wang and others, and the exhausted employees, Yun-Wan felt like an evil capitalist. Raise wages. Must raise wages. When she was free, Yun-Wan found that the number of private messages in the live broadcast room was about to explode. She quickly looked at the messages and found that most of them were about gene repair drugs, and a few were about urging vegetables to be put on the shelves. Gene repair drugs are also very important, and they must be put on the agenda after these busy days. But urging the vegetables to be put on the shelves? We just sold a wave of vegetables today, and we are urging them again? Yun-Wan felt a kind of mental fatigue that could not be stopped. She was going to be exhausted. Luckily, the recruitment information that was sent out and who knows when had received a response. And hundreds of people actually submitted resumes. Okay. Add one more to tomorrow's work list. She can't do it today. Tomorrow she will start screening resumes and pick at least 2 people to take over part of the work. Chapter 67. Early in the morning, the restaurant opened on time. As soon as Chef Wang opened the door of the restaurant, he saw a long queue of diners outside the door. With the experience of the first day, Uncle Wang led the guests into the restaurant in batches according to the procedures. Chef Wang and Wang Lu prepared dishes and cooked in the kitchen. Lu Huai and others still worked part-time as waiters. Everything went well. Yun-Wan left the restaurant and started to screen resumes. Although there were hundreds of resumes, after screening minors and the elderly, only 300 were left. Yun-Wan contacted them one by one and presented the job information in detail. Only dozens of people had a strong desire to come to Shenong Star. In the end, only 5 people passed the interview and signed employment contracts. Surprisingly, among the 5 people, there are not only graduates from the Federal Noble Academy, but also students from Chunyu Star University, which ranks 3rd in the interstellar world. Xiao Yu is an acquaintance of Yun-Wan. She majored in architectural planning at Chunyu Star University and applied for the Development and Reform Department, in charge of Shenong Star's infrastructure, which fully meets Yun-Wan's employment requirements. The positions provided by Shenong Star are waiters, secretaries of the Shenong Star Development and Reform Department and the Planetary Management Department, etc., which are all frontline jobs. It is very unexpected that such a high-achieving student can apply for the job. Yun-Wan was afraid that they were just on a whim, so she confirmed the entry procedures and the time of employment with them again and again, and all 5 of them firmly chose Shenong Star. At present, the economy of Shenong Star is booming, and the original welfare benefits were too outrageous. Yun-Wan slightly raised the salary to 8,000 per person per month. Other welfare benefits are the same as those required by the Star Interstellar, including food and accommodation, natural food employee meals, and single employee dormitories. The 5 people were pulled into a separate small group. Welcome everyone to join Shenong Star. Clap 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 JPG. Please change the note to name plus position at all members. Wenji, waiter hello. Boss. Hu Yuanang, Planet Management Department hello. Lord. Xiao Yu, Development and Reform Department Lord. Do you really provide natural vegetable meals for employees? Yes. We have a special restaurant on our planet. Fu Ran, waiter looking forward to it. I can actually eat it every day in the future. Chinya, waiter happy JPG. Fu Ran and Wenji were also waiters in the restaurant. They didn't have a high salary. After eating the vegetables from Shenong Star once or twice, they immediately fell in love with it. However, due to limited funds, they couldn't afford it even if the vegetables from Shenong Star were the most cost-effective in the circle. Watching Shenong Star live broadcasts every day has become their daily activity. Recently, Shenong Star restaurant opened, and they followed a few food broadcasts and experienced food virtually on the Star Network for free. And they couldn't stop. I don't know who started it, saying that they could go to Shenong Star to work. They tried to search and found that there was really a resume submission channel. With a fluke mentality, they submitted their resumes, but they didn't expect to receive a response. Shinong Star is very remote, but the Lord gave too much, and even provided natural food for employee meals. That is a delicacy that many people line up for but cannot buy. The competition for a dish online is more intense than the interstellar college entrance examination. The two passed the interview and signed the contract, and immediately posted a blog to show off everywhere. Shinong Star restaurant prospective waiters should learn about it. It is said that the employee meals are natural food. The comment area below exploded with envy and jealousy. Oh my gosh! Someone really applied for Shinong Star. Envy! My resume was not accepted. Cry. Are you still short of people? I want to go too. I want to go. But the system is in base star. Oh my god. The only way for ordinary people to achieve natural food freedom has been found. Stay tuned for more. Love to read more updates. When she likes to surf the internet, and directly opened a post about her daily work life on Shinong Star. Lu Tang had just returned home from a few days of fun at Shuesong Star with his friends. The old man was staring at him in the living room with a look of disappointment. You're back? Grandpa Lu had a stern face. Come here and kneel down. He picked up his cane and knocked on the floor in front of him. Lu Tang's was gone, and he sat down on the sofa in a sloppy manner. Why should I kneel? My aunt said bad things about me again? You are not doing your job properly. So you are afraid of what others say? If your aunt hadn't told me, I would have really thought you were investing seriously. Grandpa Lu held the cane and pretended to hit him. Lu Tang dodged sideways and intercepted the cane that almost fell on him and put it on the other side. I have investments, Lu Tang argued. Grandpa, why do you take what my aunt says seriously? Do I have a good relationship with her? Does she know a lot about my affairs? You just gossip behind my back. You invest. You had a blast hanging out with your friends this time. You still have money to invest? Seeing Lu Tang being stubborn, Grandpa Lu was furious. It took a lot of effort for Lu Tang to appease Grandpa Lu and convince him that he didn't spend money recklessly and did invest a sum of money to open a hotel. Shinong Star? You open a hotel on it? Grandpa Lu is old, but he is still a master in the investment circle. He shook his head when he heard about this unknown planet. In his opinion, Shinong Star has no investment value. However, it was not easy for his grandson to do it. Even if he was just perfunctory, at least he took the first step. Grandpa Lu's mood had improved, but he didn't expect that after a while. Aunt Lu came to visit leisurely and asked about Lu Tang's investment situation. Aunt Lu Tang liked to say bad things about him, and then praised his cousin by the way. Not only did she use his incompetence to set off his cousin, but she also exaggerated and said that he was naughty, and used the status of an elder to suppress him. Every time he couldn't help but refute, he would get into trouble, and the old man still believed her, which made him very angry every time. Dad gave you 100 million, and you only invested 10 million? Tang Tang. I'm not saying that your parents died early, and no one cares about you, but you can't be so unreasonable. I'm really worried about handing over the assets of the Lu family to you. Aunt Lu shook her head and waved her hands, looking down on Lu Tang. Sorry. It's not your turn to worry about the assets my parents left me, Lu Tang retorted rudely. Grandpa Lu kicked him. How can you talk to your elders like that? That's my attitude, Lu Tang said indifferently. If you don't like it, don't come. This orphan is different. No one teaches him. And he doesn't even have the most basic manners. Unlike Mingming and my family, he is now a graduate student in the mecha department of the Federal Noble Academy. He doesn't usually go out with those questionable people to cause trouble. Now he has started his own business and has created his own mecha brand. And he will start making profits soon. Lu Xiaogu finished speaking in one breath, spitting everywhere. This topic is a must-have for her every visit, and she always talks about it with the most enthusiasm. In the past, Lu Tang would have tolerated it, and would even agree with him when he was in a good mood. But today, when Lu Xiaogu mentioned his parents, she suddenly ignited the explosives. Don't mention my parents. Lu Tang kicked the coffee table hard, scaring Lu Xiaogu. What does he mean? Is it a big deal to say a few words? Is he going to hit me? She complained to Grandpa Lu. Lu Tang, Grandpa Lu warned. You are so uneducated. How can my brother rest in peace in heaven? You should also say less. Grandpa Lu was mean to Lu Xiaogu. Lu Tang sneered. Why? I am uneducated. I can't support the family business. But your son can. You deserve to inherit my parents' company. I didn't say that. Lu Xiaogu was evasive, and noticed Grandpa Lu's intriguing gaze, and quickly explained, as a younger sister, my brother is gone. Can't I educate you on his behalf? It's fine if you don't appreciate it. But why do you frame me without knowing the truth? I framed you? Aunt, just tell me. Was Mingming's company borrowed from Grandpa? It's just right that you're profitable. Then you can pay me back. That's all my parents' money. In other words, it's all mine. Lu Tang said. What do you mean by paying back? Tang. We're all relatives. Why are you so unkind? Lu Xiaogu said anxiously, and asked Grandpa Lu for help. Dad, look at Tang. What did I say wrong? Why did he treat me like this? He spent 10 million to invest. Less than 1/10 of it. And randomly chose a barren planet. Did he take it seriously? How can he inherit the company like this? How can my brother and sister-in-law not feel disappointed? What did I say wrong? The more Aunt Lu spoke, the more she believed that she was right. She even believed that what she did was for the good of Lu Tang. Lu Tang laughed. You know what my father thinks again. Could it be that his ghost has come to see you? The ending tone was a bit sinister and threatening. Aunt Lu was not very brave, and looked behind her reflexively. You are getting more and more ridiculous. Grandpa Lu kicked Lu Tang. Your aunt is right. You are really getting more and more out of shape. Are you being so perfunctory, and not worthy of your parents? That's right. My brother in heaven would definitely not want to see you like this. Aunt Lu continued to fan the flames. If it really doesn't work, why not go to my family's Mingming's company to work for a few days, and let him guide you? Your aunt's suggestion is good. Grandpa Lu immediately made the decision. Go to Mingming's company tomorrow to gain some experience. No need. Lu Tang rolled his eyes. I opened a hotel and I'm busy. Your hotel? Is there anyone living on a deserted planet? Lu Xiaogu mocked. Who told you that Shenong planet is a deserted planet? Lu Tang asked back, leaving Grandpa Lu and Lu Xiaogu confused. What else? Lu Tang directly pulled up the hotel flow and showed it to the two of them. Before Lu Xiaogu could count the string of zeros at the end, the panel was closed, replaced by Lu Tang's handsome face. It used to be a deserted planet, but it's not now. The hotel was fully booked for 5 consecutive days, with a 100% renewal rate, which has continued for a month, with a net profit of 50 million. Do you think my hotel is running well? Every time Lu Tang said something, Lu Xiaogu's face turned paler. How is it possible? You're lying. Lu Xiaogu seemed to have caught something wrong. Tang. I'm saying these 2 words to you for your own good. You don't have to lie. Seeing that Grandpa Lu was going to believe her again, he felt chilled. Lu Tang mercilessly punctured Lu Xiaogu's fantasy. Words can be false, but money will never lie. Funny. Who knows if you borrowed it from your bad friends to fool Dad? Lu Xiaogu said. It doesn't matter if he has poor ability, but it's bad if he has problems with his character. Dad, I dare not put such a person in Mingming company. As she said that, she looked at Lu Tang with disdain. Lu Tang, apologize. Grandpa Lu didn't believe it either. He knew his grandson's ability well. He could make money by investing anything. There was no such good thing in the world. He didn't care whether Aunt Lu believed it or not. Even Grandpa questioned him. Lu Tang was furious. He was going to shut himself in. Unable to stand Aunt Lu's smug look, Lu Tang was ready to show off the hard evidence to slap her in the face. Before he could open his smart brain, a call came to Aunt Lu. It was from his cousin Lu Ming. Chapter 68. Mom, are you at Grandpa's place now? Lu Ming asked anxiously. Lu Xiaogu was confused. Yes. What's wrong? What happened at the company? She lowered her voice. No. The company is fine. Lu Ming's affirmation made Lu Xiaogu's arrogance return to her face. She looked at Lu Tang proudly and deliberately said, Mingming is really great. Grandpa just praised you. I want you to take care of Lu Tang. Mom, don't match people up randomly. Lu Tang still needs my help. I was looking for his help. What? Lu Xiaogu's voice turned 180 degrees, and then sneered. What can he help with? I called you just to ask if Lu Tang has invested in a hotel called Sheng Bushi? Lu Xiaogu didn't need to ask Lu Tang. She had just seen the name of Lu Tang's hotel on the stream, which was called Sheng Bushi. What's wrong? Lu Xiaogu didn't know how her son knew about this, and she felt uneasy in her heart. We have a big customer who wants to stay in a hotel on Shenong Star. But the hotel is full, and he can't stay. I saw that the legal representative of the hotel is Lu Tang, but I didn't expect it to be him. Mom, can you ask Lu Tang if he can move to another room? This is your client's business. Why do you care? Lu Xiaogu didn't want to be humble in front of Lu Tang. The client is not sure to sign the contract with us. If we can contact the room and cater to his needs, it will definitely be signed. Is Lu Tang next to us? Go ask. Lu Xiaogu's face was not good. I didn't expect that she would ask Lu Tang in the end. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaogu tentatively said, Tang Tang. Look! Lu Xiaogu wanted to show off, so she didn't hide when she called, and the content of the conversation was heard by Lu Tang. Seeing the aunt who was arrogant at first but respectful later, the anger in her heart was swept away. Aunt, have you forgotten? Isn't this a lie? That was all borrowed from my friends. How could I open such a profitable hotel? Tang Tang. It's my aunt's problem. I shouldn't doubt you. I said Tang Tang was smart since he was a child. Who wouldn't praise him? Lu Xiaogu was flexible, even though she was embarrassed by the slaps. She put down her face for her son's career. Lu Tang didn't buy it. Aunt, don't flatter me. For someone like me who has no ability and no character, do you think I have the vision? My dad is so disappointed. You'd better not believe me. If she hadn't seen the name on the Lu Tang hotels running water with her own eyes, Aunt Lu would never believe it. But her son did call her suddenly and said that the hotel's name matched. And this hotel was undoubtedly Lu Tang's. Aunt Lu regretted saying so many things against Lu Tang before, and now she couldn't save face at all. Tang Tang. It's Aunt Lu's fault. You are capable and have good character, and my brother's spirit in heaven must be very pleased. It's Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu has a problem with her character. If you are angry, I will do this. This? Lu Xiaogu slapped herself twice on the side of her face, and looked at Lu Tang pitifully. You should calm down now. Right? Lu Xiaogu was used to pretending, and Lu Tang watched her suffer the consequences coldly. The other party touched his reverse scale, and it was impossible for him to help. Xiaogu, you should go back. It's just a person with the same name and surname. How is it possible? Lu Tang, I clearly saw that the name of your hotel is exactly the same. Don't be so petty. Just because Xiaogu said a few words, you hold a grudge against me. And Lu wanted to use the same trick again, but she fell silent after noticing Lu Tang's cold eyes. And once you said something, it's time to let Brother Mingming think of another way. Lu Tang refused to listen. Grandpa Lu wanted to say something, but he didn't persuade her in the end. Dad, look at Tang Tang. Say something. He said it wasn't him. Stop making trouble. Grandpa Lu didn't speak for her this time. Aunt Lu was furious, glared at Lu Tang, and left angrily. She had been so humble, and Lu Tang didn't give her any face, so she couldn't do anything about it. In the end, she couldn't explain to her son, and was afraid of delaying his big business, so she could only send a message to her son to complain and ask for help. But she didn't expect to be scolded by her son. Mom, why are you so confused? Do you really think that Grandpa will let me inherit my uncle's property? What are you dreaming about? What else? Lu Tang is a prodigal son. Lu Xiaogu asked weakly. She has always been weak in front of her son. I am really convinced. Why do you think Grandpa invested in me, and why he has been digging our family? Do you think he doesn't know what you're thinking? He thinks Lu Tang is a spendthrift, so we'll take care of him in the future. After all, those things still belong to Lu Tang. I'm not incompetent. I don't understand why you have to steal other people's things. The voice on the other end was very crazy. Lu Xiaogu felt a little wronged. She did this for her son, but in the end, he actually said this to her. You didn't say anything when I did this before, she retorted. Ha! The past is the past. Can it be the same now? You are the only one who blames me for losing a big client. You are so ignorant. How can you only hold me back? You'd better find a way to make Lu Tang forgive you. Otherwise, Lu Ming has a headache. Lu Tang has opened such a good hotel, and it seems to be on the rise. Will he still be needed in the future? Will Grandpa continue to help him? As soon as Aunt Lu left, Grandpa Lu pretended to cough a few times to attract Lu Tang's attention. Don't cough, or your lungs will come out, Lu Tang said helplessly. He could not give face to Aunt Lu, but he couldn't give the grandfather who had raised him after his parents passed away, the cold shoulder. Grandpa was wrong. I shouldn't have distrusted you. Can you forgive Grandpa? Grandpa Lu apologized. Yes. It's not too much. Lu Tang walked down the stairs. His attitude softened. You kid. You're still pretending. Grandpa Lu scolded. And then said earnestly, You grown up. And Grandpa is old. I have to admit that I'm old. The world will be handed over to you young people. Lu Tang knew that everything Grandpa did was for him. He comforted him. Grandpa, I know you're worried about me. But even if I don't have the ability, the company can hire someone to manage it. I don't have to do it myself. And I don't need my aunt to help. Let's not talk about that. Show your grandpa the hotel you opened. The topic was forcibly changed. Lu Tang knew that his grandfather still wanted to teach him how to manage a company, which was very troublesome. He called up the hotel's cash flow. This time, Grandpa Lu looked at it carefully and was amazed. Lu Tang stared at the 4 big words Sheng Sheng Bu Shi and suddenly understood. He has a hotel and the business is pretty good. It's normal to go and inspect it. Lu Tang told Grandpa Lu about this idea. And Grandpa Lu readily agreed. Okay. It's just right for me to go and take a look. I have to learn everything I should learn. Take hotel management as an example. Lu Tang, yes. I can't escape it. The Shenong Star restaurant is full of diners. And Lu Tang's hotel is also doing a booming business. Some are happy and some are worried. Many food stores on the Tun Tun Star have found that the number of customers has decreased recently. Medusa is the one that feels the most obvious. This store originally relied on regular customers to take care of it. Unexpectedly, many diners suddenly disappeared overnight and never patronized again. Medusa. The owner almost thought that he had done something that was hated by the sky and people and was discovered. So he was suddenly hated by customers. The situation did not improve for several days in a row, and the owner of Medusa could not sit still anymore. He caught a diner who had returned after many days and asked him a soul-searching question. Did I do something wrong? Why did you change your mind? Ah? The diner was shocked by the owner. Did you fall in love with other food during the days you disappeared? The diner was a little embarrassed and said, I did find a new store. He was very familiar with the owner of Medusa and revealed a lot of information. Shenong Star? Tout Ai Paradise? The boss exclaimed. Who has the guts to call himself Tout Ai Paradise? The customer saw that the boss had misunderstood him and quickly explained. No. It's not a self-proclaimed name. It's a name recognized by everyone. The boss was even more shocked. Tout Ai are the most picky and demanding diners. A restaurant that is recognized as Tout Ai Paradise is even more rare than being awarded the highest honor by the royal family. Isn't that too much praise? The boss didn't believe it. It's really good there. Although it's not nice to say this. If the location is better, I might go there often. The boss was so angry at the words of the customers. What happened to the dishes that he said he liked the most? How long has it been since he changed his mind? Where did the little goblin from Shenxing restaurant come from that seduced the customers? Medusa. The boss didn't believe in evil and booked a ticket to Shenxing himself, where he found many familiar customers. Medusa. The boss. I'm going crazy with jealousy. He kept thinking about what was so special about Shenxing restaurant and how it was better than his. After taking a bite, all his questions were answered. It turns out that this is the difference between heaven and earth. And it turns out that this is the paradise for gourmets, whether he is willing to admit it or not. Shenxing restaurant deserves this name. It seems that he has truly understood what food is since this day. After the meal, Medusa. The boss was in a complicated mood and was about to leave. But he saw from the small window of the kitchen that the chef of Shenxing restaurant was actually his old acquaintance. Chef Wang? Why did you come to Shenxing to open a store? Medusa. The boss was puzzled at first. And then he was happy in his heart. I think you can't handle it alone. Why don't I help you? Chef Wang was so busy that he had no time to pay attention to the old neighbor of Wang's shop. He couldn't stand the other party lingering at the window. And the abacus beads were jingling, almost hitting his face. Want to steal my skills? No way. Are you really not short of people? Medusa. The boss asked with a last glimmer of hope. If you accept me as your master, I can consider it. Master. Chef Wang, why is he so decisive? I can also introduce you to a master's wife. Medusa. The boss tempted. Not impossible. Chef Wang's face wrinkled with smile. Wang Lu, 6. Medusa. The boss adopted the strategy of joining if you can't beat them, which made Ji's food house uncomfortable. As the former leader of the food circle, his family had many diners, and the number of diners decreased significantly, and the business was visibly getting worse. The total income for a week was not as much as the previous day's turnover. The owner of the food house, who was questioned by Ji's headquarters, was going crazy. Not only did the situation not improve, but it continued to deteriorate. If it continued like this, the future of the food house would only be to close down. How do you manage a store? Ji Wei was so angry that he flipped the table. The food house is the biggest moneymaker of Ji's company besides the vegetable business. Now there is a problem, and the cause cannot be found. It has caused a lot of losses to Ji's company. The board of directors is very dissatisfied with such an accident during his term of office and wants him to step down. The owner of the food house investigated everywhere and found the root cause. Boss Ji, it's not my problem. There is a new restaurant opened in Shenong Star, and everyone went there to eat. Ji Wei stared at the 3 words that left a deep impression on him. His eyes were red with bloodshot. He would never forget that Shenong Star had made him fall hard. And now this planet appeared in front of him without knowing whether it was alive or dead. Ji Wei checked on the Star Network and found that the headlines of the food newspaper were all occupied by Shenong Star Restaurant. As the representative of the Ji family, he had no idea that such a big competitor had appeared. He had the urge to die. A phone call called Ji Jian into the office. Ji Wei suppressed his anger and slammed the investigation results of the food house owner on the table. Tell me, why did I know about Shenong Star now? Ji Jian said innocently. Cousin, didn't you say you didn't want to see the name of this planet again? Are you stupid? You didn't report such a big thing? Do you want to kill me? Ah! Chapter 69. Ji Wei sent someone to Shenong Star to pack up all the food on the menu. He didn't expect that the dishes in Shenong Star restaurant were so rich that they filled the entire table. He tasted it twice and put down his chopsticks. The food did not bring him happiness, but his face was as gloomy as water. He called Ji Jian and asked him to taste it. Ji Jian couldn't stop eating. Cousin, is this a new product in the food house? It's so delicious. You are worthy of being the champion of the Interstellar Chef competition. Ji Jian's compliments came out of his mouth like they were free of charge. But Ji Wei's mood did not improve, and he became more solemn. Humph. This is not our dish. Ji Wei's face was full of anger. Ah? Ji Jian hesitated and stopped eating. Impossible? Which chef's level can be better than the food house? Shenong Star. Ah? Shenong Star opened a restaurant. Ji Wei said. What do you think I should do with him? Ji Jian did not dare to say anything, and was too restrained to move. Ji Wei sighed. I really missed the opportunity at the beginning. Ji Wei stared at the table full of delicious dishes, his face full of fierceness. He did not believe that Shenong Star was like an iron barrel without any holes. Through some channels, Ji Wei found the contact information of Chef Wang and directly offered a high salary of tens of millions to poach him, promising the position of chef of the food house. You should know that the food house is a weather vane in the food circle. When the chef of his house is equivalent to standing at the top of the industry, only those who have passed the Star Chef King competition can get a ticket to enter the food house, and those who can really take up the job are rare. Ji Wei thought that the other party would accept his proposal tactfully, but he didn't expect that the other party would refuse in a second. Sorry, I get more than 10 million yuan a day in Sheningsing restaurant, and it is more suitable for me to be the chef here. The other party's decisiveness made Ji Wei crazy. Is the Lord of Shenong Star sick? Which restaurant pays the chef such a high salary? Is she going to die? Ji Wei never dreamed that Yunwan had already taken precautions. Chef Wang's salary structure is a profit-sharing system. If the restaurant makes money, the salary is high. If the restaurant loses money, he will not get a penny. Obviously, Chef Wang made the right bet and got a return that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Yunwan also made the right bet and got a reliable chef. Ji Wei sneered. If the chef can't be poached, it is impossible for the waiter to be loyal to Shenong Star. Within an hour, the information of several newly recruited waiters on Shenong Star appeared in Ji Weiji's mind. There were 3 waiters, 2 of whom were small citizens born on 5th-tier planets. A little bit of profit would probably be a fortune they had never seen in their lives. One of them, Qinya, was a little special. She was actually the illegitimate daughter of the Qin family. Could it be that the Qin family wanted to get a piece of the pie after seeing the rise of Yunwan, who was sponsored by them? If so, there was another solution to the problem of Shenong Star. However, the Qin family was the last of the four noble families, and had never been on the stage. Ji Wei did not want to ask the Qin family for help until the last moment. He sent messages to the two poor waiters. One blocked him directly, and the other tried to negotiate with him for a long time, but then reported his account and said he was a liar. Ji Wei was furious when his account was blocked. These poor guys are so unlucky that they can't even make a penny with all the wealth. The Qin family turned out to be Ji Wei's last breakthrough. Ji Wei had no other choice but to ask Mrs. Ji to invite Qin's mother out to test the waters. "Mrs. Qin, you picked up a gold nugget," Mrs. Ji said when she invited Qin's mother out for afternoon tea. Mother Qin dressed up carefully. The three nobles rarely took her out to play. This time, Madame Ji invited her alone, and she took it very seriously. The Qin family did not want to stay at the end of the noble contempt chain. The Yun family was noble. The Lu family and the Ji family were close. And the Qin family had nothing to do with anything. Neither connections nor strength. "Where is the gold nugget?" "Madame Ji, you are joking." Mother Qin drank a sip of tea and lowered her eyes to think about what big things had happened recently. Madame Ji didn't let her stay in the dark for too long. She got straight to the point. "Don't be modest. Shenong Star is very popular now. Everyone is running there to grow vegetables and open restaurants. They are even better than the Ji family." Mother Qin was shocked. It was about her rebellious daughter. After the queen's birthday banquet, Mother Qin felt humiliated and didn't want to know about the recent situation of Shenong Star. Unexpectedly, Yunwan not only grew vegetables that were popular in the interstellar space, but also opened a restaurant while it was popular. These areas completely overlapped with Ji's business. No wonder Mrs. Ji invited her alone. It felt like a Hongmen banquet. Shenong Star was so difficult that Mrs. Ji came to the Qin family. But Mother Qin still didn't believe that her daughter, who was dying of genetic defects, could have such an achievement. Did she do something wrong? No. Genetic defects cannot be cured, no matter how Yunwan struggles. She is destined to die early. Mrs. Ji hinted at this, as if she wanted to make Qin's mother give in and stop Shenong Star from continuing to develop. But Qin's mother is not a fool. Ji's is the leader of natural food. How can the small workshops on Shenong Star compare with you? Mrs. Qin is very cunning. No matter what Mrs. Ji said, she would not promise anything. Mrs. Ji was not expecting it. "Ha! You are arrogant after getting a little sweetness. The Qin family doesn't really think they have the strength to go against the Ji family. Right? Offending the Ji family is equivalent to offending the two nobles, Ji and Lu. And the consequences are not something the Qin family can bear. But the most urgent task is to resolve the Shenong Star. No one will benefit from the internal fighting of the nobles. Madame Ji can only be kind and pleasant. Madame Qin, if you ask me, the Ji family has already laid a foundation. Instead of our two families acting independently, why not join forces to monopolize the natural food industry of the entire galaxy? Isn't it a win-win situation?" Mother Qin is also a smart person. She knows what the Ji family is thinking. What they want is not cooperation, but annexation. It sounds good, but I can't make the decision. The two did not reach a consensus on the future of Shenong Star, and finally parted unhappily. Back at the Qin family, Qin's mother thought for a long time alone. Since Yunwan would die sooner or later, she didn't mind recognizing this daughter and letting her contribute to the foundation of the Qin family. It's better for them to break their bones and tendons than to let outsiders take advantage of them. After recruiting a group of new employees, and with the help of Lu Huai and others, Yunwan resumed her previous work and rest and began to focus on the vegetable garden again. The peach tree planted in the safe house has long ended its flowering period. The green thumb-sized peaches have been painted red, and have grown from a green girl to a rosy peach-faced lady. Rosy and plump. Growing well. The peach tree is short and stout but full of fruits. Each branch has more than 20 fruits clustered together, hiding under the leaves, red and green, and particularly beautiful. A small peach tree may have hundreds of fruits. Yun Gu went to Yunwan for several consecutive days to report on the peach tree. He still remembered the first peach of the peach tree. Yunj is awesome. The peaches are growing well. Yunwan was generous in praising the responsible children. Yunj blushed, and the other 4 children looked at him with envy. He did not forget to praise the 4 friends. Meow meow. Their flower pots are also very good. The named Meow Meow stopped licking his paws and looked at Yunwan tactfully. Meow Meow is also great. The praised Meow Meow swung his tail modestly and said coolly, "It's not difficult." Woof. Wanwan's behavior of seeking credit was more direct. He pushed the flower pot with his nose and swung his tail to Yunwan. Yunwan patted his head. Wanwan is great too. Ah Huang and Shishi were unusually quiet, out of tune with the lively crowd. Yunwan was a little surprised, because Ah Huang usually liked to be in the limelight. She took Wanwan's pot back to its original place and swept through the 5 small pots one by one. The names of the people in charge were posted on the front of the pots. Ah Huang and Shishi are great too. Yunwan praised them. Ah Huang had his head down, but he looked up in surprise after hearing Yunwan's words. Really? But our plants are so short, Shishi said embarrassedly. Children's emotions are like June weather, coming and going quickly. At this moment, the two were hit by the plants that did not grow tall, and they felt that they must have not taken good care of them. It was the first time they completed something independently, but they messed it up. These 2 plants are really short, Yunwan said truthfully. Ah Huang hummed twice and wanted to cry a little, but heard Yunwan continue, but they grow stronger than other plants. The 5 ancient seeds should be the same kind of plants, although they are of different heights. The leaves are similar in shape, a bit like maple leaves. The front of the leaves are gray, the back is silvery, and the leaf edges are serrated and very sharp. 3 of them are half a person tall, and 2 are only more than 20 centimeters, but their branches are thicker. Plants are different from each other. Their seeds contain different energies, grow at different speeds, and have different talents. Some seeds grow taller, and some seeds grow stronger. We can't just look at their shortcomings. We have to see their advantages, so that they can grow better. So, Ah Huang and Shesh's plants are growing well. Don't worry. The 5 children listened attentively to Yunwan's words. They intuitively felt that these words were not simple. Huang asked curiously, "Is it the same as us?" Meow is fast. She is strong. Huang is strong. Yun is smart. And I am cute. We have different talents and grow differently. That's right. Yunwan agreed gently. Huang was thoughtful. Is her crying not that annoying? Okay. As a reward for everyone's responsibility, let's make peach blossom tea. A large jar of peach petals was collected and placed in a transparent glass bottle, keeping the original pink and white color, which was very beautiful. The 5 children took out their own small cups and placed them neatly in a row on the table. Yunwan added a spoonful of petals and half a spoonful of sugar to each cup, and poured in boiling water. The rich fragrance of peach blossoms and the steaming water filled the entire space. Wanwan couldn't wait to stick out his tongue to lick it, and cried out because it was so hot. Silly! You dare to drink boiling water! Yunwan scolded helplessly. Stick out your tongue so I can see it. Wanwan looked at Yunwan pitifully, and stuck out his scalded red tongue with a blood bubble on it. I'll give you some medicine later. Don't be so reckless next time. Yunwan rubbed the dog's big head. Woof! Wanwan wagged his tail to please Yunwan, trying to rub against her to calm her down. Yunwan held Wanwan down. Don't try to get away with it. This behavior is very dangerous. You know? Woof! Wanwan nodded and wagged his tail. Okay. Wait until the water cools down before drinking it. Now let's try the peaches. The 5 little ones all looked at Yunwan and followed her to the peach tree. It felt like a superhero saving the world and attracting worldwide attention. Chapter 70. Yunwan walked around the peach tree and picked the biggest and reddest peach for Yunge. The first peach. Yunge's. Yunge happily took it. The peach had a layer of white fuzz on the skin and smelled very sweet. The peach was very big and beautiful. His palm was too small to hold it with both hands. Okay. Next is Meow Meow's. Ah Huang's. Shishi's. Wan Wang's. Mine. After distributing the peaches, Yunwan led a bunch of little tails to the kitchen to get water to wash the peaches. Everyone was very excited. Even Wang Wang, who liked to run around, didn't have fun and lined up obediently at the back of the line. After washing, the peaches became more rosy, and they were ripe at first glance. Yunwan bit off the reddest peach tip, and the sweet juice burst in her mouth. The rich peach fragrance suddenly swept across her taste buds. For a moment, it seemed as if the whole person was marinated by the peach fragrance, making people look forward to the second bite. Every bite can bring new joy and beauty. 6 people held peaches in the living room and ate them together. except for the endless chewing sounds. No one had time to talk. Wang Wang ate the fastest, and after finishing the peach, he stared at Ah Huang, who had the smallest mouth and ate the slowest. I can eat it. Ah Huang turned his butt towards Wang Wang and pecked at the peach with big mouthfuls. Soon, the soft and rotten peach was pecked with pits, and juice splashed everywhere. Wang Wang couldn't help but lick the splashed juice with his tongue. Yun Wan quickly grabbed Wang Wang's ears and forced him to look up. A strong reaction force forced Yun Wan to exert force, and Wang Wang's expression became distorted due to the resistance. It's dirty. Don't lick it. You will get sick if you eat it. After finally calming down the greedy Wang Wang, Yun Wan hurriedly cleaned the floor, fearing that if she didn't pay attention, Wang Wang would lick the floor clean. It was really worrying. Not long after eating the peaches, Yun Ji's face was covered with red. The four little ones were also a little dizzy and fell down when they walked. After drinking the peach blossom tea, they burped and looked drunk. Yun Wan also found that her body was abnormal. The rich spiritual energy gushed out from her stomach and went straight to her dantian. She quickly used her mind method to absorb every drop of spiritual energy. The five little ones were not so simple. They could not absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. The excessive spiritual energy escaped and floated on the surface of their bodies, making them look like they were drunk. Spiritual energy is good for the body. The stress response of the body caused by too much spiritual energy will slowly return to normal after the spiritual energy is absorbed. In short, they will be fine after a good sleep. Yun Wan asked the five little ones to go to bed. They were already feeling sleepy and fell asleep on the bed. Only their bodies were still diligently absorbing spiritual energy. The next day, Yun Wan took the five little ones to Dr. Lin for a checkup. Dr. Lin explained that it was amazing. Generally, people's physical health refers to sub-health. Their previous physical examination data was normal. But now the physical examination data has reached a perfect state. Just like the program and hardware equipment have been updated. Every component has no signs of use. It is truly perfect health. Lord, what on earth did you do? Dr. Lin was so excited that he couldn't help himself. I had only been on Shenong Star for a few days, but I was shocked more times than in the past 30 years. Dr. Lin really wanted to know what was going on. I planted a new fruit. Peaches, which are rich in Shenong essence. New fruit. And Shenong essence. Dr. Lin couldn't help but scream. Lord, you always refresh my cognition. Is the yield of this peach high? I think it can be sold at a sky-high price. The yield is okay. Now there are more than 200. Yun Wan estimated. Oh my god. Lord, you should sell your peaches to those stars. They must be scrambling to get them. It's simply a beauty miracle. Okay. Moreover, it is also very suitable for elderly patients. Peaches can greatly improve body muscle function, prolong life, or enhance immunity. Dr. Lin was so excited that he seemed to have discovered a new world. With peaches, patients with genetic defects can also rely on the rich Shenongsu in peaches to stabilize their conditions. The effect of peaches is so good. But pricing has become a problem. Whether to regard peaches as ordinary fruits or skincare products has become Yun Wan's dilemma. In the end, Yun Wan decided to compromise and regard peaches as a high-end fruit, pricing them at 10,000 star coins each. With the help of the construction team, Yun Wan collected a lot of fruit varieties before, and many fruit trees were not transplanted in time. These transplanted fruit trees can supply ordinary affordable fruits. 2 for 100 star coins, which ordinary people can afford. Yun Wan did not plan to sell the peaches she harvested this time, but to keep them for herself, and to distribute some to employees and partners as welfare. She picked all the peaches in the morning and put them into the space for preservation. Next, during the day, she chose a place in the inner city planting area as an orchard. First arranged for robots to plant 20 peach trees, and then took the robots to transplant the fruits marked by the construction team, including chestnuts, grapes, milk fruit, strawberries, durian, bananas, watermelons, flame oranges, lychees, and dragon fruits. In one afternoon, Yun Wan harvested 5 chestnuts, 10 milk apples, 3 durians, 7 bananas, 8 flame oranges, and 3 lychees. The seeds of other fruits had been harvested earlier and replanted. She was busy until 8 o'clock in the evening. The construction of the orchard was completed. A huge fruit forest appeared in the vegetable field. The spiritual energy around the peach trees moved towards the new plants. With photosynthesis and respiration, The new plants slowly and regularly absorbed the spiritual energy into their branches. After the transplant, not only did they not wilt at all, but they became more energetic, as if they had always been native to the vegetable field. The seeds of grapes, strawberries, watermelons, and dragon fruits were also sown while the sky was cloudy. Grapes and strawberries were planted on a square of soil, and a 2-meter-high small frame was built for the vines to climb. Each dragon fruit plant can only grow 1 fruit. The plant is huge and occupies 5 squares of soil. Watermelons are also planted on 5 squares of soil, because the interstellar is about to enter summer, which is the best season for eating watermelons. The entire orchard occupies a very small part of the vegetable field, and the scale is not large. Especially the number of fruit trees is too scarce. Yunwan does not want to use the original fruits of the fruit trees for breeding. She wants to wait until the transplantation to harvest a new round of fruit breeding, so that the quality of the seeds will be greatly improved, and then expand the scale of the orchard. Yunwan admired the masterpiece in front of her with satisfaction. Shuttled between the fruit trees, observed their growth, confirmed that they were well adapted, and hummed a leisurely tune. Host. The system suddenly spoke. What's wrong? The minor tune stopped abruptly. There is a bird egg on the lychee tree. The night was as dark as ink. Yunwan turned on the intelligent brain and carefully checked the 3 lychee trees with the light. Through the layers of branches and leaves, she found the bird egg mentioned by the system with difficulty. The bird egg was very small, with blue lines on the shell. It was stuck between the 2 intertwined branches, fitting tightly, so it did not fall off during the movement of the lychee tree. Yunwan pried the 2 tree trunks apart with force, and the blue-lined bird egg fell to the ground with a snap. The eggshell would probably break at such a high distance. Yunwan said sorry in her heart. She jumped down from the lychee tree and picked up the bird egg. The blue-striped eggshell was actually intact. What kind of egg is this? Is it an iron egg? Yunwan asked the system. I don't know. Do you want to recycle it? Yunwan was not interested in this unknown bird egg that had been exposed to the air for an unknown period of time. This bird egg is likely to be unable to hatch, and the bird inside is probably frozen to death. No recycling. Yunwan was speechless. Then you want me to take out the bird eggs? Host. I didn't ask you to take the bird eggs. I just told you that there are bird eggs on the tree. Yunwan rolled her eyes while holding the unwanted bird eggs. She was meddling in other people's business after all this time. The bird eggs have been taken down. Yunwan looked at the blue veins and thought they were pretty. It would be a waste if she didn't take them. This bird egg was destined for her. She decided to take it home and buy a Nani robot to try to incubate it. After the Nani robot was bought home, it put the bird eggs into the incubator in its abdomen and began to incubate them. The 5 little ones looked at this new member, who was still an egg, with curiosity, discussing whether it would be the next Ah Huang or a new snake. This is a bird egg. The little bird looks like a crow, so it must be a black bird. Ah Huang didn't want to have a brother or sister who looked exactly like her. She wanted to be a unique chick. Crow? Yunwan heard it and knew nothing about this new character. Ah Huang shook her neck guiltily, glanced at Yunwan with her small eyes, and then quickly looked at the floor. Before Yunwan could ask who Crow was, she rolled up Ah Huang, and the 4 little orcs found an excuse to rush into the room. It's obvious that he's hiding something from her. Yunwan thought for a long time, but couldn't think of anything else that needed to be done secretly. If Yaya was a little orc, wouldn't it be better to bring it to her directly? There's no difference between raising 4 or 5. The little orcs that entered the room were attacking Ah Huang one by one. In the room, the Yaya and the little monsters they hid were also there. Ah Huang, be careful next time. Don't let it slip. Meow Meow warned. Sorry, Ah Huang said with a trembling voice. Okay. It's not a big deal. Meow Meow quickly turned the page on this matter and then asked, have you thought of any gifts for the females? After eating and drinking for so long in the Lord's mansion, the little beast men were very grateful to Yunwan. They gave gifts to their grandmother and wanted to give Yunwan a gift, but they didn't know what to give. Although Yaya and the little monsters had not yet met Yunwan, they also had their share of gifts, which was considered a gift for coming to Yunwan's house. Yunwan knew that they were special, so they were embarrassed to be so shameless as to go directly to her house, as Ah Huang and others had done before. But Yunwan didn't lack anything, and if she needed anything, she could buy it online. The little beastman's barren world had nothing to show for it, so the gift plan was stalled for a long time. Females like to eat. We can start from here. Ah Huang actively suggested, trying to make up for the slip of the tongue just now. Meow Meow nodded in approval. What about you? Some said flowers. Some said trees. And some said abandoned laboratories as gifts. In the end, Ah Huang's suggestion of food was more reliable. We can give mice. Mice are delicious. Snake said. No. Mice won't do. Meow Meow will always remember the horror on the female's face when she received the mice she sent. But mice are their most common food. And other things are even more unpalatable. It seems that nothing can be better than the vegetables grown by Yunwan. Gaga, who had been silent all this time, suddenly suggested, Gaga. Tion Tion. Tion Tion. Yes. We can give the female honey. The little beast thought this gift was very good. And the sweet honey would definitely be loved by the female. But black rock bees are so fierce. There are so many of them. What should we do if we can't defeat them? When looking for food in the past, the little orcs would try to avoid black rock bees. They would only fight with them when they had no food. They would usually be stabbed and swollen. However, although they would be injured, they were the final winners and could get a nest of sweet honey, enough to eat for a month. We can ask Yungu to help us find a solution. Will he help us? Chapter 71. Black Rock Bee? Yunj had seen this kind of animal in the Zerg Encyclopedia. It was a typical neutral creature that fed on nectar and would sting people in groups when attacked. Why are you going to fight them? It's dangerous. Sister will be angry. Yunj puffed up his little face and imitated Yunwan's angry look. The little orcs were frightened. However, they did not give up. We want nectar. Give it to the females. Ah Huang said in a baby voice. Can't we have other gifts? Yungu still felt that this idea was not feasible. He had no idea to come up with another gift. Yungu thought for a while. Let's see if there is any solution on the star network. The 5 little ones immediately searched the star network. There was a lot of information about black rock bees. This neutral creature was even raised by a special person, extending a special industry. However, due to the group aggression of black rock bees, it is difficult to expand the scale of breeding. Therefore, the habits of black rock bees are not a secret. They are afraid of smoke. The choking smell will make them flee in all directions. The dark fog can also hinder their vision and make them lose their attack targets. This is a common method used by beekeepers to obtain honey. We need smoke. The little beastmen did not have a special smoke machine, so they could only use local materials and burn firewood to obtain smoke. Shishi and Wanwang were both strong, and soon the firewood piled up half a person's height. Each of them held 2 or 3 pieces, and followed the route in their memory to find the huge black rock beehive. Black rock bees gathered in a kind of huge tree forest, and the beehive was hung on the high branches. Due to the lack of natural enemies, black rock bees were everywhere here, and there was a beehive every few hundred meters. If there were no internal struggles between beehives, and if there were no flower sources that restricted the reproduction of black rock bees, the entire Shenong star might be a black rock beehive. Meow Meow chose a beehive at the edge of the arbor. The trees were too high, so the smoke from the burning wood was blown away when it reached the top. However, the effect was still very obvious. After more than 10 minutes, the black rock bees left the nest one after another, and a huge buzzing sound was heard. Several people seemed to be under mental attack and had splitting headaches. Black rock bees don't like smoke, so they quickly moved away from the hive. They accidentally entered the territory of another hive, and the 2 groups of black rock bees fought fiercely. Meow Meow took the opportunity to climb up the tree, pulled down the hive, and the 5 little ones put out the fire and quickly fled the scene. When the black rock bees came back after winning the fight, they found that their home was gone, and they angrily circled around the remaining honeycomb fragments. The 5 little ones tasted the sweetness. This was much easier than occupying the honeycomb by force before. They got the honeycomb without any soldiers. Even the black rock bees didn't react. If they had known this good method before, they would never starve, and they wouldn't have been stung by the black rock bees and couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. The 5 little ones brought the honeycomb back to the safe house and decided to give Yunwan a honeycomb each. We need 7 beehives, Snake said. Yungu didn't understand. Why 7? Isn't it 5? The 4 little orcs looked at each other and gave away Crow and the little monster. Okay, we'll collect 7 beehives. Yungu looked curiously at the boy who looked similar to him, but had tentacles on his lower body and arms. Hello. He greeted and pretended to touch the little monster's tentacles. The little monster was startled and hid behind Wan, revealing a pair of timid eyes. When Yungu was not paying attention, he stretched out his tentacles and quickly touched the back of his hand. It was cold, and he quickly shrank back. He is very timid and doesn't like to talk. Meow Meow explained. Yunj felt the same way. He used to be like that too. Luckily he has a very good sister. Now, they can have a sister too. Don't be afraid. Sister will protect everyone. She is very, very powerful. Yunj danced with joy. And when he mentioned Yunwan, he was full of energy, as if he owned the whole world. Yunwan didn't know the little orc's plan. She was arranging the place for the peaches. A total of 264 peaches were harvested, not counting the one she and her 5 children ate. She planned to give 10 to Chef Wang and his men, 10 to Jilian, 10 to Lu Huai, 1 to Professor Luo and the waiters. She liked Yun Shuang's personality, so she also gave 10 to maintain the relationship. Maybe she could even advertise for her, which was equivalent to her noble spokesperson. After distributing peaches to everyone she could think of, Yunwan still had more than 200 peaches left. These peaches were enough for her to eat for a long time, until the next wave of ripe peaches were harvested. After sorting the peaches, Yunwan packed them separately and attached some tips for eating them, explaining the effects and side effects of the peaches to prevent them from panicking after eating them. Yunwan had just finished delivering the goods and was about to take the peaches for the people on Shenong Star over when Lu Huai came to visit. The new waiter took over, and Lu Huai no longer had to work part-time and continued to practice diligently without taking a breath. Yunwan could not learn this attitude of using oneself as a tool, and could only admire it. I feel that the spiritual energy has reached the critical point. Lu Huai came to Yunwan to learn the next stage of cultivation. If I remember correctly, Lu Huai had only practiced for 3 days. His meridians had not been repaired, so it would be very difficult for him to absorb spiritual energy, and it could not circulate throughout his body. In addition to hard work, he was also very talented to be able to gather spiritual energy in such a short time. Yunwan once again felt sorry that this man was not born in the world of immortal cultivation. Otherwise he would definitely be a leader among the chosen ones of heaven. Then let's continue. Yunwan put the peach matter aside for the time being. Try to control Shenansu. Calm down. You can look inside the meridians. Did you see it? How are your meridians? There are many small wounds. Shenong essence leaked out from some of the holes. Some places are not clear. Lu Huai said truthfully. Very good. Those unclear places are the blocked parts of the meridians. Now control Shenong essence to repair the visible wounds and holes. This process consumes Shenong essence very much. Take it slowly. Yunwan talked carefully. Lu Huai followed Yunwan's instructions and accumulated Shenong essence on the wounds of the meridians. He clearly felt that Shenong essence was decreasing, and the meridians gradually recovered to smooth vein walls. The broken holes were also glued together again, as if they were reborn. He learned the 2 steps by himself, combining them to absorb Shenansu while repairing the wounds in the meridians. This process was very difficult. Shenansu was constantly concentrated and refined during the operation. Suddenly, it was out of control and rushed towards the blockage. Lu Huai only felt a pain in his arm and numbness all over his body. For a moment, the Shenansu in his body became manic and rushed wildly in the meridians. In addition, most of the meridians had not been repaired yet. The rampant Shenansu was like a heavy mecha hitting the flesh, crushing the skeleton, and the pain of being crushed to pieces was unbearable for him. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and a painful groan escaped from his throat. Lu Huai fell to the ground violently, and the spiritual energy around him rushed into his body frantically. This is the sign of going crazy. Yunwan was shocked. Everything happened in an instant, and she was caught off guard. She had never encountered a situation of going crazy. Although she was a demon cultivator, her cultivation was unusually smooth. Lord, move me out quickly. Lu Huai knew very well that this feeling was a sign of genetic collapse. Lu Huai, don't move. Yunwan held down the struggling Lu Huai. The most taboo thing for a possessed person is to move. Lu Huai tried his best to endure. His dark eyes looked at Yunwan, revealing absolute persistence. Lord, the collapse of the S-level gene is very dangerous, no matter what level you are. Listen to me and don't move, Yunwan said seriously. Lu Huai held his neck and held on for a moment. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he lay on the ground under Yunwan's force. He said helplessly, the house will be blown up. Lord, I won't let anything happen to you, Yunwan said seriously. Lu Huai's consciousness gradually blurred, and he wanted to laugh when he heard Yunwan say that. Her small body couldn't withstand the blow of his gene collapse. But she actually promised him that she would not let him get hurt. Leave here, Lord. You don't have much time. Lu Huai tried his best to suppress the violent power in his body, but not a single bit of it leaked out. And there was no blind power to hurt Yunwan. Yunwan hummed casually, without any intention of leaving. He could feel her palm pressing on his chest, with a warm current, and wherever the warm current went, it seemed as if the frenzy was calmed down by the soothing tide, constantly combing the chaos in his body. But the violent aura was urgent and fierce, and it came back again after being appeased. Peace and frenzy continued to sweep through his body, and Lu Huai seemed to be in a world of ice and fire. Lord, you will be hurt. Go! His consciousness was on the verge of collapse, and he used all his strength to suppress the stubborn power and fight for a glimmer of life for the girl in front of him. Yunwan knew that if she left Lu Huai alone now, his meridians would be broken and he would become a useless person. Sweat beads oozed from her nose. Her expression was solemn, and she said in a deep voice, Lu Huai, I am going to enter your meridians now. Believe me, don't resist. Okay? Yunwan placed her palm on Lu Huai's forehead to help him retain his last consciousness. Lu Huai's mouth was full of meaningless groans, and he tried his best to say okay. Yunwan knew that he could not hold on any longer, so she immediately overlapped her palm with his, and a stream of pure spiritual power entered Lu Huai's disordered meridians through the junction of their palms. Like a clear stream, the spiritual power as thick as a thumb flowed along Lu Huai's meridians, as if it was the leader, wherever it went. The frenzied spiritual energy surrendered and obediently attached to the surface of the spiritual power, rolling bigger and bigger like a snowball, and finally became 3 fingers thick. Some meridians are blocked and cannot be passed through at all. Yunwan had no choice but to refine the frenzied spiritual energy into spiritual power and store it in her body. The process of combing the spiritual energy continued. The white little hand was placed on the pale giant hand. The 2 hands were reversed. The fingers were against the palm, and the fragmented sunlight sprinkled, mottled, and fell on the girl's scattered skirt, like a beautiful oil painting. Hidden under the beauty is the moment of life and death. Yunwan's spiritual power circulated twice in Lu Huai's body before completely calming Lu Huai's violent spiritual energy. Lu Huai had lost consciousness, and Yunwan collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, Lu Huai was not on guard against her. If his spiritual energy resisted, the calming process would not have been so smooth. Host. The system suddenly spoke. What? Yunwan leaned on the sofa, and her spiritual energy returned to her body, and it was much purer. This was a pleasant surprise. You seem to have practiced dual cultivation just now. Yunwan's mind was a little confused. What do you mean by dual cultivation? I just did a normal rescue operation, and every master can save his apprentice in this way. If you say that helping someone calm their spiritual energy is dual cultivation, then the world of immortal cultivation will be in chaos. I'm still young. Don't talk nonsense. Yunwan defended her innocence. Host. As far as I know, there is no problem with simply calming the spiritual energy. The key is that you absorbed other people's spiritual energy. Didn't you? If I remember correctly, this is double cultivation. Half-baked demon cultivator Yunwan was silent. Ah! This. It seems that I really did double cultivation accidentally. Oh my god. Is his innocence still there? Chapter 72. There are 2 types of dual cultivation. One is win-win dual cultivation, and the other is supplement dual cultivation. The Huan sect likes the latter, which increases cultivation faster, but is extremely harmful to the cauldron. So the Huan sect is classified as an evil cultivation and is not tolerated by the world. Strictly speaking, Yunwan helped Lu Huai sort out the spiritual energy and took the spiritual energy in his body for his own use, which is the first type of dual cultivation. Realizing this, Yunwan's eyes were a little evasive after Lu Huai woke up. Although it was urgent, there was always a feeling of taking advantage of Lu Huai. Lord, the first thing Lu Huai did when he regained consciousness was to look for Yunwan. Seeing her sitting on the sofa, he felt relieved and observed the damage in the room. He was surprised that the furnishings in the living room were normal and did not seem to be damaged. My genes? Didn't they collapse? The hoarse voice seemed a little low. At the moment, he lost consciousness. He thought, if only he had never been to Shinong Star. Then, he would not have brought so much trouble. But after waking up, he suddenly realized that his troubles seemed to be easily resolved when he met Yunwan. How did she do it? Thinking of the girl's fearless and serious face, Lu Huai's heart was beating fast. And he felt something unusual. It's okay, Yunwan said. Don't rush for success in next practice. Wait until your body adapts before you can proceed to the next step. According to Lu Huai's situation, she also added a rule to the practice rules. No practice beyond the level. These fragile humans, who have never practiced before, should be as cautious as possible. Considering that this is Lu Huai's first time, they have no experience. And this incident can be used as a warning. Okay. Lu Huai corrected his mistakes and had a good attitude. Are you okay? He vaguely remembered that it was Yunwan who sent him a gentle and strong force to deal with the violent Shenongsu. There was nothing wrong with his body. After this incident, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. His internal injuries were mostly healed, and several blockages were also cleared. He had to practice step by step, and it would take several months to a year to achieve this effect. He was more worried about whether Yunwan was hurt by him. I'm fine. I won't do anything if I can't handle it, Yunwan said. Fortunately, Lu Huai was not proficient in cultivation. Otherwise he would be embarrassed if he knew that the two of them were practicing dual cultivation. It is not embarrassing if others don't know. Thank you, Lord. Yunwan waved her hand to indicate that you were welcome. I have something for you. She walked into the kitchen and brought out a plate of peaches and handed it to Lu Huai. Newly planted peaches. Let you try them. Thank you for being the waiter for the past few days. Lu Huai took it and could smell the fruity fragrance from 5 fists away. He took a look and saw that there were as many as 10 peaches. Are the extra peaches for me? Lu Huai suddenly asked. Yunwan didn't quite understand what he meant by the extra peaches. They each have 2. And I have 4. Is that okay? He distributed a lot to himself. And his little abacus was crackling. Lu Huai's serious distribution made Yunwan laugh. It's my fault. I'll give you 2 more. Yunwan generously took out 2 peaches and prepared to put them on Lu Huai's plate. The other party dodged calmly, holding the plate in his arms, pursing his lips, as if he was unhappy. No need. Feeling Lu Huai's little mood, Yunwan seemed to have done something bad with good intentions. Thinking that he was bothered by her not planning the share of peaches, Yunwan explained, sorry. I didn't think so much when I divided the peaches. Lu Huai was not angry with Yunwan. He was not so tactless. And seeing Yunwan's misunderstanding, he shook his head. Don't give so many. Yunwan was puzzled. You don't like peaches? Lord. Lu Huai paused, looked at Yunwan seriously. Just divide it like that. It's good. Yunwan opened her mouth in surprise. You want 4 peaches? So if the 12 peaches are divided among 4 people, Lu Huai can only get 3 like the others. 1 less than his original method. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and looked at him with amusement. Lu Huai was a little cute for being so careful with money for 2 peaches. Take these 2. And bring 2 to Dr. Lin. And the extra 2 will be your travel expenses. How about that? Yunwan said. Lu Huai's voice was a little excited. Really? You are the best. Lu Huai didn't have any special expression. But Yunwan felt that pink flowers were floating in his sky. And she was in a very happy mood. I know that those who like Shenong Star are all foodies. Lu Huai wanted to say something, but he had to give up because of the peach in his hand. After lunch, Lu Huai came to the Lord's mansion again. I will practice. The spiritual energy around the Lord's mansion is rich. And Yunwan agreed that Lu Huai would practice in the inner city. With Yunwan's permission, Lu Huai found a remote place not far away and started to meditate. Yunwan lay on the rocking chair to take a nap. The cubs who usually played in the open space in front of the Lord's mansion didn't know where to hide. They hadn't been seen for several days. After waking up from a nap, an unexpected guest came to the Lord's mansion. The other party was wearing a familiar skirt and a beautiful hairpin on her head. Yunwan invited the graceful woman into the house. The gift from the little orc that she had been waiting for appeared on the other party. It was obvious that the woman had a close relationship with the little orc. Yunwan felt sour in her heart, as if her child was taken away by someone else. Could the little orc have run away from someone else's family to play without telling his parents? Now the parents are coming to arrest him. Lord, I've heard a lot about you. Grandma's voice was gentle and had a calming power. Yunwan saw a kind of loving tolerance from this woman, who looked about the same age as her. It seemed that the little beastman had mentioned her in front of the woman. But she knew nothing about this woman. Yunwan felt like a wild woman raised outside, without a name or status. And these little guys had better give her an explanation. Who are you? Yunwan was angry, but still maintained basic etiquette. I am the children's grandmother. Grandmother? How can someone so young be called grandmother? Grandmother saw Yunwan's confusion and explained, I am an experimental subject. 45 years old this year. Yunwan looked at her grandmother in amazement. It was hard to imagine that the beauty in front of her was about 2 years older than her. Why did you come to see me? Yunwan was curious. Grandmother exuded a soft glow. She did not answer Yunwan's question, but began to tell a story. A long time ago, an evil doctor came to Shenong Star. She hated humans and believed that humans were a low-level species. She hoped that humans could evolve into a higher-level species. So, she led her experimenters to carry out a very peculiar research, which was called the New Human Project. The experiment went smoothly and achieved great results. And she gradually became crazy and obsessed with human experiments. She not only kidnapped S-level soldiers to obtain excellent genes, but also turned herself into an experimental subject. Unfortunately, she did not evolve into a new human. The previous experimental subjects also had various problems and died one after another. Later, the Empire discovered the whereabouts of the evil doctor and went to Shenong Star to encircle and suppress the notorious doctor. Unfortunately, the other party had already fled, leaving behind an empty abandoned laboratory. And the encirclement and suppression ended in vain. No one knows that this experiment has actually been successful, and several test subjects have survived successfully. Yunwan was confused at first, but later realized that this was the origin of the little orcs. From her grandmother's description, Yunwan had no way of knowing the doctor's gender. But this doctor should be a senior member of the Black Ram organization, or the leader. Grandmother provided a lot of unknown information, but there were also some vague points. For example, most of the doctor's test subjects died. But was the doctor still alive? If alive, where did she escape to? Why didn't the grandmother and the little orc be taken away by the Black Ram and escape the Empire's search and rescue? She wanted to ask, but her grandmother predicted her question. This is all my memories of the past. I can't remember the rest. When I woke up, I was in an abandoned laboratory with 6 little orcs around me. At that time, I had only one thought in my mind. Danger? What danger? Yunwan was puzzled. It could be the outside world. It could be the doctor. It could be everything, Grandmother said. It was a bit weird, but Yunwan still couldn't figure it out. She could sense that her grandmother was not lying. However, just like her grandmother's appearance and inconsistent age, her words and that experience revealed a sense of disharmony, as if covering up something. It was as if there was an invisible person who hid the successful experimental subjects, but for some reason did not deal with them, and just disappeared. If Grandma's description is true, then all this is too weird. Alas, Grandma sighed. Lord, please don't blame them for not telling you about my existence. Because of the idea of danger, I have never allowed them to be exposed to the public until you appeared. I think you can help them. Maybe you are their turning point. Yunwan was still immersed in the past of the little orcs, and had long forgotten what they had hidden from her. I understand and won't blame them, Yunwan said. I will try my best to protect their safety and let them live a normal life. Lord, I believe in you. Grandma smiled knowingly. I knew the first time I saw you that you would be our savior. Yunwan was still thinking about the future of the little orcs, and when she heard her grandmother suddenly say that she was the savior, she almost fell off the stool. There's no need to compliment her so highly. It's just to rescue the little orcs. Even if I don't do it, the Empire will help them. That's different. Grandma was meaningful. She quickly skipped the topic and asked about her whereabouts. Do you want to stay on Shenong Star? Yunwan asked. If the Lord takes me in, I'll be happy to do so. Shenong Star is short of people. Yunwan will not drive the natives out. If Grandma is willing to stay, she will not be a bad person. Yunwan sent a message to Hu Yuanong, saying that he had already taken charge of the planetary affairs, and that the follow-up of the grandmother's settlement could be handed over to him. Lord, you're looking for me. Hu Yuanong was a young man in his 20s with rich work experience. He had worked as a manager on a large planet. As soon as he took office, he formulated the traffic rules of Shenong Star and solved the chaotic illegal flying and parking problems. Yes, this is our new resident, and you need to arrange it. Hu Yuanyang greeted the grandmother warmly, and was about to take her away. But he ran into the little orcs coming back together. Meow Meow stopped involuntarily when he saw the grandmother. And the chickens, snakes, and big dogs behind him, who had no time to break, bumped forward one by one. And the 4 little ones piled up into a small hill one by one. Get out of the way! Meow Meow gritted his teeth. Chapter 73. The 4 little beasts stood up again, greeted Yunwan obediently, and then shouted, Grandma! After greeting everyone, the little beasts did not stop, and whispered to each other. TSK! Yunwan admitted that she was jealous. Grandma is so sweet, calling me Lord Lord. The 4 little beast men looked at each other. Sister? Meow Meow called tentatively. This sister was like turning on the faucet valve. And the little beast men followed Meow Meow and called sister sweetly. The call of sister made Yun Ge feel a strong sense of crisis. Sister! He ran towards Yunwan, his voice loud and resonant. The little orc also ran after him. Yunwan was instantly surrounded by the cubs, and the enthusiastic shouts made her feel a little dizzy. She is not so easy to coax, Yunwan said proudly. I don't have a new skirt or a new hairpin. I thought it was a gift to her before. Now I think about it, I still feel sour in my heart. The grandmother smiled at Yunwan, who was being petty. The Lord was not awkward when he was with the children, just like a big child. She even saw a trace of innocence in Yunwan. Straightforward and true. They did meet an excellent Lord. Perhaps this was God's compensation for the disaster they had suffered before. The little orcs didn't understand Yunwan's meaning. When they were with their grandmother, they were obedient plus commanded. The grandmother treated them well, but she would not show such vivid emotions. Yun Ge and Yunwan had been together for so long that he knew his sister better. She must be envious of others for having gifts, but she didn't have any. My sister is really too sensitive, Yun Ge thought maturely. If I don't give it to her, she will definitely cry again like last time. Yunwan didn't expect that she had been labeled as a fragile crybaby by her brother, but she was still performing to her heart's content. And she saw the little beastman's reaction in a funny way. The adult's bad taste was fully reflected. Sister, we also prepared a small gift for you, Yun Ge said. Meow Meow suddenly understood. Right. It's sweet and delicious. The 5 little ones didn't say much, and hurried away. After a while, they came back with a golden oval giant ball in their hands. There was also a spinning top floating next to Yun Ge, with 4 grooves, and a giant ball was locked in each groove. After the 5 little ones came closer, Yunwan counted them, and found 7 golden balls that looked like beehives. When the 5 little ones gave her the golden balls one by one, she confirmed that they were beehives. Yunwan struggled to hold the 3 large beehives, but she couldn't hold them at all. The honey was overflowing, and even stained her newly changed skirt. Are these my gifts? Yunwan felt a little magical. When did they bring back so many beehives? How come she didn't notice it at all? Besides, digging out beehives is too dangerous. Yunwan's first reaction to receiving the gift was not joy but palpitation. She didn't necessarily want a formal gift, which was nothing compared to the lives of the cubs. Yunwan kept a straight face, but it broke within 2 seconds. Facing the 5 little ones' clear eyes, Yunwan couldn't say a lesson. They must have spent a lot of effort to get this honey. 7 honeycombs. It would be humiliating for her to be unhappy at this time. But she must be very angry to teach them a lesson. Thinking of this, Yunwan's eyes were moist. This was the first time she received such a valuable gift, which was the pure sincerity of a group of children. Sister, do you like it? Yun Ge asked shyly. The little orcs also waited for her to speak expectantly. Yunwan took a deep breath. I like it very much. Thank you. Lovely babies. The 5 little ones were so happy that they were at a loss. The Lord/sister called them babies. Hey! Under the eager gaze of the 5 little ones, Yunwan dipped a little honey with her index finger and put it in her mouth to taste. The honey was sweet, but not pure, with a slightly astringent taste, which was a bit imperfect. It should be because the soil is barren that the nectar produced by the plants contains impurities. But for the little orcs, this honey is a rare delicacy. Yunwan felt warm in her heart. Who wouldn't love a well-behaved and sensible child? Thank you for your gift, Yunwan said. She was considering what to say next. It must be very difficult to collect so much honey. Have you been stung by a bee? No. Collecting honey is very simple. The 5 little ones talked about the process of collecting honey to Yunwan, which made her terrified. There are many steps that cannot withstand scrutiny. If you make a mistake, you will definitely get hurt. This time, the 5 little ones are just lucky. It hurts when a bee stings you. Next time, if you want to give your sister a gift, you don't have to do such a dangerous thing. Your sister also likes other things, such as flowers and cards. They are all fine. But collecting honey is very simple. Ah Huang said. Yunwan had a headache. She couldn't blame the kids for hurting their kindness. But she also had to make them alert to potential dangers. Why is it so difficult to teach children? She felt it was necessary to build a school immediately. Children, collecting honey is easy. But if you get hurt, the Lord will be sad to receive the gift. Do you want to make the Lord sad? Grandmother spoke at the right time. Yunwan looked at her gratefully and agreed, yes. I will be sad if the cubs get hurt. In order to make it more realistic, she also made an expression that was about to cry but not cry. We won't get hurt. We are very careful, Snake said. The other 4 little ones agreed. Grandmother and Yunwan looked at each other helplessly. This beehive is a disaster. We can't keep it. Yunwan rolled around and finally pried out the black rock beehive settlement from the 5 little ones' mouths. The beehive spread in the arbor forest, and the sunlight could hardly penetrate the layers of shade, causing the forest to be very dark. The beehives hidden in all directions kept making creepy buzzing sounds. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the 5 little ones had an accident while collecting honey. Yunwan was terrified. She immediately arranged patrol robots around the arbor forest and set up isolation belts, and then asked fans for help in the live broadcast room. Fans recommended a beekeeping company that provided bee cleaning services. Yunwan directly spent a huge amount of money to hire an ace beekeeping team. Before the cleanup was officially implemented, an accident happened. The black rock bees that lost their nests gathered together and fought fiercely with the black rock bees that had nests. After both sides were injured, they somehow chose to unite and followed the smell of the 5 little ones to find the area around the Lord's mansion. Yaya was the first to find the traces of the black rock bees and quickly notified all the orcs. Why did they come here? Will they attack others? Snake was panicked. Meow Meow made a quick decision. I will lead the black rock bees away first. And you go tell the Lord's sister. Meow. Be careful. Yungu frowned and went his separate ways with Meow. Yunwan had just contacted the beekeeper when she saw a group of panicked orcs running after Yungu. Oh no! Sister! Yungu was panting and was too anxious to speak for a long time. Take a deep breath. Don't worry. What's wrong? Yunwan slowly guided. The black rock bees are coming. Yungu didn't speak for a long time, so Ah Huang shouted for him. Meow Meow is going to lead the black rock bees away. Yunwan cursed inwardly. This stupid cat. I didn't expect the black rock bees to have such a strong revenge mentality. Even though the Lord's mansion is thousands of meters away from the arbor forest, they can still travel a long distance to find the door. The black rock bees are most likely here to find the hives, which are still in the safe house. Not daring to delay, Yunwan arranged for the cubs to hide in the safe house. She prepared to move the hives to prevent the black rock bees from entering the city and attacking innocent tourists. There were too many hives, and Yunwan was busy stuffing them into the flying car. While busy, a pair of big hands also joined the camp. Yunwan looked up and saw Lu Huai. I'll help. There was no time to say more. After putting the hive away, Yunwan was ready to drive away. Lu Huai dodged and sat in the passenger seat. Yunwan glanced at him and said, Black rock bees can hurt people. There are too many black rock bees. I have a mecha to help, Lu Huai said briefly. Yunwan didn't waste any words. She started the flying car and flew in the opposite direction of the arbor forest. After a while, the black rock bees that sensed the hive were indeed attracted and followed the flying car densely, like a large dark cloud covering the sky. The speed of the black rock bees was faster than the speeding car, and soon the bee swarm bit the tail of the speeding car. Do you want to throw the hive down? Lu Huai asked. Wait a little longer. Yunwan stepped on the accelerator hard, and finally reached the desert rose flower sea at the critical moment. Throw! As soon as Yunwan gave the order, Lu Huai immediately threw away the hive. 7 hives with 7 groups of black rock bees turned downward. But there were still a small group of black rock bees that were not attracted by the hives and chased the speeding car relentlessly. The flying car was just a means of transportation, and it had no defensive function. It was hit by the hard shell of a group of black rock bees and began to sway from side to side. Unable to fly smoothly, The shell of the flying car was hit with potholes, and the speed was seriously slowed down. It was instantly surrounded by black rock bees. For a moment, the interior of the flying car was pitch black, and Yun-won had to turn on the lights to make an emergency landing. The flying car touched the ground, and the huge impact caused the two people inside to shake violently. They finally stopped, and while the black rock bees were blinded by the wind and sand, the two abandoned the flying car and fled. On the way, Lu Huai wanted to summon the mecha, but for some reason the mecha's form was completely out of control. Sometimes it was an umbrella, and sometimes it was a cloud. This was the first time that Lu Huai encountered a situation where he failed to perform well, and his movements were a little anxious. After trying for a long time, Lu Huai was dejected. "I'm sorry. I can't help." His throat tightened with self-blame, and his voice was a little hoarse. "It's okay. We'll go first. The black rock bees are chasing us." The walking speed was even slower than the black rock bees. But fortunately, as the two of them walked through the sea of flowers, black rock bees kept giving up chasing and indulging in the sea of flowers. Yun-won shot the last few stubborn ones with a freezing gun, and they all turned into big ice balls. A few that slipped through the net were not frozen, and came close to Yun-won's face. Seeing that the tail needle was about to pierce into the skin, Lu Huai suddenly pulled her away. Yun-won stumbled 2 steps. Her nose hit a wall of flesh, and she felt dizzy. Before she could react, a piece of clothing with the smell of disinfectant covered her face. The freezing gun in her hand changed hands instantly, and her waist seemed to be hooped by an iron ring, moving and rotating with her. She heard 2 puffs, and the buzzing sound in her ears stopped abruptly, and the world was quiet in an instant. Chapter 74. Seeing the light again. The frozen black rock bees are like specimens stored in amber, shining brightly under the direct sunlight. Desert roses stretch endlessly, with a path in the middle that was trampled by people, and the branches are scattered and messy. The living black rock bees have been freed from hatred, and before finding a new place to place the nest that fell into the flowers, they have already started working hard, picking the original lush flowers, as if they had fallen into the paradise of the bee world. Yun-won breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to check on Lu Huai. Then, she fell silent. "What are you doing?" She saw that Lu Huai was wearing a jacket on his head. She could still smell the faint smell of disinfectant lingering on the tip of her nose. It should be the same jacket that was just covered on her head. The tall man covered his head with a piece of clothing like a strange ghost, out of tune with this sea of flowers. He seemed to be an evil intruder who tried to kidnap the innocent girl. "Are you hurt?" Yun-won raised her hand and tried to lift up the clothes. Lu Huai dodged in panic. "It's okay. Does this look like it's okay? It's not good to cover the wound." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Huai reached into his clothes and scratched his face. Yun-won took the opportunity to uncover his clothes. He suddenly came into contact with the dazzling light from the darkness. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a moment of dullness in his pupils. "Don't scratch." Yun-won grabbed his wrist and stopped him. Lu Huai's forehead was stung, and a big bump bulged up like an inflated bag, red and swollen, with a black bee sting standing in the middle. "Is it ugly?" Lu Huai's hand obediently fell along with Yun-won's force. Pursing his lips, his face was tense. Although Lu Huai was miserable, he was still trying to save her. But his expression at this moment was really a bit funny. Do all handsome people have such idle baggage? Yun-won couldn't help but laugh. "I said it's beautiful. Do you believe it?" Yun-won winked mischievously. Lu Huai's face tensed even more, and he was about to raise his hand to scratch it. Yun-won held his hand before he raised it. "Don't touch it. Let's go back and apply medicine. Now you can use this to fan yourself." Yun-won picked a large leaf and fanned Lu Huai's face. The cool breeze reduced the discomfort of the affected area, and Lu Huai looked much better. "Here, take the fan yourself. I'll find someone to pick us up." Yun-won stuffed the leaf into Lu Huai's pocket, turned on the smart brain, and sent a message and location to Hu Yuanong, who quickly drove over. "Lord, I'm here." Hu Yuanong had a hearty smile on his face, with a short stubble on his chin, looking like he was in his 30s. "Very reliable. Why is there such a large flower field here?" "These are the star flowers of Shenong Star," Yun-won explained as she got on the flying car. "So beautiful. Except for Queen Bee Star. I have never seen such a large flower field." The beekeeper Yun-won contacted was from Queen Bee Star. Hu Yuanyang's words made Yun-won have some other ideas. It might not be a bad thing that Shenong Star has so many black rock bees. Maybe she can also raise bees and produce Shenong Star's special honey. The quality of the flower source is high, and the honey will also have an excellent taste. Yunwan asked Hu Yuanyang to land directly at the sanatorium and take Lu Huai to treat the wound. How did it happen? Dr. Lin was curious. A black rock bee stung me. Knowing the reason, Dr. Lin became even more curious. Black rock bees should not pose any threat to a battle-hardened Zerg killer like Lu Huai. And SSS-level behemoths are no problem. So how could a small black rock bee be injured? Pulling out the black thorn from Lu Huai's forehead, Dr. Lin couldn't help asking, "Aren't you wearing a mecha?" Lu Huai's mental strength has dropped too much, and he can't drive a mecha. But it's no problem to control the mecha to change the weapon form. A black rock bee would be roasted at a distance of 10 meters. And it can also sting the body? The mecha is a little out of control, Lu Huai said truthfully. In front of Dr. Lin, Lu Huai demonstrated the control of the mecha. Although he could issue transformation commands, the mecha's transformation was completely random. To be precise, he controlled half of the mecha's control. Why is this happening? Dr. Lin was puzzled. He equipped a laser detector to scan the changes in Lu Huai's mental power when he controlled the mecha, and found that in addition to mental power, Shenongsu also resonated with the mecha. And it was this resonance that caused the mecha to deform out of control. Just like a bad contact. Could it be that although Shenongsu can cure genetic defects, it will make people unable to drive mechas? This is even more painful for interstellar people than taking their lives. Dr. Lin opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain to Lu Huai. You said, "It's okay." Lu Huai, the person involved, was very relaxed. Dr. Lin sighed. Absorbing Shenongsu may affect mecha driving. It's okay, as long as you are still alive. Lu Huai didn't care much. Dr. Lin sighed again. A rare 3S admiral in the entire galaxy. First he suffered from a genetic defect, and finally there was hope of cure. But now, he was unable to drive a mecha. Is God so unwilling to see him? Many of those patients with genetic defects were the best among mecha soldiers. Now with such a result, it is unclear whether the treatment of genetic defects is good or bad. Yunwan listened to the whole process, and was also disappointed. She had originally dreamed of being able to drive a cool mecha. She gave up before she even touched the edge of the mecha. After treating the wound, Yunwan and Lu Huai walked side by side. She was a little worried about Lu Huai. Do you regret practicing the mental method? For a native interstellar person, not being able to drive a mecha is equivalent to being useless. No. Lu Huai did not hesitate at all. It's more important to be alive, isn't it? Yunwan was quite relieved to hear these words from Lu Huai. He was finally not the lifeless look before. Now Lu Huai was like a dead tree in spring, and the gray branches were glowing with new vitality. Yes, staying alive is more important. Although you can't drive a mecha, you can eat very delicious food. You can always trust Shenong Star. Yunwan winked at him. Yeah. Lu Huai nodded, and added in his heart, you can also meet wonderful people. Practicing also has benefits. I found that Shenongsu can accelerate wound healing. Lu Huai pointed to his forehead, which had swelled up. Now there was no abnormality. You are so smart, Yunwan exclaimed. She didn't teach this at all. Lu Huai was too good at learning from one example. Lu Huai's mouth corners rose wildly, and he still said modestly, "The Lord taught you well. You are smart. I didn't teach you anything." Yunwan was a little embarrassed. Hey, why did you come back with me? When she walked to the door of the safe house, Yunwan found that Lu Huai had followed her all the way. It was getting late, and it was not a good time to practice. They had just walked all the way without realizing this. A hint of success flashed in Lu Huai's eyes. Then, Lord, go in first. I'm going back to the sanatorium. Oh, okay. Be careful on the way. Yunwan turned around, walked to the door and looked back. Lu Huai stood there without moving, as if he wanted to watch her enter the house. A strange feeling came over her. Until dinner, she still didn't understand why Lu Huai walked around. It felt like he was sending her back on purpose. Even stranger, Mother Qin observed Shenong Star for a long time. Whether it was vegetables or restaurants on Shenong Star, they were in short supply and made a lot of money, which seemed to be better than the Ji family. Seeing that Shenong Star was making a fortune, Qin's mother was very anxious, as if the money should be hers, but it didn't go into her pocket, and she was afraid that Yunwan would squander it. But she couldn't get through to Yunwan's phone. And no one responded to her private message. She thought. This daughter was so reckless. She really didn't even leave a way out for herself. If she had taken out these good things earlier, the Qin family would not have disowned her. It can be seen that if she didn't raise her by her side, even if she was related by blood, she was selfish. She planned to go to Shenong Star in person and have a good talk with Yun Wan. Mother Qin's plan to go to Shenong Star was carried out secretly. She didn't tell her husband or Qin Yan. She was afraid that her husband would blame her for not treating Yun Wan well after knowing it. And she was also afraid that Qin Yan would mind. In her heart, the Qin family should still be handed over to the healthy Qin Yan. She also had to admit that she preferred this daughter, who had been raised since childhood. Mother Qin was a decisive person and arrived at Shenong Star quickly. It stands to reason that Yun Wan should have known that she was coming after receiving her visit application. But she didn't come to the port to pick her up. Mother Qin was in a bad mood. Is he still angry with her? Madam, where are we going now? The driver asked. Mother Qin was carrying an exquisite black high-end small bag, and she put on makeup in the car, drawing a tall willow eyebrow. Although she looked capable, she looked a little fierce. The Lord's mansion of Shenong Star. She sat in the back seat of the car leisurely. The car started, and there were robots standing guard along the way. The roads around were wide, and there were bright red flowers waving in the wind, which was very beautiful. People came and went on the streets, and new buildings were lined up on both sides. It was totally unexpected that this was a deserted planet, but it was a bit prosperous, like a first-tier planet. Mother Qin thought. This daughter is also quite qualified. What a pity! When arriving at the outskirts of the Lord's mansion, the flying car was stopped. Hello. Please turn right for the restaurant. Hu Yuanyang stood guard beside the mountain gate formation. Although eye-catching road signs had been placed at the mountain gate formation, there were still careless tourists who mistakenly entered the mountain gate formation. And some even deliberately broke in after experiencing the fantasy scenes in the mountain gate formation. This gave Hu Yuanyang a headache, and he could only supervise it personally. A delicate middle-aged woman got off the flying car, and her long nails reflected in the sun. I'm looking for Yun Wan. The driver behind Qin's mother held a parasol for her. Please make way. She waved her hand lightly, as if to wave away something dirty. Hu Yuanyang didn't like her attitude. A typical aristocratic style. You need to make an appointment to visit the Lord. Do you have an appointment? His words made the beautiful woman frown. Do you know who I am? Do I need to make an appointment to see her? Qin's mother was angry. She really looked down on people. When she took over Shenong Star, she would be the first to fire this blind thing. I'm sorry. I don't know you. And the Lord didn't say there were any guests coming to visit. Hu Yuanyang was neither humble nor arrogant. If he really had a close relationship with Yun Wan, how could he not have received the reception notice? Heh. Then let me tell you. I'm her mother. How long are you going to let me stand here in the sun? Mother Qin impatiently put one hand on her waist. Chapter 75. Hu Yuanyang was very professional, and was not affected by the momentum of Qin's mother. Please wait a moment. I will report to the Lord. Before he finished speaking, Hu Yuanyang was roughly pushed away by the driver, who received the order from Qin's mother, and fell on his buttocks, grimacing in pain. Perhaps he injured his sciatic nerve. Hu Yuanyang's tailbone was numb, and he couldn't stand up at all. There was no obstacle in front of Qin's mother and the others, and they didn't even look at Hu Yuanyang, and drove straight in regardless of the obstruction. After a while, Qin's mother screamed miserably. Hu Yuanyang finally recovered and stood up. Sweating profusely, he fell heavily, and was speechless when he heard the movement in the mountain gate formation. Today was a day that made him hate the nobles even more. He didn't know who had indulged their bad habits. Although he was angry, he didn't forget his duty, and immediately sent a message to Yun Wan. They entered the mountain gate formation? Yes, Lord. It was my fault for not stopping them. They didn't do anything to you. Did they? Are you injured? Hu Yuanyang was holding his breath, and immediately complained to Yun Wan. I fell down. It's okay. I shouldn't have stopped the Lord's mother. Mother? She said that? Yun Wan almost laughed out loud. What's going on? Wasn't she afraid that outsiders would know their relationship before? She curled her lips. It seems that she would not come to her temple for no reason. Go to her territory and act wild. And she will treat me as a soft persimmon that can be squeezed by anyone if the tiger doesn't show its power. Take a rest in the afternoon, and go to Dr. Lin for a checkup. I will reimburse you. Don't save money. Don't worry about those two people. Let them rest for a while in the mountain gate formation and vent their anger. Hu Yuanyang was particularly relieved by Yunwan's handling method. He was in a good mood after closing his intelligent brain. It seems that his bad luck is over. He made a great decision to choose to work on a deserted planet. He was worried that there was no development prospect here, and the conditions were not good. He had to start from scratch. No matter how he thought about it, his future was dark. Even his girlfriend, who had been in love for 5 years, left him and turned to someone else. But Shenong Star did not disappoint him. Whether it was the free food and accommodation, the occasional fruit welfare, or the Lord's protective attitude, it proved time and time again that his vision was as good as ever. Working on Shenong Star was the best choice he had ever made in his life. Apart from anything else, the peaches were really delicious. After eating them, I felt refreshed. In the early years, when he was 007 on the big star, his hair fell out in clumps. At a young age, he almost became bald. After eating peaches for 2 days, a new short stubble grew on his head. Although these peaches are not on the market yet, they are definitely worth a lot of money. Hu Yuanyang was so lucky to meet such a generous boss. With 3 meals a day of natural food, he almost fell in love with work. Even if he was paid to work, it was not impossible. Mother Qin and the driver were trapped in the mountain gate formation for a whole day, and were not released until the evening by Yunwan, who came late. Mother Qin was frightened to death by the messy illusions in the mountain gate formation, and the delicate makeup on her face was melted by sweat, and her whole face was in a mess. When she saw Yunwan, she raised her head proudly again, as if she was still the high and mighty mistress of the Qin family. In front of Yunwan, there is no noble or Qin family, only a troublemaker. Why did you come just now? Didn't the servant tell you that we were gone? Qin's mother asked angrily. He is my planetary administrator, not a servant. Yunwan answered irrelevantly and defended Hu Yuanyang. What's the difference? He is just a commoner. Qin's mother was very unhappy. You'd better teach him a lesson. It doesn't matter if he offends me, but if he offends other nobles, you won't be able to survive in the interstellar space. Really? Yunwan disagreed. She was naturally not interested in the class of human beings. Immortal cultivators value the concept of respecting the strong, no matter noble or not. In her eyes, all beings are equal. Not wanting to waste too much time with Qin's mother, Yunwan asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Yunwan did not mean to invite her into the house to rest and treat her well. Qin's mother frowned. You are going to talk to me here? What else? Yunwan just felt funny. What do you want? Qin's mother looked at Yunwan with a critical look, and said in a domineering manner, You should invite me into the house and prepare tea and drinks. This is the way to entertain guests. Even if the Qin family didn't teach you. As a member of the Qin family, you should learn how to behave. You've been hanging out with the common people all day, and you picked up some bad habits. A good seedling has grown crooked. Qin's mother taught her. It's really hard to evaluate her cheap mother. It seems like she has some strange hobbies, and always likes to preach to her. Lady. Stop. Stop. I think I have nothing to do with the Qin family. Yunwan was interrupted by Qin's mother excitedly halfway through her words. Why not? You're my daughter. Blood relations cannot be changed. Yunwan didn't expect that Mother Qin was so forgetful, and reminded her, I was not recognized by the Qin family. Didn't you also tell me not to get involved with the Qin family? What's going on now? That was just a rant. You have my blood in you. If something happens to you, can I ignore you? Mother Qin argued. I'm sorry. According to what you said, your blood is in the entire galaxy. After all, we may have the same ancestor thousands of years ago. We are all brothers and sisters. Right? Qin's mother was stunned by Yunwan's twisted logic. The logic of dealing with the best is to defeat magic with magic. Yunwan was too lazy to argue with Qin's mother about blood relationship and the mother-daughter relationship that did not exist legally. If she hadn't been looking for trouble and breaking into the mountain gate formation, she would never have wanted to have anything to do with her in her life. Okay. You can leave if you have nothing to do. Shenong Star welcomes you. But I don't welcome outsiders here. You are welcome to come to Shenong Star to spend money. But she doesn't welcome you to make trouble or bully her. You said I'm an outsider? I'm your mother. Yunwan didn't give her face. And Qin's mother couldn't maintain the dignity of a noble. You? Mother. Your mother. Your mother. Your mother. It sounds very unpleasant. Don't you think so? Yunwan pursed her lips and said deliberately. Qin's mother felt blocked in her heart, as if she was scolded. Seeing that Yunwan didn't buy it, Qin's mother gave up playing the emotional card and started talking about benefits. Wan, you can't survive in the interstellar world by yourself. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. Isn't the Qin family the best choice? It's not certain who is the big tree. Miss Qin, I know why you came today. But you are wrong. I don't need to hug thighs. Even if I want. Your Qin family can't get a place. Yunwan said. You still look down on the Qin family? Qin's mother's good temper was swept away, and she was furious. Do you know that the Ji family has already approached me? But I blocked them. Do you think you have the strength to fight against the Ji family without the support of the Qin family? Qin's mother said angrily. Why not? Yunwan retorted in a light tone. Ha! You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Yunwan, I'll give you one last chance. Return to the Qin family. We are still a family. Qin's mother thought she was threatening Yunwan, but the latter reacted calmly. No. Don't. Yunwan was shocked. It was obvious that the Qin family was not in a good mind. Qin Yin was seeking fame and reputation by sending her a batch of messy things. Qin's mother liked to preach and always disliked her. Not to mention Qin's father, whom she had never met before. This family was simply a pit. She was crazy to get involved with them. Mother Qin's attitude changed before and after. She could figure out what she was thinking with her toes. Isn't it because she wants to get a piece of the pie when Shenong Star develops? She doesn't get involved when there is something going on, but comes to her when there is something good. She really shows the hypocrisy of human nature. Even if she is of high quality, someone else would have scolded her long ago. Miss Qin, I still say the same thing. Don't be so arrogant. The Qin family is not a popular place. Go wherever you want. Don't worry about Shenong Star. If the conversation is not on the same page, Yunwan will not say more. After saying this, she directly ordered him to leave. Go away. Yunwan was still worried after getting Qin's mother out. Since Qin's mother was so arrogant now and came to her house, she might cause trouble in the future. She asked Hu Yuanyang to put Qin's mother on the planet's denied access list and strangled all the best relatives in the cradle. The beautiful interstellar life can't be hindered by sand. However, the arrival of Qin's mother also reminded her that the Ji family had lost some feathers. They easily disappeared after framing Shenong Star, and were still eyeing Shenong Star at any time. Only a thief can be a thief for 1,000 days. But there is no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. She can't just sit there and wait for death. She has to think of a way to seize the initiative. After being driven out, Qin's mother couldn't bring herself to stay on Shenong Star. She was so angry that she rushed back to the Qin family overnight. She didn't understand why Yunwan was so stubborn. She also didn't know why a heart-to-heart talk between mother and daughter turned red in the face, one-sidedly. Thinking of Yunwan's indifferent attitude, Qin's mother felt humiliated. She thought that since she came to the door in person, Yunwan should also give way to her. Unexpectedly, the other party was so ungrateful that he even looked down on the Qin family's background. When did it become her turn as the lord of a desolate star to look down on her? Could it be that just because she opened a restaurant and got some praise from those ignorant people on the internet, she really thought she could walk around the galaxy? How naive. The Ji family will definitely help. When Yunwan begs her on her knees, she has to think about it. Asking the Qin family, that ignorant and unfilial daughter, for help is not a cheap commodity. Mother Qin felt better thinking about it. Thinking that the Ji family didn't get any favor from Yunwan, she was not so angry. In addition, she received an invitation to the annual flower viewing banquet organized by the royal family as soon as she got home. So she started to work on this matter. The flower viewing banquet looks like a banquet, but it is actually a secret competition between nobles. Celebrities from all walks of life will collect rare flowers and plants, and only the top 10 can be appreciated by nobles. If they like them, they can bargain with the flower suppliers and take them home as decorative plants, which is very prestigious. The interstellar soil is barren, and most wildflowers are not fragrant. Instead, they have evolved strange smells in order to survive. Only a few have fragrance. She searched for a long time and finally found a few flowers, but they were all intercepted by others. This time, she must bring back a few flowers for the flower viewing banquet. Otherwise, when other families have them, The Qin family does not. And people will know the joke. The flower viewing banquet was about to begin. But the queen's face had a lot of small red bumps for some reason. They were so dense and painful to touch that they even spread to her neck after a while. When the maid found out, she was so scared that she knelt on the ground, fearing that she would be suspected of murdering the queen. The queen was relatively calm and asked the maid to find a doctor. After the maid left, the queen could not sit still and looked in her face in front of the dressing mirror. The more she looked, the tighter her brows knitted, almost to the point of nodding. When the doctor came, she had regained her dignity and listened to the arrangements for the examination with a calm face. After a lot of tinkering, the doctor said, "It's an allergy. We need to find the allergen." The queen clenched her hands. She didn't care about the cause of the disease. She asked, "Tomorrow is the flower viewing banquet. Can it be cured before then?" The doctor shook his head. "Not so fast. Let's find the allergen first." The queen was not calm. There were many newspaper reporters that day. If she attended the meeting with such a horrible look, she would definitely become the object of ridicule by those with ulterior motives. But the doctor was a senior physician of the royal family. He couldn't do anything. No one could come up with a solution in a short time. All the doctors went out and searched the entire royal family upside down. Finally, they found the allergen among 10 pots of flowers. It was a pot of white flowers, which would spray purple powder mist at night. Anyone who touched it would get a rash. Currently, 2 guards and a maid have the same symptoms. The white flower is a new plant. None of the doctors have seen it before and have no idea about it. At the same time, the guards investigated the source of the white flower. It was provided by a traveling merchant. When the guards arrived at the hotel where the traveling merchant stayed, the room was already deserted. It seemed that it was premeditated. "Damn the rebels," the maid said angrily. Fortunately, the matter was investigated. Otherwise she would be the first to be questioned as she was closest to the queen. The queen glanced at the excited maid. Symptoms would appear 1 hour after exposure to pollen. But this maid didn't notice it at all. She only found out when her condition worsened the next day. How could such a careless person be arranged to be by her side? She would definitely change the person. But the problem was still not solved. As the maid said, the white flowers were probably the work of the rebels. This bunch of rabble always hated the royal family. If they really appeared with pockmarks on their faces this time, I don't know how proud they would be, and how they would incite the citizens to laugh at them. To put it more seriously, this undoubtedly reflects the incompetence of the royal family. The rebels actually slipped through the cracks and sent things to the royal family. This time it was an allergen, and it might be poison in the future. It would be easy to assassinate a royal family member. How can the people believe in the prestige and strength of the royal family? You are the best doctor selected from the entire galaxy. All of you are great in the field of medicine. Can a small pot of flowers make you helpless? Is there really no one who can do it? The queen did not dare to use force when she spoke. Nor did she dare to make extra expressions. But she moved her mouth slightly, which still caused the rash on her face. And she was sweating profusely in pain. Think of a solution. She was very upset. And she dared not touch the rash at the corner of her mouth even though she was in pain. The doctors hung their heads. And no one dared to take on the important task. At this moment, Yunshuang came to visit the queen with peaches. "Madam, what happened?" Seeing Yunshuang, the queen's expression eased a lot, and she told her everything without hiding it from her future daughter-in-law. Yunshuang was shocked. The rebels were so powerful. Maybe you will experience this in the future. This is the royal family. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. The queen stopped there. Being a royal daughter-in-law, one must be mentally prepared. Although she looks glamorous on the outside, she is actually full of dangers. Yunshuang adjusted quickly. "I understand. Is there any way to solve it now?" she asked. The queen looked at the dark heads of a bunch of doctors and shook her head helplessly. "Don't worry. It will be solved," the queen said. "You can't learn etiquette today. You did a good job yesterday in the steps of the flower viewing banquet. You can consolidate it today. There is no big problem." After the queen reminded her, she remembered the peach in her hand, and suddenly a great idea popped up. "I think I have a way," Yunshuang said suddenly. This made all the doctors raise their heads, and even the queen was very surprised. She knew Yunshuang, and she would never shoot without a purpose. "My friend sent me this kind of peach, saying that it can beautify the skin and improve physical condition. I ate one yesterday. And all the acne and dark circles on my face disappeared this morning. The queen's eyes fell on Yunshuang's face, and she found that Yunshuang's skin was as smooth and white as a peeled egg, and even the pores were hidden. The whole person exuded a kind of clarity, as if she had been reborn. Is it the one from Shenong Star? The queen remembered the sweet potatoes sent by the Yun family at the birthday party. They tasted very good. After eating them, her skin seemed to have improved. At that time, she thought it was because of the mask she had changed. Yes, her name is Yunwan. Yunwan. She and the Yun family. Madam, don't get me wrong. She is not a member of the Yun family. We just happen to have the same surname. The queen nodded thoughtfully, opening Yunshuang's food box for peaches. There was a bright red peach inside. The rich peach fragrance hit her sensitive nose tip, and the fragrance seemed to penetrate every corner of her body. Just smelling the smell, she felt a lot better. Could it be that a problem that the top interstellar doctors couldn't solve could really be solved by a small peach? There was no other way now. With curiosity and expectation, the queen took a bite of the peach. The fragrant peach juice exploded between her teeth. The unpeeled peach had a slightly rough taste. The top of the peach flesh was softer, and the bottom was crisper. Both tastes were very refreshing. She preferred the soft taste because that part was full of juice. The nectar was just like this. After eating the peach, the queen felt much better. Her face was hot, but it was no longer itchy or painful. However, the rash still did not disappear, which disappointed the doctor. This is reasonable. After all, it takes time to develop a specific medicine for a new disease. How can it be cured immediately with something equivalent to herbal medicine? Even if it is effective, it will take more time than the specific medicine. Madam, why don't you try to sleep for a while? Yunshuang suggested. The queen also thought it was a good idea. It was a strange feeling. She had just gotten up not long ago. After eating peaches, she felt sleepy again. She felt dizzy and lay on the bed. She fell asleep in a short while. When she woke up again, she was faced with the doctor's eyes, as wide as copper bells, and his chin that couldn't close. What's wrong? No effect? The queen was very worried. The leading doctor gave her a reassurance. How can it not work? It's too effective. The maid brought a mirror, and the queen looked at herself in the mirror. The rash had completely disappeared, leaving no scars, and her skin condition was dozens of times better. She looked a dozen years younger. Now when she goes out, people might think she and Yunshuang are sisters. This peach is so magical. The excited doctor expressed her thoughts. Baby. My dear. Miss. Can I ask if there are any peaches left in stock? Yunshuang couldn't bear to criticize the doctor. This is not a medicine. It's a high-grade fruit. Yunwan gave me 10. And now I have 4 left. She felt a little embarrassed. She thought peaches were fruits. And she ate 3 at once. 2 for her parents and 1 for the queen. If she knew that peaches were so effective and could be comparable to medicine, she would definitely not waste them like this. This thing is actually a fruit? The doctor exclaimed, and then looked like he was wasting natural resources. Oh my god! Oh my god! This lord is too ignorant. Ah! No. The lord is too kind. Classifying peaches as fruits is simply charity. Why not declare them as medicines and cooperate with the hospital? Yunshuang glanced at the doctor. They can do whatever they want with the peaches they grow. The queen was still not satisfied after admiring her face, and asked Yunshuang, Shuang, is the Lord of Shenong Star really unrelated to the Yun family? At least if they have the same surname. They must be related. Are they relatives from a different branch? Yunshuang, Can you force a relationship? Yunshuang was in a trance. This was the first time she had to force a relationship with someone. The queen ordered someone to check the genealogy of the Yun family. Yunshuang was curiously waiting for the result. The answer was that there was really no blood relationship at all. But they got an unexpected result. Yunwan seemed to have some relationship with the Qin family. The Qin family seemed to have sponsored Yunwan before. But later they gave some money for some reason, and drove Yunwan to the deserted planet. Recently, seeing that Yunwan had become prosperous, Mrs. Qin secretly went to Shenong Star to visit her. When she left, she seemed to be in a mess and very angry. Obviously, she did not get what she wanted. This Qin family is so stupid that they can offend such a person. The queen couldn't help shaking her head. At the flower viewing banquet, she didn't look happy when she saw the Qin family. The queen was closer to Yunwan in her heart. On the one hand, the Qin family was an aristocratic family with little ability. They were very happy to make money. They were useless to the royal family except for causing trouble. Yunwan was different. Facts proved that Yunwan was very good at farming. The natural plants she grew had strange effects. She was also familiar with the future queen of the royal family. Needless to say, which one was more important? Winning over Yunwan was undoubtedly the best choice. And it was also the choice she followed her heart. So she became more and more disgusted with the Qin family. Seeing Madame Qin picking and choosing flowers. And seeming to like the pot of desert roses that Yun Shuang brought out. The queen came out slowly. Madame Qin has a good eye. But unfortunately, this flower was given by Shuang's friend and is not for sale. Oh! Which friend? I wonder if the eldest lady can help to make a connection. We really like this flower. Unexpectedly, the queen would suddenly talk to her. And Madame Qin asked hurriedly. Yun Shuang, who was called, said calmly, "It was given to me by the Lord of Shenong Star. I remember that the Qin family sponsored Yunwan before. So why didn't she give you a pot of flowers?" Yun Shuang's words evoked the memories of everyone's death. Yes, the Qin family sponsored Yunwan. And then drove her away. Now they are not really breaking up. Right? If it was before, the nobles might have colluded and thought that Yunwan was not good. But after the queen's birthday banquet, many nobles secretly asked their housekeepers to grab some vegetables from the Shenong Star live broadcast room. The taste and texture were very good. It was a bit far-fetched to say that Ji's fresh food was a substitute in front of Shenong Star. The future of Shenong Star can be imagined. Everyone has their own thoughts, and is happy to see the Qin family and Shenong Star split. What they can't get, the Qin family can't get either. Ah, Madame Qin, this is your fault. Mrs. Ji added insult to injury. Young people have hot tempers. You have to be more understanding. And besides, it was you who misunderstood before. Why not put aside your pride and apologize to her? Mrs. Ji was hinting at something. And Qin's mother felt that this old woman must have followed her, and knew that she went to Shenong Star. The smile on Madame Ji's face made Qin's mother's pupils shrink. And a nameless anger burst out from the bottom of her heart. Mrs. Qin took a deep breath to save her face. Of course, without the Qin family, Yunwan wouldn't be where she is today. She should thank the Qin family. Really? I was just thinking about buying some desert roses. Since Madame Qin has such a good relationship with Shenong Star, why don't you ask me how to sell them? Mrs. Ji pressed on. Mrs. Qin was forced to do something, and couldn't say a word of no at this moment. Yunwan blocked her. So she couldn't call Yunwan. After thinking about it, she sent a private message to Yunwan directly from the live broadcast room. But she didn't expect that the message couldn't be sent out at all. Seeing that Madame Qin's face darkened, Madame Ji deliberately leaned forward to take a look at her smart brain, and raised her voice in surprise. Ah! Why was I blocked? Ah! Sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Mrs. Ji smiled, and her apology was very insincere, which made Qin's mother almost faint. Yun Shuang also found a chance to vent Yunwan's anger, and also accepted Yunwan's peaches. Mrs. Qin, it's a pity. Doesn't it mean that you can't buy the peaches on Shenong Star that can beautify your skin? What peaches? Mrs. Qin looked a little crazy. It's peaches. My wife and I ate them. Our skin has become very good today. I feel that the beauty effect is 1,000 times better than beauty cream. Everyone looked at Yun Shuang and the queen's faces at the same time. Some people had already noticed the difference between the two and had been asking the maids for information as soon as they entered the banquet. Seeing the shocked faces of those who had just heard the news, they felt a sense of superiority. Then, they saw many people open their smart brains and call up the Shenong Star live broadcast room to check the link. They searched 4 or 5 times, but didn't see the new peaches. They were extremely disappointed and felt depressed. This was what they had just experienced. At this moment, they still felt a little like a cat scratching in their hearts. How come Yun Shuang is so lucky? She happened to be in the same school as the Lord of Shenong Star, happened to be in the same class, and happened to have a good relationship with him. The Lord of Shenong Star prepared a portion of everything delicious and useful for her. Oh my God! The more I think about it, the more jealous I am. They want both peaches and desert roses. And Qin's mother stood there motionless, staring at the gray and black intelligent brain and mumbling. How could this be? She found that not only could she not buy things from the Shenong Star live broadcast room, she couldn't even send in the application to ascend to the star. Yunwan actually broke off the relationship so completely. Oh! I didn't expect you guys to follow Shannon Star's livestream too. Mother Qin heard someone say that it was a lady from the Liu family who was very popular in the wealthy circle. Yes, the food inside is not bad. Mainly because my union wants to eat it. Looking at the nobles who were chatting enthusiastically about Shannon Star, Mother Qin was shaky and fell to the ground with a thud. If Shannon Star was hers, if Yunwan returned to the Qin family, she would be the one being adored by everyone. These nobles will come to make friends with her. After Mother Qin left, Yunwan began to deal with the follow-up of the Black Rock Bee. First, the instigator. The 7 cubs. Yes, there are already 7. One crow orc. She has heard of his name for a long time. And another one called Little Monster, who is timid and afraid of strangers. She has never seen him. I am very curious about what kind of child is called Little Monster. The starting point of the 7 little ones to provoke the Black Rock Bee was good. But the result almost put the entire planet in danger. Although they admitted their mistakes with a good attitude, Yunwan still had to punish them a little. I will punish you to give a cup of peach blossom tea to all guests and residents that day. Ah! The 6 little ones wailed. Ah, what? Also, each of you has to write 10 small characters. Ah! And small characters. The 6 little ones were staggering, looking sad, but no one objected to Yunwan's decision. And they knew that they had done something bad with good intentions. Is sister angry? Yunga asked cautiously. Yunwan snorted heavily, as if a sledgehammer hit the 6 little ones' hearts. And they couldn't help but breathe softly and put away their playful smiles. Angry? Not angry. Chapter 76. Yunwan said earnestly, I am angry because you disregarded your own safety and came into contact with the dangerous Zerg, almost causing a planetary crisis and hurting innocent people. The 6 little ones lowered their heads more and more as they listened, almost burying their heads in their chests. It was as if their spirits were sucked away by a monster, which made Yunwan feel distressed. She soothed her throat. But, when I think about you doing it for me, I am not angry anymore. And after the incident, you actively tried to find a solution and told me in time to deal with it. The danger did not increase, and it was handled very well. Hearing Yunwan suddenly start praising their performance in solving the Black Rock Bee incident, the 6 little ones raised their heads, looked at Yunwan with sparkling eyes, and listened attentively. For example, Miamu is very brave. She attracted the Black Rock Bees by herself and prevented them from entering the city. She is like a little general, who can stop 10,000 men from passing through. But don't take risks next time. Otherwise you will be stung like now, and become a puffy kitten. Miamu shyly turned his head away, trying to cover his swollen face after being stung by the Black Rock Bee. Meow. The sound was muffled and gradually deformed. Yunwan couldn't help but stroke Meow's white beard with her index finger. The cute little cat with a chubby face looked miserable, but also really funny. Yaya is not bad. He is the most vigilant sentinel, and the first to discover the existence of danger. Jie. Not bad. Not bad. Yanj. Ah Huang. Shishi. And Wang Wang actively reported the situation and acted quickly. They bought us enough time to solve the Black Rock Bee incident and played a great role. Yun Ge was relieved that his sister was not angry. Ah Huang. Shishi. And Wang Wang were very excited. And Wang Wang's tail swung like a propeller. Are we really that powerful? Ah Huang asked. Yes. Yunwan was sure. And seeing that the situation was about to go astray, she returned to the main topic. But, don't do such dangerous things next time. Okay. The 6 children said in unison. After Yunwan's class was dismissed, the 6 children immediately took action and packaged the peach blossom tea into 108 small packages. Each package can be brewed 1 to 2 times. Yunwan arranged for a robot to deliver the peach blossom tea and some small tomatoes to each customer. She did not announce the Black Rock Bee incident, fearing to cause unnecessary panic, and only said it was an opening benefit. Huh? Hasn't it been open for a few days? Why is there an opening benefit? Who cares? Maybe the Lord is happy today. So lucky. Luckily I didn't leave in a hurry. Grandmother was also on the list of frightened guests. After listening to Meow Meow and her way of dealing with the Lord, Grandmother agreed very much. Grandmother sighed. She taught you very well. There are still many unknown dangers on Shannon Star. Yunwan needs an armed force to clean up these areas on Shannon Star. She remembered that Lu Huai was a veteran, and asked Lu Huai, who came to her place every day to clock in and practice. Do you know anyone in this field? Lu Huai answered without hesitation. Yes. He is a mercenary. Do you need him? Great. Can you help me contact him? Okay. Being able to help Yunwan. Lu Huai was in a good mood. Let's have dinner together later. Seeing that dinner time was approaching, and there was still something to trouble others, Yunwan simply invited him to stay for dinner. Okay. Lu Huai's voice was a little excited. After the meal, Yunwan received a thank you message from Yun Shuang and Ji Lian. They should have signed for the peaches. Lord, I love you so much. Ji Lian's reply shocked Yunwan. Could it be that the account was hacked? Lu Huai was contacting his subordinates, who had been transferred to mercenaries. He noticed that Yunwan's expression had changed. He accidentally glanced at her brain and pursed his lips. Li Xian, wow. Boss. You contacted me. Wow. Where did you go? I was going to see you at the sanatorium. But you were not there. They didn't tell me your whereabouts and said I didn't have the authority. I need permission to visit my boss. Lu Huai ignored his subordinates' messages and carefully peeked at Yunwan's messages. Lord, I'm sorry. My sister just stole the message from my smart brain. Ji Lian's face was burning, and he glared at his naughty sister. Ji Lanqing stuck out her tongue and made a face. It's okay. My sister is very cute. I hope you like the taste of peaches. Thank you. Lord. Lu Huai retracted his gaze without anyone noticing and continued to reply to Li Xian. He ignored Li Xian's accusation and asked directly, Do you have time to take orders? Shenong Star needs mercenaries to clean up the Zerg. Li Xian, ? What is Shenong Star? Boss, if you have anything, just come to me directly. No need to place an order. Is this Shenong Star your planet? No. I'm asking for someone else. Li Xian, ? Help someone else? God knows. The boss has been socially isolated since he got sick. But now he's still in the mood to help others. Who is it? Who is so generous? Li Xian didn't ask much and immediately agreed. It's a waste of talent for the second-ranked mercenary team in the entire galaxy to clean up the Zerg on the Wasteland Star. He could have recommended a special team to Lu Huai. But he wanted to go there in person to see who can change the boss, who is obsessed with things. Yunwan. Yun Shuang also replied. Thank you, Lord. The roses were very fragrant, and the peaches were delicious. Qin Yan knew that you gave them to me. Her eyes were red with anger. That look was so funny. And Madame Qin. You don't know? She was so angry that she fainted. Do you think I talk too much? Yun Shuang was a little embarrassed. Yunwan felt that the other party was a little cute. She thought she was really a cold lady. After getting to know her, she found that Yun Shuang was also a down-to-earth girl. No. I like to hear their stories of being humiliated. Love to hear. Speak more. Yun Shuang's heart was at ease. She liked to talk to Yunwan. Yunwan was different from others. She didn't flatter her in any way that made her uncomfortable. She wouldn't give her tens of millions of star coins or a planet for no reason. Or let her invest in a certain company. Or do everything she could to get in touch with the Yun family. Yunwan would give her some small gifts, which made her feel valued. But she wouldn't feel that there was something else going on. The key is that Yunwan is like her long-lost best friend. The gifts she gives always touch her heart. Whether it is hot and sour noodles or desert roses. She likes them all. This time, the other party also gave her 10 peaches. They were just planted not long ago, and they thought of her before they were put into use. She felt that she was really cared for. Yun Shuang continued to gossip with Yunwan. Humph. This Qin family. I don't know what they are jealous of. They were the ones who bullied you first. And now it seems as if someone has wronged them. Wan. You have to be careful. Qin Yan likes to covet other people's good things the most. The Qin family may be the same. Yunwan changed from the distant lord to the intimate Wan. Yunwan was surprised by the friendly message Yun Shuang sent out. She thought that the nobles were as self-righteous as Qin's mother and disdained to associate with commoners like her. Qin's mother had been retorted by her a long time ago, and it should not cause any trouble. But Yunwan still thanked Yun Shuang for her kind reminder. Okay. I will be careful. The two chatted for a while, and ended the chat under Yun Shuang's repeated urging to make new peaches available as soon as possible. There is another foodie on Shenong Star who is addicted to it. I am really worried that all the friends she will meet in the future will be fans. Then she will be urged to plant and produce new things every day. Ah! I can't stand it. Lu Huai also ended the chat and continued his morning practice. He practiced by the vegetable field almost all day and did nothing else. He was the kind of self-conscious and smart student that the teacher liked. Yun-won started to tidy up the vegetable field again. Last time, fruits were planted, and the sowing and harvesting of the vegetable field were also handed over to the robot. But the two experimental fields composed of high-level spiritual fields and spiritual soil have not been officially put into use. Yun-won sorted out the varieties of vegetables on hand. The ones exchanged from the system are sweet potatoes, radishes, cabbages, spiritual rice, spiritual peppers, porcini mushrooms, soybeans, cherry tomatoes. The ones collected by the construction team are wheat, shallots, ginger, garlic, cucumbers, potatoes, enoki mushrooms. At present, the menu provided by Sheningsing Restaurant is still limited to the vegetables in the system. The vegetables collected by the construction team have all been replanted. After the next wave of harvest, the menu can be further adjusted and more new dishes can be added. Yun-won wanted to see what mutations these vegetables would undergo. So she collected some seeds, and now they can be planted in the test area. The textual introduction of advanced spiritual fields and spiritual soils said that the direction of plant mutation was uncertain, and it was likely to be random mutation. If you want to obtain satisfactory mutant varieties, you have to cast a wide net. The experimental area she set up had limited space, and 5 plants of each type of vegetable were planted. As spiritual rice was the staple food, it had its own planting terrain, and no one was fighting for the location. So a large area was planted. After planting the vegetables, Yun-won would come to the experimental area every day to check the situation. Some changes can be seen from the growth of the plants. The leaf shapes, branch thickness, and plant heights of the 5 plants of the same type were all different. Yun-won is looking forward to the final harvest. It would be great if she could harvest a batch of super large vegetables. Oh my god! I am so looking forward to it. Will there be plant mutations in size? She simply wants to have a remote control for her life, and directly press the fast-forward button to skip this difficult time of waiting, and go directly to the day when the plants are harvested. However, farming is a never-ending wait. All the sweat and hard work will be melted into abundant fruits at the end of time, bringing endless joy of harvest. Planting melons and getting melons. Planting beans and getting beans is the unique romance of farmers. In the evening, Yun-won went to the restaurant and distributed peaches to the employees. What is this? Lord? This is a fruit called peach, which tastes very good. Everyone has worked hard these 2 days, so let's reward everyone. Oh my god! New fruit! Wen-ji exclaimed, and immediately opened the smart brain to post updates. The 3rd day of working on Shinong Star, the Lord gave us a new fruit peach, which is delicious from the tip to the butt. The peach skin has fuzz, so it is recommended to peel it for better consumption. Some netizens came to the post to watch. Thanks for the advice. You said it as if I could eat the peach? I want to eat the pointy end of the peach. The butt of the peach is also fine. If that doesn't work, send me a peach pit, and I'll grow it myself. Uncle Wang smelled the peach, and the rich peach fragrance went straight into his nose. Chef Wang had already washed the peach and took a bite, and asked, Brother, why don't you eat it? Uncle Wang put the peach in the refrigerator, looked at Chef Wang with ill intentions, who didn't know what was going to happen, and rushed over to pick up his hand while he was not paying attention, and took a bite of the peach in his hand. Smells so good. Chef Wang froze instantly, asking a soul-searching question, why did you steal mine? I'll keep mine for your sister-in-law and niece. Single dogs deserve to be hurt. Right? Uncle, don't provoke my dad. I don't want a stepmother. Xiaoyu's peaches were given to her by Yun-won when she met her, but she divided them into 4 portions, eating 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. She ate them all after 2 days, sucking every finger clean before throwing away the core. Lying on the bed, she sent a message to her mother on Z3458. Mom, it's so cool to work on Shinong Star. Chapter 77. Really? Is the boss nice? The Lord is a pretty girl. Very nice. A few days ago, she gave each of us a peach, which is the picture I took for you before. That is a peach. Pink and looks delicious. Yes, it is very delicious. It is simply the most delicious fruit in the world. When the peaches are sold, I will buy more for you. Haha. We have food, not peaches, so don't spend it carelessly. Save the money. Mom, don't worry about the money. I've already asked the Lord. The housing prices on Shanong Star are not expensive. We can buy a 3-bedroom apartment for about 500,000 star coins. With my current salary, I can pay the full price within 5 years. Then our family will move in. Yeah. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The planet has not been decided yet. Everyone will find a way. I know. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh after shutting down the intelligent brain. Her home planet Z3458 is a poor planet. The planet has been losing money for years. The Lord has been relying on private subsidies and the sentiment of the home planet to prevent the planet from being recycled. However, the maintenance cost of the planet is too high, and the Lord is unable to make ends meet. Recently, he plans to give up Z3458 and sell it to a company as a garbage disposal. Z3458 is about to become a garbage planet, and the biggest impact is on the planet's residents. In general, residents have to find their own homes. Otherwise, they will become interstellar refugees. Although they are rescued by the Empire, they can only settle in the deserted planet. Migration and adaptation to the new environment are very difficult, accompanied by huge casualties. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no one wants to become a refugee. Xiao Yu is a prestigious university student. The reason why she gave up a big company and came to Shanong Star to work is that she saw the potential of Shanong Star and the kindness of the Lord. And secondly, most big companies are on first-tier and second-tier planets, and ordinary people have no place to stand and cannot afford to buy a house in their lifetime. Shanong Star is the best choice for Xiao Yu. She will work hard and make money. The Lord said that she is an employee of Shanong Star. As long as she buys a house in Shanong Star, she will definitely meet the requirements of becoming a resident. Xiao Yu was hopeful, but she didn't expect to be beaten up by her mother's sudden news the next day. Yeah. Z3458 has been sold. A robot came to dump the garbage in the morning. The Lord has moved. What should we do? Will there be a place to accept us? Xiao Yu's eyes were red with anger when she saw the news. She put down her work and asked for leave from Yunwan. What's wrong? When an employee asks for leave, Yunwan naturally has to ask the reason. Xiao Yu answered, something happened at home. I want to go home and take a look. After holding back, she said more clearly, my home planet was sold to be a garbage planet, so I can only prepare to move away. It is common for small planets to become garbage planets and waste planets. Yunwan sighed when she heard it. If you need anything, you can contact me. Maybe I can help. Xiao Yu was grateful, and she was about to say something, but she finally swallowed what she was about to say and agreed. Thank you, Lord. Go and come back soon. The planet's infrastructure can't do without you, Yunwan said with a smile. Since Xiao Yu took over the planet's infrastructure affairs, the infrastructure business has been carried out in an orderly manner. Shanong Star has successfully built 5 residential buildings of different styles, including villa areas with slightly higher prices and low-cost low-rent housing. The school has also been completed, and all teaching facilities are arranged by Xiao Yu. Yunwan went to inspect and was very satisfied. Even the food city has taken shape. After discussing with Yunwan, a food street was built, with stalls of different sizes on both sides of the street. There is also an expanded planting area, which is not only surrounded by a solid high wall, but also set up a high-level protective cover. Xiao Yu is more professional and considers everything more carefully than Yunwan. The infrastructure work is well organized. For such a good person, she hopes that everything goes well for him, and that he will not be tripped up by things. Okay, I'll be back as soon as possible. Xiao Yu said goodbye to Yunwan and immediately bought a ticket back to Z3458. Z3458 has a similar fate to Shanong Star. It was once a mining star, but the mineral resources were not abandoned after being explored. Because of the rich food resources on the planet, the miners did not leave, but became the planet's residents and reproduced here. Although they were not short of food, the planet had no delicious varieties and no expensive resources. They had no income for a long time and almost failed the planet assessment many times. It was the kindness of the Z3458 Lord that allowed them to survive. He made his fortune as a miner. Considering the difficulties of miners, he did not cut off the miners' livelihood and preserved the planet to give the miners a glimmer of life. Now, this glimmer of life is gone. Back in Z3458, Xiao Yu went straight home. Her mother was crying and her father was smoking an e-cigarette, one puff after another. The pungent smell of smoke filled the whole room, making people breathless and even more upset. Stop smoking. It's bad for your health. Xiao Yu put down her luggage and said to Xiao's father. Her voice made Xiao's mother look sideways. Why did you come back? Go back and work hard. You can't help even if you come back? Xiao's mother said anxiously. The Lord and I have asked for leave. And we will leave after we have dealt with the family affairs. Xiao Yu said. She asked about the progress of the move. Is there any planet willing to accept us? This topic made Xiao's mother's joy disappear completely. She sighed. Yes. There is. Your uncle contacted Lu Hongstar. And the other party is willing to let us become second-class citizens. Second-class subjects? Xiao Yu had heard of this saying. Second-class subjects were equivalent to slaves, with no freedom of life. And they exchanged cheap labor for the protection of the planet. Xiao Yu sneered at this. She would rather be a refugee than live like that, shackled in a square world, and never see the light of day. What did uncle say? Xiao Yu didn't like this uncle. But now it seemed that only he had a wide network of connections, and could help. They are all ready to go. Be a second-class subject? Xiao Yu didn't believe that her smart and capable uncle would become a second-class citizen. As expected, Xiao's mother looked unhappy. No. They are first-class citizens. Xiao Yu was not surprised at all. And sneered. Would they sell us out in exchange for such preferential treatment? What a good calculation. What about others? No one has any other way. Rich businessmen do have ways. But they don't want to take us as a burden. Xiao's father said after a long silence. Dad is useless. After so many decades, he didn't even leave a way out for himself. Father Xiao was in great pain, pulling his hair and taking a few long puffs of cigarette helplessly. Xiao Yu couldn't stand his depressed look. So she took his cigarette and threw it on the ground. It's useless to smoke. Let's think of a solution together. It's definitely impossible for the second-class people. I'll go to the rich businessman to see the situation. You cook something. Eat first. Eat full. Wait for my news and then make plans. It was getting late. And his parents were worried all day. So they were definitely not in the mood to eat. After Xiao Yu gave instructions, she waited for Mother Qiao to light the fire and cook before going out with a flashlight. The night was just right. But the wind was biting. As if the beauty of the flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water far away in the sky was the stinking ditch right in front of her. Xiao Yu came to the rich merchant's house in the cold wind, took a deep breath, and knocked on the rich merchant's door. The one who opened the door was Aunt Xiao, the servant of the rich merchant. Miss Xiao Yu, please wait a moment. I will go in and inform you. Xiao Yu nodded, stood there waiting, staring at Aunt Xiao's back thoughtfully. The extremely rich and the extremely poor don't have to worry. The former use money to open the way, and the latter depend on the former to live. The ordinary people are in a dilemma. They have no money, and they can't let go of their pitiful self-esteem. She wanted to study hard, and was the best student in Z3458. She was the only one who went to the third-rank university in the galaxy. She thought she could change her fate. But in the end, she had to bow to reality. There were so many thoughts in her mind. And only 2 minutes had passed. Aunt Xiao returned quickly, and asked Xiao Yu to follow her in. She thought she could meet the rich businessman, since she was admitted to the university. The rich businessman always liked to talk to her, using the word culture to elevate his status. The moment she saw the rich businessman's daughter Li Ruoxian, she knew that she had overestimated herself. What? Are you surprised to see me? You thought my dad would meet you. Li Ruoxian sat in the middle, looking down at Xiao Yu. I know why you came. But don't think about it. My family won't help you. When a couple is in trouble, they will run away separately. Not to mention that we have nothing to do with each other. Doesn't your uncle have a way? As long as you can survive. It's good to be a second-class citizen. Li Ruoxian mocked. In that case, why do you want to see me? Xiao Yu asked. Li Ruoxian laughed wildly. Don't you know? Ha ha ha. That's right. How could our university bully know these things? You have always been someone else's child since you were little. My dad always said that you are promising and capable. And he wished you were his daughter. Now, you have entered the third best university in the universe. So what? You haven't become a phoenix. Hey, Xiao Yu, just be a second-class citizen. Li Ruoxian waved her hand contemptuously. Xiao Yu looked at her deeply, said nothing more, and turned away. After Xiao Yu left, Li Ruoxian leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and couldn't help laughing the more she thought about it. Xiao Yu stood at the door of the rich businessman, with the laughter behind her, the cold wind in front of her. and her parents' earnest hopes at home. She clenched her fists and walked forward quickly, as if this would stop her tears from falling. Halfway through the walk, she finally couldn't hold on and squatted down with her legs hugged, burying her face between her legs, sobbing and emitting suppressed sobs, scattered in the ruthless cold wind. After releasing her emotions, Xiao Yu turned on her brain. She didn't want to trouble Yunwan or make Yunwan embarrassed, but she really had no other choice. Her power was too small. But this was not a trivial matter. Would the Lord be willing to help her? Lord, I have something to ask of you. As you know, Z3458 has become a garbage planet. My family and I need to move away from our home planet. Do you need any citizens? Can my family immigrate to your planet with me? After the message was sent, Xiao Yu fell into an agonizing wait. She stared at the message box every second and every minute, refreshing the background from time to time. Suddenly seeing the little red dot of the new message, Xiao Yu was frightened, and her hand couldn't stop shaking when she clicked on the message. Her mind was blank, and she couldn't think at all. The moment she clicked on the message, she prayed to all the gods she knew. Yes, Lord. I mean real people, not the second-class ones. Are there any levels for people? There are only people and non-people on Shenong Star. Lord, I may not be able to meet the immigration requirements. It's okay. I'll open a back door for you. Xiao Yu felt like she had a heart attack and couldn't breathe. She squatted down with her legs hugged again and cried without restraint. This time was different from the last time. This time she cried with joy. Every tear sparkled with new hope. Even the cold wind was gentle, caressing Xiao Yu's back considerately, as if it was a silent encouragement. Chapter 78. Xiao Yu returned home with her eyes swollen like peaches, which made Xiao's mother feel distressed. Did the rich businessman make things difficult for you? It doesn't matter if they don't agree. At worst, we can be second-class citizens. There is always a place to stay. Yeah. Don't be sad. I didn't see the rich businessman, Xiao Yu said, just as she was about to talk about Shenong Star. Her uncle suddenly came to the door. Sister, how are you thinking about it? Oh, the college student is back. Do you want to go to Luhong Star with your uncle? Mother Qiao slowed down and was about to answer, but Xiao Yu interrupted. No need. Uncle, we have a place to go. Mother Qiao and Father Qiao were confused, and Uncle Qiao was also surprised. Did you hook up with a rich businessman? Uncle Qiao couldn't believe it. He had heard the news early on that the rich businessman spent a lot of money to buy a position on a second-tier planet. Bringing the whole family there had already hurt his vitality. How could he have spared money to help outsiders? No. Xiao Yu didn't want to say more to Uncle Qiao, who had ulterior motives. Anyway, we don't want to be second-class citizens. Xiao Yu's words instantly ignited Uncle Qiao. Yeah. Although you are a college student, you have been in school for too long and don't know how dangerous society is. What's wrong with second-class citizens? Do you think that other planetary lords are doing charity and taking in such a large number of refugees for free? Don't blame me for speaking harshly. People on poor planets like us are useless wastes. Even people like you are not needed, Uncle Qiao said sarcastically. Except for Luhong Star. Who else wants you? Then Uncle. Don't worry, Qiao Yu retorted. Uncle Qiao snorted and looked at Qiao's mother and father. What Yaya meant is also what you meant. Qiao's mother and father looked at each other and chose to believe their daughter. Yes. Oh my God. You two adults are fooling around with children. Listen to me. Hurry up and apply for the immigration of Luhong Star, so that you don't have to worry about the future. Although you are a second-class citizen, the master is good and gives you half a year of free time. You only need to work for the Lord for half a year every year. Where can you find such a good treatment? If we can't find a receiving planet, it won't be fun to become a real interstellar refugee. Uncle Qiao threatened and lured Qiao's father and mother, who didn't know the outside world, and were a little shaken. They looked at their daughter at the same time. At this moment, their daughter became their backbone. Xiao Yu wanted to wait until her uncle left before mentioning Shenong Star to her parents. But now she had to announce it in advance. Dad, Mom, I really don't need Uncle's help. I work on Shenong Star, and the Lord has promised that we can immigrate there together. Really? Mother Qiao almost lost her balance. Are you a formal vassal? Yes. God. The Lord is such a good man. Mother Qiao had heard a few words about Shenong Star from Qiao Yu a long time ago. Her understanding of this planet was still limited to a barren planet where natural food was grown. Although it was a barren planet, Shinong Star had pillar industries and few people, so there would be no friction with the indigenous people. It was a perfect choice. Mother Chiao and Father Chiao both had small peasant ideas. They didn't want to soar to the sky and change their fate. They just wanted to move to another place and continue to live a plain life. Shinong Star was perfect for their needs. Father Chiao was more rational and asked Xiaoyu, "Does the Lord have any requirements for immigration?" "Yes," Xiaoyu said. "The specific requirements are not clear yet. Isn't that wrong?" Uncle Chiao listened for a long time and finally found a chance to interrupt. "The requirements are not clear. What if they are worse than the conditions offered by Liahongsing? In this situation, how can we choose?" "But the Lord said I can immigrate directly." Xiaoyu looked at Uncle Chiao with a smile. "Uncle, I don't know what benefits Liahongsing has given you, and our family will not become a tool for you to make money." Uncle Chiao's little trick was exposed, and he jumped up and down in anger. "What are you talking about?" Yeah. I negotiated with Lu Hong Star for everyone's survival. As a matter of conscience. How come I am the one who made money? You are good at accusing people with your sweet words. Forget it. Since you don't believe me, then go to that damn Shinong Star. Don't be deceived and come to me again. These planetary lords are smarter than anything else. He doesn't believe that the Lord of Shinong Star will accept refugees casually. After sending Uncle Chiao away, Chiao's father and mother surrounded Xiaoyu. Yeah. Ask the Lord what specific requirements he has. Dad, the Lord promised that we can immigrate to Shinong Star together. Xiaoyu emphasized. I know. But I don't know if other people can immigrate if they meet the requirements. Xiao's father is the kind of person who is naturally kind and puts the overall situation first. After solving his own problems, he can't help but worry about others and can't help but make some plans. Thinking of the uncles and aunts who watched her grow up and her childhood playmates, Xiaoyu couldn't be cruel and ignore them. She said to Xiao's father, I'll try, but the Lord may not agree. After all, I know, we are not talented, and the big planets all despise us. Xiaoyu was silent. What Xiao's father said was right. They were the lowest of the lowest, and their living space was almost non-existent. Xiaoyu was about to send a message to Yunwan, but people who got the message came to Xiaoyu's house one after another, and the door was almost broken by people, and there was no room for them. Old Xiao, what do you think? Don't you want to go with Rinda? Rinda is Xiao's uncle. Yes. Do you have any other ideas? Old Xiao, if you have other ways, don't forget your brothers. 20 or 30 people came in. Men, women, young and old. Some of them almost brought their entire families to the scene, surrounding Xiao's father. Quiet. I won't forget you all. I was just about to ask Yi to help ask. For a moment, everyone looked at Xiaoyu with bright eyes. I'll ask now. Xiaoyu turned on the smart brain and started to send messages to Yunwan in full view of everyone. Lord, I want to ask if anyone else wants to immigrate to Shinong Star. Is it possible? And what are the specific requirements for immigration? Yunwan knew that Xiaoyu was in trouble, and she was always paying attention to her situation. She found her news in time and replied immediately. Yes. If you work in Shinong Star and buy a property, you can immigrate to Shinong Star. The uncles and aunts watching were anxious as they looked at the conditions. What should we do? We don't have a job. And how much does it cost to buy a house? Can I buy 2 more houses if I don't have a job? Can I work after immigrate? Xiaoyu raised her hand to stop the uncle and aunt from talking, and continued to read the new news. The uncle and aunt on the periphery kept standing on tiptoe to look inside, and squeezed forward from time to time. The people in the inner circle were about to cling to Xiaoyu. I'll read it to you. Don't worry. Xiaoyu had seen the news clearly and calmed down. The Lord said that since everyone is an emergency immigrant, the conditions can be relaxed. If each household meets the requirement of buying a property, they can immigrate. There are 2 options for buying a house: loan and full payment. The down payment for the loan is 100,000, but they must complete reemployment within 1 month. The Lord will provide various jobs. If you cannot find a job for personal reasons, you will lose your qualification as a lord. Yes. No problem. If you don't work after the Lord offers you a job, you must be lazy. You deserve to lose your status as a lord. Xiaoyu clapped her hands to quiet everyone down. As you can see, The Lord is kind and has relaxed the requirements. If you want to immigrate to Shanong Star, you should prepare funds to buy a house. After officially immigrating, you must not be lazy and work hard. You must work hard and live a good life. Okay, everyone said in unison. The sound was deafening, and the sound was heard hundreds of meters away. Many people who were worried about immigration were very curious. Who was so energetic at this critical moment and was yelling outside? After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Xiao's father continued to add, "It's good that everyone wants to immigrate to Shanong Star, but I'll say it in advance. You have to be mentally prepared. Shanong Star is a barren star for growing vegetables. The conditions are not as good as Luhong Star. If you dislike it or have other ideas, let's part ways in peace. If you land on the star, I don't want to hear any gossip. It's a first-class leader. So what if it's a barren star? Wasn't Z3458 a barren star before? That's right. Yeah. A college student. Works there. What can we dislike?" Xiao Yu wanted to explain that Shanong Star was developing very fast, and was no longer the barren star when the construction team left. But seeing that no one objected, she did not bring it up at this time. After immigration, everyone would see the situation of Shanong Star with their own eyes, which would be much better than her description. If you want to immigrate to Shanong Star, you can come to me to register starting tomorrow, Xiao Yu said briefly. Everyone hurried home to prepare. The news of immigrating to Shanong Star spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Almost the entire Z3458 knew about this planet, where they could become formal citizens without spending too much money. And they all came to Xiao Yu to register. For 7 or 8 days, there was a long line outside Xiao Yu's house. In just a few days, she felt that everyone on the planet knew her. After the statistics were basically completed, looking at the huge number, Xiao Yu was a little worried that Yunwan would be embarrassed. Lord, there are more than 30,000 people on our planet who want to immigrate to Shanong Star, of which 20,000 can buy houses with loans, and 10,000 can buy houses with full payment. Do you think it is okay? So many people. Is it too many people? Xiao Yu was uneasy. Not many. Double is fine. Yunwan was very happy behind the screen. Isn't this a delivery to the door automatically? I was worried that there was no one on Shanong Star, and many factories, shops, and departments could not be organized. These more than 30,000 people completely filled the manpower gap on Shanong Star. And they could also boost the real estate market. The money invested in infrastructure can also slowly flow back, forming a good capital chain, and also completing the planetary assessment of the indicators of the people. Yunwan was so happy. Xiao Yu was relieved and continued to report the situation to Yunwan. Lord, we plan to buy tickets to land on Shanong Star tomorrow. Do you think it's okay? Okay. Okay means okay? Xiao Yu asked weakly. She had read books for decades and had never seen such a term. She was a little worried that it was industry jargon. Would it expose her ignorance? Yunwan was embarrassed for a moment. Modern habits cannot be changed. It is my hometown dialect. It means affirmation. Xiao Yu told the Z3458 aliens, who were preparing to immigrate to Shanong Star, the confirmed departure time. After buying the tickets, everyone looked dazed. The problem of their home planet becoming a garbage planet, and the fear of becoming a second-class citizen that had troubled them for a whole year were resolved so easily. A Z3458 starman pinched his thigh hard. It hurts. Everything is real. He screamed with excitement, and grabbed the sleeves of passers-by and forced them to output. Do you know? I'm going to immigrate to Shanong Star soon. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm going there to be a formal citizen. Not a second-class citizen. I'm a formal citizen. Pedestrian, crazy. I was shocked. Pedestrian, wait. Isn't Luhong Star the only planet that accepts refugees? Does the planet you mentioned need people to rule it? Where can I learn about the situation? Shanong Star Lord. You can immigrate by buying a house on the planet. The Lord is very nice. You can ask Xiao Yu about your people. She lives in. The pedestrian's eyes lit up as he listened. He hooked his shoulder and patted him hard twice. Good brother. Thank you for the news. I'll go register first and talk next time. The pedestrian hurried away, leaving the man rubbing his sore shoulder and leading the other Shanong Star's prospective people to continue the carnival on the spot. Uncle Qiao heard the noise outside and kicked over the table. Damn Shanong Star! How can such a good thing happen in the world? Who would accept so many refugees for no reason? These people will cry when the time comes. After receiving the call from the officials of Luhong Star, Uncle Chiao immediately kowtowed. Mr. Song, you say, we have recruited 50,000 second-class citizens. Something unexpected happened, and we may not be able to reach the expected 100,000 people. Yes. I am a bastard. I am stupid. Shenong Star jumped out halfway. And I can't do anything about it. Everyone is vying to become a first-class citizen. I will try harder. Okay. The phone was hung up suddenly, and Uncle Chiao was so angry that he took a deep breath. Someone spread the message. There are no conditions to become a citizen of Luhong Star. The Lord will provide food and accommodation, and each family will be subsidized with 10,000 star coins in the first year. He didn't believe that these people were still confused and flocked to Shenong Star. Chapter 79. Uncle Chiao's message spread, but few people came to register with him. Instead, hundreds of people told him that they would not immigrate to Luhong Star. Uncle Chiao was furious and grabbed a person who changed his mind and asked, 10,000 star coins. Food and accommodation included. You don't come to Luhong Star, but go to a place where you need to spend 100,000 star coins to buy a house. Aren't you afraid that you will lose both your money and your life? What nonsense are you talking about? It's even more strange that Luhong Star has no requirements. It feels like a trap. And you are going to be a second-class citizen. It is said that second-class citizens have to work for the Lord for free. What's the use of a 10,000 star coin subsidy? I can live in the house I bought for 100,000. Who knows if there is a place to live in Luhong Star? Do you think I'm stupid? The man was very disgusted and broke away from Uncle Chiao's hand. Let go. Don't delay me from registering to immigrate to Shenong Star. Uncle Chiao's face was full of clouds. His triangular eyes were fierce. And he called Luhong Star again. Smiling. Mr. Song, I still need your help with this matter. Help? Rinda. I asked you to recruit people, and gave you 50,000 heads of each person, and let you immigrate to Luhong Star as a first-class citizen, and also arranged a job for you. Now you still want me to help you. Or I can just do it myself. Uncle Chiao cursed in his heart. No one would trust you if you don't have acquaintances to help you. You're just a fart. His lifeline is in the hands of others. Although he has complaints in his heart, Uncle Chiao dared not act rashly and said humbly, Master Song, I can't do anything. That's Shenong Star. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me how you want me to help you. Thank you. Master Song. Master Song is generous. Stop flattering. Let's talk business. The other party is impatient. It can be heard that the other party is not really angry, and is very happy with Uncle Chiao's flattery. Okay. They are going to leave by ferry tomorrow. Please, Mr. Song. I will stop the ferry from docking at Z3458. It's a garbage planet. They won't say anything. Okay. Mr. Song is wise. Okay. It's useless to just talk nice words. If you can't complete the task this time, our cooperation will end here. You can't do it. But there are many people who want to do it. Uncle Chiao issued a military order, said some flattering words, hung up the phone, and immediately became excited. See how these refugees get to Shenong Star. Now they just have to wait for him to come and beg him. Tens of thousands of people, all worth a lot of star coins. The next morning, the people who were preparing to rule Shenong Star arrived at the landing point of the spacecraft one after another. Each of them carried 1 or 2 bags of luggage, and many of them also brought a lot of natural food and plants. Xiao Yu was surprised, thinking that they were worried that there was no food on Shenong Star. Why did you bring these? The reserve food is a bit small. These are what we gave to the Lord. Doesn't the Lord grow vegetables? We often eat this at home, and it tastes pretty good. Let's take it to see if the Lord needs it. What a coincidence. I also brought some beans. I brought flowers. They are so beautiful. After counting carefully, almost every household prepared small gifts for Yunwan. Xiao Yu nodded in affirmation. Everyone is thoughtful. The Lord should need these. The Lord also spent money to buy plants before, and he must like these gifts. I hope that the plants prepared by everyone will be useful. More than 30,000 people gathered in the dam at the landing point of the spacecraft. It was crowded with people, but the long-awaited spacecraft had not arrived yet. Time passed by. The sun climbed higher and higher, and some people gradually became impatient. Could it be that we encountered nebula turbulence? Don't talk nonsense. It was fine yesterday. It must be fine today. Maybe the driver fell asleep and missed the departure time. Discussions arose everywhere, and Xiaoyu's right eyelid kept twitching, as if something bad had happened. The moment she saw Uncle Qiao, she knew that her premonition had come true. Oh my! What are so many people doing here? Are you going to immigrate to Shenong Star? Uncle Qiao walked leisurely to Xiaoyu with his big belly, and said to Xiaoyu provocatively, if you are waiting for the spaceship, then don't wait. What do you mean? Xiaoyu said coldly. The spaceship will not come. Uncle Qiao continued. It will not come today. It will not come back tomorrow. And it will never come to the garbage planet in the future. Everyone was in chaos. Xiaoyu felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. She knew that what Uncle Qiao said should be true. Oh my! How pitiful! It seems that you can't immigrate to Shenong Star, Uncle Qiao said proudly. However, Luhong Star welcomes you. And you know the benefits. If anyone changes their mind, just come to my house to find me. Seeing that everyone was still hesitating, Uncle Qiao added fuel to the fire. We will also leave in the afternoon, and Luhong Star will send a spacecraft to pick you up. No one will be waiting after that time. After saying that, he snorted coldly, and shot a sinister look at Xiaoyu provocatively, and then left leisurely with a few men. The people who were to be the leaders of Shenong Star stood there desperately with their luggage like headless flies. What should we do? Can't we go to Shenong Star? Be patient. Xiaoyu stepped forward to take the lead. She was too young, and some people didn't believe her and were very excited. Don't say those pretentious nonsense. We came from Luhong Star. What's the matter with you guys having problems now? Yes, Luhong Star gave us 10,000 star coins. If it weren't for the conditions of being a first-class citizen, who would want to come here? And there were problems. Xiaoyu was already very angry, and the implicit blame from these people made her even more annoyed. I didn't ask you to immigrate to Shenong Star. Since Luhong Star is very good, then you can just go back to Luhong Star, Xiaoyu retorted fiercely. And a group of people who couldn't sit still left cursing. One person kicked a stone on the roadside and laughed at the people who stayed behind. If no one comes to pick us up, we can't leave the garbage star even if we wait until the end of time. You know the Lord won't pick us up. Some people in the crowd couldn't stand this. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Are you saying that a lord of a desolate planet has a spaceship? Then you just wait patiently. We're leaving first. After sending away a bunch of garbage, Xiaoyu calmed down and looked at everyone. Are there still people who want to leave? I won't stop you from finding a better way. Yeah. Don't be angry. We are not those psychopaths. I would rather die than be a second-class citizen. And I'll give you 10,000 star coins. When I really become a second-class citizen, I wonder if they can get a penny. A bunch of fools. But we can't leave now. What should we do? One person voiced the doubts in everyone's mind. Xiaoyu pursed her lips. This is indeed a problem. The only person she can ask for help is Yunwan. So she can only trouble the Lord once more. Isn't the boat coming after buying the ticket? Xiaoyu pondered, yes. It is Luhong Star who wants to force us to go there and become second-class citizens. Yunwan frowned. This is the second time she heard the term second-class citizens. Don't they know that you want to immigrate to Shenong Star? I know. But they are fearless and say bad things about you. What bad things? They say you can't afford a spaceship. Xiaoyu admitted that she had some thoughts. But she didn't exaggerate. Liahongsing didn't have good intentions. Those people just wanted to immigrate to Liahongsing. So they are also half Liahongsing people. It's okay. You wait a moment. I'll pick you up. Xiaoyu was surprised. She thought the best result was that the Lord called the transportation department to ask the passenger ship to dock at Z3458 again. But what did she hear? The Lord said she was coming to pick everyone up. Xiaoyu couldn't help but be curious. Didn't she see the Lord have a spaceship? She told everyone what the Lord said. And everyone's face was filled with joy again. The people who were to be the leaders of Shenong Star were so moved that they couldn't help themselves. They swore that Shenong Star would be their second home planet in the future. Before receiving Xiaoyu's message, Yunwan was meeting with a 10-person experimental group. The experimental group arrived at Shenong Star one after another a few days ago. Dr. Lin gave them a physical examination, recorded the original data, and regulated their deficient bodies. Dr. Lin arranged a nutritious meal for the experimental group. Yunwan donated 50 peaches for free use in the experiment. After eating the natural food nutritious meal for several days, Plus the peach is rich in shinonsu. The bodies of the 10 people underwent earth-shaking changes. Xiao Gan couldn't believe his eyes. His smooth face, delicate arms. His body became extremely light, as if he could jump into outer space with one jump. Not only was he surprised, but also the others in the experimental group. Oh my god! My dentures! Ning Su, the loudest person in the experimental group, spit out his dentures from his mouth, grinning to let people see his new teeth. I found that my dentures fell off when I woke up in the morning. I thought I was beaten up because I was sleepwalking. It's amazing. How can new teeth grow? He talks a lot. Usually no one responds to him. Now everyone can more or less sense the changes in their bodies, and have more desire to communicate. Is it the same for you? Yangwen is one of the only 4 girls in the experimental group. My skin has become very good. Like I'm 18 years old again. Me too. Me too. Your face is indeed much rosier. Ah ha ha ha. Brother Che is so funny. Brother Che has become a pretty boy. Ning Su laughed so hard that his voice attracted the attention of the other 8 people, who all looked at the Brother Che he mentioned. Che Zalin was originally a slovenly bearded man with messy hair and beard. Years of treatment had caused his body to lack nutrition, making his hair look like dead grass. After a few days of recuperation on Shinong Star, his hair and beard became shiny, black and thick, like the best mecha material. In sharp contrast, the originally dark skin seemed to have a whitening filter added to it. A rough man turned into a weird white-faced guy. Listening to Ning Su's enthusiastic complaints, the atmosphere in the experimental group has been unprecedentedly good since they came here, and almost everyone has a smile on their face. Although it is unknown what the current changes have to do with their illness. At least these are good changes. After carefully checking every change in the body, the 10 people fell into silence again and gathered in the lobby of the sanatorium according to Dr. Lin's instructions. What kind of person is the Lord? A gentle female voice sounded. It was Lu Shiro who was speaking. Ning Su was very interested in this topic and continued, he must be a resolute man with a square face. Maybe he is a tall, cool, queen-like girl. Yangwen followed closely. Maybe he is a noble. Are nobles so good? I think he should be a civilian. He must be a soldier. Most of our experimental group are soldiers. Everyone was discussing heatedly, and no one could convince the other. Suddenly, several people walked into the sanatorium, including Dr. Lin. The 10 people stopped talking instantly. They were more familiar with Dr. Lin, and should pay more attention to him at this moment. But somehow, their eyes were all focused on the girl in the middle. The girl was wearing a classical printed long skirt, and her long hair was softly tied behind her head. She stood in the middle of the people, and her identity was not ordinary. This is the Lord of Shinong Star. After standing still, Dr. Lin introduced them. The 10 people were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect the Lord to be so young. He looked very different from the brave appearance they had imagined. He even looked a little weak. But they quickly reacted and started to applaud. Yunwan's eyes swept over the 10 people in the experimental group. There were men and women, and their ages were mostly in their 20s and 30s. The level of interstellar medical care is good. The average life expectancy of people has already exceeded 100 years. 30 is considered young. Genetic defects are too ruthless. They are concentrated in this age group and take away patients at the best time of their lives. Thank you all for participating in the Shinong Star gene defect treatment experiment. Yunwan did not express the complex emotions in her voice. I know everyone is curious about our treatment methods. Yunwan took out the mental training materials that she had made based on Lu Huai's practice and distributed them to everyone. After everyone got their own copy, she explained, this is the method to treat gene defects. Is this a book? Ningsu read it over and over again 3 times. And the more he read, the more confused he became. It should be a new type of medicine. Yangwen tried her best to convince herself not to look at the paper. If she continued to look at it, she might think that the Lord was joking with him. Yunwan had expected the confusion and trance on everyone's faces. That's right. Ah? How can this save lives? If that's the case, then I'll just go to the library. Some people whispered. Some questioned loudly. They felt they were fooled. Ha! I said it. Treating gene defects. Something I've never heard of. Why do you want to give me hope? Can't you just let me die quickly? Chengwu collapsed and laughed miserably. Yunwan was a little at a loss when someone suddenly broke down. She didn't expect an adult to be so fragile. She hadn't finished her words yet. And the questioning was so loud that she felt very uncomfortable. Quiet, Lu Huai's cold voice sounded. And it was deep and powerful. Not harsh, but everyone could hear it clearly. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on him. What else do you have to say? Chung Wu mocked. Dr. Lin was sweating profusely. If he had known that the situation could not be controlled, he would have informed the experimental group in advance. Alas, it might be even more chaotic by then. It is indeed difficult to accept new things. Dr. Lin changed his angle to appease everyone. If I really lied to you, would I need to provide you with food and accommodation? Think about it. Okay. The 10 people were silent. Dr. Lin has been with them for a long time, and is indeed a very professional doctor. What he said is not wrong. The investment in food and accommodation on Shinong Star far exceeds the 1,000 blue crystal mines they paid. Are there any liars who pay for their lives? Obviously. There is no such thing. Listen to the Lord's words. Lu Huai brought the topic back to the right place. Although it still feels ridiculous to rely on a book that you can't understand to treat genetic defects, it's still hard to believe that there will be any turnaround. The experimental group looked closely at Yunwan, curious about what answer she would give. I know it's hard to convince you with empty words. So why not open the book and read the first chapter? And then we can experiment together, and you'll understand. Yunwan said slowly. But the premise is that everyone should understand that after practicing the mental method, there may be some side effects. What we have found so far is that you can no longer drive a mecha. And this method is not safe. If you don't follow the steps in the book, other problems may arise. Or even life-threatening. If you can accept it, you can stay and practice. If you can't, yes, I want to live. Let's practice quickly. Chung Wu interrupted. This kind of impulsive and half-obedient students always give teachers headaches. I hope he has really thought it through. It's a pity that he can't drive the mecha. I don't know if there will be a solution later. Yunwan swept her eyes across the faces of the 10 people one by one. Some hesitated, but in the end they all chose to stay. No one objected. So she made the decision, okay, let's start. The 10 people, either curious or indifferent, listened to Yunwan's instructions and meditated on the spot, feeling the so-called Shinong element in the air. 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened. 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened. An hour passed. Still nothing happened. Just when Chung Wu was about to sing bad news again, Lu Shiro brought good news. I think I understand. As she finished speaking, Shinongsu rushed to the sanatorium at a very fast speed. Many people felt that the concentration of a certain component in the air increased, and their breathing became smoother. The 4 people sitting next to Lu Shiro felt it particularly obvious, and followed closely, drawing the air into their bodies. I succeeded too. It's amazing. How did you do it? I felt that thing enter my body and merge with my body. Ning Su was confused by the successive news. Why don't I feel anything? Me too. It's so strange. What do you feel? I feel it. Ha! I feel it. It's repairing the wounds in my body. It works. It really works. Chung Wu was a little crazy. This was the first time he received good news since he got sick, and he felt a surge of heat rushing to his head. Being too excited is not good for cultivation. Yunwan was about to remind him. And sure enough, Chung Wu spit out a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the faces of the team members around him. The team members, who hadn't been happy for too long, were in a mess, looking at Yunwan eagerly, treating her as a life-saving straw. Yunwan sighed helplessly. It's okay. He was just too excited. The taboos on the first page of the textbook are clearly written. Read it twice before each practice and remember it in your heart. Otherwise the consequences will be very serious. After spitting blood, Chung Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and recovered his vigor. Everyone was relieved. Understood. At this moment, they were completely convinced by Yunwan, just staring at the thin book in their hands. Their brains were still a little hot. The strange formulas and postures in the book can actually save lives. They don't even need to take medicine. And genetic defects can be cured? This is even more unbelievable than telling them that tomorrow is the end of the world. Is this a dream? Ning Su pinched his thigh. It hurts. It's real. Something bizarre really happened. Will the Lord teach us in the future? Chung Wu stared at Yunwan with green eyes. Yunwan felt a lot of pressure. She couldn't resist Chung Wu's studious and disobedient students. Fortunately their teacher is Lu Huai. When they heard that the teacher was someone else, The 10 people were a little disappointed. But most people felt that it was the same. Just that the Lord was more gentle. And the person next to her, who was going to be their future teacher, spoke coldly, with a stern face as if someone owed him money, and looked particularly difficult to mess with. 10 people were attacked by the memory of the dead. Summary: it's a bit like the devil instructors you meet in college, military. Intuitively, the future study life will be difficult. But thinking about being able to get rid of the pain in the end, everything is worth it. 10 people who were abandoned by their relatives or abandoned by themselves in the intensive care unit a few days ago suddenly saw new hope. They have never dared to think about those days before the symptoms of genetic defects appeared. They also lived a happy and ordinary life, away from pain, imagining the future, full of vitality, and wholeheartedly pursuing the distant place they yearned for. After the gene collapse, they dared not think, dared not hold hope, because every time they were greeted with new disappointment and their bodies became increasingly damaged during the treatment process. They felt that their vitality was slipping away, but they could do nothing about it. Life was like quicksand in their hands. The tighter they held it, the faster it slipped away. But today, fate favored them, and their lives were in their own hands. If they could go back to the day when they met Dr. Lin, they really wanted to praise themselves for being so impulsive. It was a good idea to sign up. I can't imagine what they would become if they hadn't come to Shannon Star. Maybe they would have become a pile of mud until they died. The emotions in the experimental group were completely transformed into gratitude and admiration for Yunwan. What kind of genius can develop such a treatment method that breaks the worldview? The Lord is simply a genius. They are on the first layer. She is in the atmosphere. She is simply not a human. Oh, no. She is simply a god. No wonder this planet is called Shannon Star. The Lord is Shannon. No. The Lord is more like a miracle doctor. Who cares? The Lord is good. The Lord is the best. I am Chenwu, and I swear to be loyal to the Lord until death. Chenwu put his right fist on his chest, knelt on one knee, and swore to Yunwan. With him starting, the other 9 people were also excited and expressed their loyalty to Yunwan. Yunwan, does anyone remember that this is an experiment? Why are you suddenly so determined, as if you want to join the army? Thank you all for your support. Yunwan was not used to a group of people kneeling in front of her, so she quietly turned aside. Dr. Lin did a clear background check on the 10 people in the experimental group. Among them were ordinary people, well-qualified soldiers, extremely talented mecha repairers, mecha developers, etc. Although they may not be able to drive mechas in the future, the knowledge they have mastered and their existing experience are very valuable for Shannon Star, which lacks talents. After participating in the experiment, their sense of belonging to Shannon Star and their loyalty to Yunwan rose to an unattainable level, which gave Yunwan more ideas. After her cultivation of the mind method matures, she wants to set up a special plan to take in these patients who are excluded and despised by other planets. This is not only a good thing for the benefit of society, but also a way to pick up some talents from all walks of life. The special plan can not only include Yunwan's free investment, she can arrange the recovered patients to various industries, or let them create more profitable projects on their own, and collect part of the fees to maintain the development of the special plan, which is equivalent to a public welfare activity. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that there was a lot of room for improvement in this area. The key is that those who participate in the special plan will be more loyal than the talents introduced from other planets. This is the most unique feature of this plan. Thinking of this, Yunwan no longer avoided the worship of the 10 people. She said gently, "Everyone, please stand up quickly. If you really like Shannon Star also welcomes you to come here to shine. I hope you will actively practice and recover soon. Let's work together to move towards a bright future." The 10 people stood up, and the 5 deafening words echoed in their hearts. Bright future. Yes, they have a bright future again. Chengwu was in the crowd, excited but also ashamed. "Lord, Chengwu apologizes to you here. I was too reckless before and spoke rudely without knowing the truth. Lord, please don't hold it against me. Chengwu is a man who can take it or leave it, and has a bit of a bandit spirit. Such people have a fatal flaw. That is, they are easily impulsive. But they also have an advantage that is hard to refuse. That is, they value friendship and loyalty. It doesn't matter. The cultivation method is unconventional and breaks the rules. Your doubts are understandable. Just practice well in the future. Don't mind it. Thank you." Lord. Cheng Wu clenched his fist. Yunwan continued to communicate with others, left the sanatorium, and received Xiao Yu's message on the way back to the Lord's mansion. The news brought by Xiao Yu made Yunwan know more about the interstellar. She had not been to many planets. She remembered the poor planet where the original owner was born, the capital planet, and the Jinsha planet. These planets had different levels of development, but they were all relatively peaceful and democratic. Luhong Star was the first unequal planet she came into contact with. Yunwan searched for relevant information about Luhong Star on the Star Network and found that apart from the advertisement for recruiting second-class citizens, there was little surrounding information, and even few netizens from this planet were active on the internet. From the few words on the Star Network, Yunwan learned that a reporter had previously disclosed private planets like Luhong Star, angrily denouncing their cruel behavior of treating second-class citizens as slaves and violating the Interstellar Democratic Treaty. But in the end it seemed to be left unresolved, and the reporter has now disappeared. Yunwan sighed. She thought that as the level of technology became more advanced, the gap between the rich and the poor would be narrowed accordingly, and people would be more equal. However, the fact is the opposite. Technology is in the hands of giants, and ordinary people have no access to the core of technology. Even in the interstellar where robots are prevalent, people, its own connotation and function are being obliterated. Humans seem to have become a byproduct of a highly technological world. If they cannot enter a large planet to survive, they will become residents of a poor planet or even interstellar refugees. The fragmentary information shows that Lu Hongxing is not simple. If the other party does not provoke her, she can temporarily turn a blind eye. But the other party is obviously not afraid of her and wants to snatch people from her. Lu Huai. Someone persecuted my people. What should I do in this situation in the interstellar? Lu Huai thought without hesitation. You can start a just war and snatch his people away. Yunwan smiled. She said it as if she would definitely win the war. Are you so confident in me? Yunwan smiled. And before Lu Huai could answer, she continued to analyze. I don't want to fight. It's a waste of time and money. I just want to grow. But it's not bad to trip them up a bit. Lu Huai swallowed the unspoken words. In fact, he had a lot of weapons, and he could definitely help the Lord win the war. But since the Lord loved peace, he didn't want to go against her wishes. Seeing Yunwan smiling like a fox, Lu Huai was very curious about her stumbling block. In the afternoon, Yunwan asked the courier robot to move several large boxes to the starship. The starship was Lu Huai's food allowance. Yunwan was a woman who owned 3 starships. She thought that she didn't need such a big thing as a starship on a daily basis, and it took up space in the port. However, because she was too low-key, she was misunderstood as having no money and was snatched by other planets. Sometimes, wealth should be appropriately exposed. Lia Hongxing came to her door, and Yunwan just killed a chicken to scare the monkey. If the Qin family and the Ji family wanted to make trouble for her, they had to think twice. But she can drive. But she has never driven a starship. I can drive. The operation of a starship is similar to that of a mecha. Lu Huai helped Yunwan solve her problems at the right time. Great. Can you go with me? Yunwan was overjoyed. Sure. Feng. Question mark. The difference between the two is huge. Okay. One dares to say it. The other dares to believe it. Yunwan took Lu Huai to board the starship, and Feng and the other 2 followed. Protect the Lord, Lu Huai secretly instructed. 3 guards, It was hard to tell whose guards they were. Okay. Xian Zhuang and Lu Li answered. And then the 3 looked at Feng. Feng reluctantly said, Okay. Xiao Yu and others were still gathering at the dam, afraid of leaving and missing the ship that would take them to Shenong Star. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the Luhong Star's ship arrived. There were 3 ships, each about 200 meters long. The people who moved to Luhong Star lined up to board the ship. There were no seats on the ship, so they could only stand. It was packed full, almost crowded, but it couldn't dispel the arrogance on the faces of a few of them. Hey, aren't they the people of Shenong Star? Why haven't they left yet? Isn't your lord here to pick them up? The people on the boat laughed at Xiao Yu and others under the boat. Oh, if you ask me, it's better to come to Luhong Star. Huangxing is so poor that you won't get any good things if you go there. Several people talked back and forth, looking like they were smug. Uncle Qiao also stood up and said, Those who want to immigrate to Luhong Star can get on board directly. The people who stayed with Qiao Yu were more rational and understood the interests involved. No one was shaken by Uncle Qiao. The rich merchant was also preparing to board his own boat and leave. Seeing Qiao Yu standing there, he said kindly, "Qiao Yu, our boat still has space and can take you for a ride." "Dad, what are you doing? We are in a hurry to get to our new home. And there are so many of them that our boat can't accommodate them. It will be so crowded to get on board." Li Ruoxian pouted and was very unhappy. "Shut up." The rich merchant scolded his daughter. He wanted to say something else, but Qiao Yu had already rejected his kindness. "No need. Uncle Li, the Lord will come to pick us up." Li Ruoxian immediately responded, fearing that her father would persuade her again and let a bunch of stinky civilians come up. "Dad, they said someone is coming to pick us up. Let's stop meddling and get on the boat." "Okay. You can find me if you need any help." The rich businessman did not force it. After getting on the boat, he glared at his delicate daughter and said angrily, "You are really spoiled by me. Did you forget that we are the same as them?" Li Ruoxian pouted and said disapprovingly, "How can we be the same as them? Just a bunch of dirty civilians." "You?" The rich businessman pretended to hit Li Ruoxian, but was stopped by his wife. He was so angry that he shook off his wife's hand and said, "You just spoil her. One day, you will suffer a great loss because of this mouth." Seeing that the 3 ships of Luhong Star were almost full, with only the last small team left, Uncle Qiao was unwilling to give up and came to Qiao Yu to show his presence. If he was not short of tens of thousands of people, he would not bother to talk nonsense with Qiao Yu. Yeah. Uncle will not lie to you. The Lord of Shenong Star is still nowhere to be found. Maybe he is a liar. When we leave, you will be on the garbage planet and no one will help you." Even though the people of Shenong Star who were preparing to rule didn't like Luhong Star very much, they were still very distressed watching others leave one after another. They had worked hard at first, but then they were weaker and weaker, and now they were not sure whether the Lord would come to pick them up on time. "Look! There's a boat over there!" Someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone was energized and cheered loudly with full energy. "It's the Lord! The Lord is here to pick us up! Ah! Ah! The Lord is coming! The Lord is coming!" Chapter 80. I saw a starship like a giant beast from the abyss slowly approaching from afar, and finally stopped between Luhong Star and the ship of the rich businessman. The starship is 3 or 4 times larger than the ship, standing out among the many ships, like a 2-meter tall big guy appearing among kindergarten children. This starship is not a flashy paper tiger. Both the shell and the weapons loaded are the latest and most lethal in the interstellar space. It is a warship commonly used by major planets. A lord of a deserted star actually owns a warship. Those who knew the goods looked up at the silver outer wall of the starship and were so surprised that their jaws dropped. "Oh! Dream. Maybe it's just a passing army stopping for repairs," Uncle Qiao said disdainfully. "The lord of the desolate star can afford a starship. Isn't this a fantasy?" But as soon as he finished speaking, the starship opened, and a slender folding ladder slowly stretched out. A tall girl with a ponytail and a black and white spliced waist dress walked down slowly. The rivets on her boots flashed a cold light under the direct sunlight, which made Uncle Qiao squint his eyes. He heard Qiao Yu shouting happily, "Lord!" She seemed to shout out a special command. The word "Lord" made everyone present stop their small movements, stand up straight, and salute Yunwan. The people in Shenong Star had a stronger sense of body, and their expressions were serious as if they were participating in a military parade. There were 2 people on the ladder, a capable girl followed by an extraordinary man. At first, they couldn't tell who was the Lord. They saw the man following behind the girl to hold an umbrella to shade her. It should be just a knight without a uniform. They were sure that the Lord was a girl. "Hello, Lord!" Everyone shouted in unison, and the sound was deafening in this empty dam. The Lord was so young, and the people of Shenong Star were very surprised. They knew the difficulty of living on a deserted planet, and they couldn't believe how a young girl could persist. However, apart from admiration, they did not have any improper thoughts, such as thinking that the young lord was easy to bully. Instead, they thought that he must be very capable to be a lord at such a young age. They were more cautious in treating the lord. Yunwan stepped on the land of Z3458. It was like other barren planets, with many barren forests and low technological level. There was nothing special about it. "Have you registered the list?" Yunwan asked Qiao Yu, who ran over quickly. "It's registered. Xiao Yu opened the intelligent brain and pulled out the list for Yunwan to see. Yunwan had already received the updated list. And now it was just a formality. Okay. Everyone line up according to the list and board the ship in an orderly manner. There are seats on the ship. After boarding, take your seats in order. Do you understand? Yunwan said. I understand. The prospective subject said in unison. Like a well-trained army. Yunwan nodded to Xiao Yu, who immediately organized the staff and arranged for the subjects to board the ship. The first subject was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. She passed by the stairs and stuffed a big bag into Yunwan's hand. Yunwan held the package blankly, and the elder sister explained enthusiastically, Lord, this is a specialty of our Z3458 star. Take it home and try it. If it tastes good, keep it. If it doesn't taste good, throw it away. Don't be polite. Before he could refuse, the next person to board the ship handed him a large pot of hydrangeas. It was a young girl who was very shy. Lord, this flower suits you very well. After saying that, she lowered her head and quickly climbed the ladder. There were only a few people on board, but Yunwan was almost unable to hold the local specialties in her hand. Lu Huai. Lu Huai. Help me hold it. A package was shaky, but fortunately the man's big hand supported it, and it didn't fall to the ground. I'll do it. Lu Huai moved the things into his arms. The man's arms were much wider. He could hold a bunch of packages and still have one hand free to hold an umbrella. Thank you. During the conversation, another package was added. Yunwan was touched and helpless. She said to the people behind her, Don't give me gifts. Keep them for your own consumption. I don't lack anything. Just then, a little old man handed over a box and insisted on giving it to Yunwan with a stern face. Seeing that Yunwan refused to accept it, he was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Lord, why don't you accept mine? You accepted all theirs? Grandpa, I will return these. Don't give them to me. Yunwan was sweating profusely. There was a long line behind her, and many people were holding packages in their hands, which were obviously ready to be given to her. The Z3458 star was too enthusiastic. She couldn't handle it. It's okay. Lord, you are so thin. You should eat more nutritious food. Don't be polite to me. An old man? Take it quickly. The old man forced the things into Yunwan's hands and climbed the stairs quickly, fearing that Yunwan would catch up and return the gifts to him. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now, she couldn't refuse the gifts coming later. She had no hope in life and asked Xiao Yu for help. Xiao Yu smiled secretly and suggested, Everyone, don't stuff gifts into the Lord's arms. Yunwan seemed to have found a savior. Yes. 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 Don't give it anymore. There's really no need to give gifts. After a while of excitement, Xiao Yu continued to say, The Lord can't take so many things. You can just take the gifts on the starship and find a place to put them. This method is very good. People passing by really stopped stuffing things into Yunwan's hands. They said thank you and boarded the ship quickly. And the speed of boarding the ship was several times faster. Yunwan, Xiao Yu, Lord. Just tell me whether the problem has been solved or not. Yunwan, who was forced to accept the gift, should have been happy. But she just felt bad. She was not truly selfless in accepting the refugees, but just for the development of the planet. The other party had a place to stay, and she had a large number of laborers, which was mutually beneficial. Alas, her future subjects are really a group of lovely people. Uncle Qiao and the rich businessman saw that the Lord of Shenong Star was so rich and powerful that he sent a starship to accept the refugees. So they couldn't help but pay attention to it. They were not in a hurry to leave, and tried to talk to Yunwan. You are the Lord of Shenong Star? I have heard of you for a long time. The rich businessman was well built and spoke kindly. He took the initiative to introduce himself to Yunwan. I am also from Z3458 Star, and I am going to immigrate to Lisa Star. I am relieved that Xiao Yu can follow you. Oh, are you Xiao Yu's? Yunwan looked at him in confusion. From what he said, he sounded like Xiao Yu's elder. The rich businessman was a little embarrassed. He mentioned Xiao Yu just to get close to her. He didn't expect Yunwan to be so direct. He could only bite the bullet and continue chatting. We watched Xiao Yu grow up, and we are all very happy that she can go to the third best university in the galaxy. This child has worked harder than others since she was young, and now it is rewarded. Wait, Yunwan still didn't understand the identity of the person who suddenly came down from her ship and talked to her. This person looked quite rich. So she guessed. Have you sponsored Xiaoyu to go to college? No. So what is your relationship with Xiaoyu? Why do you feel relieved that she follows me? Except for her own subjects. Yunwan didn't have a good impression of other people in Z3458. The rich businessman wanted to say that he had nothing to do with Xiaoyu. From the beginning to the end. He came to talk to Yunwan because he thought Yunwan was special. He mentioned Xiaoyu because he saw that Xiaoyu was useful in front of Yunwan. Xiaoyu was just a topic. The people on the boat seem to be waiting for you. They look anxious. Yunwan said something without any context. The rich businessman pondered for a long time before he understood what Yunwan meant. Yunwan was very clear. She seemed to be talking about the boat. But in fact, she was pointing out that he was rich and had never helped Xiaoyu a penny. But he pretended to be very familiar with her. He even saw that Shenong Star had a starship and thought that she had climbed up the ladder and wanted to use her name to build a relationship. After figuring it out, his old face turned red and he fled in shame. When he returned to the ship, he heard his daughter Li Ruoxian saying sourly, "It's just a barren planet. Why are you pretending?" She saw Xiaoyu doing things efficiently, and others also listened to Xiaoyu. And some people praised Xiaoyu. So she felt very uncomfortable. What are you mumbling about again? A barren planet that can afford a warship is not an ordinary barren planet. The rich businessman believed in his intuition. Li Ruoxian didn't believe it, and searched for Shenong Star on the internet, and found that this planet was not a barren land as she imagined, but was sought after by many people on the internet. And the search results were all praises and voices that wanted to immigrate there. How is it possible? How could Xiaoyu be so lucky? Li Ruoxian's eyes widened in disbelief. The rich businessman also saw the search results and sighed. Xiaoyu will definitely have great luck in the future. What a pity! What a pity! Li Ruoxian was almost going crazy with jealousy after hearing what the rich businessman said. What a pity! Isn't Xiaoyu the daughter of the Li family? Ha! Shenong Star is okay. We can also immigrate there, Li Ruoxian said angrily. Their family is rich. Even second-tier planets are very welcome. I don't believe that a barren planet would leave the rich and want refugees. The rich businessman was very moved by his daughter's words. But he had just hit a snag with Yunwan and couldn't go again. So he didn't stop Li Ruoxian, who was getting off the boat quickly, wanting to see if there were any new options for immigration. Lord, I am Li Ruoxian, the daughter of a rich businessman. Li Ruoxian was very proud, even a little arrogant. I see your planet is good. We also want to immigrate. I wonder if the Lord welcomes it. Her tone revealed a strong sense of superiority, and she was sure that Yunwan would gladly accept her proposal. Yunwan frowned. Why do strangers always come to her to make a presence known? The immigration conditions for Shenong Star can be checked online. If you want to immigrate, submit your application and someone will review it, Yunwan said indifferently. The implication is that the Lord does not need to deal with such trivial matters personally. Lord, there are conditions for us to immigrate. Li Ruoxian thought she had Yunwan under control, but soon revealed her little thoughts. Yunwan was amused. It was clearly her who proposed the immigration. Why did she say it as if she was begging her? Yunwan didn't understand her train of thought, and said with a smile, "What are your conditions?" "My condition is that Shenong Star cannot accept her immigration application." Li Ruoxian pointed at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu knew something was wrong when she saw Li Ruoxian. Sure enough, this woman ran to the Lord and said nonsense, and even wanted to drive her away. She was really sinister. Xiaoyu was disgusted, leaving the matter to Xiaoyi, who had been helping in the past 2 days. Xiaoyu ran to Yunwan with grievance. Lord, Yunwan gave her a comforting look, then turned to Li Ruoxian and said, "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." "Why?" "She has to stay and work for me." Li Ruoxian didn't care. Ha ha ha. Lord, I can do her job too. Chapter 81. How come you are also a graduate of the third-ranked university in the Interstellar? Yunwan smiled. No. I received an aristocratic education. How can she compare with me? The tone was full of pride and contempt. That's too unfortunate. Shenong Star doesn't need any aristocrats, Yunwan said while Li Ruoxian had a kind of annoying temperament. It turned out that she was influenced by the aristocracy, and was too deeply poisoned by the aristocracy. Just like Qin's mother's arrogance. Li Ruoxian looked like. Do you know what you are talking about? Without the support of the nobles, how can you survive in the interstellar space? Don't be ridiculous. It has nothing to do with you. Yunwan shrugged. We will not immigrate to Shenong Star if you do this. Li Ruoxian threatened. I wish for it. Yunwan was calm. Lord, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Seeing that Li Ruoxian was about to stir up trouble, the rich businessman hurriedly got off the boat to smooth things over. Sorry, Lord. My daughter is a little willful. Please bear with me. Look at what you said. I am also very willful, and can't bear it at all. Yunwan didn't give him any face at all. In Yunwan's opinion, the rich businessman's family is extremely hypocritical. The parents are hypocritical and want everything. They say good things but don't want to give anything. When they see the starship, they rush over to get close to her. The daughter is unruly and vicious. Not only does she try to cut off her retreat, but she also thinks she is right and wants to control her. This family is weird and not worth associating with. Of course, she won't be polite. You are the ones who said I can't afford a spaceship. Right? Yunwan brought up the past. Nothing. The rich businessman smiled and said, Please do your work first. We won't bother you. Dad, what are you doing? Don't pull me. She is just a small planet lord. Only those ignorant idiots on the internet will praise her. She is about the same age as me. How can she afford a warship by selling vegetables? She didn't make money by selling her body? Hey! The umbrella holder. Are you her financial sponsor? Li Ruoxian spoke without restraint. Yunwan originally wanted to say a few words to her, and let her apologize to Qiaoyu and let it go. But she didn't expect Li Ruoxian to be so aggressive. She sneered, Ha! You have a good imagination. Li Ruoxian was not to be outdone, and raised her chin proudly. Seeing that his stupid daughter was not quiet, the rich businessman slapped her directly. Dad, why did you hit me? Shut up, the rich businessman said unhappily. Can't you see that the other party is driving a warship? Whether the Lord of Shenong Star sells himself or sells vegetables, what strength do they have to fight against the other party? Lord, I'm so sorry. Yunwan's stupidity was about to come on, and she couldn't get angry anymore. I'll give you 10 seconds. Drive your broken spaceship and get out. If you appear in my sight, don't blame me for being blind. Lord, the rich businessman still wanted to save the situation. But Yunwan lost her patience and counted down mercilessly. 10-9. Lu Hui sent a message to Feng Feng, who was driving the starship, with a stern face. As Yunwan counted down, the starship's turret compartment opened, and the barrel was facing the rich businessman's spaceship. The sound of the ammunition was terrified. He knew that Yunwan was not just talking, but was serious. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly boarded the ship with Li Ruoxian, stepped on the accelerator, and left in disgrace. Li Ruoxian was still reluctant, and was a few seconds late. The starship started the bombing mode. A huge explosion sounded behind the rich businessman's spaceship, which frightened Li Ruoxian so much that her legs softened and her lips trembled as she looked over there. Only then did she realize that she had offended someone she shouldn't have offended. The rich businessman's spaceship took a zigzag trajectory, but Yunwan still felt unsatisfied. I hate people who spread obscene rumors the most. How can they be so mean? Block them all. It's such a waste of ammunition to deal with such people. Her good mood was ruined by this person. Just as she was looking serious, a cool breeze continued to blow from the left. She raised her eyes, and saw that it was Lu Hui who was fanning her. He was holding a lot of sundries in his arms, an umbrella in one hand, and a fan he found from nowhere in the other. In the sunlight, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, outlining his resolute and handsome face. Was he too good to her? Yunwan thought to herself. How could Lu Hui look like a sponsor? She looked like a sponsor. Okay. He was just a follower fanning her. Lord, don't be angry. They have been added to the blacklist. Qiaoyu carefully called back Yunwan's thoughts. I have caused trouble for the Lord. Don't think too much. It's just that there are too many red eyes. Just be yourself. Yes. Thank you, Lord. I will definitely work hard. Qiaoyu was greatly encouraged and turned into a loyal admirer of Yunwan. The Lord was so cool when he confronted Li Ruoxian just now. The Lord said he needed her help with work, and she is more important than the nobles, which means that the Lord is willing to be the enemy of the nobles for her. Qiaoyu was so moved. How could she be so valued by the Lord? From now on, she decided to work more diligently and build the most beautiful planet in the entire galaxy for the Lord, and never let the Lord down. Uncle Qiao was watching from behind the crowd. Seeing the rich businessman being humiliated, He had a hunch that Yunwan had bad intentions. He didn't care whether the number of second-class subjects was enough or not, and quickly and quietly took the 3 ships away. He ran fast. Qiaoyu puffed her face in dissatisfaction. Yunwan learned from Qiaoyu that Uncle Qiao was the instigator who didn't let her subjects take the spaceship. She would not let Uncle Qiao succeed easily. She gave Feng Feng an order to fire the special shells that had been prepared. The sound of loading made everyone stunned for a moment. And then a huge explosion sounded. The prepared subjects of Shenong Star closed their eyes reflexively and dared not look directly. There were continuous explosions, but the air was not filled with the smell of gunpowder. The prospective subjects opened their eyes curiously, and the shells exploded in the air, and inside them were ribbons and small cards of various colors, which fell like snowflakes above the 3 spaceships of Luhong Star. Welcome Z3458 to join Shenong Star. It turned out to be a welcome ceremony given to them by the Lord. The prospective subjects straightened their backs and climbed the ladder, as if walking on the red carpet. After boarding the starship, they clearly saw that the people on Luhong Star were scared into a mess, pushing and shoving like sardines on the smelly narrow plane. Lu Li broadcast the embarrassing scene of Uncle Qiao to Yunwan and Qiaoyu in real time. At this moment, he was pressed on the deck by a bunch of panicked people. His face was pale, and he was finally pulled out from the crowd by his lackeys. What happened? Uncle Qiao kicked the innocent passerby who had pressed him before, and turned to ask his subordinates. The subordinates replied respectfully, "It was Shenong Star that suddenly fired, and many pieces of paper fell on our ship." Uncle Qiao took the card handed over by his subordinates. There were some words and pictures on it, which seemed to be promoting Shenong Star. He couldn't figure out what the purpose of Shenong Star was. To attract people? But these people had already boarded the Luhong Star ship, and it was impossible for them to immigrate to Shenong Star. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. And the contact person from Luhong Star came to him because of these cards. Idiot! Hurry up and tell someone to collect these cards and throw them away. The contact person was very angry. Uncle Qiao was scolded and was in a bad mood. He didn't move when he heard it. These things are not poisonous. What are you afraid of? The contact person was very disappointed and threw a bunch of cards to Uncle Qiao. Look carefully at what's written on them. Isn't it just promoting Shenong Star? Uncle Qiao didn't care. He had seen these cards before. Nothing special. Promoting Shenong Star? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. What's the slogan of a planet? Uncle Qiao's eyes widened, and he exchanged glances with the contact person. He did not continue to sing a different tune, and said seriously, Wei Yi, arrange for people to check the cards. No one is allowed to keep them privately. They must hand them in. Keeping them privately will be treated as illegal and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Lia Hongxing had to suspend the flight, search the entire ship, collect the cards, and throw them into the fuel tank of the spacecraft to burn them into ashes before stopping. At that time, Yunwan had already boarded the starship, and the angle of looking down could see the situation of Lia Hongxing's spaceship at a glance. If they turned a blind eye to the cards, no one might care about these words. But they made a big fuss. Many people secretly hid a few cards out of curiosity, and the inspection was not strict. So many fish slipped through the net. Lord, what are these cards for? Qiaoyu didn't understand. She read the words on the card, which were well written, but she thought that these positive words were not as useful as the contact information of Shenong Star at the bottom of the card. Yunwan chuckled. It's just encouragement to them. Qiaoyu didn't believe it, and always felt that the Lord's actions had a deep meaning. Lu Huai also looked at the cards and roughly guessed Yunwan's intention. For some reason, Yunwan seemed to particularly hate the nobles and stood firmly on the side of the common people. She never did useless things, and even made things difficult for Luhong Star. The card bombs not only formed a deterrent force for Luhong Star, but also made anyone who wanted to target Shenong Star think twice about this matter. After all, Shenong Star was not a soft persimmon. These cards were also a kind of ideological weapon with extremely strong penetrating power, especially for the second-class citizens who were no different from slaves. If the cards flowed into Luhong Star, it would inevitably cause riots. The Lord's idea is good, but a mob is not enough to accomplish anything. Lu Huai hit the nail on the head. Lu Huai's point of view should be the idea of most nobles. Yunwan looked forward. When the avalanche occurs, every snowflake contributes a little. Lu Huai laughed softly. He thought. He understood why she was not afraid of nobles and associated with common people. Because she believed in the power of being human. They need to be awakened. Sometimes just the last straw. Lu Huai still disagreed. Maybe they are too weak, and will not act according to the Lord's ideas. Lu Huai. You are wrong. They are not doing things according to my ideas. These are their inner thoughts. Maybe the outside world is too noisy, and they have already forgotten or selectively forgotten. I just told them to listen to the voice deep in their hearts. Lu Huai stared at the girl, who exuded a different kind of brilliance because of her confidence. She always gave him some strange surprises. Wait and see. The interstellar nobility and imperial power permeate all aspects. Even if a riot occurs on a small planet, it will be quickly suppressed. After all, the power to control life and death is still in the hands of the nobility. Yunwan was aroused by Lu Huai and raised her eyebrows. Okay. If there was no Shenong Star, the second-class citizens of Luhong Star might have become a stepping stone for the nobles to consolidate their power. But now that she is here, I believe someone will contact her soon. You shouldn't provoke Shenong Star. She has a starship. The contact felt the vague scrutiny from the starship, and had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. You are making a fuss. These few words won't cause any big trouble. Uncle Chiao said indifferently. I hope so. Have you burned all the cards? Burn them. Burn them all. Put your heart back in your stomach, Uncle Chiao said. Even if you take them over. If anyone objects, just kill them. You have been on Luhong Star for so long. Why are you still hesitating? The contact person didn't say anything. It was because he had been on Luhong Star for so long that the desperate ruthlessness hidden behind the numbness of those people made him tremble and walk on thin ice. The few fence-sitters who were wavering between Shenong Star and Luhong Star looked at the starship moving farther and farther away, and they began to feel uneasy again. You say, isn't it better to go to Shenong Star? Another person sneered. How is that possible? They are just a bunch of fools. How could anyone send a starship to pick up people like us? Maybe they are taking us to the Zerg battlefield as cannon fodder. A bunch of idiots. And they are so happy. That's right. We have 10,000 star coins after all. It's not difficult to start over. Like Rinda said, we can slowly upgrade to a higher class of people. It's 1,000 times better than them. Several people asked Uncle Chiao for 10,000 star coins. Uncle Chiao evaded the question and said that they would distribute them after landing on the star. Several people believed it. Unexpectedly, after arriving at Luhong Star, Uncle Chiao disappeared without a trace. They searched the entire port but couldn't find him. Finally, he was forcibly taken away by a group of soldiers. Where are our 10,000 star coins? One person jumped out and asked. The soldier said coldly, the master didn't promise you 10,000 star coins. Go ask whoever promised you. It was 10,000 star coins. How can you go back on your word? The Z3458 star people were in a commotion. The soldier made an example of the person who was talking and whipped him hard. The person vomited blood and fell to the ground, which frightened the others into silence. They retreated into a circle and dared not approach. The soldier pressed them into the cave. There were many aboriginals in the cave. They were ragged and dirty. It was hard to tell whether they were men or women. They were almost all skinny. Everyone realized that they were deceived by the glorified second-class subjects, who were just slaves in the skin of subjects. You will live here from now on. You will start working tomorrow. If you don't go, you will have no food to eat. Just stay here at night. The soldier said a few words and left, leaving the Z3458 aliens wandering and wailing. It's over. It's all over. The fence-sitters hit the wall with a bang, and slid down against the wall with no hope of living. The cave was dark and dark. Worse than the living environment of slaves. Do they really have a chance to be promoted to second-class citizens? Compared to others, the fence-sitters are more desperate. They could have immigrated to Shenong Star. They could have become first-class citizens and lived a good life. One wrong step. Every step. They will have to pay for this stupid choice in the future. On the other hand, the Z3458 starman heading to Shenong Star is being hit by an overwhelming joy. For the first time in his life, he took a starship, watched the vast starlight of the universe through the window, and then landed on a strange planet. They prepared for the worst. Maybe Shenong Star had no port, no road, no house, no food, no necessities of life. If they thought of the worst, they might spend hundreds of thousands of star coins to buy a thatched house. But heaven, earth, when they really landed on this planet, what did they see? Don't stand there. Move forward. The people behind are following you. Some voices urged the people, who stopped inexplicably in front. What? Oh. Okay. Although the people in front made room. The people coming out from behind saw the scene that the previous people had seen, and began to repeat the story of the previous people. After stopping and walking like this, it took a long time for tens of thousands of people to get off the starship. The door of the starship slowly closed, and moored at the port not far away. They saw that there were 2 more starships like this. Like 3 sleeping giants, occupying half of the sky. And they felt full of security. At the port, a man with stubble on his face led them to the temporary residence. They walked on the flat floor, and watched waves of well-dressed people pouring out of the constantly docked passenger ships, and driving back and forth in flying cars. Those who climbed the planet were all eager. And those who left were all leisurely. As if they had found something satisfying here. Walking along the solid road. They were even more amazed at the construction of this planet. The red flowers surrounded the brand new buildings, exuding a charming fragrance. And even the air was sweeter than what they had breathed before. Along the way, they saw completed residential buildings, schools, food cities, restaurants, hospitals, etc. Many buildings were still empty. Like there were few residents in the residential buildings, no students in the schools, and the food cities seemed to be closed. Only the restaurants and hospitals were open. Among them, the restaurants had the most people, and there were actually long queues in all directions. Passing by the planting area, someone pointed to the high wall not far away and asked curiously, "What is that?" Hu Yuanong smiled and introduced to them, "That is the planting area of Shenong Star." The prospective lord suddenly realized that the lord of Shenong Star made his fortune by growing vegetables. Afterwards, they walked along, looking at the high wall, silently estimating the length of the high wall in their hearts. After walking for most of the day, they did not walk through the entire periphery of the planting area until they arrived at the temporary residence. They were extremely shocked and felt that the Lord's planting area would never end. Is this a barren planet? It seems so. But it also seems not. This is a split planet. Half of it is under construction, and the other half is still in its original state. Just like a caterpillar emerging from its cocoon. Shenong Star is shedding its ugly outer garment, and putting on new and gorgeous clothes. And their arrival is just in time. The temporary residence is located between the city and the mountains. A huge open space, with tents spread out like scales. And the vast expanse of white is very spectacular. Everyone, please stay here for a while. Tomorrow we will officially start the registration of the residence. And we will bring you dinner later. Dinner was ordinary nutrient solution. Yunwan couldn't afford natural food for tens of thousands of people. When their lives got back on track, she would buy it with her own money. At night, the prospective subjects were still in the afterglow of excitement. And the feeling was not real yet. Many people tossed and turned, either imagining a bright future or thinking about what they had seen and heard today. Such a thriving planet was much better than the primitive and poor Z3458. If it was fully developed, they would definitely not be able to meet the immigration qualifications. Thanks to the generosity of the Lord and Xiaoyu's matchmaking. Xiaoyu is a really good kid. She has been smart since she was young and has good luck. She happens to work on Shenong Star. It is really God's arrangement. It is God's will that this beautiful planet will become their warm home planet. The people who prepared the leaders did not sleep well. And Yunwan was busy until late at night. The gifts given to her by the people were mostly plants, which were not easy to store for too long. They had to be recorded in the system space according to their value and types. After counting the gifts, Yunwan's plant species library doubled. The plants brought by the people were mostly edible plants. So there were many varieties that Yunwan was familiar with. In addition to the ones Yunwan already had, there were 5 new fruits, 7 new vegetables, and 10 new flowers. What surprised Yunwan even more was that the people helped her unlock a medicinal material. Chapter 82. New fruits include mango, apple, lemon, passion fruit, papaya. New vegetables include lettuce, bamboo shoots, green beans, mung beans, and 3 kinds of wild vegetables. New flowers include rose, Chinese rose, lavender, clove, hydrangea, lily, daisy, gardenia, wind chime, jasmine. The medicinal material is angelica, which can replenish qi and blood. Yunwan first stored the plants in the space, and found a separate piece of land to breed again the next morning. Yunwan did not take these plants for nothing. She would not really feel at ease to treat these good things as free gifts. She would convert them into a separate fund according to their value, as a subsidy for the people. Yunwan was not short of money. In consideration of the goodwill of the people, she directly increased the total subsidy to 10 million. 50 star coins per person per day. And the subsidy lasted for a week, which would allow most people to get through the difficult transition period after buying a house. At the beginning of a new day, the Z3458 people got up early. Today was the day they officially became the people of Shenong Star. Hu Yuanyang set up a few tables and chairs in the temporary residence as the people's review point. Yesterday, he had selected 10 people from the Z3458 people as his assistants. After discussing with Yunwan, he hired them as temporary workers at a price of 200 star coins. The 10 people were very happy and gathered in front of Hu Yuanyang early in the morning. According to the plan, they handled the house purchase procedures for the residents and completed the registration of the residents. Although the scale of the residential buildings has expanded a lot, there are only 25 general apartment buildings, each with 50 floors and 10 households on each floor, which can only accommodate more than 10,000 people. Although the other part of the people have completed the house purchase procedures, they have to wait for a while before they can live in the new house. In order to accommodate more than 30,000 people in a short period of time, the house purchase cannot follow the conventional steps. The floor and apartment type of the house cannot be selected. It is arranged in order according to demand, and first come first served. The people in the territory had no objection to this. They just wanted to settle down here as soon as possible. These new houses built with high-quality building materials were much better than the simple houses they built on Z3458, allowing them to directly cross from primitive society to modern civilization. Moreover, they didn't have to wait too long. Yunwan asked the royal construction team to stop the construction tasks at hand and put all their efforts into building apartment buildings. According to the fastest speed of one building every 3 days, all the people in the territory would be able to live in their own houses in about a month. 30 days is not long, and everyone can wait. Many people have emptied their savings for this, but few complain. Their rough hands with black cracks touch the spacious and bright house, and their hearts are full of expectations. Not to mention spending 100,000 yuan on a loan to buy a house. Even 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. As long as they have the money, they are willing. The apartment building is one of the earliest buildings built, very close to the restaurant and the Lord's mansion. As far as the popularity of the restaurant is concerned, even the elderly, who have never been to school and have never been in contact with the outside world, know the value of this house. It goes without saying that the value of the apartment building will definitely not be low. The people in the territory felt an indescribable gratitude. They knew that the Lord did not treat them as outsiders. The Lord must have known that the central area of the entire planet was valuable. But she did not care or despise their identities. She treated them equally and directly arranged the apartment building here. Thinking of this, the people in the territory suddenly felt a strong sense of pride. They were the first group of people in Shenong Star, living in the place closest to the Lord. And they would be the most trusted people in the future. The prosperity of a corner of Shenong Star has given this group of anxious refugees a shot of adrenaline, not only making them full of hope for the future, but also giving them many great ambitions. Work, labor, make Shenong Star better. This is the home and harbor for each of them. They will never let Shenong Star become the next Z3458. They want to build Shenong Star into the most powerful and prosperous planet in the galaxy. This planet will be their strongest backing in the future. After all the registration of the subjects was completed, Yunwan convened the first subjects meeting, which was not only to appease the subjects, but also to explain the rules of Shenong Star. Standing on the simple podium, Yunwan's eyes swept over the new subjects below the stage one by one. They looked up at her with respect and hope in their eyes. Clearing her throat, she said, "The sufferings of the past have been buried in the past. Today, you officially become subjects of Shenong Star. We will start from a new starting point and embark on a new journey together. As you can see, the construction of Shenong Star has not been completed yet. We need to work together to make it our beautiful home." Yunwan paused for a moment, and thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Everyone's face was filled with excited smiles because of Yunwan's recognition. She continued, "Everyone has just arrived at Shenong Star, and there is still a lot of work to do. I will not waste your time and briefly introduce 3 things that everyone is most concerned about. First, food, clothing, housing and transportation. Shinong Star mainly relies on natural food. In view of the high price of natural food, nutrient solution sales services will be provided in the next few days. Everyone can go to the Food City sales point to buy it. As for clothing, Shinong Star does not have related industries for the time being. But there is no urgent shortage of clothing at present, so it is not a big problem. As for accommodation, everyone should have received the news. After 30 days, all the people will move into the new house. As for travel, Shinong Star can drive a flying car to travel, and there are special parking spaces. Flying will be banned if you violate traffic rules more than 3 times. Please familiarize yourself with the road and travel according to the rules. Second, the employment issue that everyone is most concerned about. Starting today, various positions on Shinong Star will continue to be released. Please go to the municipal hall to check the registration. At least one person in each family must be employed. Otherwise, the immigration requirements of Shinong Star will not be met, and the immigration qualification will be lost. Third, Shinong Star will continue to issue special subsidies for 1 week, 50 star coins per person, and can also be applied for at the municipal hall. Do you understand? I understand, the leaders said in unison. In fact, they were still a little confused. From the Lord's speech, they received a lot of information and saw many opportunities, so that their brains were gradually overloaded and they had no idea what to do first. First of all, they didn't have to worry about food. On Z3458, they ate natural plants, which were primitive plants that had not been improved. They tasted bad, but they could keep warm. The poor always maintained a practical attitude. This was their previous survival rule. But on Shinong Star, they were unfamiliar with the environment and didn't see anything edible. Their food reserves were not much, and at most, they could only support half a month. Moreover, many of them bought second-hand intelligent computers, or intelligent computers that have been used for a long time. Some people don't have intelligent computers at all, and they can't buy things on the Star Network. Eating was once their biggest problem. The Lord took this into consideration and provided them with nutrient solution. Some people checked the price and found it was not expensive. The 50 star coins subsidized by the Lord can completely feed them for half a month. If they save a little, they can feed them for a month. Within 30 days, they will definitely be able to find jobs, so that they can have income and form a virtuous circle. The next step is employment. A large number of people choose to go to the municipal hall to choose a job first, fearing that the job that suits them will be taken by others. They are very curious about what job Shinong Star can provide. After browsing the job information, many people are very happy. For new people, the best job is to be a civil servant on Shinong Star. The municipal hall, the planetary management office, the planting area, etc. are all recruiting people. But the civil servants also have the highest requirements. Starting from college, many people are blocked by this threshold and can only choose other jobs. The conditions and treatment of other positions are not bad, including patrol, cleaning, land reclamation, waiter, etc. Many people found suitable positions and happily took up their posts. Sun Xiaolei was an exception. Regardless of whether he met the requirements of these positions, they were almost all either writing work that gave him a headache or meaningless mechanical work. He didn't like them at all. Sun Xiaolei used to run a grocery store on Z3458. After coming to Shinong Star, he naturally wanted to go back to his old business. The Lord's speech just now revealed that Shinong Star still lacks many basic industries, such as clothing stores, nutrient solution stores, grocery stores, and even decoration stores. With so many new houses, the demand for such stores is huge. If it weren't for the limited funds, he really wanted to get involved in all walks of life. Unfortunately, he didn't have much money and had invested all his wealth in opening a store. Just as he was about to ask someone about opening a store, Sun Xiaolei found a new position at the end of the job information, self-employment. Clicking on the information box, he was extremely excited. Self-employment, you could open a store and start a business on Shinong Star, set up a company, and provide a certain amount of startup subsidies. God is helping him. The Lord is so wise. Sun Xiaolei did not hesitate at all and applied for self-employment. The conditions showed that he needed to submit an entrepreneurship application, and only after passing it could he get the entrepreneurship subsidy. Sun Xiaolei immediately submitted an application and waited nervously for the application to be passed. Yunwan thought that the people would ignore the last self-employment position, but she didn't expect to receive as many as 10 applications. It seems that although everyone lives on a poor planet, they all have many ideas. In the past, the resources on the poor planet were too few to support their ideas, and many people were unwilling to take risks and break the peaceful days. Now that they have suffered a huge change and changed to a new environment, they are shocked by the vitality of Shenong Star. So they all want to let go and do a big job. After all, there will be no worse result than becoming an interstellar refugee. Yunwan carefully read every application. The people in the territory all opened small shops. The applications were written carefully, leaving almost no blanks. Most of them had working experience, so there was no reason for her not to approve them. Sun Xiaolei checked the application background every 10 minutes, and soon found the little red dot of new information. He opened it hastily, and found that the application had been approved. The result was as expected, and he couldn't help but cheer and began to prepare for the next opening activities. Shenong Star provided generous entrepreneurial subsidies. Not direct money, but the storefront rental price was fixed at 3,000 star coins within 6 months, and the original price of 20,000 was restored after 6 months. This rent is cheaper than Z3458. Sun Xiaolei almost wanted to jump up and spin around. The Lord is really great. Shenong Star is really great. This is a planet that is extremely friendly to the people. Sun Xiaolei feels that Shenong Star is 1,000 times better than those planets with fierce competition and profit-oriented. It's really great to be a citizen of Shenong Star. Sun Xiaolei is confident that his future life will be 10,000 times better than before. That night, Yunwan paid real-time attention to the employment situation of the people. Many vacancies were filled with suitable people. The busiest Shenong Star restaurant recruited more than a dozen waiters, and Chef Wang also recruited several apprentices to help. The kitchen team expanded to more than 10 people, and Uncle Wang's snack business officially began. The snack business is a long-term and complicated business, because there are many types of snacks, and Yunwan plans to open a food city to make the snack business flourish everywhere. In other words, Uncle Wang alone is not enough. The snack business needs a larger team than Sheningsing Restaurant. Yunwan has already come up with a good idea. Chapter 83. You could adopt the strategy of franchising to develop the snack business. Uncle Wang organized the headquarters team, carried out training, and attracted various stores to join. After paying the franchise fee, the franchise store can choose the location and open the store by itself, and the head office will provide the corresponding ingredients and recipes. Snacks are an unfamiliar field for interstellar people, and for new subjects, it is also a brand new attempt. In the case that the snack business has not started at all, Yunwan is worried that most people dare not invest money to join the store. She plans to conduct a trial sale of snacks while opening a green channel for subjects who are short of money, allowing them to join first and pay later, taking a two-pronged approach to attract subjects to actively join and make use of excess human resources. After registering the people, Yunwan could see the latest population information. There were more than 30,000 new people. In addition to the elderly and minors, there were more than 10,000 young and middle-aged people in their prime years. These human resources were enough to develop all walks of life on Shenong Star. The benefit of the increase in population was that it increased the upper limit of Shenong Star's development speed. But it also brought many problems, such as the education of minors, which all needed to be carried out. And the formation of a teaching team was a new problem. Yunwan sorted out a list of tasks, which filled up a page. But it was still some general directions without detailed divisions. Being a lord is indeed not easy. It is too hard for her to plan Shenong Star alone. She wants to organize a leadership team to think about the construction direction of Shenong Star for her, and supervise the construction progress of Shenong Star. She only needs to be the one who makes the final decision and signs. She has more things to do, such as the garbage collection business that the system has been urging. Yunwan asked the system curiously, I have a lot of money now. Can't I buy energy for you directly? Host. The system prohibits cheating. Why not? You just need energy anyway. Host. The system cannot interfere with the normal life of the natives. Yunwan raised her eyebrows. Do you want to see what she is talking about? Special vegetables are planted all over the field, and they are popular in the interstellar space. Shenongsu has caused a sensation among all the interstellar people. They have even started to cultivate immortality. Who knows? They may usher in a spiritual power transformation. Hasn't this interfered with the normal life of the natives? The system seemed to sense what Yunwan was thinking and replied, the system cannot cause the interstellar society to regress. Yunwan understood immediately that mineral energy is non-renewable, whether in modern society or in the interstellar space. If you use it a little bit, you will have less. Therefore, interstellar people continue to expand, find new planets, and develop new energy. Although clean energy is also being put into use, it has less energy per unit, and is not as popular as mineral energy. It is regarded as the worst energy because the mining cost of mineral energy is low. There are still many undeveloped planets in the interstellar space, so there is no shortage of energy for the time being. In the long run, this is a suicidal behavior. No matter how much energy there is, it will run out one day. But the rule of the empire and the nobles who act independently can't care so much. Sigh. It's time to pick up the garbage. When the affairs of Shenong Star are over, we will collect the garbage of Shenong Star and find another planet to pick up garbage. Yunwan said. Okay, host. If you want to promote a few people, you have to have a good reason. Yunwan walked on the streets of Shenong Star to observe the changes in Shenong Star during this period. With the help of Qiaoyu and Hu Yuanong, the planet's infrastructure is progressing step by step. At present, basic buildings such as schools are basically complete, and the new construction direction is also very clear. The construction of residential buildings and food cities is in full swing. The planet management is also in order, with cars and people coming and going, without any chaos. Hu Yuanyang even arranged green belt guards to patrol everywhere to prevent passers-by from picking flowers, and people like Mai Shijia from intentionally destroying them. Yunwan went to the city hall with satisfaction. The two had moved their offices there. After hearing Yunwan's proposal for promotion, the two exclaimed, "Promotion?" Qiaoyu almost jumped up like a rabbit. "Lord, we didn't make any contribution. The employees were too modest. And Yunwan had a way. Why didn't we contribute? You brought so many people to the territory. And you did a good job in infrastructure. And you have organized a team under you. You should have been promoted to a manager long ago." Yunwan was talking about the helpers Qiaoyu found when registering the people. In contrast, Hu Yuanyang was very calm. He was not here to be an officer. His goal was to be a planet agent. And the promotion to management was his interim achievement. "Thank you, Lord, for the promotion. Well, it's time to raise your salary. It was originally 8,000. So let's add one more zero now." Yunwan thought for a while and said, "This time, not to mention Qiaoyu." Hu Yuanyang's pupils also dilated with shock. He had a basic understanding of the Lord's generosity. As long as they work hard, the Lord can see their achievements and will not hesitate to give them material rewards. Hu Yuanyang's favorability towards Yunwan increased rapidly. This treatment and boss made his former boss look like a waste. His former boss was very exploitative, with little money and a lot of work. He treated management as a clerk, and promotion depended on relationships. It was basically hopeless for ordinary people to climb up. If they were too outstanding, they would face exclusion from their colleagues. Otherwise, he would not leave in despair. This small planet gave him a different feeling. The working atmosphere was good. There were no miscellaneous relatives. And he did not need to please the Lord. If something went wrong, the Lord would protect him. If he did something good, the Lord would get a promotion and a raise. Everything was open and clear. Hu Yuanyang's worldly and smooth heart was healed by Shenong Star. This is what is called a new hope after a dark period. Qiaoyu was more excited than Hu Yuanyang. The salary increase made her more excited than the promotion. She lived in the poverty star and understood the pain of lack of money the most. Now she is not short of money. Both her parents found jobs in Shenong Star. Her mother maintained the green belt and her father guarded the parking lot. She was also promoted and had a salary increase. All three members of the family had income. In the future, they will save more and more money and will never be short of money again. When she thought of this, Qiaoyu's love for natural food was stirring. Now that she had such a high salary, it wouldn't be a waste to eat in a restaurant 5 or 6 times a month. Excited, she was also a little scared. She didn't expect to be promoted after working for less than 2 months. She felt that her role could not match such a high salary. But Yunwan's recognition touched her. She would work more dedicatedly in the future and never slack off. Yunwan opened up their rights to form a team independently. And she needed to conduct a final interview with the final candidates to determine the final list. Yunwan felt like a mother. Shenong Star was her child. As the planet was growing slowly, she gradually let it go and let it take care of itself. From a barren planet to a popular planting planet with 30,000 people, Yunwan was very pleased and proud. These were all built bit by bit by her. This was her home. Because of the bond with Shenong Star, she suddenly felt a sense of belonging to the interstellar space. After Qiaoyu and Hu Yuanong formed a team, their work efficiency was greatly improved. At the same time, the mercenaries who cleaned up the planet that Lu Huai contacted and the ace cleaning team of Queen Bee Star also arrived at Shenong Star. Yunwan arranged for Qiaoyu to receive the mercenaries and let them rest for a while she received the ace cleanup team. The black rock bees lingered outside the city and sometimes flew into the green belt to collect honey, which scared Yunwan. However, after careful observation, she did not find any intention of the black rock bees to attack. After collecting honey, they went home obediently. So Yunwan did not put the whole city on alert. The ace cleanup team was a team of 7 people, carrying several large boxes and professional bee-catching tools, led by a capable middle-aged lady. She wore glasses and looked very cheerful. "Lord, I am Hao Li. Can you tell me about the details of the black rock bees?" Yunwan told Hao Li the details of the incident, hiding the existence of the little works. The more she talked, the gloomier her expression became. After hearing Yunwan's words, Hao Li's face was not very good. "Lord, as you said, the black rock bees have formed a large swarm. A small move can affect the whole body. The matter is a bit tricky. I have to go to the scene to investigate before making a decision." Yunwan expressed her understanding and asked Hu Yuanyang to take people to the arbor forest to check the specific situation. After returning, Hao Li had lost her smile and her palms were sweating. "Lord, we have never dealt with such a large bee colony. Excuse me. Even the Queen Bee Star doesn't dare to raise so many bees. Although the black rock bee is a typical neutral creature, its defense and attack are very high, and its territorial awareness is very strong. The bee colony on Shenong Star is too dense. I suggest using fire attacks to kill all the black rock bees directly." The plan proposed by Hao Li disappointed Yunwan. She was going to start her own beekeeping industry. Was the sweet honey plan going to be ruined? Yunwan didn't give up. "If I want to raise some black rock bees, is that okay?" Hao Li looked at Yunwan in surprise. "Lord, you want to raise black rock bees? For honey?" After Yunwan nodded in confirmation, she couldn't help but advertise for the Queen Bee Star. "If the Lord wants honey, you should buy it directly from the Queen Bee Star online store. Honey from other planets doesn't taste very good." Afraid that Yunwan would think she was bragging, she added, "People who have eaten it say so. Shenong Star is different from other planets. It is rich in delicious food," Yunwan said. Hao Li suspected that this was the Lord's exaggerated boasting. But as the second party who accepted the task, she didn't need to be nosy and pour cold water on the first party. She was very sensible and only responsible for professional matters. She explained, "Black rock bees are very wild and difficult to tame. They often actively attack beehives and even creatures within the honey collection range. Moreover, the bee colony area is too large. Forcibly taking the bees may cause a riot in the bee colony, which will largely lead to their invasion of the city. If you really want to raise bees, you can go to the Queen Bee Star to buy some other docile bees." Hao Li thought that Yunwan would give up the idea after she said this. But she didn't expect Yunwan's face to be very strange. "What's wrong? Lord? What if black rock bees can coexist peacefully with humans?" Hao Li felt like she was hearing a fairy tale. What does it mean that black rock bees can coexist peacefully with humans? Is the Lord crazy about beekeeping? How could he have such an unrealistic fantasy? Hao Li said seriously, "I guarantee with my entire career that there is no such bee. Even if they are docile, they belong to the insect race and are very dangerous. They must be kept away from people when feeding." Yunwan did not speak and took Hao Li to the green belt. She thought that seeing with her own eyes at this time was more intuitive than any explanation in words. Chapter 84. Hao Li had long noticed that the red sea of flowers in the green belt of Shenong Star was not only a beautiful landscape, but also very fragrant. One could tell it was a good source of flowers at a glance. It was a pity that such a good variety of flowers must be expensive. The cost of purchasing them, as the source of flowers for the Queen Bee Star, was too high, and the cost effectiveness was not strong. Otherwise, she would have wanted to buy some from the Lord, which would surely produce higher quality honey. For a beekeeper, this was tantamount to an industry goal to strive for all his life. Even if the flower is very good, there is no way a black rock bee can appear inside it. Right? This animal is not easy to mess with. It is black. Its surface is as hard as a rock. and it is very stingy. Anyone passing by will be pricked by it. Hallie took a quick look and was about to give Yunwan a gentle advice. But unexpectedly she saw a small black shadow hidden under the flower from the corner of her eye. She listened carefully and heard a buzzing vibration in the air. The identification was completed. It was a black rock bee. Hallie and the team looked at each other and saw surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. Then they looked again and found that the black rock bee had changed flowers to collect nectar. After observation, they also found that there were no less than 7 or 8 black rock bees within sight. Logically speaking, the black rock bees were very close to them and should have discovered the existence of humans. But why were they busy collecting honey without any intention of attacking? Hallie didn't know. But her good professional ethics still allowed her to make professional suggestions. Lord, black rock bees appeared in the city. It is recommended that the whole city be on alert. Otherwise the residents will be attacked by the Zerg. Before she finished her words, a black rock bee flew straight towards her, its huge tail shining black in the sun, and its tail stinger flashing a very dangerous light. She drew her weapon reflexively, but the black rock bee was too close, and firing at random might accidentally injure Yunwan. After she hesitated for a while, the black rock bee had already flown past her face. Hallie broke out in a cold sweat, and touched her face after surviving the disaster. It was indeed not attacked. She turned her head to look at the black rock bee, which was still leisurely wandering among the flowers, and never paid attention to the few people standing here. It doesn't seem to need to be on guard. Right? Yunwan said. Hallie met Yunwan's gaze, and she was facing the collapse of her career world. It's too early to jump to conclusions, Hallie said. Her experience and knowledge told her that the black rock bee was a Zerg, retaining its original animal nature. How could it become a docile species? Hallie asked the rest of the team to approach the black rock bee and make different attempts. But they were all ignored without exception. One of them even made an obvious hand-reaching gesture. But the black rock bee observed him for a while, felt that there was no threat, and left him alone. Something is not right. It is really not right. The Ace cleanup team thought the same thing. They and Yunwan went back to the arbor forest and tried to get close to the hive. The black rock bees came out in droves, and the huge buzzing sound brought a strong impact to the soul. Several people quickly found a safe place and observed from a distance. Hallie looked at the black rock bees that lost their target and returned to the nest, thinking, this is normal. Oh, the bees here are still so fierce, Yunwan said dissatisfiedly. Hallie felt that Yunwan knew the reason for the mutation of the black rock bees, and asked humbly, Lord, do you know the reason for the change of the black rock bees? I think it's the effect of the flower source. There's nothing to hide about this. Flower source? Hallie pondered secretly. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't find any other reason. But are the flowers of Shenong Star so magical? This is just a flower source, not a medicine. Can it make the black rock bees be domesticated so thoroughly? Whether it is true or not, we will know it by trying. Yunwan planted a circle of desert roses near the arbor forest. As soon as the fiery red flowers fell to the ground, many black rock bees came to smell the fragrance. They stood near the desert roses without avoiding them. The excited black rock bees had no time to pay attention to them. In just a few minutes, the black rock bee changed from having obvious intentions to ignoring the invaders. Hallie had to believe that the flowers of Shenong Star were so magical. She swallowed her saliva and was very envious of this flower. Desert rose? Right. This flower is simply a sacred flower for King Bee Star, and it can directly ascend to the throne of the King of Flowers. Flowers that can help train bees. Bees will be so docile in the future, and beekeepers will suffer less. Although she really wanted to discuss cooperation with Yunwan on desert roses, she still held back and finished the task of cleaning up the black rock bee first. Desert roses can indeed make black rock bees more docile. This area can be directly converted, but it is still not recommended that black rock bee colonies be too close to the city. After all, the Zerg has not been determined, and we don't know when they will go crazy. Yunwan nodded, and then said happily, then I can raise bees. Logically, this is correct. Yunwan was drooling a little thinking about the sweet honey. The sugar in the interstellar always has an industrial taste, which is sweet and greasy, and not pure. Honey is slightly bitter, and not very delicious. There is almost no honey and sugar with the general taste of modern times. Now it can be considered to be able to raise bees and make honey, according to the plan of the Ace cleanup team. A large circular area was cleared outside the tree forest. Weeds and trees were removed, and desert roses were planted to surround the black rock peaks. Not long after the flowers were planted, groups of black rock bees came out of the nest to collect nectar, with a clear goal, and went straight to the desert roses. There was no fighting when several bee colonies met. You collected yours, I collected mine, and after collecting, each went back to their own home, getting along very harmoniously. Howley had infinite emotion in her heart. It was the first time she saw such a harmonious zerg. The beautiful sea of flowers and hard-working bees made the mysterious nature less dangerous and more beautiful. She couldn't help but fall in love with such a beautiful scenery. But she could only suppress her restless heart and warn herself that this was just an exception. On other planets, the zerg was still bloodthirsty and inhumane. After setting up the flower source, the black rock bees just need to transform themselves through collecting nectar. Howley didn't expect the problem to be solved so quickly. She had more time to study why the nectar of desert roses could attract black rock bees so much. Did it really make the black rock bees docile? Or was the attraction of nectar stronger than attacking humans? Before her experiment came out, the black rock bee colony suddenly went crazy. No. No! Sister Lily. The black rock bee colony has invaded the city. Li Yin from the Ace cleaning team ran over in a panic. When Howley went out, she could see that the sky seemed to be slowly covered by a huge black curtain, and it looked like all the bee colonies were out. She immediately went to the Lord's mansion to inform Yun Wan that Shenong Star would soon be under martial law, with doors and windows closed, and no one was allowed to go out of the closed houses. What's going on? It's finally my turn. Why is there a problem? Is the security of Shenong Star so bad? The guests in the restaurant were full of complaints. His complaints did not resonate. The Black Rock Bee was not a very dangerous zerg. There were so many combat robots on Shenong Star that it was more than enough to deal with these creatures. The key point was, would the Black Rock Bee affect the restaurant's business? Strange. Chen Hu couldn't help himself. His voice attracted the attention of many other diners. Many people even recognized Chen Hu. They could see this middle-aged man here every time. What's strange? The person next to him asked curiously. Chen Hu didn't know whether to explain to him or himself, and continued, Black Rock Bees are neutral creatures. Theoretically, they will not launch large-scale attacks on cities. There are so many Black Rock Bees. All of them on Shenong Star have come here. Did the Lord overthrow their nest? Hey, that makes sense. Black Rock Bees that have lost their nests will riot. But the Lord shouldn't be so ignorant. Right? Why keep the Black Rock Bees after disturbing their nests? For a while, the diners were talking about it, and many people turned on their smart computers to take photos and videos. Unlike the diners' calmness, the people of Shenong Star were full of worries. They didn't know that these were Black Rock Bees. They only knew that they were Zerg. In their perception, Zerg was only dangerous. On Z3458, whenever they encountered Zerg, they always suffered heavy losses, and many people even died. Looking at the swarm of insects covering the sky and the ground, the people felt that the weak Shenong Star was shrouded by the powerful black monster and could not break free. This was the new home they had just found. Would they be displaced again? The people put their hands together and prayed in their hearts that Shenong Star could survive this crisis safely. Jiang Jiayu was one of them. Since landing on Shenong Star, she lived in a big house and planted some potted flowers brought from Z3458. She thought they would not adapt to the climate and soil. But both the flowers and she adapted well to Shenong Star. She is good at planting. But unfortunately, the Lord's farming is completely mechanized and does not recruit employees. So she can only settle for a job as a land reclamation worker. This job is very tiring. But she can get in close contact with various plants and take the opportunity to collect some interesting plants, which is also a dream job. She likes the taste of Shenong Star's nutrient solution. And she also likes the desert roses on Shenong Star. She likes to see her relatives and friends, who are more lively than ever before. After coming to Shenong Star, her originally gray world suddenly has bright colors. She didn't want to lose these beautiful things. If the heavens could really hear her voice, then please let Shenong Star continue in the interstellar civilization for a long time. I don't know if they heard the devout voices of the people of Shenong Star. But the Black Rock Bee swarm didn't stay in the city for a long time. They hovered over the Lord's mansion for a long time, and then flew away without looking back. They didn't attack anyone, and didn't try to invade the rooms of the residential buildings. It was as if they were taking a walk after dinner, and happened to pass by the human settlement and took a sightseeing trip. A crisis that had not yet erupted was suddenly resolved by the wind. Like a stone dropped into water, without even a bubble. Everyone thought this scene was too magical, and watched the video in the intelligent brain repeatedly. Did the Black Rock Bee really leave like this? With the same question, the diners and the people walked out of their homes and onto the street. There was no Black Rock Bee to be seen. As if the black cloud covering the sky just now was a dream. Hey, what are the lords doing? Oh my God! What is this thing on the ground? As one person exclaimed. Everyone looked towards Yunwan and noticed something strange on the ground. On the street extending from the lord's mansion, there were many golden ovals piled up, and the golden honey was dripping out. It looked like a sea of honey. Everyone's first reaction was that they were wrong. After approaching, they accidentally stepped on the honey splashed on the ground. It felt sticky, so it could only be honey. Someone was brave enough to pick up clean honey from the ground and lick it. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he said excitedly in front of everyone's eyes, "It's honey. It's really honey." The diners and the people felt like they hadn't woken up today, and their heads were a little dizzy. This world is too magical. In other words, the group of Black Rock Bees didn't come to the city to fight, but just to move. No, they left after leaving the hive. More like they came to give gifts to the Lord. Howley accepted incompetence more than others. She really wanted to go back and ask the 2 Black Rock Bees she had just caught. Where is your animal nature? Whose Black Rock Bee abandoned its home? Don't want the honey you collected? Is this a gift for humans? Had the Black Rock Bees become spirits? Yunwan accepted it well. The sudden attack of the Black Rock Bees scared her. If they had been told earlier that they were here to give gifts, she would have definitely welcomed them with open arms. She felt that this should be the Black Rock Bees from the Desert Rose Sea. She couldn't wait to smear a little honey on the surface of the honeycomb with her index finger and put it in her mouth. The pleasant sweetness was accompanied by some refreshing floral fragrance without any bitterness. The floral fragrance lingered in her mouth for a long time, and lingered for a long time when she breathed. Yunwan counted the number of beehives. There were more than 200 huge beehives, each of which was filled with honey and exuded an attractive golden color. Thank you for the gift of nature. She can enjoy the honey in advance. Yunwan couldn't help but smile. Whether it was people or animals, they seemed to like giving her gifts. It was so cute to be so considerate. She loved Shenong Star and the Black Rock Bees so much. Chapter 85. Howley identified the quality of the honey. It was clear in color and thick. It was the top honey from the Queen Bee Star. I wonder how it tastes, she asked Yunwan. Lord, can I taste it? Yes. Can you see how much this honey is worth? Howley agreed and followed Yunwan's example to carefully dip some honey with her index finger. When the sweetness melted in her mouth, it was difficult for her to explain how she felt at the time. Honey is a soft food. The sweetness slowly spreads through every corner of the mouth. The drizzle is silent, but very moisturizing. The aftertaste brings out endless floral fragrance. Just like being in a sea of flowers. A plain and beautiful comfort slowly spreads from the bottom of the heart, and the unique happiness of sweets arises spontaneously. Howley licked her lips with great satisfaction, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at the beehive. This is what can be called top-grade honey. The highest grade honey on King Bee Star is completely inferior to the honey on Shenong Star. The excellence of Shenong Star honey is not only reflected in its unique taste and rich floral fragrance, but also in the fact that it does not have the bitterness of ordinary honey. The technology of removing the bitterness is a difficult problem that several generations of people on King Bee Star have tried for hundreds of years, but have not been able to overcome. When it came to Shenong Star, the Black Rock Bees automatically delivered the best honey to the Lord. Howley was almost envious and went crazy. Or, if the news spread to King Bee Star, everyone would go crazy about it. Looking at Yunwan again, this ordinary lord was no longer ordinary in Howley's eyes. He was covered with gold and glowed. She didn't even want to worry about how Yunwan did it. She only had one thought in her heart: the Lord did it. The Black Rock Bees were like submitting to the Queen Bee. Submitting to her, and offering their nests to their king like a pilgrimage. Maybe Shenong Star is more suitable for beekeeping than King Bee Star. As soon as this idea came up, it gushed out like a flood. If it weren't for Howley's strong self-control, she would have wanted to immigrate to Shenong Star immediately. Fortunately, she still remembered the task given by Yunwan, and roughly estimated the value of these beehives. She gave a price that was an astronomical figure for her. These honeys are worth about 50 million. Yunwan has earned several 50 million. If this 50 million was the income of the restaurant, she would not feel much. The key is that this is 50 million picked up for free. Even if it is 10 yuan, she will be happy. Let alone 50 million. Yunwan was so happy that she decided to plant a large sea of flowers for these cute little bees and give them a warm home on Shenong Star. If the Lord needs to sell honey, he can contact the Queen Bee Star, and the price should be raised. Howley suggested. Shenong Star has an exclusive sales platform, and Yunwan is not considering selling it elsewhere for the time being. After thanking Howley for her kindness, Hu Yuanan arranged for people to collect honey, filling thousands of cans. Yunwan directly arranged for Chef Wang to make a sugar drink from the remaining honey on the beehive. Whether it is the Lord of Shenong Star or the guest, everyone can get it for free with their ID card. At this point, the black rock bee has gone from being a big trouble to being the little angel of Shenong Star. Everyone has become more friendly to this little creature that can make sweet honey. The sweet honey water soothed everyone's frightened hearts. Everyone was very comfortable. While drinking the honey water, they talked about the wonders caused by the black rock bee in the afternoon with relish. And it also triggered a lot of associations. Citizen A, I think the Lord will definitely unify the interstellar. Look, when Shenong Star was still a barren star, how many people flocked to Shenong Star? Not to mention people. Even animals can't escape the charm of the Lord. This is the aura of kingship. Lord B, if you ask me, the Lord must be a god descended from heaven. And those dishes are all from the immortal world. I heard many tourists say that the Lord is a descendant of Blue Star. There is a figure called Shenong in the mythology of Blue Star, which just happens to correspond to the name of Shenong Star. Landlord C, The residents became more and more exaggerated. And finally they quarreled over whether the Lord was a king or a god. When Hu Yuanyang told Yunwan about this incident as a funny story, she almost sprayed out the honey water in her mouth. 2. Exaggerated. The imagination of interstellar people. It's even more exaggerated. After the black rock bees delivered honey, no matter they were the residents or tourists, they greeted Yunwan when they saw her. Every time, it would attract a large number of onlookers, often causing Yunwan to chat with everyone one by one, wasting a lot of time, and not doing anything about the planet. People have too much of a filter for her, and they are proud to talk to her. Every time they go out, it's like walking on the red carpet in Cannes, and their eyes are like cameras, snapping at her. Yunwan is really overwhelmed. System. Think of a way. When she goes out, she is afraid that her hair will be messy, or there will be food on her teeth. It is really tiring. If there is not so much attention, it will not be so tiring. Host. They like you. I know. Alas, you will not understand. There is a kind of burden called sweet burden. Seeing that Yunwan seemed to be drained of her energy by the monster, the system could not bear it and reminded, Host. Maybe after unlocking new plants, you can get what you want from the cornucopia. Are you serious? Yunwan stood up and slammed the table, then smiled teasingly. Tong tong. You are not going to help me open a back door, are you? Good sister. You are so nice. Host. The system has no gender. It's okay. Don't feel inferior. You will always be my sister. Does it need gender? Yunwan ignored the autistic system and quickly sent more people to recover the remaining resource points on Shenong Star. The garbage collection mission on Shenong Star was officially completed. The ore in the resource point plus the tuition fees of the 10 people in the experimental group. The accumulated greening value exceeded 50 million. And the system unlocked 3 kinds of plants, namely lychee trees, wheat, and cucumbers. The prices of lychee trees and peach trees are the same, and the prices of wheat, cucumbers, and sweet potatoes are the same. After unlocking the new species in the system, she can get 3 more treasures. The system said that this time she can get what she wants. I don't know if it can really be controlled secretly, or just said casually. I hope it won't be like the last time, when all the treasures were lost. This time, the 3 treasures fell into Yunwan's hands without any accidents. Among them is a 1,000-faced fox mask, in the shape of a red-eared fox. Very delicate. Wearing it on the face can change the appearance, from the face to the body shape, to completely become another person, and even turn Yunwan into a 1.8-meter tall strongman. I just don't know whether the mask randomly pinched her face or turned her into someone in the world. But that's not important. The 1,000 Faces fox satisfied Yunwan's current urgent needs. Yunwan was very satisfied with this treasure. But the other two were less interesting. Contract card generator. You can choose to generate two types of contract cards: the master-servant contract and the equal contract. The master-servant contract is a mandatory contract. The master can take the absolute initiative, and the servant cannot break the contract. The equal contract is established or withdrawn when both parties reach an agreement through negotiation. If one party breaks the contract, it will be punished accordingly. Once the contract card is used, it will take effect immediately. Equal contract card X3 can establish an equal contractual relationship. Yunwan put a big question mark on these two treasures. The generator is a treasure, and the contract card is another treasure. In other words, every time she gets 3 contract cards, she will consume one chance to get a treasure? The host is very smart. The system confirmed Yunwan's idea. Tong, how did you become such a profiteer? Who stole the simple system? I think these two are a treasure. Yunwan protested. The protest was ineffective. The electronic sound of the system had some strange fluctuations, as if it was pleased by the word profiteer. Yunwan, isn't it a compliment to you? Okay. Yunwan accepted it reluctantly. The contract card is very useful to Yunwan, especially the equal contract card. With the contract card, she can tell some people the secrets of Shenong Star appropriately. It is not a good thing to bear too many secrets, such as the existence of the system, such as the vegetable planting. Yunwan dare not let others do it. All planting activities must be carried out under her nose. After binding contracts with others, she was no longer afraid that others would become disloyal after participating in the core activities of Shenong Star. Yunwan immediately added a farming assistant for herself. As soon as the position was posted at the municipal hall, she received hundreds of resumes. Yunwan's requirements were farming experience and planting results. Not all applicants met the requirements. A large part of them looked at the ability to work with the Lord and get close to the Lord to join in the fun, which greatly increased her workload. After selecting 5 qualified candidates, Yunwan notified them to have an offline interview. 2 people brought dying potted plants of nameless grass, which looked like they were picked up casually when they went out in the morning. Naturally, Yunwan passed them. 1 person directly brought artificial flowers to fill the number. It was outrageous. Today she saw the diversity of her own people. Not all the people in the territory are down to earth. They are far away from modern society on Z3458 star. Most of them have not even received basic education, and their quality is generally low. Now they have a halo effect on Shenong Star. If it does not show up, it will definitely cause trouble in the long run. The task of educating the people in the territory must be put on the agenda. Shenong Star's education is really too poor. The school's leadership team has not been established yet. Yunwan sighed and continued to meet the last 2 interviewees. One of them could not be present due to something. Fortunately, the last interviewee has good abilities in all aspects. The potted plants he brought are growing well and are real materials. Yunwan worked hard to be the tallest among the short ones. But fortunately, her efforts today were not in vain. Jiangjiayu, welcome to join the planting department. Thank you, Lord. Who should I hand over my work to? Jiangjiayu looked around curiously. With me. Yunwan pointed at herself. Jiangjiayu was very surprised. She guessed that she would be able to see the Lord often after the successful application. She never expected that her immediate boss was the Lord. Working with the Lord is the supreme honor for the people of Shenong Star. Jiangjiayu was very happy and couldn't wait to ask about the date of employment. Yunwan asked her to drink some water to calm down. Don't worry. We still need to sign a contract before we start working. You can take a look at it first. Let me make it clear that this contract is different from the ordinary ones. If you don't fulfill it after signing, the consequences will be very serious. Jiangjiayu took a white contract card, which mostly required confidentiality, and that she could not use her position to seek personal gain. She could do all of this. As for the consequences of violating the contract, it was also clearly written on it. And she had to work for Shenong Star for free for 50 to 100 years. The treatment provided by the Lord is very good. Not only does it provide natural food employee meals, but also various gifts on holidays. If you have no place to live, you can also apply for employee dormitories. Even if you come to Shenong Star to work for free, you can still make money. In her opinion, working for Shenong Star for free for decades is not a punishment or a reward. However, she will not violate the contract. When she thinks about being able to enter the mysterious Shenong Star planting area and witness the planting technology of Shinong Star with her own eyes. Jiang Jiayu still feels a little unreal. It's so easy to know such an important thing. She signed her name on the contract card without hesitation. And Yunwan also signed her name. The contract was established and disappeared in white light. The two people who signed the contract could feel the power of the contract in their minds. Jiang Jiayu saw the contract disappear with her own eyes. Although she was shocked, she was more surprised that her guess was confirmed. She was a little happy. Others were still guessing about the origin of the Lord. But she had already seen the correct answer. To have such ability is not an effect that technology can achieve. Someone was right. The Lord might really come from the God realm. She brought things from that world to the mortal world to benefit the entire galaxy. She was also a messenger of God. Unfortunately, she signed the contract and could only keep these secrets in her heart. This feeling made her happy and uncomfortable. From now on, the affairs of the vegetable garden will be handed over to you. Yunwan took Jiang Jiayu to visit the planting area, introduced her to the general affairs of managing the vegetable garden, and chose to be a hands-off boss. As a rookie in the workplace, Jiang Jiayu didn't know how much work she was assigned. She felt that she was entrusted with an important task and took over the vegetable planting with great interest. Chapter 86. It was harvest time for the vegetable field. Yunwan asked Jiang Jiayu to start the operation and taught her how to use the planting robot. The planting robot has two modes. One is planting mode, and the other is harvesting mode. You only need to press two buttons. Jiang Jiayu learned this very quickly. Then, Yunwan also handed over the Shinong Star live broadcast room to Jiang Jiayu, asking her to update 1/10 of the vegetables in the live broadcast room every time she harvested them. In addition to large-scale planting activities such as sowing and harvesting, Jiang Jiayu also has a daily task, which is to observe the growth of the plants and make records, and write a planting log every once in a while. These are Yunwan's selfish desires. If there are more people in the planting department later, she will not have to train them personally. Jiang Jiayu listened carefully and took notes on all the points that Yunwan emphasized. Yunwan was very satisfied and assured to hand over the most important asset of Shinong Star to Jiang Jiayu. Jiang Jiayu began to use the planting robot to harvest vegetables, and everything went in an orderly manner. She handed over the biggest workload, and also had time to see the results of the experimental field. After many days, the experimental area has been lush and green, with plants of various shapes, messy like a field of weeds. The most conspicuous is the spiritual rice. The size of the spiritual rice has not changed, but the color has changed greatly, from the pearl white at the beginning to 5 colors of red, yellow, black, purple, and blue. Yunwan personally went to the field to harvest, and picked the 5-color rice by color to see if the taste and flavor of the 5-color rice would be different. Next was the messy vegetable patch. The mutation directions of radishes, peppers, tomatoes, and wheat were the same as those of rice. Their colors became all kinds of colors, and they were of no real use. The leaves of the cabbage became extremely small, but small yellow cauliflowers bloomed instead, which could be eaten as vegetable hearts. This was barely a useful mutation. The two types of fungi did not seem to have undergone any changes, and were no different from before the mutation. The flavors of ginger, garlic, and shallots became very strong, and as soon as they were pulled out of the soil, the spicy smell went straight into Yunwan's nose. 1 garlic could achieve the effect of 10 garlics before. The other vegetables all mutated into giant plants. Soybeans became as big as fists, and the plants grew as tall as a tree. Cucumbers were as thick as calves, and without a rack to support them. The vines were wrapped around the soybeans. Fortunately, the soybean plants were strong. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand so many cucumbers climbing. After finally collecting the cucumbers, they were piled up like a hill. It turned out that giant plants were more satisfying. The last 4 were all high-yield crops. Yunwan left them for last, thinking that these plants could bring her greater surprises. She started digging from the sweet potato. As soon as she dug with the hoe, the soil flew up, revealing the sweet potato tuber. She was afraid of damaging the sweet potato, so she carefully loosened the soil around it, gently pushed it away, and tried to pull it, but it didn't move. Yunwan continued to dig, digging a calf-long pit along the outline of the sweet potato. There was still half of the sweet potato buried underneath, and the whole sweet potato was not visible. The sweet potato exposed on the ground was as thick as 2 arms could hold together, so you can imagine how huge the sweet potato had become. Yunwan waved the hoe and worked harder. and finally dug out the whole sweet potato when she was exhausted. "It's so big," Yunwan sighed. She threw away the hoe and hugged the sweet potato with both hands. She couldn't hold it at all. So she had to leave the sweet potato in the pit and climb out to find the robot for help. The sweet potatoes, and radishes were all harvested and piled into 3 small hills. After the sweet potatoes and potatoes turned into giant plants, only one could be harvested after planting one. But the total yield increased dozens of times compared to before. According to the robot's estimation, a sweet potato weighed about 70 to 80 kilograms. Jiang Jiayu set up the robot's work, noticed this strange vegetable field, and came over to help. "Lord, is this a sweet potato?" She glanced at several piles of giant plants, and many of them looked familiar. They were enlarged versions of what she had just collected. "Yes." Jiang Jiayu was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. "How amazing! Is there any difference between the land here and over there?" she asked sharply. "The soil is different. The soil in the experimental field can make the seeds undergo benign mutations," Yunwan explained. Jiang Jiayu suddenly realized that this was the planting technology of Shenong Star. All the secrets were in the soil. These plants that had been transformed by the soil had extremely rich taste and nutrition. She looked at the mountain of vegetables in front of her, and was curious whether the improved seeds would continue to have good performance and ensure taste and nutritional value if they were planted in ordinary interstellar soil. She was a little embarrassed to put forward her idea to Yunwan. Yunwan had never thought about whether the seeds could be stably passed on to future generations. But the question raised by Jiang Jiayu was not without value. The system also said that it would leave one day, and she would not be able to buy spiritual soil and spiritual fields one day. She should look at the long term and prepare for the future to see if she could grow good quality plants with interstellar native soil. This is a good idea. You can experiment boldly. The idea she put forward on the first day of work was recognized. Jiang Jiayu was full of energy. She filed a record with Yunwan, took 2 sweet potatoes home, and planted them in her own flower pots. The soil was specially poured out and fertilized to become soft, and the humidity and fertilizer were just right. After confirming that all negative conditions had been eliminated, she put the sweet potatoes in. The flower pot occupied the best sunlight position in the 3-bedroom and 1 living room. She hopes that the sweet potatoes grown in this way will still retain the advantages of the mother plant. If the experiment is successful, all the plants in the Lord's vegetable garden will be high-quality seeds. The supply of vegetables on Shenong Star is in short supply. The Lord's vegetable garden is large, but it is just a drop in the bucket for the billions of people in the entire interstellar. Maybe in the future, we can change our thinking and sell seeds directly to the outside world. If we want to go the route of buying seeds, first of all, the mother's characteristics of Shenong Star need to be stably inherited by the next generation. And secondly, the offspring must be unstable, so that other people will continue to come to Shenong Star to buy seeds. Jiang Jiayu felt that she was accomplishing something great, which might be her greatest achievement in the planting department. This was a huge temptation for a newcomer to the workplace. Who wouldn't want to achieve success and reach the top of the industry right after entering the industry? After harvesting the mutant plants, Yunwan would definitely be the first to try making them into delicacies. The 5-color rice was easy to handle. After washing the rice, just put it in the pot and cook it normally. The difficult part was the giant plants. The increase in yield was good, but the size was too huge to cut with a knife. Yunwan gestured for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable starting point. It would be nice to have a dedicated chef. The Shenong Star restaurant was too busy, and she couldn't bother Chef Wang anymore. Yunwan put down the knife and wanted to go on strike, but a big hand picked up the knife on the chopping board and took over her work. Yunwan looked up, and Lu Huai had entered the Lord's mansion at some point. He heard her doubts and explained, "I know a little bit about cooking. You can tell me what the Lord wants to cook." Yunwan looked at his beautiful profile, and her mind was a little confused. Did he come a little too timely? "Lord, how do you cut this?" Yunwan's attention was drawn back to the giant plant. She shook her head, discarded those irrelevant questions, and told Lu Huai her thoughts. He chopped the sweet potato twice gracefully, without even exerting much force. The sweet potato was cut into a smooth cross-section, just 1 finger high. Awesome. Lu Huai is a brick. He can be moved wherever he is useful. Yunwan clapped excitedly, staring at the tall man and thinking about it. This man has such good knife skills. He is simply her chosen chef. Train well, and you will have a bright future. Lu Huai felt uncomfortable being stared at. And after peeling the sweet potato, he asked again, "Do you cook it directly in the pot?" "Yes." Yunwan turned out a cute cat head apron for the man who was cooking. "Tie it up. Don't get your clothes dirty." Lu Huai held a knife in one hand and a sweet potato in the other. Both hands were not empty. And turned to Yunwan and leaned slightly. He didn't say anything. But Yunwan automatically understood what he meant and naturally hung the apron around his neck. The other person was too tall. So she stood on tiptoe. And the other person's sharp breath flashed by. Her hand brushed against his hard hair, which was a little prickly and itchy. She couldn't help but rub the side of her hand with her thumb, as if it was sweeping over her heart. Yunwan walked behind him, tied a bow on her apron, and stood back in front of the chopping board. Lu Huai had already started cutting vegetables, and the knife made a rhythmic and brisk sound when it touched the chopping board. Yunwan pursed her lower lip and watched him slice the sweet potato. After a long pause, she couldn't help but remind Lu Huai when he was about to cut the second piece. "Didn't you say to put it directly in the pot and cook it?" Lu Huai stopped cutting vegetables suddenly, as if he had just lost his soul. He looked at Yunwan and came back to reality. "That's right. So, why slice the sweet potato?" Lu Huai said seriously. "It will cook faster." "Okay." Yunwan was very suspicious that Lu Huai had just been absent from his duties. Then Lu Huai sliced the other sweet potatoes, and Yunwan did not stop him. In the end, he cooked a pot of sweet potato soup, and there was not a single whole sweet potato in the whole pot. I wanted to eat some sweet potatoes, but now I have to drink half a pot of water. Yunwan served a bowl to taste, and gave a fair evaluation under Lu Huai's eager eyes. "It tastes good, but it's a bit too much." Lu Huai rarely smiled, and prepared to continue to make a few pots of carrot soup and potato soup according to the steps. Yunwan quickly pressed the back of the knife. "It's too hard for you to do it all by yourself. How about you cut the vegetables, and I'll do it?" "Okay." Lu Huai was in a good mood. With Lu Huai's help, Yunwan made spicy cumin potato chips, cold cucumber salad, and stir-fried choysam. Lu Huai liked the flavor of potato chips very much and ate 3 pieces in a row. Taking off his apron, Lu Huai served Yunwan the meal and prepared to leave. "Aren't you going to eat with me?" Yunwan grabbed the corner of his clothes. "No. I'm going to the restaurant to eat with my friends," he said. "I have friends among the mercenaries." Yunwan loosened her clothes. "Okay. Then, thank you for cooking for me." After a pause, Lu Huai had already left, and she felt a little strange. Lu Huai had helped for so long, but he hadn't enjoyed the fruits of his labor yet. Thinking of this, Yunwan packed a plate of potato chips and summoned Yunge to send it to Lu Huai in the restaurant. "I have to let him taste his favorite dish." Li Xian felt that there was nothing special when he landed on Shenong Star, and became more and more curious about what attracted the boss to this half-built planet. A girl received him. He brought 5 people with him and placed them in a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. Every day, they delivered simple meals of natural food on time. The 5 mercenaries praised them highly, but he thought the taste was indeed good, which was eye-catching, but not enough to tempt the boss. Knowing that there was a very popular restaurant on Shenong Star, and their simple meals came from this restaurant, which also had better dishes, Li Xian pestered Lu Huai to treat him to a meal. After pestering for a long time, Lu Huai finally agreed. It is said that this restaurant requires reservations at least a week in advance, and the queue has been lined up for half a month. I thought I would have to wait for a while to eat at the restaurant, but I didn't expect that the boss agreed yesterday and asked him to meet at the restaurant today. Li Xian walked into the restaurant doubtfully, and found no empty tables. He felt that the boss was not fooling him. The boss is not that kind of person. He would not agree to him. And if he agreed, he would definitely do it. Li Xian stood at the door for a long time, and many diners looked at him curiously. "Have you made a reservation?" An enthusiastic customer asked. "You're here too early. The seats haven't been vacated yet." Li Xian regretted coming here alone. He should have come with the boss. He didn't know if he had made a reservation. Seeing that he couldn't answer, many people looked over here with more curiosity. Li Xian was embarrassed. "I don't think so." He told the truth, and other customers advised him. "You must be a newbie. You need to make a reservation to eat here. You can't eat without a reservation." Li Xian understood the reason, but the boss did ask him to come directly. He trusted the boss too much and didn't ask anything. Now, he was in a dark and embarrassed situation. Fortunately, He didn't have to be embarrassed for too long. A waiter ran up and asked, "Hello. Are you Lee Xian?" Lee Xian saw a slightly plump girl with a strong affinity and grabbed the savior. "Yes. It's me. Sorry. I just went to serve the dishes. Please follow me." When Ji took people upstairs, Lee Xian was confused and followed the waiter. He heard someone ask the waiter, "Can we eat upstairs?" "Yes." When Ji answered politely. How can he cut in line to eat without a reservation? A diner was furious. "Dear guest, the upstairs is a private room for VIP customers." When Ji explained, "VIP?" The diner discovered a new world. What does this mean? VIP customers can enjoy a private room without reservation and can dine at any time during the restaurant's business hours and enjoy the privilege of priority ordering and customized dishes. When Ji finished it in one go, they have trained on these contents, but have not yet officially promoted them. In the words of Chef Wang, he is worried that there are too many VIP customers, and now the reservations for diners have been made for half a month. Jumping the queue. There are too many customers, and even if 10 come, he won't be able to handle it. Therefore, the VIP activity has not been carried out for a long time. When Ji was asked by the diners, and it was not good not to answer, lest everyone think it is unfair and affect the dining experience. How to become a VIP customer of the restaurant? Yes. Yes. Why don't you promote such an important thing? When Ji smiled awkwardly but politely. Not promoting is not because they don't want to, but because the restaurant is really overloaded. You can become a VIP customer of the restaurant if the total consumption or recharge reaches 100 million star coins. When Ji said, the diners fell silent. 100 million? Are you serious? With such a high threshold, do you not want VIP customers? 100 million? If you hadn't told me this amount earlier, I wouldn't have to make an appointment every day. The middle-aged man, with a big belly, waved his hand and opened the smart brain to prepare for payment. Most of the diners, who couldn't afford 100 million, I'm going to get jealous. When Ji wanted to take Lee Xian upstairs and winked at Fu Ran, who immediately went to handle the VIP procedures for the middle-aged man. The diners were shocked by the evil money and became sour as lemons. They didn't stop when Ji to ask questions. Sorry for the long wait. Let's go upstairs. The diners on the first floor watched Lee Xian go upstairs without any hindrance. Soon, many delicacies were sent upstairs like water. Tears flowed from the corners of their mouths. They also wanted to become VIP customers. I dare not imagine how happy it would be to become a VIP. They can eat at the restaurant every day and every meal. Mom no longer has to worry about them not being able to grab a reservation. Chapter 87. Lee Xian followed Wen Ji into the first private room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw an old acquaintance holding chopsticks in different positions, making a crunching sound while chewing. Brother Xian, come and try this appetizer. Cold cucumber salad, which is said to be freshly picked from the field. Qian Zhuang said enthusiastically. Seeing an acquaintance, Lee Xian felt much more comfortable and sat down next to Qian Zhuang. The dining table was revolving, with a circle of small plates on the outer circle. They should be the appetizers that Qian Zhuang mentioned. Each plate was touched by the three people to some extent. The boss invited me to dinner. Not you. You guys are eating before I even got here. Lee Xian was unhappy. Lu Li kept moving his hands. Brothers, why are you being so polite? The three of them were eating with their mouths full of oil. Not elegant at all. Lee Xian couldn't bear to watch. Where's the boss? Why you guys? Lee Xian was surprised. The boss is busy, Feng Feng said. He would not tell Lee Xian that the boss was working for the Lord of Shenong Star. Somehow, he didn't want people to know the relationship between the Lord and Lu Huai. Although after his close observation, the Lord of Shenong Star seemed to have no bad intentions. He always felt that the boss was taken away. Stop asking so many questions. The boss is coming soon. Let's eat the appetizers first. Qian Zhuang passed the last piece of cucumber to Lee Xian. Lee Xian looked at the food in the bowl with disdain. The last piece might be stained with the saliva of three people, which was disgusting. Eat quickly. If you dislike it now, you won't be able to eat it later, Qian Zhuang said, while scooping food into his bowl. Lee Xian laughed. I'm not like you. I'm not a glutton. Despite the complaints, he still picked up the chopsticks and ate the cucumber. The cucumber was moist, with the spicy juice fully wrapped on the outside, and the fragrance of the cucumber was completely retained inside. As you chew, the delicious seasoning and the original flavor of the cucumber combine, combining the original blandness and adding a hint of salty and spicy fragrance. It is a very refreshing cold dish. After eating, Li Xian completely forgot his previous disdain and looked at the empty plate with relish. The cold cucumber was gone, and the other dishes were almost empty. The three of them took their chopsticks, and Li Xian was anxious to see it. So he picked up his chopsticks and joined the army of people grabbing food. He took a lot of effort to grab 2 bites of food from the chopsticks of the 3 people dancing with afterimages. His movements of grabbing food were not yet skillful, and he could not compete with the 3 people who were used to it. Li Xian could only lick the condiments on his chopsticks and angrily scolded the 3 people. Leave some for me. Did the boss invite you to dinner? It's okay for you to come uninvited, but you ate it all for me. Leave some for me. A guest is a guest. Have you heard that? We are also guests, Luli said proudly. Wrong logic. Li Xian was so angry that he joined the army of grabbing food again. When Wenji entered the private room to serve the dishes, the 4 of them fought in a group. You held my chopsticks, and I covered your mouth. The plates on the table were scattered in a mess, and they were no longer the perfect round shape they had been before. Wenji was startled, not knowing whether to continue serving the dishes or ask Chef Wang to mediate. The 4 people in the private room were also startled, and they withdrew their hands as if nothing had happened in front of the waiter, and began to talk about brotherhood. We are just having fun. The attempt to cover up the truth only made it more obvious. Wenji didn't say whether she believed it or not. Nothing happened to the guest, and she didn't want to get involved. She pretended not to see it, and put the dishes on the table. She glanced at the other empty plates on the table, and couldn't help but glance at the 4 men again. The latter were all embarrassed, scratching their hands and shoulders, and squeezing around uncomfortably. Wenji wanted to laugh a little, so she took the empty plate and walked out with a stern face. Through the crack of the door that was gradually closing, she saw 4 people surrounding the dish that had just been served, and they returned to their original posture. You hold my chopsticks. I press your mouth. Is it really okay? After a while, Wenji came to serve the second dish, put it down, and took away the empty plate. The same was true for the third dish. No dish survived until the next dish was served. From beginning to end, there was only 1 dish on the table. Wenji, it was the first time I saw such an anxious guest. She often saw Feng Feng and his 2 companions, but they were quite normal when they had dinner before. Why were they so? Entering the private room again, the 4 of them sat down in order, and the dishes on the table were intact. Wenji put down the dishes and looked at the 4 of them strangely. Boss, please enjoy, Luli said. Wenji glanced at the boss they were talking about, and it was Lu Huai who had always been with the Lord. It turned out that someone who could control them had come. No wonder they were so obedient all of a sudden. After Wenji left, Li Xian asked curiously, Boss, where did you go just now? You still smell good. What nonsense. Boss, how can you smell anything? Feng Feng defended. The stupid Qian Zhuang stretched out his nose and sniffed. It smells really good. A cumin smell. I helped the Lord a little. What about you? What were you doing just now? Lu Huai glanced at the few people lightly. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Just keep in touch. Ha ha ha. Luli laughed. Lu Huai did not pursue the matter further. When the dishes were almost served, he said to the 4 people in their expectant eyes, Eat. With Lu Huai around, the 4 people ate more politely. After a few bites, a little boy fiddled with his short legs and brought a plate to the eldest brother. Sister said you like it. She helped to cook the meal just now, but she didn't eat it herself, so she asked me to bring you some. Li Xian felt that he was even more frightened than when the eldest brother suddenly came in and found them fighting for the dishes, and the plates were flying in the sky. Cooking? Is this what the boss helped with? Cooking with the hands of a Zerg killer? Can the boss cook? Li Xian glanced at the 3 people who had been following Lu Huai, and they were no less shocked than him. It was confirmed that the boss was indeed abnormal. He was even more curious about who the Lord who arranged the boss to do this was. He asked the boss to help gather a planetary cleanup team, and he did it. And he asked him to cook, and he did it. The former made sense, but the latter was not the boss's area of expertise. Li Xian curiously stretched out his chopsticks to try to pick up some of the dishes made by the boss himself to taste. And Lu Huai moved the plate away without making a sound. If it's not enough, order more. Ah? Li Xian didn't expect this result, and winked at the other three. Li Xian, winking, don't you want to eat some of the fruits of the boss's labor? In my lifetime. In my lifetime. Lu Li. Feng Feng. Qian Zhuang. Silently eating. Li Xian, no. What do you mean? Lu Li. Feng Feng. Qian Zhuang. Silently eating. When meeting the Lord of Shenong Star, the boss becomes reasonable no matter how strange he becomes. Li Xian took back his chopsticks and said in confusion, then should I order some more dishes? Lu Li. Feng Feng. Qian Zhuang, sure. Sure. Li Xian, eh? So they are all still alive. Why didn't anyone pay attention to him just now? Li Xian swallowed his doubts, and scanned the code to order more than a dozen dishes. He turned off the smart brain, and looked at the boss's exclusive dishes. Still a little greedy. Li Xian comforted himself that the boss's cooking skills were not comparable to those of professional chefs. Maybe it was too unpalatable, and he was embarrassed to let them taste it. Li Xian felt that he had seen the truth and instantly didn't want to eat the dishes around Lu Huai. After a few bites of rice, the little boy came again. Sister said that this choysum tastes very good, crispy and fragrant. Sister said that this rice is different from the white one. It is fragrant and glutinous. The rice fragrance is more intense. And the taste is also different. Let you try it, Sister said. Li Xian looked at the plates of dishes that this sister brought to them that they had never seen on the restaurant menu and became numb. He really wanted to call this little boy and ask him if his sister could move the dining table directly over and cook more for them to try. What was going on now? All those dishes that looked very novel were next to the eldest brother, and were clearly separated from the dishes in the restaurant. They were forbidden areas that they could not cross. Li Xian wanted to try the 5-color rice. He could smell the sweet aroma of rice when he sat opposite Lu Huai. He felt like he had seen the prosperity of the world and returned to the simple and authentic. Boss, you can't finish so many dishes. Why don't I help you eat some? Li Xian was eager to try. Except for potato chips. Everything else is up to you. Li Xian was delighted. And then he had a new question. Why? This is what the Lord gave me because he knew I loved it. Do you have any objection? Lu Huai asked slowly. No. Li Xian ate the 5-color rice that he had been longing for. And it was just as he imagined. As for the other dishes, they tasted okay. But they were not as good as the dishes in the restaurant. After eating 2 bites, Li Xian lost interest. Then, he saw that the eldest brother ate all the dishes sent by the sister without leaving a single leaf. But he did not eat a single bite of the dishes in the restaurant. Li Xian, if he hadn't eaten it before, he would have thought it was so delicious. If the eldest brother made it himself, there would be no need to be so exaggerated. Li Xian felt that he had guessed the truth. These dishes were probably made by the sister. Contacted the boss before and said to help the Lord a little. That sister should be the Lord of Shenong Star. He is not making one. But the Lord of Shenong Star has become legendary in Li Xian's heart. After dinner, Li Xian wanted to reminisce with Lu Huai, but was rejected. I have something else. What is it? Li Xian seemed to be abandoned. I have to practice in the afternoon. Li Xian looked at Lu Huai, who left ruthlessly, sad and confused. What is it? Lu Li explained. Shenong Star has a unique way to treat gene defects. Treat gene defects? Li Xian's worldview was shaken again. Is it the treatment he knew? The kind that can completely cure it? Almost. After getting a positive answer, Li Xian really wanted to meet the Lord of Shenong Star, who could grow delicious vegetables, and propose a treatment plan for gene defects. Unfortunately, Li Xian came to Shenong Star with a mission, and Xiao Yu came to him in the afternoon to check the dangerous areas on Shenong Star together. The mercenary team conducted a carpet-style inspection of Shenong Star with the Lord's mansion as the center, clearing some small insects along the way, and the progress was relatively smooth. When they arrived at a sea of red flowers, they found a large colony of black rock bees. This kind of insect is not to be feared, but the number is a problem. He was about to mark the location and bring more professional equipment to clean it up next time. But Xiao Yu told him not to worry about this area. What do you mean? Li Xian put away his gun neatly. Black rock bees will not actively attack humans, Xiao Yu said. And she also showed Li Xian the video of the black rock bees' one-day trip to the Lord's mansion in her brain, and excitedly talked about the grand occasion at that time. Zerg surrendered to humans? If someone had said this to Li Xian before, he would have been speechless. But it didn't seem so hard to accept that the protagonist of the story was the Lord of Shenong Star. According to the information he knew so far, this lord had crossed 3 fields that had nothing to do with each other. Natural food, medical treatment, and another. Beast control? Li Xian has been dealing with Zerg for so many years. He has seen some people recognized by some docile Zerg. But he has never heard of anyone who is so powerful that he can command an entire group. Xiaoyu corrected, it's not an order. It's the Black Rock Bees who took the initiative to send honey to the Lord. Li Xian didn't refute. He felt that there was not much difference. In his opinion, these contents were a bit exaggerated. At most it was a species showing goodwill to another species. And sending a beehive was absolutely fictitious. It should be fabricated by the Lord to cover up the danger of the Black Rock Bees in order not to cause panic. But it was also amazing that he could escape from the Black Rock Bee tied unscathed. Black Rock Bees are a group that fight among themselves. And it is already very difficult for them not to attack people. The mercenaries crossed the Sea of Flowers and continued to move forward. They found a huge owl eagle with black feathers all over its body, only a circle of white on its neck. It was a violent eagle, and at this moment, it was resting in a bird's nest on the edge of the cliff with its eyes closed. The owl's beak and claws were hook-shaped and extremely sharp, accounting for 2/3 of its entire body. Its feathers were excellent armor, very tough, and could withstand bullets. The weapons in the hands of the mercenaries were not enough to deal with this big guy. Li Xian signaled everyone to be careful, and not to make any noise to wake up the owl. The incident happened in an instant. An unknown little bird suddenly flew between the people, chirping a few times. The owl noticed its prey, opened its sharp eyes, and looked fiercely in the direction of the people. It flapped its wings and flew high, circling over the heads of the people. After confirming that it was indeed the takeaway food delivered to their door, it swooped down at high speed, grabbed the flying car parked on the open space with its huge claws, flew up the cliff, and smashed it to pieces. "Run!" Li Xian shouted. Xiaoyu had already reflexively run back the way she came. The mercenary team cooperated tacitly and summoned mechas to deal with the owl eagle. In an instant, 6 heavy mechas flew high into the sky, surrounded the owl eagle, and concentrated their fire. The owl eagle wrapped its huge wings, forming a very solid defense. In the gap between the next wave of attacks, it broke through one mecha and twisted the mechanical arm directly with its sharp claws. There is something wrong with this owl eagle. Everyone be careful. Li Xian operated quickly, aiming at the shadow of the owl eagle and tracking and shooting with an anesthetic needle. The owl eagle was extremely fast and easily dodged. The needle brushed the owl's feathers and missed. Their attacks failed to hit the owl eagle, and they became the target of the owl eagle. They were repeatedly attacked by the owl eagles, who were close to them without time to dodge. After a fierce battle, their mechas were scarred. But the owl eagle had not lost a single feather. Its claws seemed to be poisonous. A mercenary said in panic, "The mecha is corroded. It's not good to continue like this. This owl eagle is different from the ones they have seen. It has evolved more difficult characteristics. Its feathers are stronger. Its claws are poisonous. And its movements are more sensitive. It is also very smart. It knows how to use its advantages to protect its soft abdomen, making it impossible for them to hit its vital points. Let's go. This is its territory. We have no advantage." Li Xian made a prompt decision. The 6 people covered each other and entered a forest of trees. The owl eagle did not give up because of the poor vision inside the forest. It followed closely behind the few people, taking advantage of the terrain. The few people fought bravely with the owl eagle and severely injured the chest of the owl eagle. The injury made the owl eagle's attack more severe. The forest of trees hindered the flight of the owl eagle and also hindered the cooperation of the 6 people. The owl eagle deliberately dispersed the few people and defeated them one by one. The owl eagle became more and more courageous. In the end, it played a game of hide-and-seek with the few people, chasing behind not far away, as if enjoying the hunting moment of the prey's dying struggle. People are so unlucky that even drinking cold water makes their teeth sticky. A passing bird woke up the owl eagle, and they happened to encounter a mutant owl eagle. Mercenaries are like this, living a life of licking blood on the tip of a knife. And no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Chapter 88. Mercenaries are not people who give up easily. In the life and death pursuit of the owl eagle, the 6 people chose to run separately to buy more time for their teammates. The owl eagle discovered the little thoughts of several people, and bit one of them calmly. This unlucky guy was Li Xian. Li Xian could no longer think. But his body was still running forward mechanically. With his remaining will, he ran to a familiar field of fiery red flowers, smelling the pleasant fragrance. He was exhausted and fell among the dense flowers. He struggled to turn over and face the sky. The pupils reflected the owl shooting straight at him. He closed his eyes, waiting for the tragic fate to come. He had expected this day, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Unexpectedly, the pain of being pecked did not come for a long time, and there were buzzing sounds in his ears, making him drowsy. Was he dead? Or was he dreaming? The dense black rock bees seemed like a huge beast, swallowing up the ferocious owl eagle in an instant. In the face of the overwhelming population advantage, the owl eagle's speed was useless. No matter how it dodged, it could not escape the endless swarm of bees. In order to escape from the swarm of bees, the owl eagle could only flap its wings continuously, leaving it no time to defend its soft abdomen, which was taken advantage of by the black rock bees. After it reacted, it tightened its wings, but the black rock bees, relying on their small size, could penetrate everywhere, and some of them were smart enough to start attacking the owl eagle's other weakness: the eyes. The owl eagle seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. The more it struggled, the deeper it sank, and finally, it could only let the black rock bees control it. When it had no more power to fight back, the black rock bees dispersed without taking away a single feather. Li Xian stared at the sky in a daze, and the owl eagle's body fell not far from him, its chest heaving slightly, and it was still breathing, completely without the spirit it had when hunting. Black rock bees are vegetarian animals that feed on nectar. They definitely did not attack the owl eagle out of their instinct to forage. They were defending their territory and expelling invaders. However, when the owl eagle was attacked, he was completely ignored. Even after the battle, there were still black rock bees leisurely coming to the flowers around him to collect nectar, not taking him seriously at all. What a magical animal! He had a new understanding of why black rock bees would not actively attack people. Not long after, Xiaoyu and 6 other mercenaries drove a spaceship to pick him up. The fully armed people flew off and saw a man and an eagle lying down. They looked solemn and didn't know what to do for a while. Alive. A little weak. Li Xian propped himself up and sat up. Xiaoyu was excited and rushed to help Li Xian up. The man's weight made her stagger a little. Great. You're okay. She brought the person here. Although this job is inherently risky, she still felt bad when the person got into trouble in her hands. She walked this road when she was collecting resources. There was no such dangerous thing at all. It suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and even 7 mechas couldn't handle it. Seeing that Li Xian was fine, the 6 people felt relieved. They cleaned up the mess, tied the owl's body to the back of the flying car, and prepared to return to the city. Knowing that only half an hour had passed, Li Xian asked curiously, "How did you find me so quickly?" It is difficult to find traces of people in the wild mountains and wilderness. It would take at least a day and a half to search. In such a short time of half an hour, it is almost enough to reach the destination without taking any detours. It was the black rock bee that brought us here. Xiaoyu pointed to the small black bee lying on the front of the flying car. Li Xian was amazed and asked in confusion, "It has completed its mission. Why is it following us back?" Xiaoyu didn't know and couldn't give Li Xian an answer. She shook her head and asked Li Xian, "What about you? How did you deal with the eagle? I heard that your mechas are almost scrapped." Li Xian nodded. "It's not my credit. It's the little bee in front of you." As if it understood what Li Xian said, the black rock bee buzzed twice. "Really? But it's so small. How can it beat such a big eagle?" Xiaoyu's adrenaline surged just thinking about that scene. Silly. Of course it's a human wave tactic. How can it be a one-on-one fight? Oh. Yunwan had already received the news that the mercenaries were in danger. As soon as they returned to the city, she immediately went to the sanatorium to express her condolences. Several of them had some minor injuries, but nothing serious. Their lives were not in danger, so she was relieved. However, all their mechas were scrapped. Xiaoyu said. Yunwan almost couldn't breathe. How many? 7. Plus a new flying car. Yunwan, In addition to the cost of hiring personnel, Yunwan is responsible for all the costs of all missions, including weapons and equipment. She hasn't replaced her flying car after it was scrapped. She requisitioned Hu Yuanyang's to rescue Li Xian. And now she has to pay for several heavy mechas. Yunwan walked to the front of the Owl Eagle with a fierce look. She wanted to take a good look at this vicious gold-eating beast. The Owl Eagle was attacked by the Black Rock Bee, and was tied to the flying car and dragged all the way. It spread its wings and lay on the ground. Dying? Yunwan raised her foot and touched its feathers. The Owl Eagle still had a breath left. Its wings stiffened and lifted up with a strong wind, almost cutting Yunwan's feet. Yunwan was one step ahead of it and stepped on its restless wings. It's not in vain to practice for so long. Lord, let's watch from a distance. Xiao Yu was frightened by the movement of the Owl Eagle. Don't be afraid. It's already at the end of its strength. Yunwan patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and turned her head to see the familiar Black Rock Bee. It was the bee colony that helped solve the big problem of the Owl Eagle. This time the Black Rock Bee made a great contribution. It's really our great hero. Yunwan reached out and touched the translucent wings of the Black Rock Bee. The Black Rock Bee was not shy at all. It rubbed Yunwan's fingertips with the fluff on its head, avoided the stinger, and stood on her finger obediently. Every time she met the Black Rock Bee, it seemed to be more friendly. From keeping to oneself to giving gifts, to close contact, the Black Rock Bee's behavior was very human. She guessed that this was the benefit of the revival of spiritual energy. Desert roses provided the Black Rock Bee with stable spiritual energy, which led to the unexpected evolution of the Black Rock Bee, from a violent beast to a civilized and gentle species, moving towards an enlightened society. Thinking of the 3 contract cards she had obtained, Yunwan suddenly had an idea. Can the contract card be used to contract animals? Yunwan asked the system in her mind. The host can develop the use of the treasure by himself. The system did not give an answer. Yunwan snorted. If you don't know, then don't know. Why don't you just say it? After pacifying the mercenaries and Xiaoyu, Yunwan returned to the safe house, took out the contract card and used it on the Black Rock Bee. The contract was generated, and the information was as follows. Party A, Yunwan. Party B, Worker B 1, 1. I like. 2. It smells so good. So good. 3. Fight. Yunwan, ? After a lot of guessing, I felt that this Black Rock Bee could be contracted. I like should mean that I have a good impression of her and humans. It smells so good should be the nectar of the desert rose. And fight should be that it is still immersed in the battle with the Owl Eagle just now. What Yunwan was more concerned about was the one in the bracket. Could she contract more than 2 Black Rock Bees? Or was the one in the bracket the name of this worker bee? Yunwan was going to try the bee colony. Before she went, she curiously used the contract card on the Owl Eagle. And the information she got was a bunch of hate, kill. And it seemed that it was very dissatisfied with its current situation. Yunwan took back the contract card. Black Rock Bee was still more adorable. Host, if you don't need the Owl Eagle, you can give it to the system for recycling. The Owl Eagle is of no use to Yunwan for the time being, and it is not a loss to give it to the system to earn some greening points. She decisively handed the Owl Eagle to the system for processing and obtained 10 million greening points. Host, if you have cultivated the mind method well, you can also give it to the system for recycling. If the system did not remind her, she almost forgot that she had memorized the mantra of the mind method. Things in the world of cultivation are very magical and cannot be reproduced. You can only take the original or learn it through word of mouth. Yunwan is sure that she will not forget the content of the mind method. So she also gave the mind method to the system for recycling. The value of the mental method was unexpectedly high, which directly caused the increasingly stingy system to give a sky-high price of 100 million greening points. 5 new varieties were instantly unlocked in the system mall. Unfortunately, these were all varieties that Yunwan already had. The only benefit was that after unlocking them in the system, she could unlock the illustrations and obtain 5 treasures. This time there were actually 5 treasures. She had to make good arrangements. It felt more and more difficult to unlock new illustrations later. She didn't know if the treasures this time were still completely random. If they were random, she could be sure that there would be an opportunity to use the contract card generator. Otherwise the system would give a generator that would be useless. Yunwan bought some new species to unlock the illustrated books. What treasures there are will have to wait until tomorrow to see. Tomorrow's matters will be left for tomorrow. And Yunwan's attention returned to the Black Rock Bee. She was not sure whether the Black Rock Bee could understand her words. So she waved the contract card in front of the Black Rock Bee and said to it, "Do you want to become the guardian beast of Shenong Star? We can sign a contract." The Black Rock Bee buzzed twice, nodded its wings, as if asking Yunwan to wait, and then flew away. Yunwan guessed that it might have gone to look for a bee colony. Sure enough, not long after, a large number of Black Rock Bees appeared in the city again. This time, the residents and tourists of Shenong Star were not panicked. Instead, they all came out to watch the excitement. The streets were empty. The Black Rock Bees were also very polite, and knew to take the initiative to avoid the crowd. Everyone found that these Black Rock Bees flew towards the Lord's mansion. Could it be that they were here to deliver a beehive again? It had only been a few days since the last time. A new beehive could not be built so quickly. Right? Everyone looked towards the Lord's mansion curiously, but saw only a dark mass. They didn't know what had happened. The Black Rock Bees surrounded the safe house in 3 layers inside and outside, and each bee colony sent a representative to communicate with Yunwan. It was called communication. But in fact, Yunwan unilaterally used the contract card to read the information. This time, the information provided by the contract card was more specific, not the random babbling before. And the wording and sentence structure were very standardized. Party A, Yunwan, Lord, Party B, Black Rock Bee population, 536, 1. The bee colony can collect honey all over Shenong Star. 2. The bee colony has a special settlement, and it is hoped that it will not be disturbed unless there is an unexpected situation. 3. Each bee colony will offer honey to the Lord once every 2 months. 1 hive at a time. 4. Shenong Star is a friendly ally of the bee colony. When Shenong Star is in danger, the bee colony can provide friendly help. When it is maliciously attacked by humans, it will fight back. But it will not affect the friendly relationship with the Lord. The more Yunwan looked at this group of Black Rock Bees, the cuter they felt. With a wave of his hand, he signed his name. The Black Rock Bee delegation printed the shape of wings on the contract one after another, and the contract was successfully concluded. The contract turned into a white light. The feeling of signing a contract with a person is different. After signing the contract with the bee colony, the buzzing sound of the Black Rock Bee is no longer a meaningless sound, but is transformed into a corresponding simple meaning, which means that from now on she can communicate with the Black Rock Bee without obstacles. The requirements put forward by the bee colony are simple, requiring a good source of flowers and a quiet settlement. Shenong Star is large in area and small in population. For Yunwan, it is easy to meet the requirements of the Black Rock Bee. The reward provided by the Black Rock Bee is very generous. Every 2 months, each bee colony will provide Yunwan with a honeycomb. There are 536 bee colonies that have signed a contract with Yunwan. In other words, every 2 months, Yunwan can get the honey of 536 beehives without spending a penny. Invisibly, she has a fully automated honey-producing machine. This is not the end. The Black Rock Bees are even willing to provide free assistance when Shenong Star is in trouble. They don't even take the opportunity to charge. Animals are purer than humans. They don't seem to care about gains and losses. Once they identify a person, they will treat that person well with all their heart. Yunwan looked at the buzzing Black Rock Bees in front of her with love. The little bees are hardworking and selfless. Who can not love such animal friends? Tell her, who can not love? Isn't it just planting flowers? She still has 10 kinds of flowers that she hasn't shown. Plant more. Who is not a descendant of the flower planting family? Chapter 89. Clear clouds emerged from the mountains, and the sun was shining brightly. Yunwan gave each of the frightened Xiaoyu and the mercenaries a big peach to replenish their bodies, and went to the sanatorium to see Li Xian, who was the most seriously injured. The mercenaries were very hungry after receiving the fragrant peaches. The impatient ones did not even wash the peaches. They rubbed the peaches on their waists to wipe off the fuzz on the skin, and took a bite. The sweet peach juice exploded in their mouths, overflowing from the corners of their mouths. Delicious. Delicious. So delicious. Several mercenaries, who were quick, had their mouths full of peach juice, their cheeks bulging, and they ate half a peach in one bite. Li Xian was very excited. He liked cleanliness, and was about to find a brother to help wash the peaches. Dr. Lin came to check on him, and said ruthlessly, "You have lost too much blood and cannot be nourished. You should avoid eating peaches. You will feel dizzy if you eat too much. A peach can be a tonic. Isn't it a fruit? Although Li Xian had doubts in his heart, he would not neglect the doctor's advice. He could see the peaches, but could not eat them. He could only envy his brother's delicious food. Brother Xian, you are very weak now. How about I help you eat? Yes. Brothers are happy to help. After the 6 big men finished eating their own peaches, they were thinking about Li Xian's peaches, and they were calculating. Xiao Yu couldn't stand the bullying of patients. So she suggested, I have a refrigerator at home. I can help you store it. Then she winked at the pitiful Li Xian and whispered, when they finish eating, we will take it out and eat it. And make them greedy. Sister Yaya. We all heard it. You are so mean. That's right. Brother Xian. Keep it with Sister Yaya. Several mercenaries looked at each other and laughed. Mind your business. Li Xian laughed and scolded, feeling embarrassed to talk to Xiao Yu. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble. Yun Wan learned that Li Xian had lost too much blood, and thought of the Angelica that had been cultivated. Angelica replenishes blood, and the effect should be even better if it is planted in the spiritual soil produced by the system. The system's greening value has accumulated to a huge number that cannot be counted. She can grab some more of her planting business and expand her territory. She feels that Angelica is very useful. And there is no such thing as too much medicinal material. She can stock up more for emergencies. Just as she was about to go back to the safe house to buy spiritual soil and arrange the next planting quantity, Dr. Lin stopped Yun Wan from leaving. The newly purchased mental power tester has arrived. I am going to test it for the experimental group. Lu Huai also wants to test it. I want to ask if you want to test it too. Yun Wan knew a little about mental power since she traveled to the interstellar space. She was very curious about her mental power. She readily agreed and followed Dr. Lin to the first floor. The mental power tester was placed in the lobby of the sanatorium. The first person to be tested was Lu Shiro. She didn't look aggressive and looked very gentle. She put her slender fingers on the tester, emitting a faint golden light. Lu Shiro. S level. Dr. Lin wrote as he spoke. When this level came out, many people took a breath. Sister Ro's level is so high, and her surname is Lu. Could she be from the Lu family? Ning-Su made a bold guess. Yes. She smiled gently, glanced at Lu Huai, and seeing that the latter looked normal, she stepped aside. The mental strength of the next few people tested was in the A level and B level range. So Chung Wu's level was not high, and remained at B level. But he was also very happy. In the past, his mental power level barely reached S level. After he got sick, it once dropped below B level. After not participating in the experiment for a few days, his mental power stabilized at B level, and even showed a faint upward trend. It felt that he would be able to recover to a level soon. Ning-Su, who was usually carefree, was actually an S level. Seeing the test results, he grinned. Didn't I drop to a level? Did I really rise back? He couldn't believe it, and put his hand on the tester again. Oh my god! It's true! Seeing him jump up with excitement, others were envious. S level is considered the best in the interstellar world. The talent is the top wave of people, and the proportion is less than 1 in 100,000. However, they no longer had any bad emotions when they thought that although their mental strength was not high, it would not continue to decline, and was slowly recovering. Mental strength is determined by heaven. After going through the gates of hell, they also look down on it. As long as people are fine, it doesn't matter whether they have good talents or not. Xiao Gan was very open-minded. He had been on Shenong Star for a month. He didn't dare to send messages to his family. When his family sent him messages, he didn't dare to reply. He wanted his family to forget him so that they wouldn't be so painful when they parted. For a month, he was tortured by the longing for his family, the confusion about the future, and the fear of death. After a month of hard work, the moment the final result came out, the throat strangled by fate finally got a breath. His hands were shaking as he opened the smart brain, and he couldn't click on the address book icon at all. He clicked on the photo album, then on the star network. After taking a deep breath, he finally opened the address book. The dialogue box showed his family's persistent daily greetings and transfer records of worrying about his lack of money, which made Zhao Gan's nose sore. Dad. Mom. Don't worry about me. Life on Shenong Star is very good, and the experiment is going well. Not long after the message was sent, the other side replied, Is this you? The worried tone overflowed the screen, making Zhao Gan laugh and cry. It's me. Zhao Gan. Your son. How is the experiment going? If it doesn't work, we'll go to Beixing. Don't be afraid of spending money. Your parents have money. Zhao Gan felt warm in his heart. For the first time, he didn't feel any psychological pressure when he mentioned seeing a doctor. It's very effective. And he should be cured soon. Huh? Son, don't fool us. We don't know how difficult this disease is to cure. You didn't make any noise and participated in an experiment and got cured? What's going on? Just tell us. We can accept it. Zhao Gan had expected his parents not to believe him. So he sent them the photos he took when testing his mental power. I didn't lie to you. My mental power is now stable at level A. What are you talking about? Weren't you already level A? No. Wait. You said your mental power is back to level A? Are you still sick? Is the illness serious? Yes. I'm back to level A. I haven't had an illness for a long time. I haven't taken any medicine. I've been practicing. Everything is fine. Zhao's father and mother stared at the message sent by their son more than a dozen times to make sure they didn't miss a word. Then looked at each other, and saw the sleepwalking astonishment on each other's faces. Mental strength back to A? Not taking medicine? Practice? Is their son's IQ still online? Is his mind still clear? They know these words. Why can't they understand a single word when they are put together? It feels like his son has been deceived. If he is not rescued, he will be trafficked to an uninhabited planet. Mother Zhao's face turned pale, and she quickly sent a message. Son, you have to go home. What's wrong? Your father fell down and can't get out of bed. You come back first. Zhao Gan was puzzled. If his father was sick, why didn't he tell him at the beginning? However, his mother would not joke about such things. So he asked Dr. Lin for a leave to go home. There was a reason for the matter, and Dr. Lin did not make it difficult. He approved the leave and asked him to bring some special products from Shenong Star back to nourish his old father. Zhao Gan bought some vegetables and packed 2 nutritious meals he usually ate. He immediately set off and arrived at Qianquan Star. He went straight home. His father, who was bedridden in his mother's words, was jumping around in the kitchen to prepare delicious nutrient solution for him. Zhao Gan was anxious. Dad. Mom. Why are you still taking me out to play? What do you mean by walking you around? Kid? We're here to save you. You've been cheated by that Shenong Star. Zhao's father poked his head out of the kitchen and said, Ah? Zhao Gan was so upset when he learned that this was the reason he was cheated back home. Didn't I say I was fine? It's over. It's over. This kid is too poisoned. He was sold and still helped people count money. Take him to the hospital. Zhao Gan's, but was not even warm when he was dragged to the hospital by Zhao's father and mother for a full-body checkup. When Zhao's father and mother came to the hospital, they acted as if their son had an incurable disease. Their anxious look scared the doctor. But after the checkup, nothing was wrong. The doctor said helplessly to the couple, Your son is fine. Don't worry so much. Is he really fine? Is he healthy? Zhao's mother was suspicious. It's fine. He's stronger than the average person. Don't worry. Bullshit. Zhao's father said with a straight face. My son has a genetic defect. How can he be the same as an ordinary person? You quack. Are you in cahoots with Shenxing? Uh-huh. Zhao Gan saw that Zhao's father was too worried. And he was angry and covered his mouth and apologized to the doctor. I'm sorry, doctor. My father is too worried. Please don't argue with him. The patient's family was very emotional and started to curse without explanation. The doctor had seen this many times. Because the patient was polite, the doctor did not want to make a fuss. But he was curious about what was wrong with Zhao Gan's body. Do you have a genetic defect? But the report shows that your muscles are in good condition. And you don't look sick. Was it a misdiagnosis? No. I'm receiving treatment recently, and I'm almost cured. My parents didn't believe it. So they brought me to the hospital for a checkup. The cultivation method will be promoted sooner or later. And Zhao Gan didn't feel the need to hide it. So he told the truth. His tone was light, as if he was talking about a very trivial matter. And his tone was even more of a headache for his parents. The doctor understood why his parents were so excited. Because he was also excited. Fuck. P. When can the gene defect be treated? The doctor held back the swear words, and couldn't help but deviate from the normal track. Yes. It can be treated. I am an example. Zhao Gan had to explain to the doctor again. The other party couldn't believe it, and insisted on checking the condition of the gene defect for him for free. Finally, he looked at the examination report in a daze and muttered to himself, Grade A. Normal mental fluctuations. Stable genetic situation. If Zhao Gan's genes had not fluctuated abnormally from time to time during the test, the doctor would have thought he was a normal person. The strange thing was that Zhao Gan's genes quickly returned to normal after the abnormal fluctuations. This treatment method was simply unheard of. You say it was cured, but the gene defect is still a gene defect. You say it was not cured, but the gene would not collapse again. The situation was very stable, and the patient was no different from a normal person. All the strange things converged into one question in the doctor's mind. How did he do it? Zhao Gan could hardly explain it in a few words. So he just said, you can send someone to the Shenong Star Sanatorium to have some exchanges. Shenong Star? Never heard of it. The doctor checked the Star Network and found that this sanatorium was quite famous. It was actually a sanatorium jointly established by Shenong Star and the royal family. The doctor immediately called the hospital director to plan to exchange and cooperate with the Shenong Star Sanatorium. Now Zhao Gan's parents had to believe that there was really hope for their son's illness, and it could really be cured. They had worked so hard for so long. But they were met with setbacks and cold water everywhere. Now they were suddenly told that it was done. And there was still a sense of unreality. Wife, can you try to slap me? What are you crazy about? Oh, it hurts. Our son can really be saved. Dad Zhao was ecstatic. But suddenly, his face changed and he slapped his thigh hard. Oh no. If we call our son back, won't it delay his treatment? Yes. 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 You go back quickly. And don't rest at home. Your dad is fine. Go back quickly. So Zhao Gan didn't even drink the nutrient solution prepared by his old father, and was rushed onto the spacecraft by his parents. Zhao Gan said helplessly through the window, I left the specialties of Shenong Star at home. Remember to eat them while they are fresh. Okay. Okay. Parents kept smiling. More than in the past few years. Zhao Gan noticed the moisture in their eyes and said, Don't worry about me. Everything will be fine. Dad and Mom Zhao nodded and watched the spaceship take off. The couple snuggled together and said to the spaceship that was gradually moving away, We'll wait for you to come back. Goner. Once upon a time, the beautiful mother and the strong father also had gray hair on their temples. This disease took away too much vitality from this family. Fortunately, he still had the opportunity to show filial piety to his parents. Zhao Gan turned his back to the window and did not dare to look at his parents' shadows anymore. He was afraid that if he looked at them a few more times, tears would burst out of his eyes uncontrollably. Chapter 90. After Zhao Gan left, the mental power test continued. When it was Yunwan's turn, several people were more nervous than their own test. They didn't know what level the Lord's mental power was. But the Lord practiced earlier than them, and the effect must be better than them. Yunwan gently placed her hand on the tester and curiously observed the light column, with a faint golden light in the orange. This kind of mixed color is rare. And Dr. Lin's hand holding the pen trembled. Lord, your mental power is about to upgrade. Orange represents a level. Gold represents S level. And orange with gold is a sign of mental power upgrade. Several people in the experimental group took a breath of cold air, and their breathing unconsciously became heavier. Since ancient times, they have only heard of mental power degradation, but have never heard of mental power upgrade. It turns out that cultivation can not only treat genetic defects, but also upgrade mental power. Participating in the experiment to cure a disease and getting unexpected surprises. It's like pie in the sky. And this pie made them dizzy. How many nobles spent a lot of money to bring glory to their families, piled up resources, and found various folk remedies to allow future generations to obtain higher level mental power and better talents. But they worked hard and had little effect. But they got what others dreamed of by curing a disease. I can't imagine how many people would go crazy if the nobles knew about this. Dr. Lin regained his composure and reminded everyone, practice can improve mental strength. But after practicing, you can no longer drive a mecha. What a pity! What a pity! He sighed repeatedly. If the mecha and mental strength can be taken into account at the same time, how popular the Lord's practice method would be. To put it bluntly, with this, she can turn the tide in the interstellar space. Even the royal family has to give her some leeway. And the nobles have to support her even more. What a pity! The flaws in the cultivation of the mind method are too fatal. Why is this happening? Before he got sick, Che Zilon was a mecha developer. He didn't quite understand why he couldn't drive the mecha when his mental power had improved. Dr. Lin knew Che Zilon's background and wanted to discuss it with a professional. He said truthfully, after cultivating the mind method, the human body will have stable shinonsu. This substance is similar to mental power and can nourish mental power. But it will also disrupt the resonance between mental power and mecha, causing the mecha to be out of control. In other words, people can still sense mechas, but the control is not strong. Che Zilon asked back. That's right. After thinking for a moment, Che Zilon said bluntly, if that's the case, then it's not that you can't drive mechas after practicing the mental method. It should be that the mecha materials are too restrictive, resulting in poor contact. Che Zilon's words made everyone look confused. He changed a simple metaphor and explained, just like a robot can only receive one signal to work normally. If it receives two or more signals, it will be disordered. I understand. Mechas are robots. And Shinongsu and mental power are signals. Right. Brother Che? Ningsu suddenly realized. That's right. That is to say, as long as you can find the right new mecha materials, you can drive mechas after practicing the mental method. Lu Shiro couldn't help but speak out. Yes. After getting Che Zilon's approval, the experimental group looked at Yunwan with burning eyes, as if they were expecting something. Yunwan, ? Are you talking about mecha materials? She was listening. Why didn't she say anything and was looking at her? You don't think she can just pull out a new mecha material, right? After reacting, Yunwan felt a lot of pressure. No mecha material has been found on Shinong Star for the time being, she said tactfully. Che Zilon also poured cold water on everyone. Advanced mecha materials are hard to come by, and new mecha materials are even harder to come by. Don't hold out too much hope. The boiling blood of everyone cooled down instantly. However, there was nothing to be disappointed about. They had originally decided not to drive mechas anymore. And now, at least there was a little hope. Although it was insignificant and difficult, it was better than being killed with one blow. At least they still have some hope. I'll ask my family to look for mecha materials. Ningsu is the most optimistic, as if he has already determined that he can definitely drive a mecha. This mentality makes others very envious. I'll ask my family to look for it too, Lu Shiro said embarrassedly. With Admiral Lu Huai from the main family, she is actually embarrassed to take the lead. After all, if Admiral Lu Huai says a word, the entire Lu family will give face. She is just a side branch, and there are very few relationships that can be mobilized. If you find new materials, you can let me research and develop them if you trust me. I used to work in the Yun family arsenal, so I am familiar with this industry, Che Zilon said. Everyone looked at him sideways again. No one expected that this unkempt man was not simple. The Yun family arsenal was the top mecha research institute in the entire galaxy, where many great people gathered. Che Zilon was able to enter the Yun family arsenal in his 30s. It was too modest to say that he was familiar with this industry. He must be a person with extraordinary talent in mecha. Yunwan was also amazed. Although she had the idea of recruiting talents by treating gene defects, these 10 people were randomly picked from the crowd. Unexpectedly, none of them were simple. Moreover, she had no intention of guiding them. And the experimental group had already spontaneously started to set up projects and conduct independent research and development. As a lord, she couldn't let them down. If you need help, just tell me. I will do my best to provide convenience. Thank you, Lord. The plan just now was just a casual agreement between them in private. After the Lord made it clear and recognized it, several people paid more attention to it. Everyone wanted to work hard and strive to achieve results to let the Lord see that saving them was not in vain. After discussing the follow-up matters, everyone remembered that there was still one person whose mental power had not been tested. When Lu Huai was testing, the experimental group was a little impatient and wanted to finish it quickly so that they could collect mecha materials earlier. But when they saw Lu Huai's test results, they were stunned. Why is his light so dazzling? Fool. This is the rarest 3S mental power. Fuck. I only heard that General Long is 3S. There are others. General Long is a legend in the interstellar world. He took back the interstellar land from the Zerg and drove the Zerg to the edge of the interstellar world, giving all interstellar people a peaceful world. It is easy to imagine how powerful 3S is. There is actually another 3S in the interstellar world. But they have never heard of Lu Huai's name. Would such a person not have a name in interstellar history? Everyone thought of his genetic defect. This makes sense. No matter how good a talent is, if you get this disease, you will become a waste, useless and causing trouble. Has your Lu family given up on teacher Lu? Ning Su asked Lu Shiro curiously. Lu Shiro knows some inside information, but it is hard to say. 3S's mental collapse will cause panic, and the main family can't do anything about it. Ning Su hushed. It was no reason to abandon him on a deserted planet. His family was not as powerful as the Lu family, and they tried their best to provide him with the best medical resources. Although he finally went to the intensive care unit and quarreled with his family for a long time. Thinking about it, Mr. Lu, who was always gloomy and fierce, was quite pitiful. Yunwan listened and glanced at Lu Huai. She didn't expect him to be so good. He was a rare 3S. She remembered that she wanted him to be a chef yesterday. It was really a waste of talent. It's a pity that he has 3S of mental power, but can't drive a mecha. And he can only live like an ordinary person in the future. Alas. Yunwan sighed unconsciously. What's wrong? Lu Huai asked. She pretended to be relaxed and looked at him. When God closes a door, he will also open a window for you. Lu Huai savored this carefully. And it really made sense. The Lord is right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Shinong Star. And Lu Huai suddenly paused and almost blurted out some words. The corner of his eye swept over Yunwan's face and then retracted it. An inexplicable emotion spread in his heart. Yunwan couldn't help laughing. Lu Huai is really a foodie. In ancient times, people were interested in mountains and rivers. And now they are interested in food, which can be regarded as a merit of Shinong Star. General, your body has recovered well. Dr. Lin was very happy. This is his most important mission in Shinong Star. If the mission is completed perfectly, he can also report to the eldest prince and the Lu family. Yes, Lu Huai said. Don't tell them for the time being. Ah? Why? I need to recuperate for a while, Lu Huai said. Is it because of the Lord? Dr. Lin tried. His words made Lu Huai frown slightly. What does it have to do with the Lord? Dr. Lin was stunned by the question. He thought that anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Admiral treated the Lord differently. But he himself didn't seem to think so. He avoided the point and explained, I can't drive a mecha, so it's useless to go back. Those old injuries should be treated. What do you think? Dr. Lin? Dr. Lin, I believe whatever you say. The main point is that everything you say is right. I'll listen to you. General. Yunwan started to exchange intermediate spiritual fields and spiritual soil when she was free, and then exchanged many seeds produced by the system. After the new batch of spiritual fields and spiritual soil were placed, the planting area expanded unprecedentedly. Jiang Jiayu looked at the planting area that had expanded dozens of times, and she was in a trance. She didn't know how the scope of work had doubled after only a few days of work. She could barely walk in the fields to take care of the crops a few days ago. But in the blink of an eye, she had to use a car. And she couldn't walk all the way in a day. Did the Lord go out to rob? How did these lands come out? How come so many new lands suddenly appeared? I don't usually see the Lord doing research and development. Since joining the planting department, she has only seen one member of the Lord. Where is the R&D department? Jiang Jiayu had more questions in her mind than before she came into contact with the Shinong Star planting area. The more she came into contact with the Lord, the more she could feel the difference. However, compared to those questions, she was more concerned about, Lord, how can I plant such a large piece of land? Jiang Jiayu had a sad face. If the fans of Shinong Star knew that she was worried about not being able to finish planting too much land, they would definitely express their willingness to rush to help. Don't worry. We will plant slowly. Hold on. And find a few helpers in a few days. Yunwan comforted. She roughly estimated that the planned planting area has been basically filled with spiritual fields and spiritual soil, accounting for about 2/3 of the entire Shinong Star, which is a very large planting area. There is no rush to plant land, and it can't be planted in a hurry. She took Jiang Jiayu to plan this large piece of land and divided it into 4 areas in total: vegetable area, fruit area, flower area, and medicinal area. The vegetable area has the highest demand and occupies the largest area. Other vegetables continue to be planted horizontally along the original vegetable field. The fruit area has not been moved. Next to the vegetable area, with sufficient greening value. She and the system exchanged many lychee trees and peach trees. At this moment, the few fruit forests have expanded into a lush and green area, neatly arranged at the edge of the planting area. The various fruit trees and other fruits planted earlier gradually began to bear fruit. Each tree of milk apple, banana, and durian had about 3 to 4 baby-sized fruits. Chestnuts, oranges, lychees, peaches, and other relatively small fruits were densely hung on the trees, heavy and weighing down the branches. They were not yet ripe, but the grand scene of the harvest could be foreseen. There were also vine-type fruits such as grapes, strawberries, and watermelons. The green vines of the former two climbed up the racks, and the vines of the latter were entrenched on the ground, with many green skins visible in between. The yield of dragon fruit was not high, with only 1 fruit per tree, but it looked like a large area, planted in the spiritual soil. The fruits mature at about the same time and are not affected by the season. When the harvest comes, Shannon Star will have more fruits than it can eat. When the time comes, these new varieties will be released at the same time, which will definitely make fans extremely happy. The medicinal field currently only plans to plant one kind of medicinal material, Angelica sinensis, which has a good blood replenishing effect and high medicinal value. Yunwan plans to plant all the seeds she has cultivated. As for flowers, except for those needed in the green belts of the urban area, she plans to plant them all in the Black Rock Bee Colony as a reward for their generous offerings. After the flowers have been transformed by the spiritual soil, their quality may be slightly lower than the desert rose produced by the system, but it is also a very good source of nectar. Since they like desert roses so much, they should also like the new 10 kinds of flowers.